Izumi Fuyō, the deity of the moon, is male. He has a rather unreliable sister at home, although his sister appears somewhat lacking in intelligence. As a dutiful younger brother, it is his responsibility to guide the lost sun goddess sister back home. To search for his sister, Izumi Fuyō became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, why do these Hashira seem to lack intelligence? He is undeniably the moon god, yet he often likens himself to a being of the sun. Why do these individuals look so astonished when he employs the breath of the moon? Is there something inherently wrong with the moon god utilizing the breath of the moon? Chapter 1. I'm the moon god, searching for my sister online. The first time Kanroji Mitsuri encountered that child was under a rather peculiar set of circumstances. After all, anyone who stumbles upon a remarkably exquisite child deep within a forest would instinctively harbor doubts. Furthermore, the child was far too beautiful, rather than a lost little one. He resembled an ethereal sprite that belonged to the forest. He perched upon a sturdy tree branch that jutted from the ground, his long, slightly curled, pale blue hair cascading down to his waist, surrounded by numerous small animals that refused to leave his side. The child's features were extraordinarily delicate. His silvery blue eyes held emotions that were entirely uncharacteristic for someone his age. There was a softness tinged with melancholy, yet a hint of acceptance as he gazed towards the sun, his high-bridged nose and slightly rosy lips reminiscent of a delectable pastry. His skin was exceptionally fair, akin to snow falling in winter. His hands reached towards the sun, as if welcoming something, with slender wrists peeking from the sleeves, resembling the most exquisite porcelain that would shatter with the slightest touch. Even his attire was not that of an ordinary household. Rather than resembling a lost child, he appeared more akin to a wealthy young master, dressed in a purple kimono adorned with wisteria patterns, shimmering under the sunlight as if silver threads resembling the moon wove intricate designs upon it. He was so ethereal that he seemed as though he might vanish from this world in the next moment. Thus, Kanroji Mitsuri extended his hand towards the child. "Would you like to walk with me?" The moon seemed to have only just noticed him, tilting its head gently in his direction. More accurately, it was looking at the hand he had extended, which appeared rather unappealing, calloused, and roughened. Nevertheless, the child nodded and placed his pale hand atop it. "Izumi Fuyō, that is my name. Kanroji Mitsuri, a trainer. What are you doing here all alone? Have you lost your way?" "No, I am searching for my sister. It has been quite some time since I've seen her." Uncertain whether the peculiar trainer had misunderstood something, Izumi Fuyō inexplicably became Kanroji Mitsuri's disciple. To seek out one's sister requires a meticulously devised plan. At the very least, to ensure the utilization of divine powers, one must first assimilate into this world and engage in acts that deceive its very consciousness. The narrow mist mountain is a splendid locale, perpetually shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, particularly thickening during overcast days. Yet, the air here seems exceptionally invigorating, faintly imbued with a trace of ethereal energy, perhaps the very reason why that group of children has yet to dissipate. Indeed, within the confines of Narrow Mist Mountain, there exists a congregation of young spirits. They neither terrify like other spirits, nor inflict harm upon the living. From the very moment he set foot in this mountain, Hachuan Donyang absorbed the memories of these young spirits, having perished at the hands of demons due to failing their trials. It cannot be that you remain like this indefinitely. If time passes, you may even lose the chance to reincarnate. One evening, Hachuan Donyang stealthily emerged to address the air of Narrow Mist Mountain, wholly unconcerned by the expressions of puzzlement on the faces of the young spirits before him. "After all, for you, such matters are astonishingly simple. Can you see us?" One child among them, adorned with a raccoon mask, was the first to inquire. "Yes," Hachuan Donyang nodded, even extending a hand to pat the shoulder of the little raccoon. The boy in the mask fell silent for a moment. They were reluctant to depart from their master, Rin Takuzan, and even in death, they wished to remain by his side. If they all left, how lonely their master would be. In the brief span of a month, they discerned the remarkable talent possessed by the boy before them. After all, he had mastered the breathing technique in merely a month, despite it being the moon breathing, a method they had never encountered before. Rin Takuzan was astonished by his talent. Were it not for Yu's ability to act under the sun, he would have presumed the boy to be a demon who had learned the breathing technique, having only heard of it in legends. and he could ascertain that moon breathing was not a derivative of water breathing. Indeed, Huchuan Dongyang cleaved through a massive boulder in the span of a month. Had it not been for his tender age, Rin Takuzin believed he could have easily passed the trials of the Demon Slayer Corps, for the challenges would present no obstacle to him. That demon, if we do not slay him, he will inevitably devour Rin Takuzin's disciples once more. We do not wish to see our master bear such an expression again. It was not merely the little boy who felt this way. All of them shared the same sentiment. I shall avenge you by slaying him and will stand by your master's side, ensuring he is not lonely. Huchuan Dongyang's voice was calm, imbued with an otherworldly indifference. Even so, they believed that this exquisitely delicate youth would fulfill his promises. So you must depart. Your current state would not be what your master wishes to see. Then I entrust him to you. Farewell. The boy with the raccoon mask patted Huchuan Dongyang's shoulder and took his leave first. Farewell, little junior brother, spoke a girl wearing a charming little bunny mask, appearing quite youthful. Farewell. Farewell. Gazing at the increasingly distant figures, a gentle sorrow enveloped Huchuan Dongyang's eyes. The emotions that emerged rendered him more tangible. Master, they have all departed. You may rest easy now. Rin Takuzin emerged from the shadows of the forest, uttering not a word, but gently embraced Huchuan Dongyang. On another day, Huchuan Dongyang returned with 3 little dumplings. One, named Yatu, had flesh-pink hair and silver eyes, brimming with vivacity, earnestness, diligence, and courage. Another, named Makoto, possessed dark green hair and was an endearingly shy little girl. The last, named Ju Tomioka, was not particularly fond of conversation and harbored a fear of darkness, perpetually feeling inadequate, though he was truly gifted. A touch more confidence would serve him well. Since he had brought back these 3 little bundles of joy, he took on the responsibility of cooking for the household, and it must be said that Huchuan's culinary skills were quite commendable. Life was not easy, and the moon god sighed. Their master could only prepare rice cake soup, which was indeed delicious, but had become somewhat monotonous. His divine powers were gradually suppressed the longer he remained in this world. Even without sustenance, he felt hunger. In unavoidable circumstances, the moon god, who had never lifted a finger in the celestial realm, learned how to properly satiate his hunger under the tutelage of Rin Takuzin. It is worth noting that during his first attempt at cooking, he nearly shoved a half-cooked, indistinguishable substance into his mouth, yet now he could challenge a state banquet. Compared to Rin Takuzin, the 3 little dumplings preferred to cling to Huchuan, for Huchuan was simply too tender-hearted. Furthermore, Huchuan was so exquisitely beautiful that he took on all domestic chores, from cooking and laundry to mending clothes. No one could refuse a brother-in-law like Huchuan. No one. It seemed that Huchuan had never been angry with them. Even when they were made to kneel by their master for training, and they could barely lift a finger, Huchuan would gently present them with a bowl of sweet water, carry them back to their rooms one by one, and massage them in turn. The senior brother is exceedingly attentive, remembering their preferences and habits with remarkable clarity, such as the fact that Taketu Muichiro harbors a fear of darkness. He has never ridiculed him. Instead, he silently accompanies him every night when he must venture out. The rough demeanor of their master only accentuates the exceptional qualities of the senior brother. Not only is he virtuous, but he is also remarkably skilled. In fact, the 3 of them have never managed to defeat him, not even once. The senior brother does not even need to employ breathing techniques. They rely more on the abilities of Kanazawa Doyo, who they have taken under their wing. To them, the senior brother feels more like an elder sibling. After all, the most frequently uttered phrase by Kanazawa is, "It's all right. Everything is taken care of by your senior brother." It's perfectly fine for children to be a little willful. However, in reality, Kanazawa Doyo is not much older than they are. Chapter 2. Under the Moon God. On the road for 4 years, Rentaki has accompanied Izumi Tohyang, and this year he intends for Izumi to participate in the trials. However, on the eve of the trials, after much contemplation, he resolved to pen a letter to his lord. Throughout the years spent with Izumi, Rentaki confirmed that Izumi possesses a remarkable healing ability. Although Izumi himself attributes this gift to his innate spiritual power, which sets him apart from ordinary humans. Rentaki speculated that this might also explain Izumi's swift mastery of the moon breathing technique. He mentioned that his entire clan shared this trait, though when queried about his kin, he stated that they were all gone, Indeed, no other deities exist in this world, save for an elder sister. Through Rintaki's imagination, he envisioned Izumi's clan as a reclusive lineage, one that had seemingly fallen to the demon slayer core. Their lord, Kenroji Yoya, expressed a keen desire to meet this prodigy who had learned the moon breathing in merely a month. From the letter, Rintaki discerned that healing, while profound, is not omnipotent. If it fails to break his curse, it is of little consequence, as he did not wish to burden the child he had yet to meet with undue pressure. Upon receiving the news, Izumi felt a flicker of fondness for this unseen lord, previously indifferent to emotions. He had gradually developed a sense of humanity through the companionship of his master and fellow disciples. Quietly, he tied back his hair with a cloth strip. After 4 years, his hair had not grown excessively long, but now reached his thighs. Truth be told, he contemplated a cut, yet those 3 little rascals would not allow it. The length of his hair not only made him resemble a girl more than ever, but also posed a hindrance during combat. To prevent the inconvenience of his hair getting caught in branches mid-battle, Izumi had taken to practicing in advance. "Brother, are you leaving?" After 4 years, the 3 little ones had grown increasingly mature, particularly Tsugumi, who even Rintaki noted had begun to mirror Izumi's smile. It was Tsugumi who first spoke up, resting her chin on her hand as she observed Izumi packing. In truth, Izumi had little to pack, as he was merely organizing their belongings. He would be away for a few months, and his master, along with his disciples, worried he might not manage well on his own and starve. He hardly considered how his master had fared before his arrival. After all, he had been the one caring for them. Frankly, he was more concerned about how his rugged master would look after his beloved disciples in his absence. Over the course of 4 years, not only had they aged considerably, but Izumi himself had undergone significant changes as well, his features becoming more refined and his stature taller. With fingers as slender as scallions, he neatly folded their clothes, allowing them to help him while he quietly organized the garments they would need. As he explained to Tsugumi what each jar contained, sugar-preserved plums, pickles, and essential seasonings, one little rabbit was secretly whispering to Ju, "Brother seems more and more like a devoted wife." Ju nodded in agreement, earning affectionate pats from their elder brother. One for each of them. Izumi, overhearing, felt no anger. To him, divinity inherently embodied a fluidity of gender. Regardless of whether he resembled a girl or not, he would feel no psychological burden even if transformed into one. Yet, years later, when queried about the kind of wife Ju hoped to marry, he provided a singular answer: someone like brother. This prompted a wave of affectionate gestures from all around. Rintaki escorted Izumi Toyang to the foot of the mountain, observing as he shouldered a small bundle, grasping the sword he had gifted him just the day before, and followed his crow into the distance. Sensing his master's gaze, Izumi turned back, waving against the sunlight. He radiated warmth, akin to a little sun. "Indeed, our little son," Rintaki murmured, watching his calm silhouette fade. A strange sense of foreboding surged within Rintaki, akin to a lamb walking into a wolf's den. The demon slayer core appeared to have an abundance of bachelors. He felt a twinge of regret. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Rintaki harbored complex feelings. Gently cradling the crow, he ran his slender fingers along its feathers. He had seen his master's crow before, though he did not know its name. Nonetheless, that did not hinder him from preparing a plate of dried fruits for it each time it delivered messages to his master. The crow affectionately nudged Izumi's palm. "I heard a Hashira from the demon slayer core will come to fetch me. Is that too much trouble?" In the bustling little town, Tohyang surveyed his surroundings, noting its vibrancy, far surpassing that of their humble village, which had once been plagued by demons. He had heard that the one coming to collect him was the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, known for his striking yellow-red hair and righteous demeanor. It was said he was easily recognizable, and that Izumi would undoubtedly take a liking to him upon their meeting. Scanning the crowd, Izumi soon spotted a figure that stood out distinctly. Indeed, a glance is enough to feel an affinity. The aura of fire enveloped Rengoku, and even from a distance, Izumi felt the warmth radiating from him. Though not as dazzling as his sister, he was surely the closest resemblance to her in this world. "Ah, you must be the young Izumi," Kaijiro Rengoku exclaimed, spotting the boy amidst the throng. After all, the letter from the Lord described him as strikingly beautiful, exuding a gentle aura, with soft blue hair and silver blue eyes. Most notably, it concluded with the phrase, "like a gentle, encompassing little son." Indeed, he truly is a little son. Rengoku had initially thought such a description exaggerated, but upon seeing Izumi, he felt as though no one else in the crowd could compare. He was a radiant being, especially with the smile gracing his lips and the gentle expression on his face, reminiscent of an angel. "Rengoku-dano." Izumi smiled at him, one hand cradling the crow while the other tucked his hair behind his ear to prevent it from falling forward as he bowed. "I am Izumi Tohyang. It is a pleasure to meet you." The pleasure is mine." Unable to resist, Kyojuro Rengoku ruffled Izumi's hair, much to the boy's surprise. Kyojuro Rengoku had achieved what the three little ones of the Rentaki household could not. "Excuse me, shopkeeper? Could we trouble you for 2 rooms?" This was not the first time they had encountered such a situation on their journey. The boy's striking looks left everyone he spoke to utterly astonished by his exquisite features. Of course. Without hesitation, the shopkeeper handed over 2 keys, even offering a discount for Izumi. However, Izumi declined, opting to pay in full. Though they had been walking together for some time, Kyojuro Rengoku couldn't help but marvel at Izumi's remarkable presence. Clad in simple attire, he somehow radiated an air of elegance that seemed more befitting of a wealthy young nobleman than a demon slayer. Moreover, Izumi appeared exceptionally kind, his demeanor softening towards everyone. Even in the midst of slaying demons, there was no trace of the lethal aura typically associated with such acts. His movements were as gentle as if he were plucking a rose or a peony from his own garden. The first demon encountered by Kyojuro Rengoku in Tohyang was a child. The child appears to have recently transformed into a demon. Yet the scent of blood surrounding him is quite potent, indicative of having consumed many lives. However, the youth's expression remains unchanged as he cradles the vanishing form of the demon in his arms, softly murmuring words of comfort. "It's all right now. You must be in great pain, aren't you? I apologize for not arriving sooner." Could such a gentle soul truly join the Demon Slayer Corps? The thought of the arduous 7-day trial ahead for the others stirred a sense of concern within Kyojuro Rengoku. Does Doyo harbor a sense of compassion for demons? Rengoku could not help but inquire of the boy walking ahead. Indeed, it is immensely painful to become a demon, whether one wishes it or not. Each time I encounter these demons, I can't help but ponder, if only I had arrived a bit sooner, would they have been spared this fate? Doyo sighed deeply. For to him, this sentiment was indeed profound. The moon god listens to the wishes of humanity. Though the realm he governs does not encompass this world, he cannot help but feel sorrow and empathy for these souls. This world is forsaken. He had worked diligently in the upper realm and naturally did not wish to slacken his efforts in the lower realm. Yet this marks his first direct interaction with humanity, and he feels their complex emotions acutely. It aches. It saddens. The boy before Rengoku bore an intensity of sorrow in his eyes, a weighty grief that left him breathless and incomprehensible. Suddenly, he fell silent, merely embracing Izumi Doyo and uttering words that echoed his sister's sentiments. "Don't tire yourself too much. We are here for you." When Doyo arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, it was morning. He gazed at the horizon where the sun ascended, his eyes half closed. The sunlight truly brings a sense of comfort. The power of the day may not rival that of the night, yet he still yearned to chase the sun's footsteps. As he felt his own strength significantly diminish, his heart grew heavy with worry for his sister, who had lingered here longer. Rengoku smiled, having spent considerable time with Doyo. He understood the boy's profound affection for sunlight, treating it with the same reverence as one would a cherished companion. "All right, let us meet with the master," Doyo said with a light-hearted chuckle, adjusting his attire. Chapter 3, The Moon God, Online Childcare. His eyes were covered by a black cloth. And although Doyo wanted to express that such an action was meaningless, after all, he was the moon god. Guiding with the moonlight was effortless for him. He could see wherever the moon shone. However, to avoid raising suspicion, he chose to remain silent. Doyo obediently extended his hand to grasp the hem of Rengoku's clothing. Since he could not see with his eyes covered, he relied on the moon to guide him to his desired destination, focusing solely on the path beneath his feet. When the black cloth was removed, he found himself momentarily disoriented by the room's relatively gentle sunlight, blinking slightly before noticing the simple yet elegant furnishings. The room was devoid of opulence, resembling none that a wealthy scion would inhabit. It contained merely a cupboard adorned with various bottles, some of which held wisteria flowers, their fragrance wafting throughout the courtyard. Inside the room knelt a man with short black hair and striking white eyes, uncertain if he could perceive Doyo. Yet he seemed to gaze in this direction. To his right knelt a woman, resembling a spirit of the white birch, her ethereal aura palpable even in her gaze. This was Yose Ubuyashiki, the gentle leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, alongside his wife, Kanata Ubuyashiki. Doyo contemplated the customs of this world's humanity and decided to kneel on one knee before Yose. "It is you, Izumi-kun, is it not? No need for excessive formality. Please sit. I have already heard from Mr. Rengoku's letter." Yose's voice resonated with a particular frequency, capable of soothing common folk. Unfortunately, Doyo was impervious to such effects, finding it effortlessly simple to remain composed. Instead, he lowered his head respectfully and replied, "Indeed. May I inquire if the master has heard of a name that bears great significance to me?" Kabutsuji Musen. His voice was soft and unassuming, seemingly oblivious to the shock his mention of the name instigated among those present. "What? Izumi-kun, how do you know that name?" Rengoku exclaimed, momentarily forgetting Yose as he questioned the kneeling boy before him. Perhaps it is due to my obsession. After all, my sister often laments wanting to see Muzan basking in the sun. Yose paused, momentarily at a loss, unable to determine the veracity of Doyo's words. Yet maintaining a gentle smile, he continued, why is that? Doyo recalled his sister's expression whenever she encountered Muzan in her manga and answered earnestly. Perhaps it is due to her desire for his form. The sun god. I am not. I did not. Please do not make baseless accusations. Yose, Rengoku, Kanata. After a long silence, Yose gently responded to the seemingly naive yet handsome youth. We are unaware of his whereabouts. He paused before continuing. However, Kibutsuji Muzan is the progenitor of demons, the mightiest of them all. He possesses the ability to transform humans into demons through his blood, with the strength of the resulting demons contingent upon the volume of blood he provides. Should one of his subordinates utter his true name, a curse will be enacted, leading to their self-destruction. He wields the power of life and death over all demons, exhibiting a cruel and ruthless nature, seeking to obliterate those who pursue him or defy his will. I am uncertain how your sister became acquainted with him. It may be related to the unique traits of your lineage. This is the first time I have heard of a clan such as yours. Doyo was at a loss for how to respond, as they were legendary deities, far too elusive to be encountered casually. Yet here he was, seated before humans, engaged in conversation with the moon god. Thank you for your insights, master. If you trust me, perhaps I could attempt to lift the curse afflicting your face. Doyo gazed earnestly at Yose. Perhaps due to his position, the sunlight streaming through the door illuminated the young leader's face. Even as the curse relentlessly eroded his body, bringing immense pain, he appeared unfazed, maintaining a serene smile. Such a gentle soul is the cornerstone of the Demon Slayer core, possessing immense courage. It must be said that the moon god, known for his compassion and acute sensitivity to the feelings of others due to his prolonged existence in this world, was moved by such a figure. Thus he audaciously proposed to assist Yose in breaking the curse. However, to Izumi Fuyō's surprise, Kanemitsu Yoya did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he regarded him with a gentle expression, a hint of concern evident in his demeanor. Would this cause any trouble for Izumi-kun? The endeavor to lift the curse was no trivial matter and would surely impose a burden on Izumi-kun's body. A slight smile graced Izumi-kun's lips as he realized, in that moment, why so many formidable individuals chose to serve him as their lord. He truly regarded his swordsmen as his own children. Please, allow me to attempt this. My lord. Kanemitsu Yoya paused for a moment before smiling at Izumi Fuyō, apologizing for the inconvenience. Naturally, breaking the curse was not a simple task. When he possessed the body of the moon god, it was an effortless feat, but now he was merely an ordinary person with a trace of divine power. To ensure their safety, Rengoku Kyudru even summoned the current flower Hashira, Kanamori Kane, who was still busy attending to the butterfly dance. This marked the first meeting between the two. Kanamori Kane's first impression of Izumi was that he bore a slight resemblance to her sister. In what way do you resemble her, Izumi? Wake up. Your sister is not nearly as gentle. The moment Kanamori Kane stepped into the room, her gaze was captivated by the boy kneeling within. Despite merely sitting there, with their lord seated before him, the boy exuded an aura of unperturbed calmness. From his eyes, Kanamori Kane discerned a hint of emotion that belied his youth, compassion. She nodded at the boy and then knelt beside Kanemitsu Yoya, signaling her readiness. Izumi Fuyō flashed a smile at Kanamori Kane and naturally grasped Kanemitsu Yoya's hand, their fair hands intertwining. The power of the moon god emanated softly from Izumi's form, and Kanemitsu Amano lowered his head, expertly concealing his surprise at the aura of silver light. This was undoubtedly divine power. However, the others present remained unaware of her expression, instead drawn to the faint luminescence. Kanemitsu Yoya could distinctly feel the ancestral weight that had long coiled around him slowly dissipating from his veins. Unbeknownst to him, others could witness the unsightly scars on his face gradually vanishing, revealing his originally handsome countenance. In stark contrast, Izumi's expression grew increasingly distressing. Though concern filled the hearts of those present, they dared not voice their apprehensions. Such a pained expression was wholly unbefitting for a youth as ethereal as a gentle breeze and a bright moon. From the moment he invoked the powers of the moon, Izumi sensed the deep-rooted curse within his counterpart. In truth, dispelling the curse was not particularly challenging for him, yet it was a matter of divine will. Defying such decrees would exact a significant toll, even on him. It felt as if his very blood were igniting. Akin to an ordinary person suddenly mastering the art of focused breathing, his heart forcibly expanding within his chest, beating violently as the burning blood coursed through his body. Yet, Izumi bit down on his lower lip, refusing to utter even a whisper of pain. His lips split as the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Cough, cough. The agony felt as though his body were being torn asunder. Izumi Fuyō halted his efforts, yet blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. It seemed impossible to eradicate the curse entirely today, he thought with a sense of resignation, but in the next moment, a slender, delicate hand clasped his wrist. He looked up in surprise, only to meet a pair of slightly irate violet eyes. Please, do not force yourself. Kanamori Kane rarely lost her temper, but at that moment, she found it difficult to contain her emotions. Before her stood an exceptionally handsome youth, one who was scarcely older than her sister, yet his strained demeanor evoked profound sympathy. Thus, without hesitation, she reached out to examine his condition. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, although it appears there is no significant harm, I cannot ascertain if there are any side effects. Izumi-kun, I implore you to rest well over the next few days. To be honest, Izumi Fuyō now felt utterly drained. Not even wanting to lift a finger, he merely nodded, and as he attempted to rise, his legs wobbled, threatening to collapse beneath him. Yet, instead of meeting the cold floor, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, as Rengoku Kyujiro effortlessly swept the boy into his arms. I shall take care of Izumi-kun. After all, the Butterfly Mansion has only just begun its formal operations. I anticipate a busy day ahead. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I will promptly inform the Flower Hashira. As soon as Izumi Fuyō was lifted, he succumbed to slumber. Kanamori Kane gazed at the boy's furrowed brow, even in sleep, and instinctively reached out to smooth his tightly knit features. Then I shall rely on you, Flame Hashira. Kenomitsu Yoya nodded in agreement, adding, Izumi-kun is a burden on you. Rengoku-kun, I cannot forgive myself if I cause harm to Izumi-kun's body. Rengoku Kyujiro, feeling the light weight of the young boy in his arms, responded without hesitation. I will take excellent care of Izumi-sama. Thus, the first thing Izumi Fuyō saw upon awakening was a small owl. One might say it was no surprise he bore such a resemblance to his father, upon catching sight of Rengoku Kyujiro for the first time. Izumi instantly recognized him as the son of Rengoku Kyujiro, for he bore an uncanny likeness, right down to their shared hair color and style. Appearing as a diminutive version of an owl. Mom, look, the big brother has awakened. Rengoku Kyujiro exclaimed cheerfully, stretching out his small hand to rest upon Izumi Fuyō's forehead. The big brother has slept for so long. When father brought him back, both mother and I were quite startled. After all, he was burning with fever, and it was quite severe. The little owl rambled on, explaining the current situation to Izumi Fuyō. When Rengoku Kyujiro first laid eyes on Izumi, his thoughts were consumed by how exceptionally handsome the young man appeared. However, he was soon taken aback by the pain evident on Izumi's face. Fortunately, his father assured him that the big brother was fine, merely suffering from a fever, and that once it subsided, all would be well. Due to his mother's ongoing illness and his younger brother being quite small, Rengoku Kyujiro willingly took on the task of feeding Izumi his medicine, vigilantly ensuring that his fever would break. When he saw Izumi Fuyō's bleary eyes, glistening with tears from just waking, and met his silver blue gaze, he couldn't help but think. Indeed, even his eyes are so beautiful. Rengoku Kyujiro had overheard his father speaking to his mother, mentioning that this young man, though yet to join the Demon Slayer Corps, had already slain several demons and was a remarkably powerful and gentle person. Therefore, Rengoku Kyujiro gazed at Izumi Fuyō with wide, pleading eyes, asking, could you possibly guide me in swordsmanship, big brother? Given the irresistible nature of those eyes, Izumi could only nod in agreement. All right. The woman who rushed over due to her son's voice lifted the curtain, greeted by the melodious tones of a boy whose voice resembled that of a celestial being. As the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku was indeed quite occupied, yet he had no objections to Izumi assisting his son with swordsmanship. Izumi Tosaka naturally took on the responsibilities of the Rengoku household. After all, the two children were still quite young, and the sole lady of the house appeared to be in poor health. Thus, it was only natural for him to engage in tasks akin to those he performed at the Misty Fog Mountain: cooking, washing clothes, tidying up the house, chopping wood, and sewing garments, all of which he handled with ease. With ample time remaining before the trials, a small respite seemed harmless. Chapter 4. The Moon God, Online Trials. One must not grip the sword too tightly. Izumi Tosaka encircled the child from behind, his hands gently resting atop the boy's hands that clutched the hilt of the sword. Kaijiro Rengoku could distinctly perceive the breath close to his face. There was no need for haste. Take a moment to connect with the sword's essence. Izumi Tosaka released his grip and knelt before Kaijiro, meeting his gaze, and produced a handkerchief from his bosom, delicately wiping the beads of sweat from Kaijiro's brow. For former swordsmen, their blades were akin to their very lives. Thus they devoted meticulous care to their weapons, often tending to their maintenance and repairs with their own hands. Furthermore, the breathing techniques we studied required a deep attunement to the presence of the blade, as well as an attentive ear to the whispers of nature, in order to discover the most suitable breathing method for oneself. Izumi Tosaka unsheathed his sword, the blade glinting coldly under the sunlight, emanating its own frigid radiance. Under Kaijuro's earnest gaze, Izumi exhaled softly. Moon breathing, first form, Dark Moon's palace. With his left hand resting on the sheath and his right hovering above the hilt, he spoke the incantation and, in an instant, drew the sword in a horizontal slash, leaving traces of light in its wake, revealing the swirling crescent shapes above that varied in length and size. To Kaijuro's eyes, the gentleness displayed was far from a deadly strike. Rather, it resembled a sacred dance dedicated to the divine, akin to a maiden's graceful half-circle twirl, the sword tip gliding through the air in prayer to the gods. The fluidity with which he wielded the blade seemed as if it were an innate extension of his very being. The sound of the blade returning to its sheath snapped Kaijuro from his reverie, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Kaijuro, the breathing technique I have learned differs from yours, and I am uncertain which would suit you best. However, only by treating the sword as a part of your own body can you unleash its full potential. The sound of applause interrupted, and both turned to the source, discovering Kaijuro Rengoku standing there, having arrived unbeknownst to them. Indeed, young Tosaka, your insights are commendable. You are correct. Only through deeper understanding can one harness their true power. Kaijuro Rengoku ceased his clapping, his gaze settling proudly upon his son. I have been a burden on you, young Tosaka. My wife and son have relied heavily on your care. Izumi gently shook his head. No, it is rather I who have been the beneficiary of your family's kindness. Your wife is recovering well. She merely needs to exercise caution in her recuperation. Moreover, Kaijuro reminds me of my own junior disciples. He is not a burden at all, but rather quite obedient and understanding. Is that so? Kaijuro chuckled heartily. You are set to embark on your trials today, are you not? He shifted the conversation to his reason for returning. Indeed, I am about to depart, Izumi replied, squatting down to ruffle Kaijuro's hair, his smile warm. Bring back some sweets for Kaijuro when I return. Farewell, Flame Hashira, Kaijuro. Farewell, may fortune favor your endeavors. Goodbye, brother. Wishing you great success. Kaijuro stood atop a large stone at the entrance, straining to stretch his toes as he waved at the retreating figure of the young man. Father. Brother will surely return, won't he? Kaijuro strained to catch a glimpse of his tall father's expression. Kaijuro Rengoku's large hand rested upon Kaijuro's head. He will undoubtedly return. The closer one approached Wisteria Mountain, the more suffocating the atmosphere became. It seemed the mountain harbored numerous demons. Izumi Tosaka gazed upward, observing Wisteria Mountain adorned with clusters of purple wisteria. He had arrived early, before anyone else. And the woman standing at the altar was someone he had crossed paths with before, Kaneo Tsuyuri, the wife of the Demon Slayer Corps leader. Noticing his gaze, Kaneo nodded in acknowledgement. Izumi smiled and said nothing, merely leaning against the wisteria tree, awaiting the arrival of the others. Those who ascended the mountain thereafter were fortunate to witness such a scene. A strikingly beautiful boy, leaning against the purple tree with half-closed eyes, seemingly resting. The breeze stirred the wisteria, occasionally brushing past his hair and face. Dappled light filtered through the gaps in the flowers, casting a serene glow upon the boy's visage, evoking a tranquil passage of time, causing all those preparing for the trials to hold their breath, their anxious hearts easing considerably. Esteemed guests, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence today, participating in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Within the confines of Wisteria Mountain lie many demons captured by the valiant members of the Corps. These demons cannot escape this place due to the ever-blooming wisteria that they despise. However, beyond this point, the absence of wisteria invites the presence of demons. Survive here for 7 days, and that is the criterion for passing the selection. I wish you all safe journeys and may fortune favor you. The participants exchanged glances before plunging headlong into the sea of wisteria. After checking his belongings, Izumi Tosaka stepped into the wisteria sea. A sorrowful aura enveloped the mountain, making Izumi feel somewhat uneasy as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Although, given his capabilities, these demons were no match for him. He refrained from proactively slaying them. Moon breathing, sixth form, long night, boundless moon. Concentrated and chilling attacks radiated from Izumi Tosaka, carving deep gashes into the earth around him, deftly avoiding the injured swordsman while charging toward the approaching demons. With decisive strikes, he did not linger in battle, swiftly seizing the arm of an injured swordsman and leaping back. After days and nights of relentless combat, even he, possessing superior physicality, could not escape the pangs of exhaustion. Without revealing his divine power, Izumi utilized the bandages and alcohol he carried to assist in treating the other's wounds. You are remarkably skilled. The breathing technique you employ is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Yet, Why did you not directly slay those demons? The wounded swordsman, noticing Izumi's earnest demeanor as he bandaged his wounds, felt his cheeks flush, but curiosity got the better of him, prompting the question. It would only complicate matters for the Demon Slayer Corps members. Izumi continued his task, gently disinfecting the wounds with alcohol-soaked cotton swabs. Complicate matters? The young swordsman evidently did not comprehend his meaning. Indeed, the demons in the Wisteria Mountain are numerous. During our trials, the number of demons we slayed was substantial. Thereafter, each member of the team must replenish the same number of demons. As Izumi pondered this, he gently blew on the swordsman's wound. There, it won't hurt anymore, he assured, lifting his gaze to reveal a smile that made the swordsman's heart race uncontrollably. You truly have the time to ponder such matters while participating in the trial? The swordsman felt his heart racing beyond control. Despite Izumi's actions being rather juvenile, he genuinely felt the pain lessening. Toyo remained oblivious to the swordsman's unusual demeanor. To be precise, the swordsmen he had rescued over the past few days all bore a dazed expression, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Toyo gripped the hilt of his sword and swiftly decapitated a demon that lunged at him. As he watched the fading body, a profound and inescapable sorrow filled Izumi and Toyo's eyes. The memories of all the demons he had slain would be absorbed by him. This was a side effect of wielding the power of the moon. It was somewhat discomforting, yet tolerable. It's all right, Izumi murmured, uncertain whether he was speaking to the demon or to himself. Let us go, Izumi Toyo whispered to the swordsman, who could distinctly sense Izumi's unsettling emotions. He had noted the previous display. Could someone so gentle towards demons truly become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? He contemplated this silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts. For it was evident that Izumi Toyo was far more powerful than he. He decided it best not to worry unnecessarily. The swordsman eventually parted ways with him. Toyo did not intervene, but instead retrieved his handkerchief, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, and brushed back the strands of hair that had fallen to the right side of his face. As he did so, his fingers brushed against a mask, a small cat mask gifted to him by his master before his departure. Intricate patterns of the moon were etched upon it. Indeed, this was a talisman meant to ward off misfortune, yet it had inadvertently become the reason for the hand demon's attack on his master's apprentice. His fingertips caressed the dark patterns, and he vowed to fulfill his promise of slaying that hand demon. However, with the night drawing to a close, he had yet to find even a trace of the hand demon. Time passed without him noticing, until he had intercepted a swordsman fleeing in desperation, finally acquiring a lead. From the swordsman's heavy breaths, Izumi could almost envision the chaos of the escape. What's wrong? What happened? A grotesque demon with numerous arms is pursuing me. Upon hearing the description, Izumi instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Had he finally found it? A quiet sigh of relief escaped him as he instructed the swordsman to flee further away before he stood his ground, awaiting the hand demon's approach, his mind surprisingly tranquil. Oh, a masked little demon. Haha, you are even younger than the ones I've devoured. Rengoku, do you have no other disciples? You send such a small demon to me. The hand demon's form was now unrecognizable, enveloped by a multitude of plump hands, while a massive arm coiled around its vulnerable neck. Izumi Toyo did not lose his composure at the hand demon's taunts. He had anticipated such encounters and had steeled himself for this moment. With a firm grip on the sword hilt, he positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, pointing the blade towards the hand demon. In this state of calm, he felt every living being in the space, the animals, and even the still plants, breathing in unison, their rhythms echoing in his ears, alongside the sorrow residing deep within the demoness soul. The hand demon, incensed by Izumi Toyo's tranquil demeanor, roared and charged with its flailing arms. It's all right, I will slay you. Haha, I have long awaited the moment I received news of your demise, Rengoku. It is truly a pity that I once witnessed the sorrow and anger on his face. Gathering his strength, he leaped, rising higher than the hand demon. He landed upon its robust arm. Breath of the moon, ninth form, falling moon crescent slash. The upward swinging arm was severed, and as he gracefully descended, he retreated a few meters, evading the hand demon's furious roars. His figure shifted left and right, rendering the hand demon unable to predict his next attack. The hand demon's pupils dilated. It had misjudged. This was no novice. It attempted to retaliate, but countless arms fell in its wake. Brother, please don't leave me. The hand demon's voice, filled with sorrow, echoed in the air. Izumi Toyo sighed softly, maintaining his relentless assault. He had entered a state of total concentration, his blood surging, yet within tolerable limits. Breath of the moon, 10th form, crescent moon slash. He focused all his might into his hands, delivering a powerful blow. As the first crescent slash was blocked by two of the hand demon's arms, the second crescent emerged. At the moment the second crescent severed the hand demon's neck, Izumi Toyo also grasped the hand that chased after its brother's shadow. I have always been here, dear brother. Two gentle smiles and voices intertwined in that final moment. As the last day of the trial drew to a close under the warm sunlight. How comforting. Brother, have you come to take me? Once I atone for my sins, we shall live together forever. I will wait for you, my foolish little brother. The moment the arm touched the sunlight, it disintegrated into dust, vanishing in Izumi's embrace. He smiled softly, knowing that after redeeming himself in hell, he would be reunited with his brother. How wonderful. The sunlight arrived. Izumi Toyo was the first to reach the base of the mountain. Many were injured, yet one by one, everyone descended from the mountain, seemingly having survived intact. Look, that is the boy. He saved us all. Indeed, who would have thought he would be so formidable at such a young age? He is bound to become one of the Hashira in the future. The swordsmen, now members of the Demon Slayer Corps, whispered among themselves. Kanem Kanroji, overhearing their conversation, smiled and stepped aside, revealing a display of ore. Please select the Gorilla Crimson ore you need, and someone will provide you with your Nichiren blade. Izumi Toyo was the first to choose 2 pieces of the Gorilla Crimson ore, handing them to the waiting, hiding, and nodding at Kanem Kanroji before descending the mountain. After all, his master and his 3 adorable junior disciples awaited him atop the misty mountains. Chapter 5. The Moon God Descends, Returning Home. As Izumi Toyo passed a small shop, he found himself in a rare quandary. What should he buy? Before him lay an array of exquisite trinkets. Blue was the color favored by Shinobu, but other hues seemed to suit her as well. Unbeknownst to him, as he prepared to purchase a gift for his little sister, a crowd of young maidens had gathered on the street, seemingly perusing items while occasionally casting glances in his direction. Especially as he watched the other person meticulously selecting trinkets at the girl's accessories stall, a twinge of envy stirred within him. Which fortunate girl could possibly hold the affections of such an attractive young man? Shopkeeper, I shall take all of these. Please assist me in finding a beautiful box to wrap them up, he requested with enthusiasm. And he appeared to be quite affluent as well. The money he possessed was given to him by Inshu just before his departure, as instructed by their master. Initially, he hesitated to accept it, but Inshu insisted it was merely an advance on his wages. After some contemplation, Izumi accepted the funds, thinking it would be a splendid opportunity to purchase gifts for his junior disciples and perhaps a couple of items for his master as well. Upon descending the mountain, he purchased various items for making omamori at the first shop he encountered. Each piece was meticulously embroidered by him, embodying the essence of a virtuous wife and mother, the moon goddess. Inside, he placed some dried wisteria flowers, although he believed that his junior disciples would undoubtedly grow in strength in the future. This token could serve as a charm, symbolizing goodwill. He also acquired several exquisite kimonos, ensuring his younger sister looked her absolute best, adorned beautifully. Among their master's disciples, she was the only girl, and her needs often went unaddressed. Initially, Izumi contemplated gifting each of his junior brothers a sword tassel, but after further reflection, he resolved to craft them himself. By infusing his creations with a portion of his spiritual energy, they might possess a unique significance in critical moments. He traversed the entire street of quaint shops, transforming his modest bundle into an assortment of packages of various sizes. Oh, and let us not forget their master's gifts. Today, Shinkan arose quite early. A few days prior, their master had received word that their senior brother had successfully passed his trials and would be returning shortly. As for her 2 junior brothers, Sabito and Ju, they had ventured up the mountain to practice before dawn, naturally, with their senior brother having succeeded. They would not fall behind. In fact, they had broken more wooden swords in the past 2 days than during their 2 years of training. She too shared the sentiment, eagerly anticipating her senior brother's return. Meanwhile, their awaited senior brother wandered aimlessly on the narrow misty mountain. Why was he so lost? He distinctly remembered that their master's wooden cabin lay in this direction. Indeed, Izumi was somewhat directionally challenged, although he could navigate to all his desired destinations by night. It did not guarantee he could do so by day. Thus, it was not in the preparation of Shinkan that he first encountered his senior brother, but rather during practice with Sabito and Ju. As Sabito engaged in basic drills and sensed someone approaching from behind, he instinctively swung his wooden sword, not realizing it was neither Ju nor their master. The surprise was immense. Brother. Upon recognizing him, Sabito exclaimed, dropping his wooden sword and rushing into Izumi's embrace. Ju, arriving a moment too late, merely smirked and found a suitable spot to wrap his arms around his senior brother's waist. Izumi raised his arms high, holding the gifts meant for these little rascals aloft to avoid colliding with them. I'm back, he declared, a surge of joy flooding his heart. Although he had gotten lost in a place he had called home for 4 years, momentarily dampening his spirits, seeing Sabito and Ju instantly lifted his mood. Shinkan opened the door, intending to fetch some water from the mountain, and was greeted by the sight of her two unreliable junior brothers, one on each side. Clinging to their senior brother's arms, grinning widely, their joy almost palpable. "How delightful," she remarked, feeling a twinge of annoyance, unaware of the somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Izumi noted Shinkan's wooden bucket and understood her intent. He deposited all the items he was carrying at the doorway and took the wooden bucket from Shinkan, turning to hand it to Sabito and Ju. "You two go fetch some water. Today, your brother will cook for you." "But brother, how can you cook after just returning?" Shinkan interjected, taking the items inside. She sought to prevent him from exerting himself, believing he needed rest after his journey. "Yes, brother. I'm going to make salmon and radish stew." Sabito and Ju chimed in eagerly. "Where's your sense of duty, you two?" Shinkan retorted. "You've been taking care of us while I've been gone. Haven to you?" Izumi smiled and affectionately ruffled Shinkan's hair, her raven-like lashes fluttering as her eyes sparkled with joy, causing her cheeks to flush red as she looked down shyly. "It's not just me. Master has been looking after us too." Izumi didn't believe that for a second. Their master could barely take care of himself, let alone ensure that the little rascals didn't starve. When Rintaku pushed the door open, he sensed a shift in the household atmosphere, now more vibrant than before. Even before entering, he heard the cheerful laughter and chatter of the children, confirming that his disciples had returned. "Master back?" Izumi's eyes immediately found Rintaku as he rushed to assist him onto the tatami mat. He then began to unpack, revealing one exquisite wooden box after another. He pushed 3 boxes toward Shinkan, and then presented the gifts he had prepared for their master and junior brothers. As Shinkan opened the first box, she was greeted by a delightful array of exquisite accessories in various styles and colors. "Brother?" Izumi, taking a sip from his teacup, recalled that he had initially chosen some blue items because of Shinkan's fondness for the color, but later decided that other hues suited her just as well. Among the treasures, he extracted a hairpin adorned with a ruby, the end fashioned into delicate blossoms, particularly striking against the vibrant red gemstone. It seemed perfect for festival occasions or leisurely outings. He also found an intricately crafted rabbit-shaped hair clip, charming in its simplicity and practicality, ensuring it wouldn't hinder her combat abilities. After much deliberation, he believed each piece was well suited for Shinkan. He thought of her as a girl. Even within the Demon Slayer Corps, it was entirely normal for one to wish to embellish themselves, so he purchased them all. "Oh, and please open that larger box," he suddenly urged with renewed enthusiasm. Shinkan nodded and opened the larger wooden box, gasping at its contents. Inside lay a set of 12 garments that appeared custom-made, deviating from traditional colors of red, purple, and gold. Instead, they were predominantly blue with white wave patterns, and faint purple crescent motifs could be discerned along the sleeves. As the sunlight in the room shifted, the designs revealed themselves in varying degrees of clarity, creating a unique allure. "Brother, this is..." Shinkan's eyes widened as she gazed at Izumi. "Perfect for large gatherings in the future. Our Shinkan will undoubtedly be the most stunning one," he declared confidently, as she caressed the exquisite garments with admiration. Sabito and Ju exchanged glances, unwrapping their own boxes, which contained a selection of clothing and hair ties in various styles. Similar to what Rintaku received, only one box remained unopened before them. Inside was a meticulously crafted omamori and a sword tassel. Although the waves are all blue, their patterns differ, and in the lower right corner, each bears its owner's name embroidered upon it. "This is something I crafted myself, albeit somewhat rudimentary." The onlookers gazed down at the exquisite omamori and tassels in their hands, each stitch meticulously executed without any apparent flaws. The white wave patterns were stitched with silver thread, so tightly knit that it was nearly indistinguishable as embroidery. It surpassed the wares sold in quaint shops and was far more refined than those acquired from temples. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding regarding the term rudimentary. Winter's son, possessing the wisdom to remain silent, refrained from uttering anything that might incite resentment. Even his younger disciple could not rival him in this regard. It would be more pleasant to divert the conversation towards dining together as a family rather than dwelling on the outside world. Chapter 6. The Moon God, Online Child Retrieval. On the very night of Izumi Fuyō's return, a swordsmith arrived, donning an eccentric mask. It appeared that Master Kanroji was somewhat familiar with him. "Breath of the Moon? Such a rare technique," he exclaimed. "Quick, draw your sword, so I may behold its hue." The somewhat diminutive swordsmith spoke with evident enthusiasm, though Izumi could not fathom why he seemed so impatient. Silently, he withdrew his sword from its sheath. From the blade's profile, it appeared slender, the juncture of the hilt and blade devoid of inscriptions but adorned with subtle lunar motifs. Infusing his power into the blade, its surface transformed into a shimmering silver, radiating a soft glow, almost as if it possessed its own luminescent charm. Makomo scrutinized the sword in Izumi's grasp with keen interest. Evidently, The swordsmith had paid great attention to detail. The craftsmanship was exceptionally refined, resembling not a weapon for slaying demons, but rather one intended for blessings. Nonetheless, such a blade seemed quite fitting for her elder brother. "Your sword is stunning," exclaimed Sabito, the first to voice admiration. "I've heard that the color of a sword relates to its wielder's breathing technique. I believe my future sword will be equally beautiful." Iyong nodded in agreement. "I think blue would be even more striking. Given that both of you utilize water breathing, I imagine your swords will be blue as well. If you obtain your blades, do remember to show them to your brother at the first opportunity." Izumi paused, glancing at Makomo. But shouldn't Makomo participate in the trials first? It appears she will acquire her sword before the rest of us. Though Makomo does not employ water breathing, I find myself intrigued by what her weapon will be like. Makomo smiled gently at the two somewhat oblivious boys. A demon-slaying sword is effective enough, it need not be beautiful. After all, big sisters like you two are not exactly delicate. Kanroji, inexplicably understanding Makomo's smile, nodded in agreement. The following morning, as dawn broke, his crow arrived to summon him. "Southeast. A demon has been sighted. Please depart promptly." Unlike other crows, this one was notably polite and quiet. He wondered how the crows were assigned. The few he had encountered seemed to mirror their owners' personalities. "Brother, you have a mission so soon," Makomo remarked. Her expression tinged with melancholy as she watched Izumi preen the crow's feathers, offering a few seeds. "We must leave as soon as possible. Perhaps we can save someone in time. Once you, Sabito, and Iyong pass your trials, life may become a tad easier for me. I shall return to prepare a feast for you all." Izumi's haori shimmered in silver and blue, and he gathered his hair, releasing it from the confines of his garment to cascade down his back. Makomo gently smoothed his hair with her hands before finding a wooden comb to style it. Izumi's hair was of fine quality, and the comb glided through effortlessly. The tailor responsible for crafting his uniform insisted on showcasing his long legs, tailoring the pants rather snugly. Initially, the fit was even more exaggerated, but a fellow demon slayer had threatened the tailor with a sword to rectify the situation. He had assumed that the demon slayer uniforms were designed that way. Fortunately, with assistance from others, he would not feel embarrassed to wear the garments once completed, though Sabito and Iyong seemed somewhat disappointed. Later, he found himself on the receiving end of Makomo's reprimand. Was his younger sister evolving in ways he could not perceive? It felt as if upon his return, she had grown more tempestuous. With a sigh, Izumi hoped that by their next encounter, his younger disciples would be more mature. To spare them the pain of parting, he set off early that morning. No matter how reluctant he felt, he had his own duties to fulfill. He hoped to reunite with his sister soon. She would surely adore them. On a day 2 months later, a fellow demon slayer remarked, "Izumi-kun is truly remarkable. He has advanced 2 ranks in just over 2 months." Watching Izumi's fluid movements, admiration practically radiated from their eyes. This Izumi not only attracted the affection of children and women, but also garnered the attention of demons, capable of slaying 1 per day without needing the crow's guidance. Occasionally, he would even work through the night without rest. Moreover, when seeking information, he found it remarkably straightforward. From 5-year-old girls to octogenarians, everyone answered him without hesitation. A stark contrast to their usual reticence. The most amusing instance occurred when a small boy, undeterred by the fierce gaze of the female demon slayers, tugged at Izumi's sleeve and asked, "Big brother, will you marry me when I grow up?" Izumi chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. "We'll talk about that when you grow up." Often surrounded by children, Izumi's bag brimmed with sweets, a personal indulgence he relished. Sweets were undoubtedly the greatest invention of humankind, bar none. During battles, he exhibited no signs of fatigue, and those who fought alongside him emerged unscathed, not even a scratch to show. Regrettably, their paths diverged at the next intersection, and the expressions of the female demon slayers grew somber. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Wishing you all great fortune in battle." Izumi smiled at them as he departed, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon him, enhancing his ethereal presence. It was peculiar. While there were indeed attractive women within the demon slayer ranks, Izumi treated each one with gentlemanly decorum, his gaze not that of a man admiring a woman, but rather akin to observing a young girl. Despite the majority of the girls in the group being older than him, this demeanor seemed to kindle a nurturing instinct among the female slayers, who regarded him as a cherished younger brother. After bidding farewell, he followed the direction indicated by the crow. The cool evening breeze brushed against his face, a refreshing sensation. Izumi squinted against the twilight as darkness enveloped the land. The hour of demon activity approaching. "Where shall I rest tonight? Mommy? Mommy? Huh? A child? Is it not far too late for a child to be out?" Following the voice, Izumi spotted a small child, seemingly ordinary yet with striking white hair, appearing quite distressed. "Mommy? Was he searching for his mother? Wait a moment. Huh? Did you call me?" Nodding, Izumi observed as the sun dipped below the horizon, many homes beginning to light their lamps. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Are you looking for your mother? However, the night has grown late, and it is perilous for you to be out alone at such an hour. Yet my mother has yet to return," causing the child to hesitate. Izumi stood up. "Then I shall accompany you in your search." Presumably, due to the strikingly handsome appearance of Fuyuki, he did not seem like a nefarious individual, prompting the child to nod in agreement. Chapter 7. The Moon God, Online Adoption. "Is it Shinya Nakushi? What a melodious name. I am Fuyuki Izumi." Fuyuki grasped Nakushi Shinya's small hand, suddenly reminded of Kaijiro Rengoku. Although he had entrusted Tengen with sweets for Rengoku, the relentless demon slaying had precluded a visit. Indeed, it seemed more appropriate to apologize in person next time. "Is the sword you wield truly a real sword?" Fuyuki blinked, aware that few adults would believe such a statement, yet children possess an unwavering faith. He found himself increasingly enamored with the human world. "By the way, Shinya, have you ever heard the tales your mother tells? If a child ventures out at night, they may be slain by demons, and my sword exists for the purpose of vanquishing those very demons. Thus, I can protect you, little Shinya," Fuyuki explained. Speaking of Shinya, the name felt oddly familiar. Had he encountered it somewhere before? Observing Shinya closely, Fuyuki realized he had never seen him before. He appeared to be of similar age to Ju and the others. Having spent the years on the mountain training, he had little interaction with other children. Where then? Had he heard this name? Wow. Nakushi Shinya's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can kill demons. Are you a god?" Fuyuki Izumi snapped back to reality, retrieving candies from his pocket and placing them in Shinya's small hand. Under the child's sparkling gaze, he tilted his head. "I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. But if little Shinya perceives me as a deity, then so be it." Fuyuki knelt down, playfully brushing his fingers against Nakushi Shinya's nose. It was already quite late. Perhaps Shinya's mother had returned home. "It seems that tonight, little Shinya will be adopting his god," Fuyuki remarked, a hint of distress in his tone. As he made a comical expression to amuse the child, smiling down at Shinya, the little one excitedly tugged at Fuyuki's clothing. Utterly absorbed in the notion that he had been entrusted with such a significant task by a deity, he had completely embraced Fuyuki's words as truth. "Hey, if the god comes to visit my home, you must meet my younger siblings. They are all super cute and incredibly well-behaved." Shinya enthusiastically shared details about his family with Fuyuki, his cheeks flushed with excitement, even waving his little hands in delight. Fuyuki nodded with a smile. "I eagerly anticipate it." However, as they drew nearer to Nakushi Shinya's home, Fuyuki's heart grew increasingly uneasy. As a deity, his intuition was remarkably astute, even bordering on prescient. Especially when they were still a street away from Shinya's residence, he caught the scent of blood wafting from a nearby alley, indicating that at least 3 or 4 lives had been sacrificed. It was a demon. Sensing something amiss from Fuyuki's expression, Shinya ceased his playful demeanor. The brother who had once been so cheerful now wore a grave expression, his brows knitted in concern. A profound sense of dread enveloped Nakushi Shinya, causing him to release Fuyuki's hand and dash towards his home before Fuyuki could react. Wait. Initially, Fuyuki had considered hiding Shinya, planning to assess the situation before deciding their next course of action, but before he could gather his thoughts, Shinya had already bolted away. "Brother." Hearing Nakushi Shinya's incredulous cry, Fuyuki's heart sank. Before he could comprehend the situation within the courtyard, a woman suddenly lunged from the house. Her sharp claws fiercely gripping Nakushi Shinya's throat, the force enough to leave a child gasping for air. "Mother?" Nakushi Shinya clutched the woman's wrist tightly, but upon recognizing her, he was momentarily paralyzed with shock. This was the mother he had always remembered as gentle and loving. "Mother, wake up. It's me, Shinya." The overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloped Shinya, tears of pain streaming from his eyes. In his blurred vision, he caught sight of his siblings fallen in a pool of blood. Those children seemed unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded, their expressions frozen in the last moment of joy upon seeing their mother return. Fuyuki had paused, struck by Shinya's address to the woman, but witnessing the child's struggle, he resolved to subdue the woman first. His sword drawn, he hesitated, unable to ignore the plea reflected in Shinya's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he sheathed his blade and delivered a swift kick to the woman, sending her crashing against a tree. Yet the blow was insufficient to harm her, as she merely hunched over, her veins bulging grotesquely. From a distance, Nakushi Shinya could see his mother clearly. As a newly transformed demon, she was unable to retain control of her faculties. Her sharp fangs and bloodied mouth bore witness to her insatiable hunger. Yet it was clear that she had not fed enough. That was the blood of his younger brother. "Why can't I move? Why? Just moments ago, mother was fine. But where is Jinya? Why was he not among the fallen?" Fuyuki abandoned the notion of battling the woman with his sword. He was acutely aware that even with his agility, he could not vanquish her without his weapon. Madam, please wake up, Shinya called out. And in that moment of paralyzing fear, the woman's attacks intensified, her claws narrowly missing Fuyuki several times. Unlike the other newly transformed demons, this woman was rendered more savage by her consumption of human flesh. After each failed strike at Fuyuki, her eyes turned an alarming crimson. Fuyuki found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to wield his sword effectively, in a moment of distraction, the weapon slipped from his grasp and landed before Nakushi Shinya. In a rush of desperation, he could only manage to steady the scabbard. Fuyuki, now in a precarious position, rolled on the ground, bracing the scabbard against the woman's fangs as she lunged at him. Please, save my child. The distance between the woman's fangs and Fuyuki's neck was perilously narrow, and he knew he could not allow himself to lose focus. Yet, he beheld the woman who was the mother of 7 children. She was not exceptionally beautiful, but there was an elegance to her, her long, lustrous hair adorned with a few flowers, her beauty preserved in the final moments of her life. Standing not far from him, she gazed sorrowfully at her child, who stood frozen in fear, illuminated by the cold moonlight. She could not bear to look upon the tragic scene of her children lying in pools of blood. Please, kill me. Save my children. Tears streamed down her cheeks, misting her once clear eyes. The woman appeared to wish to approach him, yet she was unable to move. Fuyuki caught a glimpse of her life, understanding the struggles she had endured. After the death of her husband, a woman struggled to raise 7 children. Although their lives were not particularly affluent, they always felt a profound sense of happiness and fulfillment. Her children were exceptionally considerate, assisting her with tasks within their capabilities. Her eldest child, Shinazugawa Sanemi, despite his fierce appearance, was remarkably filial. The youngest, Shinazugawa Jinya, adored his elder brother. As a mother, she cherished her children deeply, hoping that the 2 she still had with her could live happy and healthy lives. However, fate often takes unexpected turns. And who could have foreseen her encounter with the malevolent spirit that could turn the living into the dead? Brother? The voice seemed to emanate from the alleyway. And not only did the winter sun cast its gaze there, but the ghostly woman and Shinazugawa Sanemi also turned to see a child, shock etched across his face. Shinazugawa Jinya stood behind his elder brother. The pervasive scent of blood and the woman's sharp fangs seemed to whisper a cruel truth to the little boy. Mom, what are you doing? His innocent question appeared to trigger an unknown mechanism, transforming the once silent and foreboding atmosphere in an instant. The ghost rose, seemingly choosing to abandon her pursuit of Izumi Fuyō and instead lunged towards the 2 children, drawn to the vibrant essence of Shinazugawa Jinya's blood. The look of astonishment on Jinya's face had yet to fade. It was only then that Sanemi reacted, drawing his blade and plunging it into the ghost's back, pinning her against the wall. The wound inflicted upon her elicited a primal roar of anguish, a sound that was far removed from humanity. Yet gradually, her howl subsided. However, Izumi sensed something amiss. Logically, since the ghost had not sustained a fatal blow, she should not be dead. Murderer, you killed Mom. But Shinazugawa Jinya, caught in a tempest of rage, shouted at Sanemi in a fit of indiscriminate fury, before rushing towards the ghost in a desperate attempt to awaken their mother. Don't go, Jinya. But it was too late. The ghost struggled and seized Jinya by the throat. No, she is not Mom. Jinya was held captive. In a critical moment, Izumi, moving with alacrity, withdrew the blade from her body, and as he did, a torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering across his face. Without pausing, he swung the blade towards the ghost's neck and swiftly caught the collapsing Shinazugawa Jinya in his arms. Thank you, my child, I entrust you with him. The woman, who had stood not far away, vanished, casting one last glance at the unconscious Jinya and the hesitant Sanemi before bowing to Izumi. The woman's spirit, along with her now spectral form, dissipated into the air. Sanemi had intended to check on his brother, but he couldn't help but recall Jinya's earlier words. The murderer is me, I killed Mom. He covered his face with his hands. Sanemi was utterly at a loss. His brother's words echoed in his mind like a curse, and once Jinya succumbed to unconsciousness, he could no longer suppress the bitterness in his heart. However, if Jinya were to harbor hatred for him, using that animosity as motivation to survive, before he could contemplate further, a warm embrace enveloped him. You can cry, Sanemi. No one will blame you, not even Jinya. He is still young. Once he understands, he'll realize you only wanted what was best for him. You are still just a child, Sanemi, and children have the right to cry. These words seemed to shatter the dam of pent-up grievances and pain within him. He bit his lip tightly, instinctively curling up in Izumi's embrace, seeking solace like a frightened animal. Tears soaked Izumi's chest, resembling a desperate child who had finally found an adult to confide in. What should I do? Sanemi murmured. Izumi did not respond verbally, but instead gently ruffled the spiky hair atop Sanemi's head with his free hand. After a while, the boy's tears subsided. And as he lifted his gaze, he felt a soft, reassuring kiss placed on his forehead by Izumi. I am here for you, little Sanemi. If you are uncertain, feel free to ask me. Whether you seek vengeance and wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps, or desire a peaceful life, I can assist you. But for now, shall we lay your family to rest? Unbeknownst to them, the sun had stealthily risen to the mountaintop, and the town began to bustle once more. Oblivious to the tragedy that had unfolded in the small courtyard the previous night, Sanemi and Izumi procured 2 shovels from the yard, digging several graves beneath a large tree to inter the 5 children, while their mother had long since turned to ashes, carried away by the wind. Izumi gathered some wooden planks, etching the names of Sanemi's siblings upon them. He believed that the 5 children would reunite with their mother in the afterlife, and they would continue to watch over Shinazugawa Jinya and Shinazugawa Sanemi. Let us visit them when we have time, Izumi said, taking Sanemi's hand while cradling Jinya in his other arm. All right, I will find someone to adopt Jinya. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps? I think your breathing technique may not align with the water breathing style, but I will find a dedicated instructor to nurture your abilities. Sanemi discreetly glanced up at the hands they held, then at Izumi's profile in the sunlight. This man was his divine protector, the only deity he revered. Chapter 8. The Moon God Visits Online. Last night, he received a letter from his master. The wind-breathing instructor was willing to take Shinazugawa Sanemi as a disciple. After leaving Shinazugawa Jinya with a family he had previously rescued, he had not seen Jinya again, and the path ahead was solely in Jinya's hands. However, Sanemi followed closely behind him, and he had to admit that he had not anticipated the child's remarkable talent. After merely learning the basics, he was able to discern his own path. They sat atop a tree, while below, Sanemi sat cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, beginning to feel out the breathing technique that suited him. At first, he presumed it would take 2 or 3 days, yet unexpectedly, by the afternoon, he had formed his own ideas. It appeared he had made a wise choice. He was indeed suited to the wind-breathing style. If he remembered correctly, the last time the flame Hashira had responded, he mentioned that Rengoku Kaijiro had also mastered a breathing technique, specifically the flame-breathing style, and had expressed gratitude in his letter. Yet he felt he had done nothing. It was all the effort of those children. Izumi Doyo stared with bewildered eyes, then fell into contemplation. When he had previously written to inform his master of this development, his master had been equally astonished. Izumi Doyo silently opened the curtain, allowing a few rays of sunlight to stream in. While it's impressive, little Sanemi clearly does not understand the balance between work and rest. A sliver of sunlight filtered through the curtain, landing on Shinazugawa Sanemi's blanket. He had yet to rise, having trained too late the previous night. From initially struggling through sleepless nights, he had now reached the point of being able to fall asleep independently, which was undoubtedly a commendable beginning. Transforming this hatred into one's own strength may seem somewhat radical. Today, the sun shines brightly once again. Each time I behold the blazing sun outside, not only does it uplift my spirits, but it also evokes memories of my sister's words about allowing Musen to bask in the sunlight. They reside on the 2nd floor, and thus, upon opening the window, one can observe the bustling crowd below. Many families have already begun their cooking. Wisps of translucent white smoke rise from chimneys of various sizes atop the rooftops. If only the nights could be this tranquil as well. Yet, it is evident that such a wish is unattainable. To be frank, my sentiments towards these demons remain somewhat nuanced even now. After all, I have never truly experienced the despair of losing a loved one. My decision to battle the demons stems, on one hand, from a desire to repay the kindness of my mentor, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who once took me in, and on the other hand, from a quest to find my sister. I meticulously arranged my exceptionally long blue hair. Gazing into the bronze mirror, I noticed the gentle curve of my lips, suggesting a demeanor that is amiable and agreeable, truly befitting of a deity. Elevated and compassionate, I ought to embody benevolence towards all. However, since I pledged to assist the children atop Mt. Kagamiyama, I feel increasingly distant from the essence of divinity. When did this transformation begin for me? Initially, it was to express gratitude to my mentor, followed by a response to the expectations of my junior disciples. This evolution seems rather inexplicable, yet it feels strangely agreeable. I smiled at my reflection in the mirror, ensuring my attire was appropriate before I strolled over to the bedside of Mitsuri Kanroji. Little Mitsuri is awake. Today, we shall visit your teacher. After months of companionship, Mitsuri and I have grown increasingly in sync. Initially, she wished to accompany me in my studies, but I informed her that my breathing techniques were not suitable for her. In her pursuit of strength, she felt compelled to seek out the wind Hashira's mentor. Though she hesitated to admit it, she secretly harbored resentment towards me. Previously, she was the eldest in her family, always caring for her younger siblings, and had never experienced the feeling of being cared for herself. Even her mother simply smiled and tousled her hair, proclaiming that Mitsuri had matured into a commendable older sister. Yet, at times, she did not wish to solely embody that role. Ever since the day I embraced her to offer comfort during our training sessions, she couldn't help but wonder if I was indulging her. It seemed I had never displayed impatience towards her. Occasionally, when our training or other matters delayed our return, we would find ourselves sleeping outdoors. I would gaze at the moon, and from my seemingly vacant eyes, one could hardly discern my thoughts, or perhaps I was not contemplating anything at all. The moonlight cascaded upon my figure, complementing Mitsuri's ethereal blue hair and those captivating blue eyes that drew one in. It evoked a sense of imminent disappearance. Mitsuri, unable to resist, would create little disturbances to garner my attention, such as pulling me into a cold spring. Following that, while I remained unscathed, she fell ill with a fever for several days, incensing me to the point of gritted teeth. Yet, witnessing her in a daze, unable to recognize her surroundings, compelled me to brew medicine for her. Typically averse to chattering, those days I found myself lecturing her for hours. It was then that Mitsuri began to perceive me as more genuine. Unbeknownst to me, Mitsuri's thoughts dwelled on her own insecurities. I was on the verge of knocking on the door of the wind Hashira's mentor when it swung open with tremendous force. I glanced down to find an elderly man with numerous scars on his exposed skin, clearly someone of reckless disposition. I blinked, suddenly regretting my decision to entrust Mitsuri to this old man, fearing that her demeanor might become akin to his. The old man scrutinized us both, as if assessing merchandise, before nodding in satisfaction, seizing Mitsuri's hand, and pulling her inside with a resounding thud as he shut the door, effectively leaving me outside. The door brushed against my nose as it closed. Had I taken another step forward, it would have undoubtedly struck my face. Thankfully, my reflexes were swift, and sensing the old man's action, I retreated just in time. From within, the old man's voice echoed, instructing me that once I had delivered her, I could depart. I gazed at the wooden door for an extended moment before deciding against kicking it down. I shouted through the door, urging Mitsuri to heed her teacher's instructions and assuring her that I would write to her whenever I had the chance, promising to bring her sweets upon our next meeting. Moments later, I heard her muffled voice from the other side of the door. I understand, you irritating brother. Stop treating me like a child. I clicked my tongue in exasperation and, in a bewildered tone reminiscent of a nagging mother, lamented. My little sister has grown up and is no longer to be kept close. As if I had ever truly kept her close. Chapter 9. In the Realm of the Moon God, Writing a Letter. As I spread the paper before me and lifted my pen, Winter Sun contemplated the mundane and uneventful nature of his recent experiences, unsure of what to convey. Yet, once he ceased writing, he discovered he had filled several pages with his thoughts. To Kaijiro Rengoku. Recently, I heard from Lord Rengoku that you have mastered the fundamentals of breathing techniques. Indeed, you are remarkable, Kaijiro. Before long, you shall participate in the trials and become a true member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I sincerely apologize for not visiting you after the trials. Today, while passing by a mystical mountain, the sun was partially obscured by its peak. The halo of light reminded me of your hair. It was strikingly similar. Even more fortuitously, I encountered a delightful owl in the mountains. An owl named Kaijiro. How charming that sounds. I have heard that you are exceptionally diligent, striving to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but remember to balance work and rest. Overexertion during training could lead to adverse effects. Today, while passing a swordsmith's shop, I spotted a beautifully crafted handguard and have asked you to deliver it to you. I hope you appreciate it upon receiving it. You inquired about my whereabouts, but I confess I am unaware of the name of this quaint town. Its geographical location is intriguing, nestled between two grand mountains, where the residents have always been self-sufficient and possess a wholesome spirit. Luckily, it seems that demons have never appeared here. At night, I stayed with a farmer's family, and upon waking the next morning, I discovered the entire town shrouded in a delicate mist, creating a dreamlike ambience. The sunlight cascading upon the trees in the little courtyard and the rooftops was truly enchanting. The villagers rely on mountain spring water, which flows from a narrow crevice high above and meanders down to the valley. The spring water is refreshingly cool, and I found it quite delightful. Perhaps indulging a bit too much, as I later experienced a slight stomachache. I found myself subjected to the incessant chatter of the village children for several hours. Even being pinned down on my bed and compelled to drink several bowls of ginger soup, the taste of which has rendered me unwilling to ever partake of it again. However, I must admit that such a life possesses its own charm. I often ponder that if one day I were to cease my duties with the Demon Slayer Corps, I might seek out a quaint village like this one to assume the role of a nurturing master. Lastly, please extend my warm regards to Lord Rengoku and his esteemed wife. Sincerely, Master Shinazugawa. Do you still remember the mask you gifted me during my last trial? I have kept it secured at my waist, Yet during my recent encounter with a particularly fearsome demon wielding a unique blood technique, that demon, fierce and menacing, managed to scratch my beloved mask, leaving a mark upon it. In a fit of indignation, I subdued the demon, watching it dissolve into tears under the sunlight. I attempted to mend the mask myself, but alas, my efforts were in vain, and the local shops informed me that it was beyond repair. When I return, I shall have to trouble you with this matter, for I know you would not permit me to be vexed. As for the curse afflicting our esteemed master, I successfully eradicated a significant portion of it last time. Though remnants remain, I am confident that with another 2 or 3 attempts, I shall be able to fully dispel it. My previous haste was regrettable, but I believe I shall be more patient this time. I am considering a visit next year, provided time allows. My daytime travels are entirely reliant on my companion, the crow. During my last errand, when I was unable to go out in the daylight, I circled the mountain for 3 entire days without finding an exit, eventually giving up and waiting for the crow to find me. As for my sister, I still have not received any news of her, but I am certain that with her temperament, it is she who creates trouble for others rather than being troubled herself. I also wonder about Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Ju. Upon contemplation, I have decided against writing to them this time, as I would not want to hinder their training. However, I have brought them some curiosities I encountered on my journey. Please convey to them that I am eagerly anticipating their return from the trial to assist me. Finally, I wish you good health. Should any matters arise, it would be prudent to leave them in the capable hands of Zenitsu and the others, rather than burdening yourself. As for Shinazugawa Sanemi, he deliberated long and hard, but ultimately refrained from writing to you, though he did send along some items. He even crafted an omamori for Sanemi during his spare moments. The esteemed master of the crow mentioned that he has been training diligently, and given the critical nature of this time, it would be unwise to disturb him with letters. After handing over the envelope and the items to the crow, Izumi rolled up his sleeves to prepare dinner. In the household where he resides, there is but one woman and her 2 children, the woman in frail health. While he was taken in by the 2 children, he does not know the woman's name. Only the names of the boys, one named Takeda Yuikaru and the other Takeda Muichiru. The twins are strikingly similar, sharing gradient hair and those captivating, clear eyes. It is often difficult for others, even the villagers who have developed bonds with the boys, to distinguish between them. Yet, for Izumi, it is an effortless task to discern the differences between the elder brother and the younger. The elder, Takeda Yuikaru, is a remarkably responsible child, taking it upon himself to manage both the trivial and significant matters of the household. He appears quite astute. Yet, perhaps due to the weight of caring for his family at such a tender age, he harbors a strong sense of vigilance. It is indeed remarkable that he agreed to allow me to stay with them. The younger brother, Takeda Muichiru, is shy, exceedingly observant, and quite perceptive, being the first to notice the peculiarities surrounding him. That day, the demon they faced was extraordinarily strange. It possessed formidable strength, yet had not harmed the villagers, instead fixating obsessively upon him. Though he ultimately vanquished the demon, he sustained injuries and even damaged the mask gifted by the master. However, those wounds, while appearing alarming, are not serious, and with his healing abilities, he will be lively again by morning. Understanding their situation, Izumi chose to linger a few more days in their company, despite the watchful eyes of the brothers, who doubt his capability for labor. Though he has practiced with the sword for an extended period, he bears not a single callus upon his hands, a testament to his divine healing abilities as the moon god. Fortunately, Izumi's culinary skills in preparing radishes with sauce are quite commendable, allowing him to stay under the guise of contributing to the household, even taking on demon-slaying tasks in the vicinity of the quaint town. Moreover, his nocturnal nature proves advantageous, as he finds himself more invigorated during the night, completing tasks and, when time permits, hunting in the mountains to procure wild game to enhance their meals. During the day, he crafts small trinkets to exchange for a bit of coin in the town. The wages from the Demon Slayer Corps are substantial, as they are earned through perilous endeavors. Yet the brothers would undoubtedly refuse any form of compensation. Thus, Izumi resorts to this method to provide a modicum of assistance. "Brother, we have returned," Takaharu announced as he entered the courtyard, leaning the firewood he had gathered against the wall and relieving his younger brother of his burden. "Returned, have you? I have just finished brewing the medicine. Assist your mother in taking it. Then wash your hands and join me for dinner," Izumi called from the table. Not turning back as he addressed the 2 brothers, he had endeavored to prolong the time before their mother's passing. After all, even as a deity, he cannot arbitrarily alter the lifespan of mortals, and such ailments are the result of years of accumulation. His treatment was merely a temporary measure, not a true cure. Yet, he did not divulge this to the Takadu brothers, for to them, the present joy of their lives is the greatest blessing. With the presence of the elder brother, the household is filled with laughter and cheer, even eliciting more smiles from the usually stoic Yuikaru. That night, Izumi coaxed the two brothers to sleep, with Muichiro clinging to him for stories, while Yuikaru scoffed at the notion of bedtime tales. Yet, whenever Izumi began to narrate, Yuikaru would perk up, listening intently. Izumi refrained from exposing this little secret, merely tucking the brothers' blankets more snugly, as he recounted the gossip and tales of love and rivalry among the celestial beings. He had never paid much attention to such matters, yet he could not escape the influence of his gossipy sister. Chapter 10. I am the Moon God, logging online. The Takadu family survives by lumbering. However, when Muichiro was merely 10 years old, their father perished tragically, falling off a cliff while gathering herbs during a storm in an attempt to heal their ailing mother, leaving him with only his twin brother Yuikaru and their mother, who suffers from pneumonia. In the past, whenever their mother coughed, it was always a violent affair, sending the brothers into a panic, fearing she might cough up blood again. Over the past few months, under Izumi's care, their mother has shown significant improvement. Izumi finds it difficult to part from these two brothers and, in a moment of helplessness, confided in the master. However, the master said nothing, only mentioning in his letter that the Takatu brothers might be descendants of a noble lineage. In recent days, Muzan and the other 12 Kazuki have not made any significant moves, thus he has not spoken out against Izumi's actions. The demons he has slain during this time would suffice for him to ascend to the rank of an A-class member. If he were to slay any of the 12 Kazuki in the future, he could attain the status of one of the Hashira. Izumi gently placed his hand upon the slender wrist of his lady, who, due to the lack of adequate medical treatment, appeared exceedingly frail and delicate, as if he could effortlessly snap her porcelain wrist with the lightest pressure. The woman's complexion was pallid, and the winter sun's warmth seemed to circulate around her weakened body. She may not survive the night. The two brothers discerned the gravity of the situation from Dongyang's expression, standing guard on either side of their mother. The woman struggled to open her eyes. Upon doing so, her gaze fell first upon Izumi Dongyang, and then shifted to her two sons by her bedside. Her breaths grew labored, each slight movement seeming to require immense effort, yet her eyes were filled solely with affection as they rested upon her sons. She tilted her head back to gaze at the ceiling, acknowledging that Izumi-kun was a good child, and with a cough, she remarked on the character of her son, Wonin, who, though sharp-tongued, had a heart of gold. Coughing violently, it seemed as though she might expel her very lungs, yet she persevered, for she understood that if certain words were not spoken now, they might never find their voice again. Wonin struggled to articulate his thoughts, burdened by concern for his brother, imploring Izumi to look after him. Mentioning her children seemed to rekindle her strength, as she fixed her gaze intently on Izumi Dongyang. He nodded in acknowledgement, inclined his head, and quietly exited the room, choosing to leave the remaining moments for the two brothers. After closing the door, Dongyang felt a pang of helplessness, while the muffled sounds of the brothers' quiet sobs drifted from within. He stared blankly at his own palm, contemplating the inevitability of life and death, a cycle from which no one could escape. The complexity of his emotions was ineffable. The circumstances of the Shido brothers differed from those of the Nishikawa brothers, for he would fulfill a mother's wish by providing a nurturing environment for the siblings to thrive. The sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the onset of night. Yet Izumi Dongyang did not prepare a meal, sensing that none would possess the appetite to eat. He opened the door, allowing the moonlight to spill into the room, and cautiously pushed open the door to Shido's mother's chamber. The brothers' tear-streaked faces were a stark contrast to the lifeless form of the woman, whose emaciated hand clutched the hands of Wonin and Yuikaru tightly together. Yuikaru was a good child, despite often belittling Wonin's perceived inadequacies, for he cared deeply for his brother, albeit in a manner that was not always appropriately expressive. Izumi laid the woman's hand gently upon her chest before carrying Wonin and Yuikaru to another room. He tucked them in snugly, using a clean, damp cloth to wipe away the traces of their tears before quietly exiting. The question of where to inter the deceased remained. After much contemplation, he resolved to lay her to rest in the serene hillside behind their home, a place of tranquil beauty that would allow her to overlook her family. Under the moon's gentle glow, Izumi traversed the woods with the woman's body cradled in his arms, grateful for the cover of night. For by day he might have struggled to find a suitable location. If his memory served him correctly, there was a clearing in the hillside that blossomed with vibrant flowers in the spring and summer, where water cascaded from above, a fitting resting place for one departed. Years of burying those who had perished due to malevolent spirits had rendered him adept at digging graves, and soon he had excavated a sufficiently deep pit for interment. With a gentle motion, he cradled the woman's form and placed her within the grave, commencing the solemn task of covering her with earth. When had he become so practiced in this grim endeavor? Even the act of crafting a headstone seemed to come easily to him. He inscribed her name upon a wooden plank, pausing to reflect upon it. Perhaps it was best to return before dawn, for he still owed it to the brothers to prepare their breakfast. Death was a concept Izumi had never contemplated deeply. He had even forgotten that he, too, possessed a mortal body. Should a spirit inflict harm upon him, he would be susceptible to death as well. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, and Izumi paused in his descent. He had always considered death to be a natural occurrence, for life was cyclical, and no one could evade it. Yet what of his family, his loved ones, those who cared for him? Each time the sun god descended to the mortal realm, he would rush back to the moon goddess's palace, resting his chin upon his hands while sipping her tea, sharing tales of his earthly experiences. He delighted in recounting delectable foods, breathtaking vistas, and amusing events, carefully sidestepping discussions of those he had encountered during his journeys. He understood that with each return, the sun god would distance himself emotionally, lest it cloud his judgment. Each soul he had come to know in this world fought valiantly to survive. Even those malevolent spirits that devoured the living. Birds chirped in the branches above, striving to contain their excess emotions. Upon finding his sister, he would return, resolutely determined not to linger any longer in this sorrowful place. Shido Yuikaru was awakened by the sound of wood being chopped outside, accompanied by the faint aroma of food wafting in from beyond the room. Blinking in confusion, he found himself tightly enveloped by Wonin's embrace, rendering him unable to rise momentarily. Wonin was awake. Yuikaru nudged his brother at his side, pulling the blankets off before folding them neatly and placing them in the corner. Rubbing his eyes, still in a daze, he knelt on the tatami mat, soon hearing the rhythmic sound of chopping wood outside. Since Izumi Donyang had come to their home, he had undertaken numerous meticulous tasks, cooking, tidying, and mending their clothing, but he had never chopped wood. To be precise, Izumi did not appear to be the type suited for such labor. When Yuikaru opened the door, the blinding sunlight struck his eyes, causing him discomfort as he squinted. Against the light, he spotted a figure wielding an axe, chopping wood. "You're awake?" The figure noticed them at the door, lowered the axe, and smiled at the brothers. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, the wood at his feet was uniformly sized, with smooth cuts, suggesting he was quite skilled at chopping. In truth, it was merely a testament to his knife skills. Casually draping the towel over his shoulder, he announced, "Come eat. I have prepared a meal. You must eat something. Today, I will take you both hunting in the mountains." He stepped into the house, removing his shoes and placing them aside. "As for your mother, I buried her in a picturesque location, and soon I will take you to see it. However, once we are in the mountains, I may not remember the way." He casually hung the towel on a hook by the door. Fortunately, he had chosen a conspicuous spot. They had not wandered long in the mountains before they stumbled upon the small grave. The three of them stood solemnly before it, each selecting a few wildflowers from the roadside, placing the prettiest ones at the grave's foot. "In a few days, I might leave this place. Would you like to come down the mountain with me? Perhaps this sorrowful sight would offer them a chance at a better life. Where shall we go?" Yuikaru grasped Izumi Donyang's hand tightly, an unusual display of affection he rarely showed, yet today felt like an exception. Shido Yuikaru spoke to himself. Where to? To those heart-wrenching places. To rescue souls trapped in hell. To embark on an impromptu journey. Yuikaru's lips twitched. Yet for him, as long as their family could be together, he would be content. "Wonin, catch that fish." Shido Yurichi herded the fish in the water towards Tsujikuni Michiro. After both of them floundered in the water for quite some time, without success in catching any fish, they found themselves somewhat drenched. On the shore, Izumi Mitsuki sat cross-legged on a rock, which had been warmed by the sun throughout the morning. For Mitsuki, catching fish was an effortless task, whereas for the Tsujikuni brothers, it proved to be more challenging. Indeed, they suggested that Michiro attempt to catch the fish, yet no matter how skilled he was, the fish in the water moved with incredible swiftness. Nonetheless, children are meant to possess exuberance. Chapter 11. I am under the moon god, and I am not online today. Miss Izumi Mitsuki, do you truly intend to forego the role of the saintess in our teachings? Domo completely disregarded the subtle smile that flickered in the eyes of the woman before him. His rainbow-hued gaze fixated upon her, as if she were a treasure of the world. Had she been an ordinary woman, she would have long been captivated. Of course, the notion of ordinary hardly applied to this woman. She appeared before him suddenly, radiating brilliance amidst the darkness, akin to the rising sun. Particularly striking were her golden hair and golden eyes, which were a stark contrast to the eyes of all demons. Though she was referred to as a woman, she bore more resemblance to a young girl, evident in her petite stature of merely 5 feet. She wielded a golden fan similar in size to her own. A slight smile revealed her adorable little fangs. However, on their very first meeting, this woman managed to best Domo to the point where he could not extricate himself from the ground. He was unaware of her surname, only knowing her as Mitsuki. With her tacit consent, he addressed her as Miss Mitsuki. Please pardon my rudeness. I choose to decline. Izumi Mitsuki opened the golden fan, fluttering it gently to shield much of her face, unabashedly expressing her disdain in her gaze. Domo, when will you come to your senses? Your teachings resemble a pyramid scheme. With a swift motion, she closed the fan, her slender fingers grasping its ribs. The golden lotus-like nails tapped lightly against the fan structure, as though she had spotted something amusing, lifting the fan to Domo's chin. Leaning closer, her lips, as delicate as rose petals, brushed against Domo's ear as she softly exhaled. Moreover, are you not concerned that I might lure away the souls of the exquisite beauties from your unreliable religion? Izumi tilted her head, scrutinizing Domo's white hair and vibrant eyes, her carefree smile reminiscent of a mischievous child, evoking an instinctive desire in others to offer him their very best. When conversing with the girl, Domo's tone was calm and gentle, akin to that of a true gentleman. Which was no wonder that the girls surrounding him were eager to offer him everything they possessed. Their gazes toward him were akin to that of a child admiring their most cherished doll. Despite knowing he was a man-eating demon, they feigned affection, seemingly entranced by his kindness. However, the suggestions he proposed were never met with agreement from the girl. Instead of retreating, Domo leaned closer to her. None of those girls can compare to you. This girl was indeed peculiar. During the last gathering of the 12 Kazuki, Muzan had not mentioned her, as if he had never truly seen her. Domo, out of amusement, chose not to inform Muzan of her existence. Domo, if it weren't for Muzan forbidding his subordinates from acting on their own, you would have met your end several times over. Oh dear, did I say something strange? Izumi Mitsuki seemed oblivious to the closeness between them and the suggestive posture they had adopted. Domo, did you not profess your affection for me? This woman had spent 4 years with him in the unreliable religion, and she showed no signs of disapproval regarding anything he did. Izumi Mitsuki, indeed. I do like you, but I am also quite taken with Muzan's physique. With her hands free, she cupped Domo's cheeks. Stop fooling around. I hear your positional battle is about to commence. Her tone was soft, akin to soothing a child. Yes, but before that, I need to eliminate someone. Domo was unperturbed by Mitsuki's tone, nor did he mind her hands resting on his face. Who is it? Who could possibly occupy our Domo's thoughts? Or is it a command from Muzan? Mitsuki adjusted the cap atop Domo's head with a cheerful demeanor. Here we go again, this woman, Domo thought. His expression clouded with ambiguity. Just a moment ago, she had expressed disdain for him, yet now she was so tender. How unfair, Miss Mitsuki. Why is it always Muzan you mention, despite the fact that I have been by your side for 4 years? Domo tilted his head, seizing Mitsuki's hand along with the golden lotus fan, pulling it close to his chest. Kane Kocho, the flower Hashira, is quite an intriguing woman. After all, the positional battle is about to commence. I must bring a gift for the adults. She seemed entirely oblivious to the cruelty of her words. Yet Domo, even if he uttered words far more merciless than these, would not see a shift in her expression. In fact, her interest in dancing for him surpassed all else. When? Mitsuki inquired. It will be in a few months. Domo concealed the upward curve of his lips with the fan. Stop smiling so disingenuously. Mitsuki playfully slapped him, causing him to stumble. Domo, feeling wronged, rubbed his head, which was not even sore. I understand. Domo was naturally endowed with rainbow-hued eyes and hair as pure as white oak. However, such striking beauty brought him not fortune but rather endless solitude. His superstitious parents viewed him as a divine child due to his appearance, believing he could hear the voice of the gods. Yet, Domo had never heard such a voice. In fact, he found it quite ludicrous. To him, it mattered little whether it was his parents or the so-called followers. However, if it brought him amusement, he was willing to indulge them somewhat. Thus, he adopted a playful attitude, going along with his parents' rhetoric and actions, masquerading as the godly child they envisioned. Eventually, his parents established the unreliable religion, appointing Domo as the leader, using the guise of the divine child to attract followers. These individuals professed their affection for him merely to gain his favor. It was nothing more than a simple obsession. Initially, he believed Kanyuki was different, as being near that woman brought him a sense of tranquility. However, once she witnessed him consume a human, it became clear that she was no different from the others. Now he encountered Mitsuki, who was indeed distinct. She exhibited no fear of him and did not shy away, and although it seemed she still harbored feelings for Muzan, that was inconsequential. Izumi Mitsuki was entirely unaware that she had captured his thoughts. To be precise, even if she were aware, she would not react. She might only find it amusing to question Domo's mental state. Can one develop feelings after being beaten every day? Does this child perhaps have a penchant for masochism? Chapter 12. I am under the moon god, and I am online for translation. By the time Mitsuki and the Tsujikuni brothers sat down for their meal, the sun had already set, and ultimately, it was Mitsuki who stood to pierce a fish with a tree branch. It was Tsujikuni Michiro who had been foolish enough to almost tumble into the river. Yurichi completely refused to acknowledge that their failure to catch any fish was due to both of their ineptitudes. However, it was Yuichiro who, in a moment of urgency, alerted Michiro just as he stepped into the water where the seaweed lay, and he even supported his younger brother with a worried expression. Izumi silently completed Yuichiro's words. Brother. Caught in the act, Yuichiro turned his head away, no longer able to bear the sight of the smiles on their faces. Since the last time he had been comforted by Izumi, after they had clarified their misunderstandings, Michiro had become increasingly audacious, no longer fearing him. On a day following their mother's passing, Izumi took the two brothers on missions while slaying demons. Due to the majority of their time spent on the road, they rarely lingered in towns, often camping in the wilderness at night. Yet, it was evident that Izumi had mastered the skill of survival in the wild. Constructing a simple wooden shelter with a few branches came effortlessly to him. Though they were camping outdoors, it possessed a unique charm. Izumi was not oblivious to Michiro's worsening attitude towards Yuichiro, but like the Kanroji brothers, he made his decisions to safeguard his younger sibling. Thus, he intended to remain uninvolved. Though this did not signify he was willing to witness the deepening misunderstandings between the two. Fortunately, an opportunity to resolve their misunderstandings soon presented itself. That night, while Izumi was busy assembling the wooden shelter and instructed the two brothers to gather some wild vegetables without wandering off, he immersed himself in the task at hand. Just as he had completed the base, he caught sight of Michiro's beautiful azure eyes brimming with tears, droplets falling to the ground as he sobbed. Izumi, brother, is it true that Yuichiro's no signifies my worthlessness? Am I truly so utterly useless? Michiro attempted to wipe away his tears with the back of his hand. Yet they continued to flow uncontrollably. Izumi leaped down from the tree, offering his handkerchief to dry Michiro's tears, softly reassuring him that Yuichiro would never deem him worthless. After all, he was his most cherished kin, and Yuichiro merely worried for him. How about you help brother build the house first? When Yuichiro returns, you can have a proper conversation. He pinched the tip of Michiro's red nose, adding, look how distressed our little one is. When Yuichiro returns, I will certainly have a word with him. Michiro, somewhat embarrassed, ceased his tears, though his shoulders still trembled, clearly not yet composed. Leaning against the trees, Michiro had not noticed the familiar fabric of his brother's clothing peeking from behind a sturdy trunk. Once the two brothers had finished constructing the small wooden shelter, Yuichiro emerged from the forest, carrying a basket. He reached out to take the basket from Michiro. Yuichiro, I know in your heart you do not harbor disdain for Michiro. On the contrary, you love him dearly, which is why you choose to distance yourself with words. You do this to protect him. Izumi suddenly recalled the Kanroji brothers, sighing with a hint of exasperation. But have you considered that life is so fleeting, and we may encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way? Regardless of whether you can continue living together, you should clarify all misunderstandings and lay everything bare. If, in the future, something unfortunate were to occur and you hadn't spoken your truths, wouldn't that lead to a lingering regret for a lifetime? Observing Michiro falling into silence, Izumi decided to refrain from further discourse. Some matters are best left at a subtle touch. I will go prepare dinner. You should speak with Michiro. He values you greatly and is quite upset. With the basket slung over his shoulder, Izumi headed to the campfire to prepare the evening meal. Allowing time for the two brothers to converse, he began by inserting 3 sturdy sticks into the ground at the campfire's 3 positions, tying the other ends together to suspend a pot above. Pouring some spring water into the pot, he arranged the clean stones before placing the fish inside, gutting it, and adding herbs to mask the odor before setting it into the pot. He was confident that Yuichiro would manage well. Gazing at the moon above, Izumi suddenly thought of his sister. Tonight, the moon appeared exceptionally full. Could it be the 15th? Life had become so vibrant that he had hardly noticed. He wondered how his master and fellow disciples were faring. Izumi poked at the fire with a stick, hoping that Mitsuri had not demolished the house of the wind-breathing master again. As his strength grew, perhaps he could challenge a lower moon demon. He had been a part of the elite squad for a while now, but even lower moon demons were not easily encountered. Izumi, brother. Yuichiro meant that no signifies an infinite potential, a boundless strength that can be summoned to protect others. Michiro joyfully waved at Izumi from afar. Behind him stood Yuichiro, blushing shyly. You fool, don't shout so loudly. Yuichiro grasped Michiro's hand, attempting to calm him down. Thankfully, they were in the wild with no one else around. Otherwise, Izumi suspected Yuichiro might have slapped Michiro's head to bring him to his senses. Even when Yuichiro outwardly complained, Izumi interpreted Michiro's meaning in his own way. For instance, during their last move, Michiro had carried all their luggage downstairs. Yuichiro, with a look of disdain, snatched the bulk of the items from Michiro's hands. You're in the way. Why are you moving so slowly? Don't you realize your own strength? What if you break something so precious? Izumi stealthily approached. Oh, Yuichiro's intent was that the items were too heavy and might crush his beloved younger brother. If, by some mischance, those items fell and harmed his dear brother, it would be a calamity. There was no need to carry so many things at once. He had an older brother to help. Yuichiro, you're a bit too talkative. Yuichiro shot a sweet smile at both of them. On another occasion, as the three passed through a small town where festivities were taking place, the crowd unintentionally separated Yuichiro and Michiro. Thankfully, Izumi and Yuichiro noticed early and hurriedly retraced their steps to search, only to find Michiro squatting in a corner, attempting to disguise himself as a mushroom. Are you an idiot? How could you lose us? If you get lost, we won't bother looking for you. Losing you would be a blessing. Didn't you come back to look for me? Yuichiro. Oh. What my brother means is, but Izumi's words were cut short by Michiro. I know my brother cares about me. Yuichiro and Izumi would never abandon me. This earned Michiro an eye roll from Yuichiro and an expression of commendation from Izumi. The trio continued to explore, with Izumi even purchasing a mask for each of them. He wore a cat mask that, while not as exquisite as his master's creations, boasted one ear upright and the other folded down, resembling a noble lady's pet fold-eared cat, quite adorable indeed. The two brothers donned fox masks. How about trying to catch goldfish? Izumi suggested. Noticing Michiro lingering in front of a goldfish catching stall, he approached, paid, and handed a paper fan to Michiro. Before long, a small pile of broken paper fans accumulated at Michiro's feet, yet he had caught not a single goldfish. Izumi. Michiro laughed heartily, unabashedly teasing his brother for his evident clumsiness. You can't catch anything. Let me show you how it's done. After a while, Izumi and Michiro found themselves lost in thought, gazing at the pile of tattered fans by Yurikairo's feet. Michiro, shut your mouth. Yuichiro exclaimed, his expression darkening. Ha ha. Look at Yurikairo's face. It's so gloomy. Izumi laughed. Brother, stop laughing. Yuichiro retorted, his tone half serious. Just then, someone turned away, laughing so hard their legs nearly buckled. All flamboyant and animated. Chapter 13. Under the Moon God. Online escaping for life outside. Rain poured heavily, and Michiro Takedo turned to gaze at the darkening sky. The raindrops drummed against the clay tiles of the house, the leaves, and the ground. Michiro did not harbor any disdain for rainy days. On the contrary, he cherished them. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him today, as if something significant was about to transpire. The rain had commenced in the afternoon, and the ground had already begun to puddle. The ominous clouds hung low, accompanied by fierce winds, reminiscent of the day their father had passed away. Michiro turned to his brother, pulling the curtains to shield them from the encroaching darkness. Nisan, nothing will happen, right? Having spent considerable time with Izumi, they had gleaned insights into his profession and the existence of demons. It'll be fine. Izumi is quite formidable. You should get some sleep. If he returns to find us awake, he will be upset, Yuichiro said as he prepared the bedding and glanced back at his brother, offering a reassuring smile as he ruffled his hair. Yet, he retracted his hand expressionlessly, leaving Michiro wide-eyed in astonishment. In truth, Michiro's apprehensions were warranted. Izumi had indeed encountered peril. The icy rain lashed against his face, but he maintained a semblance of calm, almost as if he were convincing himself that the situation wasn't dire. As his sister had advised, in moments of crisis, one must remain relaxed, though it felt as if he had perhaps taken relaxation too far. Initially, he had anticipated confronting an ordinary demon that night. However, as he prepared to strike it down, he was instead wounded by another demon's blood demon art. In desperation, he retreated and glimpsed the numbers in the demon's eyes, lower 2. It turned out to be one of the 12 Kazuki, a female demon. Her hair was likely the manifestation of her blood demon art. After just one exchange, Izumi felt the stark difference between the 12 Kazuki and ordinary demons and began to analyze the female demon. Do you realize how much noise you've been making lately? She taunted, seemingly intrigued, rather than attacking. Her hair danced in the air as if alive, reminiscent of Medusa's serpentine locks, though lacking venom and the ability to strike with fangs. Her face bore an unnatural flush. Even if you look at me like that, I won't spare you. You've killed so many demons. Perhaps soon you'll become a Hashira. It's unfortunate, but I can't find any other Hashira before the positional battle, so you'll have to do. As her words trailed off, her hair surged forward with alarming speed towards Izumi, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. He instinctively glanced at the thick, dark clouds above, which showed no signs of clearing, and offered a wry smile. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He gripped the hilt of his sword and changed his stance, attempting to slash at the incoming tendrils. Yet, where his blade met the hair, sparks flew. It was no ordinary hair, far too resilient to sever. His hands tingled from the impact, and his wrist throbbed with pain. In this world, each passing moment drew him closer to humanity, while paradoxically augmenting his moon-breathing techniques. The moon, which also graced the night sky, would bestow upon him enhancements. Yet, on such a dreadful night, it would likely remain overcast until dawn. Dodging strands of hair erupting from the ground, Izumi executed the first form. Lonely moon in the long night of moon breathing with remarkable speed, his strikes precise and fierce. Despite the demon's hair being incredibly tough, he managed to sever it entirely. The female demon appeared infuriated, squinting as she leaped toward him, creating a cyclone upon landing. Seventh form, evil mirror. The powerful arc of his blade cleaved the earth. Even the demon did not pause her assault to evade this attack. Observing the vast fissure it carved into the ground with a disapproving click of her tongue. Truly deserving of becoming a Hashira soon. If you hadn't crossed paths with us, you would likely become a significant nuisance in the future. Izumi seized upon the implication of her words. There were more enemies? But it was too late. Although the evil mirror was a potent technique, it was ill-suited for one-on-one combat. He had executed it merely to prevent the demon from closing in. Yet, his actions provided another demon with the opportunity to strike. Something pierced his right shoulder, most likely another demon's blood demon art. The rain had soaked his clothing, causing the blood from his wound to seep freely, swiftly staining his upper garment crimson. Turning, he locked eyes with the demon, its gaze etched with malice. Lower 3. So, the positional battle allowed demons to team up? He mentally recited the entirety of moon breathing, expanding his lungs and quickening the flow of his blood, which heightened his senses. There was a peculiar advantage to demons. By closing their eyes and propelling themselves, they could occasionally masquerade as zombies. The lower 2 female demon was named Shabi, while the lower 3 male demon was called Gaihue. Their encounter was mere coincidence, and Izumi's misfortune led to his confrontation with both. The nature of Gaihue's blood demon art eluded Izumi. In a fleeting instant, before he could react, his shoulder was impaled. Calming himself, he prepared for defense, acutely aware of his vulnerable position. A single misstep could cost him his life. Yet, remaining still was not an option. His shoulder throbbed, and soon he began to lose sensation. Was it anesthesia or poison? Shabi made the first move, and in that moment, Gaihue charged toward Izumi as well. Faced with the known versus the unknown, he decided to confront the latter. Eighth form, Moondragon's Tail. The crescent-shaped blade merely grazed his clothing. A backflip allowed him to evade Shabi's assault, but her hair followed suit, ensnaring his ankle and flinging him away. As his back collided with the rocks, Izumi had no doubt that several ribs had fractured, and the injury on his right side was exacerbated by the impact. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. Escape was impossible, but he had to eliminate the other threat first. With a quick pivot, Izumi dashed toward the forest, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Chapter 14. Under the Moon God. Online counterattack. The rain continued to pour, intensifying with each passing moment. Fortunately, within the forest, the downpour not only affected him, but also hindered the demons pursuing him. Izumi Fuyō chose to conceal himself atop a towering tree. The rationale behind his decision was twofold. Firstly, the elevated vantage point afforded him a strategic advantage, making him less susceptible to ambush. Secondly, he needed to employ his perception to ascertain the locations of the 2 waning moon entities. The 11th form of moon breathing, Moon Shadow, allowed him to sense surrounding information, with a miraculous force emanating from Izumi and rapidly expanding outward. Typically, those who survive through years of combat possess a heightened sensitivity to abnormal auras, such as murderous intent or the weight of a gaze. However, Moon Shadow offered a more nuanced perception, with a broader range and a subtlety that made it difficult for others to detect. Before long, Izumi located the 2 individuals he sought, nay, the 2 demons. As anticipated, once they entered the forest, they split up, one veering left and the other right in search of him. The female demon among them was heading directly toward his hiding spot. It was evident she had come prepared, seemingly already aware of Fuyuki's position, charging forward without hesitation. The repugnant aura drew nearer. Fuyuki held his breath, using the power of the moon god to conceal his presence. He licked his lips, deciding to eliminate this female demon first. Look what I found. A pitiful female demon appeared before Izumi, suspended upside down by her feet from the treetops. She was in high spirits, her long, sticky tongue tracing her lips as she eagerly anticipated her feast. Do you know why I chose such a high place? Izumi, rather than panicking, merely arched an eyebrow and smiled, his expression so enchanting that it momentarily stunned the demon. Seizing the opportunity of her distraction, Fuyuki would not let this chance slip by. The 5th form of moon breathing, Moon Spirit Cataclysm, unleashed a flurry of small moons that spun rapidly, slashing across the demon's cheek and leaving a crimson trail in their wake. A halo of light enveloped them both. Waning moon too, how pitiable. Fuyuki swiftly vacated his position, bending low to sweep his leg and land a kick to the demon's abdomen. His body, having repeatedly employed the techniques of moon breathing, was nearing its limit. The demon licked the wound on her face, visible veins bulging, her once pretty features contorting into a grotesque snarl. I intended to grant you a swift end. Yet you've marred my precious visage. Do you have any idea how many women and children I've consumed to maintain this beauty? Her eyes widened. Her once delicate face twisted into a malevolent grin as her hair floated ominously in the air. I shall devour you alive. Fuyuki gripped the hilt of his sword, his slender fingers deftly twirling it, the blade aligning perfectly with the demon's face. I truly wonder how you attained the rank of Waning Moon 2 with such a feeble intellect, he taunted with a light chuckle. If all 12 moons were as foolish as you, they would have been eradicated by the demon slayers long ago. To elevate your rank, you must first slay enough Hashira. And secondly, eliminate any demon among the 12 moons. I doubt you will survive this positional battle. As he spoke, he remained vigilant, knowing that inciting her rage would make her easier to defeat. Indeed, the demon was provoked, her long, sharp nails embedding into the tree as her chest heaved with fury. You can only boast at this moment. Just then, Fuyuki suddenly lowered his body, gathering strength for a fierce charge at the demon. The clash of nails against blade revealed that the demon had lost her composure, caught off guard by the audacity of a mere human daring to attack her, leaving her in a defensive stance. Am I correct? Even that Waning Moon 3 possesses far more wit than you. Fuyuki continued his mockery, his heavy breathing reminding him that he needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Silence. I am the strongest among the 12 moons. This time, I will surely ascend to Waning Moon 1. The demon's hair pierced the ground, rapidly erupting toward Izumi's position. Not good. Fuyuki ducked, narrowly evading a strike that whistled past his ear. He leaped, spinning in midair, and forcefully stomped on the tendrils of hair surging from his left. Utilizing the momentum of the demon's attack, he quickly closed the distance between them. He had her hooked. Their bodies were nearly touching. The 9th form of moon breathing, Fallen Moon Crescent, unleashed a series of crescent slashes from above, each leaving a beautiful lunar mark that severed the demon's neck. Although this attack lacked tracking ability, its unpredictability made it nearly impossible to foresee. Any lapse in concentration would result in a grievous injury. The demon, now bereft of rational thought due to her fury, had underestimated Izumi Fuyuki's capability to close the distance with her own hair. Before dissipating, her eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Fuyuki, just a frail human. If not for my oversight as Izumi landed, the rain-soaked fabric clung to his skin, a chill creeping through. This time, he no longer concealed his aura. Instead, he unleashed his bloodlust and overwhelming killing intent throughout the forest. He could not afford to delay. If he did not swiftly eliminate the remaining demon, countless humans would fall prey to it. He refused to allow such a fate to unfold. The earthy scent mingled with the metallic tang of blood in the rain, compounded by the palpable killing intent directed at him. In an instant, Waning Moon 3, Tokai, received word of two crucial developments. Waning Moon 2 had been slain, and that demon slayer would not spare him. Tokai smirked, propelling himself toward Fuyuki with unprecedented speed. This human was rather amusing. Did he truly believe he was as foolish as Waning Moon 2? While he had not intended to spare that fool during the positional battle, it did not imply he would ignore the demon slayer. Killing one fool would be a provocation. Moreover, if any of the higher-ups learned of this, Tokai shuddered, his eyes glimmering with malice. He could not let the demon slayer escape. Eliminating him might earn him favor with his superiors. Yet he was unaware that the little demon he spoke of was already leaning against a tree, gasping for breath, nearing his limits. The human body could not withstand the moon god's power. Each swing of his blade inflicted harm upon him. Almost there, almost there. But the wound on his left shoulder threatened to impede his technique. While the current situation looked dire, Fuyuki was resolute in preventing Waning Moon 3 from fleeing the forest. If he allowed him to escape today, those humans he cherished would undoubtedly perish. He could not bear to witness such a fate. However, his own physical condition was of grave concern. After the battle with the female demon, his body bore numerous new wounds, and the frequent use of his breathing techniques strained his human form to its limits. Moreover, the ominous clouds hinted that tomorrow's dawn would not bring clearer skies. With the full moon's aid, he could have fought with greater ease. At present, he had yet to discern the nature of the demon's blood arts. Nevertheless, he could make educated guesses. All he could do was take a gamble. Here it comes. Waning Moon 3 did not strike one as a loquacious demon. His mood was decidedly foul as he navigated the forest, mud accumulating on his clothes and shoes. The killing intent had been briefly unleashed, without the guidance of murderous energy. He could only scavenge the forest for the trace of that insufferable little demon. He could not shake the thought that if his superior were to blame him, he might be forced to pay with his life for that foolish woman. He was almost seething with rage as he searched for this reckless little creature. However, when he glanced at the Demon Slayer Corps member across from him, who was clearly on the verge of collapse, yet still dared to provoke him with an aura of menace, he could hardly contain his laughter. What a pity. Had he refrained from taunting him, he might have had a chance to escape. After this battle, he could have easily become a Hashira. So why choose to challenge him instead? Kyokai cast a blank stare at Izumi, his expression betraying his disdain as he donned his hood, revealing long, pale fingers with pronounced knuckles. Then, under the vigilant gaze of Izumi Doyo, he snapped his fingers. A subtle sound of air being sliced through reached his ears, followed by a sickening thud as something invisible pierced his waist. This sensation was distinctly different from the numbness he had felt at his shoulder. An overwhelming pain surged through his body. Izumi could barely hold on to his trembling sword, his hands quaking uncontrollably. Doyo bit down hard on his lower lip, attempting to stifle any sound of agony. His vision blurred. Indeed, this demon was not on the same level as the previous female apparition. Yet, in this misfortune lay a blessing, for he had confirmed the blood demon art of the male demon. The sounds he had heard earlier were not mere figments of his imagination. Your blood demon art. Izumi gasped, thrusting his blade into the ground. Was it an invisible sword? Or rather, unseen flying knives? The pupil of the lower moon 3 contracted sharply. A white mist escaped his lips, only to be immediately dispersed by the raindrops. It seems my guess was correct. Izumi tilted his head and smiled at lower moon 3. That smile as innocent as it was deceptive. What of it, little demon? Kyokai initially felt a flicker of panic, but upon closer examination of Izumi's demeanor, he smirked, a malicious grin spreading across his already pallid face. When Izumi heard the term he used to address him, he was momentarily stunned, gazing at him incredulously. How could this being, who had existed for countless years, refer to him as little demon? Yet lower moon 3 paid no heed to Izumi's astonishment, instead narrowing his eyes in delight, akin to a predator eyeing its prey, and took slow, deliberate steps toward him. Each footfall echoed in the mud, seemingly designed to instill psychological pressure upon Izumi. It must be quite difficult for you to move even a finger now, is it? Does that wound on your shoulder feel a tad numbing? But compared to the injury you have sustained there, the one at your waist could prove far more perilous. In less than 15 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, leaving even a deity unable to rescue you. Kyokai finally reached Izumi's side, delivering a merciless punch that sent him sprawling, rolling several times before crashing against a tree trunk. Blood surged into his throat, and he could no longer contain it, coughing it up violently, each breath sending sharp pangs through his lungs. Moon breathing, 14th form, moonlit catastrophe. A sweeping wave of blade-like energy obliterated everything in its vicinity. Yet it was evident that even this fierce attack failed to inflict any harm upon lower moon 3. Not even the hem of his clothing was disturbed, as numerous whirlwinds shot skyward. In such a weakened state, to unleash such a powerful strike, Kyokai easily sidestepped, grasping Izumi's throat with one hand. A mere flick of his wrist left Izumi gasping for breath. What a pity, you missed entirely. Yet, even as he faced imminent death, Izumi managed to flash a subtle smile at Kyokai, his azure eyes sparkling like fallen starlight, reflecting the moon in their clarity. The moon? It was only then that Kyokai, seemingly entranced by that smile, noticed that the raindrops had ceased their relentless descent upon him, and a sliver of moonlight began to filter through. He looked up to see a full moon hanging high in the sky, the one he held by the throat, who seemed as if he could easily snap his neck. Chuckled softly. Ah, my luck is truly remarkable. It's the moon. What does the moon have to do with you? But before he could finish his thought, he suddenly realized that his perspective had shifted unnaturally. His head was severed from his body. Moon breathing, 12th form, crescent moon slash. The moment the moonlight washed over him, he felt a resurgence of strength. He had never intended to strike lower moon 3 directly with his previous attack. His sole aim was to disperse the clouds above, allowing the moonlight to rejuvenate him just enough to execute his final move. Seeing lower moon 3's faltering state, he had not anticipated any defense. In fact, he was still clutching Izumi's throat, unprepared for the imminent danger. At such a close distance, if he failed to land a hit, it would truly be his incompetence. The crescent moon slash was inherently swift, though it felt as if it were tearing through space itself. However, employing this technique demanded an immense toll on the user's stamina. Haha, Izumi knelt on the ground, straining to drive his sword into the earth, desperate to prevent his face from meeting the dirt. He lacked even the strength to return home. Looking up, he had only managed to disperse a few clouds momentarily, yet they quickly regrouped. He could not deny his fortunate luck. Not only had he successfully deceived lower moon 3, but he had also managed to break through the clouds. The raindrops began to fall once more. Yet the last sight that graced Izumi's eyes was the clouds lingering high upon the branches and a raven he had never seen before. Chapter 15. beneath the moon god. Healing in seclusion. What a chaotic affair. Confronting two lower moon demons alone seemed utterly reckless. He sensed a gentle grip upon his arm, delicate hands tending to his wounds. Judging by the voice and words, it must be a medical member of the Demon Slayer Corps he had never encountered before. Ah, Doyokuin. You never seem to care for your own well-being, despite how many times we've discussed it, a girl remarked cheerfully, yet Izumi felt a chill run down his spine. Ah, he recognized that voice. It belonged to Kanai Tsuyuri, the flower Hashira, the only female Hashira in the current ranks. 3 years prior, he had met this gentle woman at their headquarters. However, since he rarely sought treatment even when injured, and given her status as a Hashira, they had not crossed paths again. He had assumed she would hardly remember him, but evidently, the flower Hashira had not forgotten. Doyokuin, you are both strong and gentle. Yet, your kindness often goes too far, shielding everyone you wish to protect beneath your wings, entirely neglecting the wounds you carry. A pair of cool hands approached his left shoulder wound, applying a gentle touch, followed by a refreshing liquid being poured onto it. Izumi instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. The children he had sheltered behind him were all striving to assist him. Kanai Tsuyuri, the flower Hashira, truly deserved her reputation as the gentlest and most attentive woman within the Demon Slayer Corps. He had heard of her name before. Many Demon Slayer Corps members, even after sustaining severe injuries, willingly sought refuge in the Butterfly Mansion, enchanted by tales of a beautiful angel. This was none other than Kanai Tsuyuri. As Tsuyuri and Shinobu worked in tandem, treating Izumi's wounds, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of serenity amidst the chaos. Kanao Tsuyuri's countenance is perpetually serious. She is a skilled swordswoman well-versed in toxicology and pharmacology, adept at exterminating demons. If Kanao Kano embodies the essence of an angel, then Kanao Tsuyuri is regarded as a demon, specifically, a demon with a penchant for her brother. Should chance permit her to assist in dressing wounds, one might find her ministrations somewhat heavy-handed, accompanied by a sharp tongue. Yet, this time she has truly gone too far, even if she cannot allow the demon to escape. She ought not to entertain thoughts of slaying it while bearing such grievous injuries alone. This incident has certainly terrified the two children. After tending to the wounds, Kanao Kano did not hasten to depart. Instead, she delicately cradled a teacup in her slender hands, sipping the tea within it with gentle sips. She was aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Toyo Izumi should awaken today. Her gentle gaze lingered on the tea leaves standing upright in the cup, and she could not help but ponder whether something fortuitous would transpire today. Although it was her first encounter with Toyo Izumi, she had already heard his name mentioned on several occasions. In stark contrast to the youthful visage he bore years ago, Toyo had matured into a striking young man. Even with his eyes closed, anyone gazing upon his handsome features could not help but wonder how magnificent his eyes would appear when opened. Some might even mistakenly identify Toyo Izumi as a girl, for his face seemed sculpted by the finest artisans. With every detail in perfect harmony, an imperfection of even a fraction could mar that exquisite beauty. Those who are accustomed to a life of slaughter may often bear a serious and even fierce demeanor, yet Toyo Izumi was evidently not such a person. His gentle nature was discernible even in the softness of his brow and eyes. With a noble nose and lips that seemed dusted with the finest rouge, he effortlessly drew comparisons to the most beautiful aspects of the world, like rainbows after a storm, the morning sun, the evening glow, and the resplendent moonlight that adorns the night sky. Kanao Tsuyuri learned of this young man through the words of others, who extolled him as a genius destined to become one of the Hashira. They spoke of his unwavering kindness, his attentiveness to his comrades, and his striking appearance that garnered the adoration of all he encountered. They praised his exceptional abilities, noting that those who fought alongside him rarely faced death or even sustained injuries. In essence, he was elevated to a pedestal where no one else could rival his merits. Upon receiving the news from her master, Kanao Tsuyuri was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the matter even as she organized her medical kit. The first glimpse of Toyo Izumi captivated her attention, initially drawing her to his visage before she noticed the scars adorning his body. He had vanquished 2 lower moons while bearing the weight of such a frail and battered form. At least he was undeniably handsome and powerful. Kanao Tsuyuri found herself entranced, her gaze lingering on Toyo Izumi's face, while her sister, Kanao Kano, observed them both. Kano was well aware of the impact of Toyo's looks, having overheard the girls at the Butterfly Mansion discussing him for days whenever he visited. She recognized that her sister's curiosity was merely innocent, refraining from reminding her that Toyo was on the verge of awakening. Thus, when Toyo Izumi opened his eyes, he met the gaze of Kanao Tsuyuri's striking lavender eyes, cold yet captivating. He hesitated for a moment before quietly averting his gaze. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he was in the room he had rented at an inn. The dawn had broken, yet the curtains were drawn to afford him rest. Not spotting the Tsuguko brothers, he instead saw the owner of the voice he had just heard. "Hello, Miss Tsuyuri," he greeted, turning to glance at Kaneo Kano, who appeared to be enjoying the unfolding spectacle. "You have my thanks, Lady Flower Hashira," he continued. "Oh, please, there's no need to call me lady. Just use my name. Besides, Toyo-kun, you are certain to become one of the Hashira upon your return," Kaneo Kano replied, her smile warm as she skillfully shifted the topic. After all, the news of Toyo's triumph over 2 lower moons had already spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. "Allow me to congratulate you in advance on joining the ranks of the Hashira." While the toxins within his body had been largely purged by the moon goddess power, remnants still lingered. The slightest touch to his right shoulder elicited a mixture of tingling, pain, and itchiness, while the wound at his waist, though more severe, appeared to be healing well due to the absence of toxins. Flattered by the praise, Toyo felt a hint of bashfulness as he scratched his head. "I didn't think much of it at the time. I was merely concerned that if another demon escaped, who knows how many lives might be lost in the future. I had confidence in my ability to defeat them." However, as he attempted to raise his arm, it was gently restrained by Kaneo Tsuyuri, who was quietly listening to their exchange. "Ahem, where are the Tsuguko brothers? I seem to have not seen them." Kaneo Kano began to put away the medical supplies she had laid out on the table. "Those two. You certainly frightened them. After hearing from us that you had sustained such injuries from a demon, they insisted on joining the Demon Slayer Corps and are currently undergoing basic training." Toyo felt a twinge of guilt. He had not anticipated encountering a demon merely by stepping outside. Kaneo Kano paused, recalling the message from their master. "These 2 children are descendants of the previous generation. Their talents should be remarkable. Initially, Lady Takayasha intended to personally invite you, but it seems you have charmed them into joining the Corps. It is quite a serendipitous turn of events." Once she had finished organizing her medical kit, Kaneo Kano gently patted Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand, signaling for her to exit. "You have suffered grave injuries. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Our master has arranged for someone to guide them, and you must focus on your recovery." With that, Kaneo Kano stepped out, even closing the door behind her, leaving him alone in the room. Reflecting on the harrowing experience, Toyo realized how perilous it had truly been. Even gods, should they perish in this world, would find their divine essence repelled, rendering them unable to return. In that moment, he had not once considered such consequences. Instead, he had solely focused on swiftly eliminating the 2 demons to prevent them from harming anyone else. He did not consider himself particularly astute. Most of the moon goddess powers stemmed from the sun god, and thus, when in the presence of the sun god, he merely needed to follow orders. Now, he struggled to comprehend his sister's intentions and pondered what secrets this world harbored. With effort, Toyo propped himself up and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to allow the sunlight to bathe him in warmth, a comforting sensation reminiscent of his sister. He opened the window, and a cloud drifted from afar, playfully nudging against his hand. Below, the Tsuguko brothers were diligently practicing their basics. With a carefree spirit, he leaned against the window, raising his uninjured arm. "Good morning, Ichiro." Michiro. Yet, he was promptly met with their boisterous admonition. "Get back inside, Izumi-kun. You are still not fully recovered, Izumi Onizen." Izumi pouted, retracting most of his body that had been leaning out the window. When told to rest, these individuals truly held no reservations. It was not just the Tutsui brothers. Even the Butterfly sisters were casting glances in his direction. To avoid causing trouble for others, Izumi had resigned himself to lying in bed like a salted fish every day. However, they were not all as idle as he was. The Tutsui brothers had daily foundational training to attend to, while the Butterfly sisters were consistently tending to the injured. Thus, the task of delivering meals fell to the younger sister from the neighboring restaurant. This girl appeared to be slightly older than Tutsui Michiro, possessing large, pale green eyes, often flushed cheeks, and a beauty mark beneath her eye. Her hair was styled into 3 long black braids, and she claimed to have consumed 170 Sakura cakes daily for 5 consecutive months, which had caused her hair to change color. Upon hearing this, Izumi Donyang felt a burst of inspiration. It was said that at just 1 year and 2 months old, this little sister could easily lift a 15-kilogram jar of pickled vegetables, and due to her hearty appetite, she was often ridiculed by her suitors. Therefore, her wish was to find a husband stronger than herself. "I truly do not think your appetite is that excessive. On the contrary, I find the way you eat to be quite endearing." Izumi Donyang pushed a dessert he had just seen on his stroll down the street toward the girl. "Those who say such things, who look down upon you, do so merely because of their own inadequacies. You are not spending their money, nor do you need them to treat you. So, there is no need to concern yourself with their words. Just be yourself. There will always be someone who appreciates you." After saying this, he did not miss the sparkle in the girl's eyes or the blush that returned to her cheeks. He gently ruffled her fluffy hair, marveling at its quality while smiling at her. I know of a place filled with formidable individuals. Perhaps you might truly find a worthy husband there. I speak of the Demon Slayer Corps. I am also a member, and the remuneration is quite generous, allowing you to sustain yourself without relying on those foolish men. Regardless of how much you eat, you are not spending their money. They have no say in the matter. In this regard, Izumi Dongyang genuinely felt that the girl's suitors were being rather excessive. If it were his sister, she would have already slapped them down without mercy, burying them into the ground. Are adults also part of the Demon Slayer Corps? The girl tilted her head slightly, causing her braids to sway. Yes. And if one day you come to your senses and decide to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I can guide you. Perhaps it was the brilliance of the young man's smile that made Kanroji Mitsuri think of his words and grin when her family abandoned her due to her appetite. Without hesitation, she embarked on the path to seek out the Demon Slayer Corps. However, it was still too early to speak of such matters. Thanks to Izumi Dongyang's words, her spirits lifted, and she cheerfully bounced off to fetch her favorite Sakura cakes to share with him, leaving Dongyang delightfully stuffed that evening. Chapter 16. The Moon God Returns Online. Izumi Dongyang occasionally glanced at Kanroji Mitsuri's slightly pink hair. According to her, it had turned this color due to consuming 170 Sakura cakes daily for 5 months. Previously, it had been a light green. It seemed that too many Sakura cakes could indeed change one's hair color. How peculiar this world was. Although he mused on this, he felt reassured to showcase his culinary skills now that he realized Mitsuri enjoyed her Sakura cakes without discomfort. He wondered if eating other colored sweets would result in rainbow-colored hair. Back in the upper realm, they often spoke of the rainbow goddess as the daughter of the rain god and his sister. During her time working under him, he had discreetly assisted her several times. Later, he learned from his sister that it was not quite as he had thought. Yet, it seemed the rainbow goddess had taken the rumors to heart, believing the sun god to be her mother. Both he and his sister had never cared for that rain god, who occasionally obscured the sun and moon. Now, that fellow was deceiving the naive new deity. Straying from the topic, he resolved to try eating more golden sweets next time. Perhaps his hair would turn a brilliant gold like his sister's. If Mitsuri needs anything, she can come find me. As he bid farewell to Kanroji Mitsuri, the little one wore an adorably distressed expression, her cheeks flushed. Stuttering, she seemed to want to say something to keep him from leaving, but ultimately, she merely bowed dramatically. Attempting to apologize for wanting the elder to stay, she earnestly wished for Izumi Dongyang to remain, tears welling in her eyes. Dongyang and Aizen, please stay a few more days. It had been a long time since Mitsuri had encountered someone who did not mind her hearty appetite. Their time together had left her enamored with Dongyang's culinary skills. She genuinely believed he was a good person, not merely because he was a good cook. Thanks to Mitsuri, even the Tutsui brothers and the Butterfly sisters had indulged quite a bit. However, Mitsuri likely had not noticed the competitive spirit between the Tutsui brothers and herself. After several days of overeating to the point of immobility, the two brothers finally conceded to stop competing with her. Their antics had amused him greatly, and that evening, he prepared a special digest soup for them. After consuming it, they felt much better. It's all right. I can see the connection between us. We will surely meet again. Dongyang reached out to pat Kanroji Mitsuri's hair and waved goodbye. Perhaps next time we meet, I might even see your husband. And always remember, do not let the opinions of others make you unhappy. To me, Mitsuri is an exceptionally lovely girl. Mitsuri, left behind, blushed deeply. Is it true that you can see connections, Aizen? Tutsui Michiro leaned in curiously, wrapping his arm around Izumi Dongyang's left. Yes. While he answered Michiro's question, he had no intention of elaborating further. Tutsui Michikatsu playfully punched Michiro on the head, scoffing at the notion that Dongyang was merely comforting a young girl with such ethereal ideas. How could such things truly be seen? Dongyang. A sense of unease settled over Dongyang, for he indeed could see connections. Although his divine powers had diminished considerably, he could still discern the bonds between those who held strong feelings for one another, such as his disciples, the Hashira brothers, and the Tutsui brothers. Though he was uncertain whether possessing such connections was good or bad, he accepted it as it came. Additionally, although it seemed that the bonds were faint at present, the Butterfly sisters were still intertwined with his future. The assertion that they would meet again was not a mere fabrication to placate a young girl. It was true. Yet he could not explain this to Michiro. Fortunately, Michiro did not press further. The two brothers continued to closely follow the swift movements of the Demon Slayer Corps. Despite not yet having mastered the breathing techniques, their fundamental training alone was sufficient to enable them to keep pace with the seasoned members of the Corps, a testament to their remarkable talent. By the way, if you find this uninteresting, why not attempt to learn the breathing techniques along the way? Izumi had just finished speaking when someone chimed in. Practicing breathing techniques during our journey? Wouldn't that be too taxing? The speaker was Kanai Kocho. It seemed we had never tried such a training method before. Though she too was moving at high speed, she showed no signs of fatigue. In fact, Her wide butterfly sleeves made her appear even more graceful, akin to a delicate butterfly in flight. To achieve this, one must at least master a specific breathing technique before attempting to practice, right? Shinobu Kocho interjected, clearly intrigued by Izumi's words. Her left hand resting on the hilt of her blade. This position ensured she could draw her weapon at a moment's notice should an unusual situation arise. After all, her strength was limited, relying instead on speed, finesse, and the poisons she personally concocted to vanquish demons. She had always been in search of ways to enhance her power, and this unconventional training method piqued her interest. Although breathing techniques may seem ethereal to ordinary individuals, they are ultimately derived from the natural rhythm of breath. However, they are not fixed. We first learned that all breathing techniques stem from the sun breathing. Izumi slowed his explanation, never having considered that even the Hashira, Kanai Kocho, might not grasp his meaning. He had always assumed everyone trained in this manner, as many would instinctively reference the foundational 5 breathing techniques when choosing their own. This would lead them to discover a technique that suited them. Yet, most individuals would likely be unaware of their compatibility with these 5 foundational techniques. But what if one were to abandon these 5 choices from the outset and seek the method closest to their natural breath? Winter Sun attempted to clarify in a way everyone could comprehend. After all, he had always taught his disciples in this manner, believing it to be quite effective. Izumi-kun's idea is quite reasonable, Kanai Kocho remarked, gazing at him in surprise while thoughtfully stroking her chin. Indeed, such matters are inherently natural. Therefore, experiencing the breathing techniques is unrelated to action. Maintaining a state of receptivity may lead to a deeper understanding of one's own breathing technique. Izumi-kun is truly a genius. Shinobu Kocho followed her sister's line of thought. Not just her, but others in the team began to ponder. Although it seemed the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps were numerous, not to mention the countless individuals who entered the selection each year, mastering breathing techniques would eliminate many. Everyone began their training with the fundamental 5 breathing techniques, and most trainers employed traditional methods to teach these basics. Perhaps this direct approach to understanding breathing techniques would allow more individuals to join the Corps. However, while such a method sounds simple, executing it is undoubtedly challenging. Wait, didn't we say it was difficult? Just as everyone was contemplating Winter Sun's words, their sensitivity to breathing techniques led their gazes to the 2 Sugoko brothers, who had been lagging at the rear of the group. Under the astonished gazes of their fellow Demon Slayer Corps members, they distinctly sensed a change in the brothers' breathing. Goodness. They had initially thought Izumi was an exceptionally gifted individual, only to discover someone who learned even more swiftly than him. It was as if their entire beings had become infused with clarity. Their speed noticeably increased. Moreover, most astonishingly, it seemed they had developed a new form of breathing technique. Yet, Izumi and Kanai Kocho appeared utterly unfazed. In truth, Kanai was somewhat surprised but had sensed the difference in Izumi. After all, he was quite an unusual person, reminding her of the time their leader had intervened to prevent Amain from bringing the brothers over. Perhaps their leader had foreseen this. She had heard that Izumi's disciples, including Mitsuri Kenroji and Kyojuro Rengoku's son, would also participate in this year's trials. The thought made Kanai chuckle softly, and when she noticed Winter Sun's puzzled gaze, she gently shook her head. It was curious that those children, despite having no communication with one another, had coincidentally chosen not to inform him, likely intending to surprise him. However, even Kanai Kocho may not be aware that there exists a concept in this world known as setting a flag. She hoped that this radiant individual, like the sun, could offer them, a group of homeless fugitives, a new future, seeing in him a different possibility. As night fell, due to the Tsugoko brothers' influence, they miscalculated their journey and were compelled to camp outdoors for the night. To assist the brothers with their special training, Winter Sun deliberately led them away from the crowd, finding a picturesque spot to set up camp. "Come on, Onairo and Michiro, come play for a bit," Izumi called, having just discovered a clear spring nearby. Albeit a tad cold, the Kocho sisters had other tasks to attend to and did not join. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Izumi shed his clothes and stepped into the spring, beckoning the 2 brothers to join him. "No, brother, we still want to train a little longer." Winter Sun swam to the shore and reached out to pull them into the water, but they attempted to evade him, alas, unsuccessfully. "Let us enjoy everything in this moment. Training never truly ends, but the time we can spend together is equally precious." Izumi splashed water over their heads. Onairo and Michiro exchanged glances, and without a word, they scooped up water to retaliate against Winter Sunday. "Ah, you 2 are teaming up against me. Here it comes." Winter Sun even employed his total concentration. "Brother, you're cheating," Onairo protested indignantly, oblivious to the fact that Michiro had stealthily circled behind him and pounced, causing Onairo to lose his balance, and both brothers fell into the spring. Cough, cough. Onairo floundered in the water, and Izumi chuckled as he pulled him up, bringing him close to his chest, where Michiro caught a whiff of an incredibly cool scent. What a mess, Onairo, ha 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 ha. Water dripped down from Izumi's Adam's apple to his chest, the wet fabric revealing the contours of his skin. And Winter Sun's hearty laughter startled the birds in the surrounding woods. Michiro laughed too. These days were infinitely better than before, and if possible, he wished time could freeze at this moment. With Winter Sun and Onairo by his side, Michiro sighed in contentment, unaware that at some point, Izumi and Onairo had exchanged a knowing glance and stealthily moved toward him. The two even submerged themselves in the water, seizing the moment when Michiro was lost in thought, bursting forth from the surface and splashing him with water. Michiro wiped his face and unhesitatingly joined in their playful antics. The lively atmosphere here also drew the attention of the Butterfly Sisters. However, they refrained from approaching, for they understood that upon their return to their lord, such joyful days spent together would grow increasingly scarce. Brother, the two siblings pounced, pinning Izumi Fuyō beneath them, his pristine white shirt now stained with earth, his arms pressed against the tender grass. Brother, we must always, always be together, Yua Ikaru proclaimed with utmost seriousness, gazing earnestly into Fuyuki's clear eyes that reflected their faces. From Kanai's words, Ikaru discerned how beloved his brother was, realizing that he could never be solely surrounded by just them. Thus, he yearned to leave a more indelible mark upon Fuyuki's heart. Unbeknownst to Fuyuki, Ikaru's intentions were lost on him. He assumed it was merely the playful banter of children. Of course, I am your brother. I will always be by your side. Fuyuki affectionately wrapped his arms around Toru, Ikaru, and Ni Ikaru, drawing them into an embrace. Do not worry, with your brother here, I will strive to protect you. To Fuyuki, the fleeting lifespan of humans would soon pass. He reveled in the time spent with them, for such moments were insignificant to him. Ikaru recognized that Fuyuki did not grasp the depth of his words, yet he was not anxious. They had ample time to share with Fuyuki. Even knowing that his brother had many siblings, he possessed the confidence that he could carve out a place for himself in Fuyuki's heart. They would not back down, even if they were merely the younger disciples of their brother. Chapter 17. The Moon God Below, Rescuing Lives Online. The following day, they traveled tirelessly for an entire day without pause. As they neared the town, Kanai received a message from a crow. A common demon had appeared near the town, and since it was a newly spawned demon with limited power, Kanai felt capable of handling it alone, thus refraining from calling upon Fuyuki for assistance. Night was approaching, the beautiful evening glow about to fade. Ikaru and Ni were still practicing their breathing techniques, gazing toward the courtyard gate, where no one seemed to appear. Given that the newly spawned demon posed no significant threat to Kanai, it was only logical that she should have returned by now, especially since Miss Kanai was operating during the day and had already pinpointed the demon's location. Miss Shinobu? Noticing Shinobu's glance, Fuyuki secured his Nichiren blade at his waist. After a lengthy period of rest, his visible wounds were almost healed, though some internal injuries might still require additional recovery time. Has Miss Kanai not returned yet? Shinobu lifted her head, having just organized her medicinal supplies, unaware of the time. Sister? A villager just approached her, stating that there was no doctor in the village and requested her assistance for his ailing wife. A sense of unease washed over Fuyuki as he furrowed his brow and rose. Even if attending to the illness would not take long, Miss Kanai should have returned to retrieve her herbal box. In such villages, the inhabitants generally only stock the most basic remedies for injuries. If a more serious illness were afoot, it would be imperative to bring the patient back for proper treatment. I will accompany you to take a look. It is unsafe as night falls. Shinobu nodded at Fuyuki, then finished organizing her supplies. I apologize for the inconvenience, Lord Izumi. I still have herbs that require sorting. Once I finish, I will join you. Brother, shall we go together? Fuyuki shook his head. No need. I can manage alone. You two should focus on your practice and strive to grow stronger. Even if something were to arise, with Miss Kanai's and my capabilities, we should be able to handle it. Then please be careful. Ikaru did not press further. Fuyuki was right. Their current strength would likely not be of any assistance, and it was better not to add to the chaos. With a firm resolve, Fuyuki suppressed his growing unease and hurried toward the village below. A nagging feeling told him something was amiss. If his instincts were correct, this might be a conspiracy targeting Kanai. But why her specifically? The sky had fully darkened, and although he was aware of the ongoing upheaval among the 12 Kazuki, he could not afford to overlook the Demon Slayer Corps. Fuyuki's intuition had always proven reliable. As he navigated through the woods, his long, pale blue hair was tied high in a ponytail, gracefully sweeping past the branches of the trees, creating a beautiful arc. What should have been a journey of 15 minutes he compressed into just one. His instincts were indeed right. Upon arriving in the village, he inquired around. only to find that the villagers claimed no one needed medical attention, and they had never encountered the lady Fuyō described. Left with no choice, he relied on his intuition and ventured into the forest. Before he could delve deeper, he heard Kanai's voice, seemingly engaged in conversation with another, whose tone struck him as frivolous. He halted, concealing himself fully behind a centuries-old tree, delicately balancing on a branch. With a clearer sense of direction, he could fine-tune his perception. The presence ahead was undoubtedly Kanai, but the man speaking with her was unfamiliar, and his demeanor hardly suggested benevolence. The air thick with the stench of demons. This level of aura hinted at a demon of significant power, possibly one of the 12 Kazuki. Cautiously, he crept closer, catching sight of the demon's visage. The creature was strikingly beautiful, with golden hair and iridescent eyes, its head seemingly splattered with blood, adorned with a tall hat. In its hand, it wielded a golden iron fan, edged with lotus patterns, its edges sharp as blades. With each movement, it scattered glimmering crystals. Dressed in attire reminiscent of a high priest, unlike the grotesque appearances of other demons, its eyes bore a semblance of compassion. Gazing at Kanai not as prey, but with a different regard, Fuyō sensed danger. Such an entity could not merely be a lower moon demon, but might very well be one of the upper moons. To avoid detection, he dared not fixate his gaze on the demon, instead carefully scanning the surroundings, hoping to swiftly locate Kanai. There she lay at his feet, breath heavy, her sword hand trembling, blood trickling from her lips, her once beautiful attire now tattered, numerous wounds oozing crimson. Strangely, the demon showed no urgency to feast. In fact, it appeared to be conversing with Kanai in a seemingly light-hearted manner, though the distance prevented Fuyō from hearing their exchange. Yet, he could surmise it was nothing benevolent. From Fuyō's perception, it was evident that Kanai was in a state of overexertion, likely poisoned. Had he arrived even slightly later, he might have only encountered Kanai's lifeless body. This was indeed troublesome. The demon was already formidable, and if it possessed toxins, it would be a difficult adversary. Fuyō had not considered returning to alert others. For one, Kanai might not last that long, and secondly, the majority of his current companions were inexperienced novices. He might not be of any assistance upon his arrival. Thus he could only rely on himself. Silently, he drew closer to the apparition, the distance between them diminishing until he could finally discern their words. The strikingly beautiful specter unfurled a fan, delicately concealing the corners of his mouth. Does it hurt terribly? But fret not, Kanaho, for I shall guide you to paradise. Although his tone brimmed with sincerity, a hint of infatuation lingered in his gaze directed at Kanaho. Yet, to Izumi, the depth of his emotions felt utterly insincere. It was merely a soulless shell, brazenly proclaiming promises of paradise. I shall bring you salvation. There is still hope. Seizing the moment while the specter's attention was wholly fixated on Kanaho, Izumi leaped from a height, executing a graceful spin before launching a kick towards Doma. Doma reacted with remarkable swiftness, closing his fan to meet the force of Izumi's attack. Although he successfully blocked the strike, he was still caught off guard, retreating several steps in surprise. Izumi had never intended to harm Doma, and upon missing his target, he instead tucked into a crouch and somersaulted to shield Kanaho. His voice was light, devoid of fear, even carrying a hint of mirth. Am I late, Miss Kanaho? Not at all, Donyankuen, but you shouldn't have come. He is an upper rank 6, far beyond your level. In stark contrast to Izumi's affected nonchalance, Kanaho's brow furrowed in concern. She understood all too well that Izumi's injuries had not yet healed, and in her current state of immobility, how could she possibly aid him in escaping this peril? Izumi rose slowly, gripping the hilt of his sword firmly across his torso. As long as I am not too late. Doma, whose meal had been interrupted, displayed no anger. In fact, upon seeing Izumi's visage, he merrily tapped his fan against his palm, completely unconcerned that the two were conversing before him. Miss Injetsu, you never mentioned you had family. He paused, seemingly struck by a whimsical thought. What if I were to turn him into a demon to keep you company? Doma's eyes sparkled with delight as he tossed the fan into the air, catching it deftly. I've changed my mind. You. He pointed at Izumi with the sharp edge of his fan. I shall transform you into a demon. What nonsense is this? Moon breathing, 8th form, moon dragoness tail. Izumi, perplexed by the sudden shift of focus onto himself, felt his anger ignite. The blade's wind cleaved through the air, its range broader and speedier than the first form, making it nearly impossible to evade. Izumi, who held a deep fondness for humanity, should not have felt anger. Yet, in this moment, thoughts of his sister surged forth, making him wonder if he, too, had learned to harbor such biases. Doma paid no heed to Izumi's fury. Instead, he remained rooted in place, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With a graceful flourish, he waved the fan, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp ice petals, each one as lethal as a blade. seemingly imbued with a life of its own. Surging towards Izumi even after his sword strike had passed, gathering strength beneath him, he maximized his breathing technique, his nostrils flaring as he sensed the poisonous aura in every one of Doma's moves. The ice crystals, though unknown in their toxicity, would undoubtedly inflict harm if inhaled. With a leap, he danced upon the ice crystal petals, closing the distance before flipping mid-air. His wooden clogs scraped against the ground as his right hand gripped the hilt tightly. Moon breathing, 14th form, fiendish transformation, celestial moon. A vast array of intersecting sword energies surged towards Doma. Blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. Doma exhaled a breath of cold air, swinging his fan in a rhythmic dance, countering Izumi's sword energy with precisely formed ice crystals. Yet, the ice crystals did not simply dissipate. They exuded a chilling aura, visibly coating Izumi's skin with frost. Laughing, Doma observed that their proximity left Izumi no chance to evade. The cold gradually enveloped him, freezing the air in his lungs. It felt as though someone had torn his lungs asunder, and it became clear that Kanaho had been struck by the same technique moments ago. A searing pain gripped his chest, the collision of his breathing technique and the freezing aura leading to a torturous battle within his lungs. The agony was akin to being torn apart. Struggling against the ice that bound him, he managed to dislodge the frost from his body. This situation could only be resolved swiftly. Izumi was thrust into the air by the debris and rocks stirred by their clash before plummeting back to the ground. He coughed into his hand, discomfort radiating from his lungs, with dust filling his airways, making it all the more unbearable. Raising his right hand, he swiped away the surrounding dust with his sword. Why must you persist in refusing me? I am merely offering you salvation. Izumi's relentless assault was deliberately aimed at widening the distance between Doma and Kanaho. If he could capture all of Doma's attention, even if it meant only Kanaho could survive, it would be worth it. At that moment, Kanaho lay a short distance away, eyes closed, her fate uncertain. While Doma had indeed shown interest in Kanaho, his focus now rested entirely upon Izumi. He anticipated the delight on Injetsu's face once he transformed Izumi into a demon. Doma felt an undeniable glee, even as curiosity nagged at him regarding why Izumi's power did not match that of Injetsu. Nonetheless, it only made things easier for him. Sensitivity prickled at Izumi, sensing that Doma's gaze was fixated on someone else. Who could possibly captivate this twisted individual so? Doma, oblivious to the disdain in Izumi's eyes, bore a sickly hue upon his cheeks, his pupils flashing with a dark crimson glow. He embraced his arms, a fervent desire gleaming in his eyes. I can hardly wait for you to descend into paradise with me. Your paradise is one of degradation. Not wishing to provoke the deranged Doma further, Izumi pressed his lips together. I must respectfully decline. You are a demon, and I am human, perhaps. Surely, you possess some semblance of understanding. This statement seemed to trigger something within Doma, darkening his expression momentarily before he quickly regained composure, as though he had not just been provoked. He regarded Izumi with a patronizing gaze, as if treating him like a mere possession, calm and unhurried, an emotion he had never perceived from Injetsu. But what does that matter? As long as I can turn you into a demon like me, that is sufficient. Doma tapped his fan against his shoulder, looking at Izumi with the gaze of a child observing a cherished toy, his eyes gleaming with determination. I will not become a demon. Fully aware of his children's profound hatred for demons, he resolutely vowed never to transform into one, even if it meant perishing alongside this detestable creature. Izumi suppressed the discomfort in his lungs and raised his sword once more, positioning it before him. Chapter 18. I, the moon god, shall become a demon. How very true. Doma murmured softly, though Izumi, at a distance, did not hear him. Really? The more you say that, the more I wish to turn you into a demon. As Doma's words fell, sharp ice pillars suddenly descended from above, seemingly homing in on Izumi's position. Yet, instead of evading, Izumi gripped his sword and shattered each of the ice pillars one by one. Moon breathing, 5th form, moonlight catastrophe. The breath escapes, releasing a thin, chilling mist. The blade, pointed downward to the left, suddenly arcs upward as the sword energy spirals like a tornado, cleaving the ice pillars into fragments. Sparks erupt at the point of contact, and the ice crashes to the ground with a sharp crack. The blood demon art, frigid white princess. Toma maintains an unchanging smile as he opens his fan to obscure the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, to his left and right, 2 blooming ice lotuses emerge, revealing a woman partially exposed atop each. The towering ice lotus's white princess exhales a frigid breath, launching a widespread assault. Caught off guard, the chill encases his right ankle, swiftly creeping up to engulf his entire leg. Crack! A tremendous pain radiates through his right leg, shattering the bones within. The blade strikes the ground, and he unexpectedly drops to one knee. His upper teeth bite down on his lip, aside from the initial gasp of surprise. Izumi suppresses all other sounds deep within his throat. It hurts, doesn't it? Fear not, I shall grant you redemption soon. Toma appears before Izumi. Resembling a child who has finally obtained a cherished toy, with his left hand, he slashes open his right wrist, allowing blood to drip onto the ground. His fingers weave into Izumi's hair, gripping his head tightly, while he positions the bleeding wrist above Izumi's mouth. 1 drop, 2 drops. Even with his lips tightly sealed, he can feel the blood pulsating as if alive, surging down his throat. It hurts so much, like boiling iron being forced into his mouth, scalding his fragile human throat from within, and the agony triggers a flood of saline tears that obscure his vision. The power of the moon god battles against the blood within him, yet instead of alleviating the pain, it seems to amplify it. His mouth opens uncontrollably, pitiful saliva trailing from the corners. It feels as though each bone in his body is being shattered and then reassembled, only to be shattered again. His entire being trembles. Yet it feels as if it does not. His faint gasps seem magnified, echoing in his ears like drums pounding against his eardrums. The pain, oh the pain. It feels as if his spine is being torn apart, yet even in such agony, he is barely aware of it. Toma appears momentarily astonished by his condition, his beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity, especially as they capture Izumi's current state. His Nichiren blade lies abandoned nearby, while his arms struggle to keep him upright. His hands claw at the earth, nails visibly elongating and sharpening, as if enduring some immense torment. Beads of sweat roll down his cheeks to the ground. Those striking light blue eyes lose focus, his mouth involuntarily opening, uncontrollable drool sliding down to his chest. Izumi's breaths sound thunderous to him, yet they are nearly inaudible to Toma. His exposed skin feels as if it is being sliced by invisible blades. But what astonishes Toma the most is the emergence of a pair of snow-white wings from Izumi's back. No, I must endure. Trembling fingers reach for the hilt of the blade within reach. If I were to become a demon like this, what would happen to my master? And to Shinobu, Ju, Mitsuri? Would Ichiro and Michiro weep? In a daze, Izumi thinks. Breath techniques. It seems he has only just realized that his body still contains lungs. However, the motion is detected. His hand is brutally crushed into the ground. The metallic tang of blood sharpens his senses. Every part of his body screams to surrender. Yet the moon goddess power gradually quiets as dawn approaches. Gritting his teeth, Izumi strives to grasp the sword hilt with his other hand, forcefully extracting his hand from Toma's foot, despite the mangled state of both hands. 2 enormous crescent blades ascend from below to Toma's neck. Moon breathing. 10th form, piercing moonlight slash. The blood demon art, mist ice. The long-standing vigilance against killing intent allows Toma to unhesitatingly unleash his ultimate technique, conjuring an immense ice figure from the ground, radiating an aura of cold. Viewed from afar, it resembles a bodhisattva in meditation, hands clasped together, directly deflecting the 2 colossal crescent blades. Simultaneously, a toxic mist of ice is released in vast quantities. Toma's rare fury flickers in his eyes. He initially intended for Izumi to perish here, but the rising sun obstructs his advancing steps. With a disdainful snort, Toma relinquishes his fixation. In his view, Izumi is destined not to survive the day. With a flick of his fan, he vanishes, taking with him the massive ice bodhisattva that had anchored him to the ground. Miss Kocho Shinobu? As he opens his mouth, the sensation of suffocation surges within his throat, forcing forth a torrent of blood. Staring blankly at the crimson blossoms on the ground, the pain in his body has dulled. He is nearly oblivious to his actions by the time he realizes. He has dragged Miss Kocho Shinobu into a room where Toma has slain the mistress. Toma's final strike accelerates the spread of toxins within him, just as swiftly as his demonic blood courses through his veins. Grasping Shinobu's hand, he attempts to transfer his dwindling moon god power to her. What are you doing? Yet, he barely manages to impart a fraction before a mint-green Nichiren blade disrupts him. The blade resembles a slender sword, its tip curving menacingly. The word Oni harshly etched into his vision. He stands defenseless as the blade approaches his body. The blade reflects his current form. His pupils have turned crimson. His hair has shifted from pale blue to vibrant red, and the blood at the corner of his mouth remains uncleaned. A singular horn protrudes from his forehead, and his nails have become sharp and elongated, droplets of blood falling from his fingertips. His face bears numerous cuts from blades. He is acutely aware that he is no longer human, but a demon. A feeling of terror swiftly envelopes his heart, suffocating him, prompting an instinctive gaze upward. The girl before him, with her short hair, appears serious, even angry, completely devoid of her usual calm demeanor. Her rapid breaths and familiar expression betray an undeniable disgust. Suddenly, He feels a wave of confusion. Why don't I smile? Miss Kocho Shinobu? I saved Miss Kanawa. I saved her. He finds himself at a loss, unsure of how to face Shinobu, like a child who has committed a wrongdoing. A beam of sunlight pierces through the courtyard, illuminating the corner of the room. He gazes at that sliver of light as if entranced, rushing toward it with a speed that even Shinobu and the two children at the door cannot comprehend. Brother. He hears the sound of the Nichiren blade clattering onto the wooden boards. His unfocused eyes, filled with a heart-wrenching tenderness, instinctively turn toward the two children at the entrance. Please don't be angry with me. The two brothers, rushing in, are met with a scene they will never forget. Their brother is melting away like snow under the midday sun. Izumi, a woman, unfamiliar to them, yet strikingly resembling Izumi Fuyō, stretched out her hand in an earnest attempt to grasp his, but found only emptiness in her embrace. Chapter 19. The Blood Moon Descends. Online Amnesia. Divine Injury 15. Hurry. Dawn is approaching. The leading swordsman had scarcely uttered these words before a slender, pallid hand pierced through his chest, clutching the very heart that had been pulsating with vitality moments before. Despair silently spread among the entire team. Moon Breath, fourth form, Blood Moon Slash. It seemed their prayers had indeed borne fruit, as a multitude of demons surrounding them was cleaved in twain by a blade. Then, all eyes were drawn to the man who had vanquished the demons, distinguished by his flowing crimson hair and blood-red eyes. Instinctively, they gazed towards the primary leader of their group, none other than the head of the Ikki clan, whose own long hair bore a striking red hue at the edges. Ikki Asahi's astonishment was laid bare in his eyes. To be frank, although the boy before them bore a resemblance to a demon, one could not deny that when he smiled, a warmth akin to sunlight enveloped them. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? The boy hesitated, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as a gentle voice echoed in his mind, as if nudging him to respond. He spoke softly, his voice raspy as if he had not uttered a word in ages. I am Fuyō. Suddenly realizing he had neglected to mention his surname, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and sheepishly ran his fingers through his hair. He then offered a shy smile in Ikki Asahi's direction. Ikki Asahi, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "Your swordsmanship is extraordinary. If you would not mind, might you consider joining our clan?" Only after the words left his lips did he ponder the oddity of his suggestion. How could someone of such skill so readily accept an invitation to a clan? Yet, in the next moment, he observed the boy deep in thought, seemingly processing his words before nodding in agreement. "Very well," he said, placing his right hand upon the hilt of his blade, bowing his head slightly in deference. "I appreciate your kindness." Ikki Yensheng, stealthily peering from behind the door, revealed a curious little head, watching the charming and well-mannered boy seated opposite his father. "Is this handsome young man my teacher?" He had heard earlier that morning about his father's acceptance of an adopted son, a boy of remarkable sword-fighting prowess who had even saved his father's life. It was said the boy had become separated from his sister and could no longer recall his name or origins. Henceforth, the boy would be known as Ikki Fuyō, publicly acknowledged as the adopted son of the Ikki clan. Asahi had also promised to assist Fuyō in finding his sister. Thus, Fuyō remained with the Ikki clan, taking on the role of teacher to Asahi's eldest son, Ikki Yensheng. Fuyō soon noticed the child at the doorway and smiled at him. Asahi turned just in time to see his eldest son peering curiously at the boy across from him. He beckoned Yensheng to approach, and the obedient child complied, kneeling beside them. "This is your elder brother, Ikki Fuyō. He is both your brother and your teacher. You must heed his guidance," Asahi stated solemnly. "Fuyō is an exceptionally strong swordsman. If you dedicate yourself to his teachings, you too may become a formidable warrior." Yensheng bowed deeply before Fuyō, his youthful voice resonating, "Master." Fuyō stood and quickly assisted Yensheng to his feet, a gentle smile gracing his lips as sunlight illuminated his amber-hued eyes, rendering them more radiant than the finest rubies. "You may simply call me brother." From that point onward, Fuyō embarked on the journey of instructing Ikki Yensheng, occasionally guiding the swordsmen of the Ikki clan. Yet, Fuyō often felt an inexplicable sense of loss, an elusive notion that he was meant to return to a certain place, although the specifics remained unclear to him. He had been teaching Yensheng for some time before discovering that Yensheng had a younger brother named Yuichi, nominally his brother. Their lives were starkly contrasting. Yensheng enjoyed the finest meals and accommodations, receiving an education suited for the sons of noble families, while Yuichi endured a far harsher existence, living in a cramped space and receiving less than even the servants. It was rumored that the twins of the samurai clan were regarded as ominous since they would vie for the position of heir upon reaching adulthood. Yuichi had been born with a peculiar birthmark that nearly led to his demise at the hands of Ikki Asahi, but was spared due to the intervention of Lady Ikki's fury. Despite escaping death, Asahi intended to send Yuichi to a temple at the age of 10 to prevent him from obstructing Yinxing's claim to the family legacy. They claimed Yuichi was born mute. Yet Fuyuki distinctly remembered hearing the child speak fluently, entirely contradicting the assertions made about him. As Fuyuki gradually acclimated to his new life, he found that even without sleep, he retained his vigor. As dusk fell, he sought solitude atop a tall tree in the courtyard, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. He pressed his hand to his chest, struggling to recall past events, yet a persistent feeling of having forgotten something significant nagged at him. Each attempt to recollect was met with a sharp pain, as if etched upon his very heart. Over time, he resolved to cease his futile efforts. After all, why dwell on sorrowful memories? Thus, Fuyuki spent countless nights in a daze atop that tree, until one day, a small voice shattered his reverie. The voice was cautious yet charming, imbued with the innocence unique to children. Are you a fairy? Perhaps it was that day he had taken refuge in a cherry blossom tree, with moonlight cascading upon him, softening the hues of his hair and eyes to a delicate pink. He plucked a branch of peach blossoms and gently tossed it into the small boy's embrace, who fumbled to catch it. I am Fuyuki. What is your name? As Yuichi regained his composure, he noticed the ethereal beauty of the man before him, who gracefully descended from the tree, his movements light and fluid, the fabric of his garment cascading slowly. Yuichi, he replied instinctively, utterly captivated. Yuichi had long been aware of Fuyuki's presence, but had only dared to observe from a distance as Fuyuki sat alone in the tree night after night. It was not until he discerned the faint sorrow reflected in Fuyuki's eyes, a vacant gaze that suggested he might vanish at any moment, that Yuichi could no longer contain himself. Fuyuki? Yuichi came back to his senses. Was this not his nominal elder brother? Fuyuki soon realized that Yinxing and Yuichi shared a surprisingly close bond when they were not under the watchful eyes of others. Then he began to lead a life where he taught Iwakatsu during the day and secretly instructed Enichi at night. To be honest, he believed that Iwakatsu possessed greater talent than Enichi, yet he kept this opinion to himself. One evening, while he was teaching Enichi, the young boy approached him anxiously. Inching closer. Brother, have you ever heard of the curse of twins? They say that if you learn the truth, you will no longer wish to teach me. Enichi was far from the fool others perceived him to be. Indeed, he was quite astute. Being in someone else's courtyard, it was only natural that some people noticed Dongyang's actions. The servants assumed that Dongyang was unaware of the curse of twins, which was why he continued to instruct Enichi. However, they chose not to inform Aikino-kuni Asahi, believing instead that Enichi would remain silent, and openly mocked him in his presence. The boy clutched at the corner of Dongyang's garment, terrified that he might utter words of disdain or rejection. Contrary to his fears, however, his nominal brother simply crouched down and gently ruffled his hair. The curse of twins? I do not believe in such nonsense. To me, Enichi is equally remarkable. He will undoubtedly become a formidable swordsman in the future. Chapter 20. Good morning, Lady Aikino-kuni. Dongyang lightly placed the tea he had brewed on the tray beside Lady Aikino-kuni. Good morning, Dongyang-kun, the graceful woman replied, offering him a gentle smile. Her gaze followed him as he took a seat. And then she picked up the earrings and the sun pendant from the left side of the tray. Unbeknownst to them, Dongyang had already been in this place for 2 years. I have been troubling you with Enichi. Lady Aikino-kuni's health had always been frail, due to her illness. The left side of her body had gradually succumbed to decay and lost sensation. Although she longed to assist Enichi further, her will was hindered by her body's limitations. It was only after Dongyang's arrival that things began to improve. Fortunately, Dongyang's skills were exceptional. Even when Enichi's clothes were tattered, he could mend them. He even discreetly spent his own money to procure some daily necessities for Enichi. In truth, I have been the one troubling you and the gentleman. Despite outwardly declaring Dongyang to be their adopted son, he had never referred to them as father and mother. Yet, neither had pressed him on the matter. Just as Dongyang finished speaking, Iwakatsu's voice cut through the air. Good morning, brother. What are you doing? Iwakatsu approached, peering at Dongyang's nimble hands. Is this what you mean? Dongyang raised what he was holding, leaning a bit closer for Iwakatsu to see better. It's a gift for Enichi. He will be leaving for the temple soon. And since I won't be able to care for him from so far away, I thought I would make him something small as a memento. Iwakatsu blinked, lowering his gaze to suppress the jealousy welling within him. How could this be? Clearly, his esteemed brother was meant for him alone. It was already a stroke of luck that his brother practiced swordsmanship with Enichi. Why should he go to such lengths for him? Initially, his brother had been solely his. Iwakatsu's jealousy and resentment threatened to materialize. Even though he was aware that Enichi's life was far from easy, during their practice bouts, he could distinctly feel that Enichi was, in fact, much stronger than he. Just as Iwakatsu prepared to turn away, a long, graceful hand caught the hem of his garment, causing him to stumble into that person's embrace. What are you thinking? How could there be no place for our dear Iwakatsu alongside Enichi? Surprised, Iwakatsu looked up to see Donyang holding something close to his eyes. It was a pair of earrings remarkably similar to Enichi's, only Enichi's bore a sun motif, while his own featured a moon. Brother? Iwakatsu inquired, seemingly questioning why his brother's was a moon while his was a sun. Isn't it lovely? Donyang pinched Iwakatsu's cheek affectionately. My sister's name is Akatsuki, yet I, as her brother, am called Donyang. Iwakatsu tugged at Donyang's sleeve. What is your sister like, brother? Donyang pondered for a moment. My sister is very gentle, especially when she is with me. And she is incredibly wise, capable of getting lost, and even blowing up a kitchen. Most importantly, she loves me dearly. Donyang pinched Iwakatsu's nose. Why must you always compare yourself to Enichi? In my eyes, you are not in the slightest inferior. You are a good child and a beloved brother. Iwakatsu's cheeks flushed red at Donyang's words. He shifted uncomfortably in his brother's embrace. Of course. After all, I am the older brother. Donyang's few words dispelled the jealousy and discomfort swirling within Iwakatsu. He even pulled out a rather crudely crafted bamboo flute. I have prepared a gift for Enichi as well. Although it may not be as beautiful as the one you made, I think it looks quite nice. Donyang leaned down and planted a kiss on Iwakatsu's forehead. I find it quite lovely. Iwakatsu exclaimed, suddenly feeling a tinge of jealousy toward Enichi. He hasn't prepared a gift for me. Donyang feigned disappointment, lowering his head. And no, I wanted to give you something better. Iwakatsu stammered, desperately trying to explain, oblivious to the playful glint in Donyang's eyes. It was only when Iwakatsu looked as though he might cry, his lip quivering, that Donyang embraced the small figure of Aikino-kuni Iwakatsu. You are the best. Aikino-kuni Iwakatsu was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated Donyang would say such a thing. His mind went blank before he hesitantly replied, Then I will give myself to you, brother. Donyang's laughter echoed through the empty pavilions as Lady Aikino-kuni, who had been silently observing, finally couldn't contain her amusement at the exchange between the brothers. Aikino-kuni Iwakatsu flushed crimson, realizing the implications of his words. And in a fit of embarrassment, he fled, clutching his bamboo flute tightly. Though Donyang would inevitably depart, there were times when Lady Aikino-kuni mused. How wonderful it would be if Donyang were truly my child. She watched her son retreat into the distance, her thoughts drifting in a peculiar, yet tender manner. I am feeling rather fatigued today. I shall take my leave. Donyang-kun, though I do not know whence you came, I am sincerely grateful for the time you have spent in my home. The attendant immediately assisted Lady Aikino-kuni as she clasped her hands together and bowed, signaling for her to be helped away before Donyang could utter a word. How did she know I would eventually leave? Donyang's perplexed voice lingered in the empty pavilion. That very night, Lady Aikino-kuni passed away. The first to know was Aikino-kuni Enichi, yet he was deprived of the opportunity to seek answers to his confusion. Aikino-kuni Iwakatsu ultimately gifted his bamboo flute to Enichi, who caressed the instrument and revealed a rare smile. I will cherish this well. Thank you, brother. Meanwhile, before Enichi departed for the temple, Donyang personally adorned his ears with the earrings. Enichi will surely become an outstanding swordsman. I await your return. And together we shall revel in the festival. The last time they attended a festival was a year ago. Donyang had lingered at a stall selling masks for quite some time before finally parting with his coins to acquire 3 masks, one for each brother and himself. However, since that time, although Donyang promised the 2 brothers that he would accompany them to the festival again in the future, Yinsheng's daily duties were exceedingly burdensome. He had to learn the intricacies of etiquette, manage the family affairs, and undertake rigorous training tasks. As for Yuan-e, due to the nature of his own identity, he could not afford the luxury of casual outings. Consequently, Donyang's promise remained unfulfilled. Unbeknownst to Donyang, the 2 masks he had casually purchased at the stall were cherished by the brothers, with Yuan-e even including the mask in his limited luggage for this trip to the temple. Donyang's mask depicted an adorable little tiger. However, since the festival, he had not seen it again and assumed it was lost. In reality, it was in Yinsheng's possession, yet both brothers tacitly agreed not to mention it to Donyang. Yinsheng did not come to see Yuan-e off that day. Instead, Donyang surreptitiously followed Yuan-e for a distance. There lingered a palpable sense that after this meeting, they might never have another opportunity to see one another again. Chapter 21. Under the blood moon, drawing the blade online. The lake in the courtyard shimmered with ripples, appearing to dance with the reflections of the setting sun, casting the water in a beautiful hue of orange. Seated opposite was a lady with her hair styled in a traditional Heim cut, adorned in exquisite attire that exuded an innate elegance, accentuated by her graceful kimono. As she turned her head, her charm radiated with sophistication, embodying the essence of a noblewoman from a traditional family. Her name was Sasaki Sachiko. Though that was her former name, she was now known as Inaguchi Sachiko, the wife of Inaguchi Yinsheng. With her left hand clasped around the cuff of her right arm, she placed a black piece on the hinoki shogi board, the sound of the wood echoing as the pieces collided. My elder brother, Yin Sheng, will return today. He has matters to discuss with you. Over the years, aside from assisting Inaguchi Yin Sheng, Dongyang had been increasingly aware of a lingering desire to extricate himself from this world. Moreover, he had gradually begun to recover fragments of memories, such as his identity as the moon god, and that he had come to this world in search of the sun god. Perhaps Yin Sheng had sensed something, as he consistently endeavored to shield Dongyang from external tasks. Since Yin Sheng's coming of age and marriage, he had become even busier, as the majority of family affairs still required his direct involvement. During his rare moments of leisure, Yin Sheng enjoyed playing shogi with Dongyang in the chess room near the lakeside. His wife, as a noble lady, was also well versed in such refined pastimes. Though Inaguchi Sachiko typically only knelt beside the two, serving tea. Now, Dongyang and Inaguchi Sachiko sat across from each other, poised around the shogi board. Important matters? Dongyang placed a white piece on the board, instantly clarifying the situation. It appeared advantageous for the black pieces, yet in reality, the black pieces were being systematically pressured by the white pieces. Inaguchi Sachiko's lovely brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing again, her fingers reaching for a fan from the plate beside her to cover her mouth. It seems there remains a significant gap between my elder brother and me. Yin Sheng mentioned encountering a demon on his way back, only to be rescued by his younger brother, Yuan-Yi. Inaguchi Yuan-Yi. It had been quite some time since Dongyang had heard that name, momentarily lost in thought. Since Yuan-Yi had left home for the temple at the age of 10 and mysteriously disappeared en route, it had been over a decade since Dongyang had seen him. As a lady of a noble family, Inaguchi Sachiko was indeed impeccable in every regard. Even before her marriage, she had heard tales of another young master within the Inaguchi family, yet she had never inquired about him with her husband. She gazed at the legendary eldest son of the Inaguchi family. Initially, her father and mother had arranged for her betrothal to this eldest son. Although he was an adopted son, many noble ladies admired him. Dongyang was handsome, gentle, and elegant, and many swordsmen claimed his swordsmanship was unparalleled. However, Inaguchi Dongyang declined the proposal, personally visiting to apologize and express that he had no intention of marrying at that time. Though she felt a tinge of disappointment, she had no choice but to accept it. Yet, after spending years in close contact with this gentleman, she felt that not marrying him had, in some respects, turned out to be a fortunate turn of events. After all, this eldest son was astonishingly perfect. Following the passing of the Inaguchi family head, the burden of family affairs had fallen upon Dongyang. Today, one could not deny that the prosperity of the Inaguchi family was largely attributed to this eldest son. Although once he entrusted all matters to Yin Sheng, he ceased to involve himself further. He seemed approachable to everyone, yet in truth, he remained distant from all. The only one who could truly capture this eldest son's attention was likely his younger brother. Fortunately, she could see this clearly and early on. Although she understood that her husband did not love her, their union was primarily a matter of power. She did not mind being the nominal wife of the Inaguchi family. Inaguchi Sachiko thought, as long as there was power, that was sufficient. She slowly rose, and her astute maid promptly stepped forward to support her arm. Yin Sheng will return soon. I shall inform him that you are here. I still have household matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further, my lord. You have worked hard, Sachiko. Inaguchi Sachiko shook her head and turned to leave. Yuan-Yi, unbeknownst to him, he had been in the Inaguchi family for quite some time now. A cool breeze swept through the courtyard, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Then, he spotted a young man clad in a red samurai uniform vaulting over the wall. He had jumped in, although he had preferred tranquility over the years. Inaguchi Yin Sheng had built the chess room in a secluded area near the back mountain to accommodate his habits. However, this did not mean that the back mountain was devoid of danger, nor could just anyone casually leap over. Dongyang's astonished gaze met a pair of clear eyes. The moment Yuan-Yi was mentioned, he appeared. Yuan-Yi possessed black hair that faded to a light red at the tips, resembling his father. He no longer bore the adorable visage of a chubby child, but had transformed into a tall and robust figure, exuding the aura of a warrior. Though the scent was faint, Dongyang could still discern a hint of blood, as if he had just emerged from battle. The sword in his hand was broken. He still wore the earrings Dongyang had gifted him years ago. My lord. Dongyang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The strikingly handsome and cold young man outside froze momentarily, standing still and gazing, seemingly identical to the elder brother he remembered. Though many years had passed, Dongyang still appeared as youthful as when they first met. Untouched by the passage of time, it was as if the years had left no mark upon him. He looked at Yuan-Yi with the same gentleness he had shown on that moonlit night. Dongyang resembled an otherworldly spirit, while Yuan-Yi remained the same awkward youth from years past. Before Yuan-yi could utter a word, he felt Dongyang grasp his wrist and pull him towards himself. In an instant, their positions were reversed, and Dongyang seized the broken sword from Yuan-yi's hand, decapitating the demon that had attempted to ambush him. Yuan-yi stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Blood gushed from Dongyang's chest, splattering across Yuan-yi's face as he trembled, seemingly desperate to confirm something. My lord, Dongyang, too, felt a moment of confusion. In a moment of desperation, he managed to switch places with another person. Although he successfully vanquished the demon, the hand that was originally aimed at Zenitsu's chest ended up striking him instead. Dongyang smiled at Zenitsu, his bloodied hand gently caressing his face. It had been a long time. Zenitsu welcomed him home. In the final moments before fading away, Dongyang reflected on many things, including the earliest memory of how he came to this world. Do not worry, Zenitsu, I am merely returning. And as for Kanata, that child has always been competitive since childhood, yet he is indeed formidable. As he faced his impending demise for the second time, Dongyang felt inexplicably that this time it didn't hurt as much. Farewell, Zenitsu. It is a pity that Kanata and I did not have the chance to say goodbye. Chapter 22. The Moon God. Online draw of the blade. Godhood damage 30. His eyelids felt heavy, utterly unable to open his eyes. Master Shinazugawa had arrived. Someone rose from beside him. It was his sister's voice. And an elderly man? Master Shinazugawa. Is Dongyang still not awake? That voice paused, tinged with a sigh. I took in a child a year ago. It would be wonderful if Dongyang could awaken. This was the first disciple he had taken after Ju and Sabito. And this child was recommended by Ju. He is gentle. Perhaps he and Dongyang will get along well, as Dongyang is also a very gentle child. Wait, gentle? Is that referring to me? What on earth is going on? Dongyang sensed that something was amiss, so he attempted to wiggle his fingers. Good, he could move. He opened his eyes. His sister must have noticed his movements, for she turned her head and tucked the hair that had fallen before him behind her ear. Upon seeing Dongyang awaken, Mitsuri's eyes seemed to gleam for a moment. Dongyang, she lunged at him, pinning him beneath her. And their sudden movement sent both tumbling into a wooden box, plunging into darkness. It felt like being in a coffin. Huh, why am I in a coffin? Sister, you need to explain this. Weren't we lost? And where exactly are we? Why did I wake up in a coffin? The wooden lid was lifted, and cold moonlight poured in. The one who had lifted the lid was a man wearing a Tengu mask. Dongyang instinctively felt he should have a mask too, but immediately realized he had nothing of the sort. In the subsequent moments, Mitsuri recounted the events that had transpired during this time. The man before them, adorned with a Tengu mask, was her former master. I have 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. Both younger brothers are Hashira. And my sister is also an A-rank member, closely related to the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Is that true? Dongyang was somewhat skeptical. Oh, speaking of Hashira, Mitsuri explained excitedly. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was my younger brother, and the current flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, I taught for a while. I heard that my relationship with him was quite good. There are 2 missed Hashira, one named Takedo Machiro, and the other Takedo Yurichi, whom I found as a child. Also, I have a connection with the love Hashira, and I promised that if she joined the Demon Slayer Corps, I would teach her. Currently, my appearance is that of silver long hair and silver eyes, which was supposed to be my form at the pinnacle of my powers as the moon god. However, my sister said that because I altered the futures of certain individuals in this world without permission, it would be best for me to obediently transform into a demon for my own good. The reason I do not recall any of this is due to my amnesia, and it has occurred more than once. Godhood damage 30. My sister mentioned that if this continues, I will not be able to return to the upper realm with her. Dongyang tried to translate what Mitsuri had said for his own understanding, watching as his sister fiddled with her fan. The individual who was supposed to be his master had left them sister's time to depart, promising to return the next day. Then why don't we just go back? Mitsuri closed her fan and playfully struck Dongyang on the head with her golden lotus fan. Do you think I don't want to? Because you have altered the fates of these individuals. You have already forged a connection with them. Her voice lowered, laced with a hint of irritation. I intended to send you to a parallel world for recuperation, yet you returned not only without healing, but rather in a worse condition. Mitsuri, the sister of Dongyang, possessed an enduring penchant for mischief. Dongyang felt compelled to train harder, even more so. Tanjiro Kamado was dashing through the mountains, evading traps that could be fatal in the eyes of others. However, in a moment of miscalculation, Tanjiro accidentally stepped on a stone, causing him to tumble into an unknown place. Struggling to rise, he found himself covered in dirt. This is the northern side of the Mist Mountain, a place Master Shinazugawa never allowed me to go. I should return. Tanjiro cautiously held onto a tree trunk, but the next moment, he became alert. There's a demon. Are you all right? Tanjiro asked, startled, as he turned around. When did that happen? The presence of a demon. And is that a cat mask? Yet, there was no malice emanating from it. Tanjiro then observed the entity before him, who quietly removed his mask, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. What caught his attention even more was the cascade of silky silver hair and those captivating silver eyes. The mask was the one Master Shinazugawa had given Donyang the day after he awoke, stating that he had once made a promise to him, and now, after such a long time, he could finally wear it. Donyang gazed at the red-haired boy before him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the earrings he wore, though he could not recall where he had seen them before. "Are you all right?" he asked once more. He discreetly assessed the boy, who appeared to be the younger disciple his master had mentioned. "I'm fine, are you? A demon?" Tanjiro inquired, a hint of nervousness in his tone. He had not anticipated the existence of a demon so close to the training grounds, yet he detected no foul odor emanating from it. Moreover, since it could roam freely in the Mist Mountain, Master Shinazugawa must have been aware of it. "Indeed, if your name is Tanjiro Kamado, you ought to address me as your senior brother." The expression on this child's face is exceedingly transparent. Izumi Fuyō stepped forward, disregarding his stiffness, seized his hand, and transmitted his divine energy to him, healing his wounds. "Eh? Senior brother?" The boy, clearly named Tanjiro Kamado, was visibly taken aback. If I am not mistaken, he even seemed to lose color. "Hey, are you all right? Is it really that surprising?" Tanjiro gazed at the individual before him, who was devoid of any demonic aura. "Of course, it is astonishing. That is a man-eating demon." Chapter 23. I am the Moon God, online and shy. One day, while Fuyō accompanied Tanjiro Kamado in training, the boy abruptly halted, causing Fuyō to stumble into a nearby tree due to his sudden stop. "What are you doing? You bratty junior brother? Can one simply stop in the midst of battle?" His head must surely be swelling. "It hurts like hell." Fuyō glared at him, teeth gritted. "I am sorry, senior brother." The boy rushed forward and grasped his hand. Startled, Fuyō instinctively stepped back, but it was futile. He was embraced fully. "You've grown taller." "Impressive indeed." Fuyō was at a loss for words. "Senior brother, I suddenly thought, if you were a demon, is there any way to awaken my sister?" Fuyō was aware that the boy had come to train because of his sister, aspiring to join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, he had never heard Tanjiro mention her before. Their interactions had mostly revolved around training. This was the first instance he had proactively brought up his sister. "Awaken?" Fuyō tied his long hair into a ponytail with a headband. Though maintaining long hair was troublesome and hardly advantageous in battle, for some reason, he could never bring himself to cut it, as if someone from his past wished for him to keep it long. "Indeed, while my sister has become a demon. She has never consumed human flesh and has remained in a coma for a year." Fuyō sat cross-legged on the ground, listening to Tanjiro's account, and began to form an idea. "From what I understand, the only way for demons to survive is by consuming humans. However, I am different from those demons. Perhaps it is due to my lineage. Although the sun affects me somewhat, it is not lethal." He propped his chin on his hand, observing Tanjiro as he listened intently. "Thus, I suspect your sister's slumber may be due to her need to accumulate strength. If it is strength you seek, perhaps I can assist you in bringing your sister here." "No need for that. I shall go myself," Fuyō declared, rising to his feet. He certainly did not wish to continue sleeping in that coffin, even if it was to shield himself from the sun's rays. Tanjiro hurriedly followed his senior brother, who was determined to depart at a moment's notice. Yet, Fuyō truly possessed a temperament that was entirely different from his appearance, though his aura remained gentle. "What are you thinking?" Fuyō halted, and the boy inevitably collided with him, causing Fuyō to stagger. Being tall is quite the feat. Although Fuyō's demeanor appeared harsh, his essence was exceptionally tender. "What nonsense is this child spouting? What are you rambling about? With such disarrayed thoughts, you would be better off focusing on your training." Fuyō pinched his slightly flushed ear tips and spoke somewhat uncomfortably, turning to leave and quickening his pace. In Tanjiro's eyes, Fuyō's senior brother was so bashful that his ears turned crimson. He even ran away shyly. If Fuyō were aware of his thoughts, he would surely be able to bestow a sound thrashing upon him. "Oh no, I lost track of time. Dawn is approaching." The sky was clearly brightening, and the mist that enveloped the mountains began to thin. The dew on the leaves and grass soaked through his clothing. Just as Fuyō resolved to grit his teeth and hasten to the house at the mountain's foot, he was abruptly embraced by a certain impudent boy. Then, darkness enveloped him as Tanjiro draped his outer garment over Fuyō's head. Instantly, he froze. After all, he was rather afraid of pain, though he would absolutely never admit it. "Could you shrink a bit, senior brother?" Fuyō fell silent for a moment, contemplating, but ultimately complied, quietly reducing his size. "This is only temporary. It is not due to fear of pain. I merely need to gather energy for your sister." It seemed he heard Tanjiro chuckle softly, prompting Fuyō to lightly nip at his arm in mild irritation. He then patted Fuyō's back. "Yes, much obliged." "Humph." For your sister's sake. I shall let you off this time. Whether it was due to the sun rising, Fuyō unexpectedly fell asleep. Upon awakening, he turned his head and beheld a remarkably adorable girl, entirely different from his sister. It seemed this was indeed Tanjiro's sister. Daylight had arrived. It appeared Tanjiro had gone to practice. Fuyō rose from bed, neatly folding the blanket, and grasped Nezuko's hand. It truly is due to her need to accumulate energy that she has fallen into slumber. Holding one of her hands, their fingers intertwined against her forehead. Although it was somewhat challenging to transmit energy during broad daylight, Fuyō possessed enough strength to temporarily awaken her for 2 or 3 days. As he felt the energy gradually entering the girl's body, she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of remarkably beautiful orbs. Nezuko, is it? Fuyō reached out to gently stroke her head. Her hair was incredibly soft, and he was reluctant to touzle it. She took hold of Fuyō's hand, rubbing it against her face, emitting a sound of unclear intent. Fuyō gazed at her in surprise, deciphering her meaning from the singular sound she made. Thank you. You are most welcome. Such a delightful girl, so different from her sister. With that thought, Fuyō flashed a smile at Nezuko. I wonder if senior brother has a way to awaken Nezuko. As Tanjiro sat resting on the ground after yet another fruitless attempt to strike the rock, he pondered. Ever since the last time he had practiced and scraped the skin of his palm, his senior brother had scolded him thoroughly upon witnessing it. Yet still tended to all his wounds, insisting he would guide him from then on, assuring him he could break any stone. Although under Fuyō's tutelage, Tanjiro could distinctly feel changes within himself. Fuyō's movements appeared effortless. Even when using merely wood, he could easily deflect Tanjiro's blade. Are you training with a resolve to face death? Tanjiro inhaled deeply. He realized. Reflecting on the evenings spent training alongside Fuyō, Tanjiro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. To honor his senior brother, to fulfill his promise to Mr. Rengoku, and for Nezuko, he would train diligently, striving to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible. Chapter 24. I am the Moon God, Online Guidance. Are you a fool? How many times have I told you not to grip the sword so tightly? You must treat it as an extension of your own body. You're lifting it too high. Your attack speed is far too slow. Ugh, how many times must I repeat myself? If you fall, get up quickly. Such slow reflexes will get you killed. In the clearing on the mountainside of the narrow mist mountain, one could always hear sounds reminiscent of scolding, emanating from a voice tinged with exasperation. Beside the two individuals engaged in training, Nezuko sat upon a rock. Although Winter Sun consistently remarked on Tanjiro Kamido's lack of intelligence, he would invariably take the initiative to guide Tanjiro's movements, his words betraying a playful contradiction to his actions. It is only through relentless combat that one can uncover their weaknesses. Upholding this belief, Winter Sun would often leave Tanjiro incapacitated for long stretches. Your stance must be steadfast. If you can be easily toppled, counterattacking will prove exceedingly difficult. As a practitioner of water breathing, one must certainly attune themselves to the essence of water. Water can be both tranquil and tempestuous. Winter Sun looked on helplessly as Tanjiro swung his blade repeatedly. He made the path of training increasingly arduous for Tanjiro, elevating the challenge and thinning the air around them. He would even conceal himself in the woods, launching surprise assaults to heighten Tanjiro's sensitivity, injecting the lessons deeply into his very sinews. More. Ensure you never forget the entirety of the secrets imparted by Master Urokodaki. The teachings were to be ingrained into his very bones. As Winter Sun's strikes quickened, Tanjiro managed to deflect them one by one. Though his breath was unsteady, he could now barely withstand the majority of Winter Sun's swordplay, a marked improvement since their initial encounters. After their sparring sessions, Winter Sun would highlight the deficiencies in Tanjiro's techniques, pointing out unnecessary movements while adding his own insights. Total concentration breathing accelerates blood circulation and the heartbeat, rapidly raising body temperature, enabling you, as a human, to attain strength akin to that of a demon. Essentially, one must expand their lungs and infuse their blood with a copious amount of air. When the blood is invigorated, bones and muscles will hastily heat up, enhancing strength. Winter Sun observed Tanjiro's bewildered expression. Well, that's merely the official explanation. My personal interpretation is that such skills are instinctively acquired only in life-threatening situations. And with that, Winter Sun, under Tanjiro's shocked and disbelieving gaze, brandished a wooden sword toward him. Hey, brother, could you at least give me a heads up? In a flurry, Tanjiro rolled to evade the strike and grasped his own blade, preparing for action. This is perilous. I've said that only in dire circumstances can one unleash their utmost potential. Winter Sun remained blissfully unaware of his oversight, grinning as he declared, I will unleash my full power now. You must be prepared to face death. In that moment, Tanjiro truly understood the notion of facing death as articulated by Winter Sunday. His wrists and legs felt as if they were on the verge of breaking. His lungs and heart felt as though they might burst. Yet he continued to swing his sword, and still, he had never once bested his senior. Each day, he pushed beyond the limits of the previous day, experiencing the tearing of his muscles only to have them heal anew. After having treated him 2 or 3 times, Winter Sun ceased, explaining that it was essential for Tanjiro to truly comprehend the pain, for only by experiencing such suffering could one learn to act without hesitation in the face of it. As for why Tanjiro had yet to win against Winter Sun, the latter replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that to be expected? After all, I have been training much longer than you." Though he could not recall the specifics, his body retained the memories. "One day, even when I surprise you, you must be able to instinctively counter my every strike. At that point, you might be ready to challenge that rock." Since that conversation with Winter Sun, Tanjiro refrained from attempting to strike the rock and instead devoted himself to practice with his mentor. After half a year of diligent training, during an uncountable session, he suddenly leapt to evade a strike he could have otherwise blocked. As he landed, he looked up to behold a massive boulder cleaved in 2 by his blade. "Brother, I did it." In a moment of elation, Tanjiro disregarded Winter Sun's protests and embraced his smaller figure. "Isn't that impressive?" With great effort, Winter Sun managed to push him away. All right, so you can split the rock now? Release me. This is most unbecoming." Tanjiro sheepishly loosened his grip, scratching his head. I just got too excited. The threat of victory," he explained, "is because I can now perceive the scent of the openings in my opponent's defenses. In battles with others, as long as I focus on that scent, I can see the threads connecting my blade to their vulnerabilities. The instant I visualize it, my muscles tense, and my sword is pulled forward to strike at the gap." Tanjiro excitedly elaborated to Winter Sun, who, though unable to fully grasp it, was nonetheless eager to encourage his companion. "If you persist in this belief and path you hold dear, you shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Tanjiro, you are truly a remarkable child." In response, Tanjiro's tears fell to the ground. That evening, the two reunited with the long-absent master Urokodaki. Winter Sun personally prepared a meal to celebrate Tanjiro's accomplishments. After dinner, Winter Sun knelt behind Tanjiro, straightening his posture to trim his overly long hair, cutting it all away. Urokodaki had prepared garments for Tanjiro to wear for the selection. Tanjiro, upon glancing back at Urokodaki, noticed Winter Sun pause in his actions. "Not all demons are like your brother Winter Sun and your sister Nezuko. Most demons, when encountering humans, can hardly suppress their urge to devour them. Remember, in general, a demon's strength correlates with the number of humans they have consumed." Though the Tengu mask obscured Urokodaki's expression, the gravity in his tone was unmistakable. "So, consuming many humans makes one stronger?" Tanjiro blinked in confusion. "Indeed, some do gain strength, transforming their bodies and wielding supernatural abilities." Urokodaki rose to his feet, pushing aside a cabinet to retrieve a fox mask. The intricate patterns carved upon it bore resemblance to Winter Sun's artistry. "If your nose were sharper, you would discern how many lives a demon has taken." He spoke as he presented the fox mask, adorned with a sun motif beneath its left ear, to Tanjiro. "What is this?" Tanjiro inquired, examining the mask's designs. "This is a disaster-repelling mask. I have cast a spell upon it to protect you from calamity." Tanjiro pondered the implications of the disaster-repelling mask. The following morning, he donned the mask and the garments prepared by Master Urokodaki, taking up his sword as he set forth. Shortly after his departure, Winter Sun emerged, holding a vivid red umbrella. Over the years, the energy he had been channeling to Nezuko had made her significantly stronger than the average demon. Winter Sun, reflecting on how he had altered the fates of many, acknowledged that the cost of meddling with destinies was the necessity of providing energy to the world's pivotal figure, Nezuko. The previous night, he had transferred all of his stored moon god powers to her, which accounted for his overwhelming fatigue during the day. The umbrella, a gift from his sister, was designed to shield him from the sun's harmful rays, sparing him from injury. Izumi stepped out and bowed to his master, Urokodaki. "Master, I won't wait for Tanjiro to return. You need not worry too much about his strength. I am confident he will pass the selection." Urokodaki nodded in acknowledgement. "Then where do you intend to go?" "I don't know. Perhaps I should go and unravel the ties of fate." "Farewell, master." Urokodaki stood still, watching as Izumi Fuyō walked away, step by step, until the red umbrella he held vanished into the distance. "What will you do if you encounter Ju and Sabito?" he called after him. "My point is, although you have passed on the power of the moon god to Nezuko, the cost you are currently incurring is not acknowledged by the consciousness of this world. The ties must still be unraveled." Izumi Akatsuki covered her mouth with her fan. "Unravel the ties?" Toyoharu leaned against the table, one hand pressed to his forehead, displaying evident impatience. "How did things become this complicated? I feel as though I cannot even recall the people you mentioned, sister." He furrowed his brow, increasingly troubled by the situation. "If you cannot remember, then that simplifies matters considerably. Just let the Hashira slay you, the demon you are. In doing so, you can unravel the ties and return with me. Izumi Akatsuki smiled mischievously, even taking a sip of tea from the table with an air of nonchalance. After all, if it is a demon, being slain by the Demon Slayer Corps is quite a normal occurrence. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, I learned from my master that Tanjiro should have completed the selection, so I intended to seek him out and accompany him. Sister, did you not say she is the protagonist? Since she is the protagonist, she will surely encounter the Hashira, right? Yet, you refuse to divulge any details about the plot. Toyoharu rose, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Grasping the red umbrella resting on the table, Izumi Akatsuki remained seated, showing no sign of protest as Toyoharu moved to leave. Just as he was about to push the door open, she added, if I divulged more information, what would happen if you meddled further? The price to pay would not merely be trivial. Besides, Toyoharu, I recall the last time you spoke to me with such grievance was eons ago. It was far more delightful when you obediently listened to me. Toyoharu paused, contemplating. After all, my memory has been compromised. With my divinity damaged, my recollections are somewhat muddled. My current disposition is akin to what it was several millennia ago when I still bore the crescent moon form. Perhaps with some time for reflection, I shall improve. Observing Akatsuki's cheerful demeanor, Toyoharu gritted his teeth and opened the red umbrella, stepping into the sunlight. What a troublesome woman. Chapter 25. I am the Moon God. Heading to Spider Mountain. Toyoharu had not yet comprehended the situation when he found himself embraced by a golden-haired boy who was crying, insisting, you must marry her. After conversing with his sister, he had caught a raven that had inexplicably landed in his palm, only for it to speak. I am a messenger crow of the Demon Slayer Corps. I was originally a messenger crow exclusive to Lord Izumi, who named me Cloud. Toyoharu watched in silence as the raven hopped from his palm to his shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his cheek. The young man named Tanjiro, whom the Lord seeks, is currently outside a small village to your southeast, Drum House. He intends to hunt the demon residing there. Toyoharu gently groomed the raven's feathers. He was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, so naturally, the crow would not assign him any tasks. He felt at ease allowing the crow to perch on his shoulder. Is it all right not to return? It is fine. As the sun began to set, Toyoharu strolled along a forest path, warmth radiating from the sunlight. He showed no intention of closing the umbrella. From behind, his silver hair cascaded down to his thighs, revealing his slender, fair hand gripping the umbrella handle. Though the red umbrella appeared somewhat eerie at night, anyone who glimpsed his visage would certainly not suspect him of malevolence. Moreover, Toyoharu was clad in a woman's kimono. He did not mind wearing women's clothing, as it was quite convenient. Most importantly, he had no other garments. This was the one Akatsuki had given him. Excuse me, miss, are you heading up the mountain? Toyoharu was halted by a gentle voice. He turned to see a black-haired girl with 2 pigtails, tightly clutching a piece of silk, evidently nervous. Are you calling for me? Toyoharu glanced around. Realizing that aside from himself, the girl was the only other person on the path. He folded his umbrella. Yes, the girl was captivated upon seeing Toyoharu's face. His fair skin and long, thick eyelashes fluttering like fans, along with his exquisite features, which appeared even more ethereal in the moonlight. It seemed she had never encountered such a beautiful girl before. When she finally noticed the intricacies of his attire, it became clear that although it resembled an ordinary kimono, the fabric was of the highest quality, though a raven perched upon his shoulder, appearing somewhat unusual. She regained her composure as she heard Toyoharu speak and hastily took a couple of steps back, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's quite late, and going up the mountain can be unsafe. Why not stay at my house for the night? I also need to ascend the mountain tomorrow morning. Toyoharu considered that although he would not get lost on the way up, he would certainly reach his destination faster than Tanjiro. So resting for a night would not be an issue. With that thought, he smiled at the girl and nodded slightly. Thank you. This smile made the girl's heart race. The following morning, shortly after he and the girl had set off, they encountered a boy squatting by the roadside. Noticing the boy was clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and appeared somewhat uncomfortable, Toyoharu decided to speak up, only for the situation to escalate. Please let her go. Do not trouble Miss Izumi. Seeing that Toyoharu was unresponsive, the little girl could no longer bear it and stepped forward, attempting to pull Zenitsu away. However, her strength was insufficient to budge him, and in the next moment, Zenitsu was yanked back by someone gripping the collar of his uniform. What are you doing in the middle of the road? That child seems quite unwilling. And don't let the sparrows be disturbed. Who is the child? You are the child. Toyoharu thought indignantly, gripping the umbrella tightly, contemplating that if it weren't for the glaring sunlight, he would have certainly knocked Tanjiro's head askew. Oh, your uniform. You're from the final selection, right? The golden-haired boy recognized Tanjiro. I don't know someone like you. I don't know. It was impressive that this boy could provoke the usually good-natured Tanjiro to such a degree. Hey, haven't we met before? We have, right? It's just your memory playing tricks on you. Perhaps Tanjiro truly remembered the golden-haired boy. He released his grip and walked over to the girl with the braided hair. All right. It's all settled now. Please feel free to return home. He turned to Toharu, who stood nearby, waiting. Tanjiro, long time no see. Congratulations on passing the selection. Toyoharu adjusted the position of his umbrella slightly, revealing his exquisitely delicate face. Apologies for troubling you, Kyoko. This is someone I know, and I specifically came to find him. Izumi Fuyō said cheerfully, glancing at the girl beside him. She nodded at Fuyō and ascended the hill. Well then, farewell, Miss Izumi. Fuyō waved his hand gently, embodying the grace and poise of a noble lady. Brother, what are you doing here? Eh? Brother? A boy? That can't be possible. How could someone so handsome be a boy? The golden-haired boy seemed utterly taken aback. Izumi Fuyō, noticing the boy's golden locks, felt a rare flicker of kindness. I am Izumi Fuyō, and indeed I am male. This beside me is my junior, Tanjiro Kamado. I am Zenitsu Agatsuma, but I'm really weak. Don't underestimate me. In any case, he inexplicably found himself walking alongside Tanjiro Kamado and Zenitsu Agatsuma towards the drum house. The two even shared half of a rice ball on the way. After traversing a thicket, the main location of their mission, a Japanese-style two-story residence, came into view. From the outside, it appeared rather unremarkable. However, the surrounding weeds were overgrown, suggesting it had not been tended to in quite some time. The cheerful chirping of birds outside did not seem to imply that it was inhabited by demons at all. Yet, there was a hint of blood in the air. Is it a scent? Right? Tanjiro's sense of smell is truly extraordinary. It's a smell I've never encountered before, Fuyō remarked. Zenitsu placed his hand near his ear, as if to amplify the sounds around him. How could you possibly hear anything? Fuyō pondered, but then Zenitsu asked, did you hear anything over that? Are we really going to work together? Are these people even normal? One can smell what others cannot, and another can hear what others cannot. Truly the protagonist group, Fuyō thought. Turning his head, Fuyō noticed two children trembling in the shadows of the trees, seemingly terrified. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Fuyō approached the two children, but they recoiled in fear, as if they had seen a ghost, stumbling back and even falling to the ground. I can't be that frightening, can I? Fuyō felt a bit awkward and halted. All right, big brother, let me show you something nice, Tanjiro said, kneeling before the children with his hands clasped together. With a flourish, he opened his palms to reveal a small sparrow perched there. The little bird flitted its wings in response. How cute, right? Tanjiro smiled gently at the two children. They relaxed, tears welling in their eyes. Realizing Tanjiro could handle the situation, Fuyō stepped aside, opening his umbrella to continue observing the traditional Japanese house. Zenitsu covered his ears, unsure if he was listening or trying to block out sounds. Tanjiro, did you hear anything? There's this nauseating sound I can't shake off. Is that a drumbeat? As if in response to Zenitsu's words, faint sounds of drumming echoed from within the once peaceful abode. Suddenly, a figure was flung out from an open door on the second floor. Don't look, Tanjiro commanded as the children rushed toward the figure. Are you all right? Pull yourself together. Fuyō did not approach closely. He already sensed that the person was beyond saving. What was more concerning was the tremors in the air, accompanied by the relentless drumming. It seems the demon here is quite formidable, he thought. The children are too frightened to move, but what is up with Zenitsu? He asked trembling. Is this child really a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Is he truly all right? Fuyō muttered silently to himself, not voicing his concerns. Let us go? Fuyō said calmly. After all, he was uneasy about letting Tanjiro and Zenitsu enter the house alone. Though he did not remember his past encounters with lower-ranked demons, he was now much stronger than he had been back then. I understand, don't leave me behind. As Fuyō checked his Nichiren blade, he was unaware of the silent agreement reached between Tanjiro and Zenitsu. When he turned back, he saw Zenitsu clutching the box containing Nezuko tightly against Tanjiro's back. Tanjiro gently knelt before the two boys, placing the box in front of them. Just in case, I'll leave this box here. No matter what happens, I will protect both of you. I'll be right back. His tone was warm, yet instilled a sense of unwavering trust. Fuyō tucked his umbrella away at the entrance and stepped inside, followed by the resolute Tanjiro and the still sobbing Zenitsu. The interior was dim, cluttered with several dilapidated bowls and jars, and flickering lights illuminated the space. Tanjiro, you will protect me, right? You will, won't you? Tanjiro turned back with a hint of helplessness in his voice. I'm sorry, Zenitsu, but my ribs and legs are broken from the earlier battle. They haven't healed yet. So, what? Why are your bones broken? Bones shouldn't break. Zenitsu cried. If you're injured, you can't protect me. I'm going to die. What do we do? What do we do? Enough. Fuyō could no longer tolerate Zenitsu's frantic cries. He unsheathed his Nichiren blade, the cold light casting a glare on Zenitsu's neck. Be quiet. I will protect you, all right? And you should have told me about Tanjiro's injuries earlier. If I try to heal you now, it won't work. My abilities are significantly weakened during the day. Zenitsu trembled, clutching Fuyuki's arm. Seriously, when I met those kids, they were younger than you are now, and none of them were as loud as you, Zenitsu. Fuyuki paused, realizing he had spoken without thinking. But his attention was diverted by the two children who had just re-entered. Wait, no, how did you get in here? It's dangerous, big brother. There's a creaking sound coming from that box. Oh right, that box contains Nezuko. If you leave it there, I'll be very upset. It's more important to me than my own life. But before Tanjiro could finish his sentence, a massive tremor shook the house. Boom. Fuyuki looked around and saw that only Zenitsu and the little boy remained. This is bad. The demon must be some sort of spatial type. As the demon's voice echoed, the environment around them shifted continuously. Brother? Fuyuki paid no mind to Zenitsu's affectionate title. He reached out to pat the boy's head and then crouched down before him. It's all right. Tanjiro is a very capable child. He will surely protect your sister. And Zenitsu and I will protect you as well. Zenitsu is quite formidable too. May I ask for your name? My name is Seiji, the boy replied, nodding but casting a puzzled glance at Zenitsu. What a lovely name. Fuyuki chuckled. I know you don't believe me, but Zenitsu is indeed very capable. My instincts never lie. Zenitsu is a remarkably formidable child. Moreover, is it not entirely natural for humans to experience fear and trepidation? It is only by acknowledging these emotions that one can truly grow stronger. Trust in your older brother. Zenitsu will undoubtedly safeguard Tanjiro. However, when Izumi Fuyō uttered these words, he was entirely oblivious to the complex emotions reflected in Zenitsu's eyes behind him. It felt as though the person before him had transformed entirely. Izumi Fuyō rose to his feet, his gaze flitting around the surroundings before he approached a door that was closer to him, opening it with a swift motion and stepping inside. The room, adorned with a wardrobe and tatami mats, held no particular significance. Wait, senpai. But it was too late, whether by design or mere coincidence. The drumbeat resonated once more, and the door slammed shut. Moon breathing, 11th form, moon shadow. Hurry up. He cannot maintain this form for long. Previously, the moon's divine power was bestowed upon Nezuko, and he has not had the time to recover. Wait, is there more than one demon in this room? Furthermore, the positions of Zenitsu and Tanjiro were constantly shifting. No, there are indeed other presences in this chamber. The Demon Slayer Corps? Izumi Fuyō exited the door. Remaining here amidst the shifting space would render him incapable of locating Tanjiro and the others. To be honest, encountering anyone here at this moment would be sheer fortune. How swift. The speed of rotation and attack is astonishing. Chapter 26. I am the Moon God, venturing into Spider Mountain. In stark contrast to Izumi Fuyō, who encountered not a single demon, Tanjiro faced one of the former lower moon demons, Hiyori. Although Lady Tamayo had treated him, his injuries remained unhealed. Can I truly prevail? Tanjiro endured the agony of his fractured bones while evading Hiyori's assaults. The pain from his wounds was unbearable. He had been enduring all this time. Even when he pried Zenitsu away from the girl, he was still grappling with excruciating pain. As the eldest son, he had always persevered. But had he been the second son, he might have faltered. At that moment, Tanjiro began to comprehend Izumi Fuyō's earlier words, that only those who can withstand suffering and still mount an effective counterattack can survive. Without his senpai's rigorous training, he would likely be utterly incapacitated now. As he attempted to stand firm, the pain from his fractures surged. There was no power left to exert. The rotation of the room intensified, papers swirling around him, and his earlier conversation with Hiyori had disrupted his focus. So close. Tanjiro gripped the doorframe tightly, nearly losing his balance, but thankfully, his reflexes were sharp. With a forceful push of his arm, he rolled back inside, narrowly dodging the invisible claws that struck out at him, leaving scratch marks on the wall. Moon breathing, 12th form, crescent moon slash. As Tanjiro halted his gaze due to Hiyori's attack, he beheld an exquisitely beautiful crescent moon, cleaving Hiyori's body in two. With the interruption of the attack, Tanjiro finally seized his chance. Spotting an opening, he decisively severed Hiyori's head. Hiyori, your blood demon art is truly formidable. Yet, I cannot forgive your consumption of human lives. Izumi Fuyō remained silent, observing as Tanjiro collected Hiyori's blood, allowing a cat to carry it away, before they proceeded together to locate the two children. Tanjiro crouched to carry the little girl on his back. Let us be on our way, senpai. Hiss. As they reached the doorway, Izumi Fuyō retrieved an umbrella, opening it to shelter himself within its shadow. In the distance, Tanjiro had already engaged in combat with the boar-headed boy. Is Zenitsu safe? Zenitsu, upon hearing the footsteps approaching, recognized who it was. That person knelt beside him, a cool hand resting on his wrist. Tanjiro is truly an enigmatic individual. Not only does he bear the burden of a demon on his back, but his so-called older brother is also a demon, a fact Zenitsu had known all along. Yet, Tanjiro's voice possesses a gentle quality that brings one to tears. If he quieted his mind, he could hear everyone's voices, including that of his brother. Even being near Izumi Fuyō seemed to drown out the cacophony of the world. A soothing sensation flowed through his wrist, gradually healing the wounds inflicted by the boar-headed boy. Indeed, Senpai is a remarkably gentle person. Behind him, the struggle between Tanjiro and the boar-headed boy ceased with Tanjiro's headbutt. Izumi Fuyō approached the boar-headed boy, Inosuke Hashira. This child, with a physique brimming with muscle, possessed a face as delicate and beautiful as that of a girl. I cannot treat Tanjiro's injuries to this extent for now. Allow me to care for him. You all should first bury the deceased properly. Izumi Fuyō knelt, resting Inosuke's head upon his lap, draping his haori over him, and placing his twin swords aside. Why is he able to lie there comfortably, resting on Senpai's lap, while I am left to toil? Zenitsu muttered to himself, only to be seized by Tanjiro and dragged toward the manor. As Inosuke awoke, he found himself gazing into the striking eyes of Izumi Fuyō. Though Izumi Fuyō had yet to recover his memories from before this world, the memories of countless millennia had resurfaced. Thus, the Inosuke before him saw a gentle moon god, matured and tranquil, thousands of years hence. Thanks to this, Inosuke leaped up, inadvertently colliding with Izumi Fuyō's chest, knocking the red umbrella from his grasp. Yet he bore no anger. It merely stung. The sunlight striking his skin visibly reacted as if poisoned, beginning to corrode. Fortunately, the red umbrella was not far. He merely had to lean slightly to retrieve it. He did not even rise, watching as Inosuke was led away by Tanjiro to perform the burials. Although he appeared a bit temperamental, he truly is a good child. By the time they had buried everyone, the sky had darkened. Inosuke showed no signs of fatigue from a day's labor, even enthusiastically butting his head against a tree repeatedly. Descending the mountain, perhaps the crow soaring above was Tanjiro's. Come along with me. Meanwhile, Izumi Fuyō had not seen his own crow since entering the manor. Accompanied by Inosuke, he called out, "Come and duel me," amidst Zenitsu's cries of wanting Tanjiro to protect him. "Tanjiro, do not leave." Izumi Fuyō entrusted everything to Tanjiro, for he seemed quite adept at handling children. Upon reaching a traditional Japanese house adorned with wisteria patterns, Izumi Fuyō halted at the entrance. Now that he had become a demon, he should not enter freely. Standing at the threshold, he hesitated, but before he could deliberate further, a kindly-looking elderly woman gently ushered him inside. As an adult and a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, there was naturally no issue. Izumi Fuyō nodded to the woman, placing his red umbrella aside before changing into suitable attire and joining Tanjiro and the others for a meal. Gazing at the exceptionally lavish spread, he realized he had no need to eat. Rather, the delectable dishes before him resembled poison. Inosuke, in a provocative manner, devoured the rice from Tanjiro's bowl. Since these dishes should not go to waste, Izumi Fuyō placed all of his food before Inosuke. "Please, enjoy my offering." In a fit of anger, Inosuke Tsuyuri devoured the entirety of the bowl held by Izumi Fuyuki. What a good child he is. The sky had grown quite dark, and there was no need to trouble the doctor. These children were well cared for in my presence. Izumi Fuyuki dissuaded the elderly woman from summoning a physician. Evening treatments were more convenient for him, and having previously healed Zenitsu Agatsuma, he now primarily focused on restoring Tanjiro Kamado and Inosuke Tsuyuri. Tanjiro had become stronger than before, and Zenitsu was formidable as well. Inosuke appeared equally impressive. With a smile, Izumi Fuyuki grasped his red umbrella, pushed open the door, and strolled into the courtyard. "Brother, aren't you going to sleep?" "I shall not. I will sit atop the roof and gaze at the moon." Upon reaching the courtyard, he leapt lightly, landing gracefully on the roof. The moon shone brightly tonight, casting a comforting glow upon him. From the rooftop, he could faintly discern the sounds of their discussions, soon followed by raucous laughter. These children are brimming with energy, he mused. Izumi Fuyuki remained on the roof throughout the night, only descending as dawn approached. Tanjiro and the others rose early, quickly attending to their morning routines. He descended to gently tuck Nezuko under her covers, closing the door to shield her from the sunlight. In her slumber, Nezuko sensed a familiar presence and instinctively grasped Izumi Fuyuki's hand, burrowing deeper into her blanket. Outside, the sun shone brightly, though he could not venture out. Izumi Fuyuki felt no regret, opting instead to borrow a few books from the elderly woman and spend the day reading beside Nezuko. While Tanjiro and his companion's wounds had healed, they still required a few days of rest. Otherwise, with such fragile bones, even the slightest impact could lead to fractures. "Is it all right for you to remain with us, brother? You've bestowed much of your strength upon Nezuko. I believe it would be wise for you to rest more," Tanjiro said after a day of training. Sitting next to Izumi Fuyuki, To be honest, upon exiting that house, Tanjiro felt as though his brother had transformed into an entirely different person. His demeanor had improved remarkably, almost as if he were a completely different individual. Were it not for the familiar scent still lingering, he might have mistaken him for someone else entirely, masquerading as his brother to deceive him. Tanjiro was also concerned that if they continued to accompany one another, they would inevitably encounter other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Would they spare his brother then? Izumi Fuyō perceived Tanjiro's unease, but chose not to address it. His intent in following them was to locate the Hashira, who could ultimately slay him, allowing him to escape this wretched world and reunite with his sister in the upper realm. However, such thoughts were not to be shared in Tanjiro's presence, as he would undoubtedly try to prevent him. It's nothing, Izumi Fuyō said, sipping a cup of freshly brewed tea. The rich aroma enveloped him, slightly lifting his spirits. After all, who would find joy in knowing that death was the only path back to their original world? Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that his brother harbored his own intentions, and they did not seem particularly benevolent. Tanjiro, how is your sense of smell so much more acute than my own? Can such matters truly be discerned by scent? Izumi Fuyō forced a stiff smile, feeling that his words rang hollow. What thoughts could I possibly have? You're not wrong, Zenitsu interjected, joining the conversation. I too sense that there's something unusual about my brother's demeanor. Surely, he must not be contemplating anything favorable. Was this Inosuke's uniquely beast-like intuition? Are these three overly perceptive? Izumi Fuyō feared that prolonged conversation would reveal his hidden motives. Rest assured, I assure you, there is nothing sinister on my mind. Besides, how could anything go awry when I am so capable? He stood, grasping his red umbrella, exuding a somewhat hasty desire to escape. Since my brother has said so, it likely indicates that there are truly no issues, Tanjiro thought, reassured by his brother's confidence. He was aware of Izumi Fuyō's strength. Moreover, once they had fully recuperated, new missions would inevitably arise. During this time, they needed to train diligently to safeguard their brother. Tanjiro, do not speak for me, Zenitsu protested. My brother is so powerful. He needs no protection from us. He took a sip of the freshly brewed tea that had just been cut, only to recoil from the bitter flavor. I might perish. How could this tea be so bitter? It must be poisoned. I knew this house was suspicious. That old woman surely intends to kill us. At that moment, he received a sharp reprimand from Tanjiro. Do not be so rude. The elderly lady is kind-hearted, providing us with food and a place to rest. We ought to be grateful. I refuse to dwell on such matters. It gives me a headache, Inosuke declared, striding down the corridor back to his room. Indeed, as Tanjiro had predicted, it wasn't long before their messenger crow returned, delivering their next mission. Alongside Tanjiro's crow, Izumi Fuyō's crow also returned. However, it remained silent. So Izumi Fuyō offered it a few dried fruits. Brother, our next destination is a place called Spider Mountain. Will you accompany us? Tanjiro asked while packing his belongings, his expression devoid of any resentment about the need to work so soon after recovery. In stark contrast, Zenitsu cowered in a corner, trembling and muttering to himself. Am I doomed? Surely, I am destined to perish. The demons we face this time will be formidable, and I have yet to marry a girl. As for Inosuke, he remained blissfully unaware of the commotion, believing that joining Tanjiro would guarantee ample opportunities to slay demons and provide him with the chance to grow stronger through sparring. Previously, when Zenitsu had inquired why Inosuke did not seek to train with Izumi Fuyō, given the latter's apparent strength, Inosuke had remained silent. He understood that he could not possibly contend with this seemingly diminutive and unassuming individual. It was a primal instinct, a beastly intuition that warned him of this man's superior prowess. However, he felt no need to divulge this to Zenitsu. Despite his lack of foresight, he was not foolish enough to engage in combat with someone he could not hope to defeat. Before departing, Inosuke was startled by the old woman's stone carving. Fortunately, Tanjiro intervened swiftly, while Izumi Fuyō, still holding his red umbrella, watched the playful bickering with a smile. He had finally exchanged his women's kimono for a set of men's attire provided by the elderly lady, though he found no fault in wearing either. Being misidentified as a girl had become somewhat tiresome. His hair was of fine quality and relatively manageable, yet he often tied it poorly. This morning, Tanjiro had helped him secure it into a ponytail using a hair tie. Your hair appears to have grown quite long, brother. Does it not hinder you in battle against demons? Izumi Fuyō pondered while gazing into the mirror. I had considered cutting it, but it feels as though I owe a promise to someone. However, I should pay more attention during the battle. It shouldn't have any adverse effects. Hearing this, Tanjiro chose to remain silent. This morning, he borrowed his grandmother's kitchen from Izumi Toyang and personally prepared some provisions for them to consume on the journey. Upon receiving the news of this mission, a deep-seated anxiety began to permeate his heart. He felt an ominous premonition, yet as he pondered over it, He couldn't shake the thought that there could not possibly be an upper moon demon residing in that mountain. If an upper moon demon were present, it would be utterly foolish to send mere Aoi-level members. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to a death sentence. Conversely, there was the possibility of a lower moon demon, but he was confident he could vanquish even that. Overwhelmed by unease, he accidentally knocked a spice container to the floor that morning. Are you all right? Since this morning, my senior brother has been watching you with an uneasy expression, Zenitsu remarked. He had always referred to Izumi Fuyō as senior brother, just like Tanjiro. I'm fine. It's just that I can't shake the feeling that something is about to happen. But it's all right. I'm here. Izumi Fuyō attempted to lighten his tone, striving to sound less grave. Even you think something will happen? I'm going to die, aren't I? I must be doomed. If that's the case, we shouldn't go. There are so many other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. We aren't the only ones who must go. Zenitsu clutched Izumi Fuyō's sleeve and began to wail, completely abandoning the demeanor expected of a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's all right, it's all right. I'm here after all. If you're truly scared, you can wait for us at the foot of the mountain. No one will blame you. Izumi Fuyō gently patted Zenitsu's head, his tone tender and soothing. To him, Zenitsu's current age resembled that of a child. Frankly speaking, he couldn't bear to force a child into a confrontation with demons. Zenitsu was already remarkable. He had come this far against all odds. And he had been making an effort, hadn't he? All right, let us head into the mountain, Izumi Fuyō concluded, patting Zenitsu on the head before ascending the mountain alongside Tanjiro and Inosuke. Upon hearing Izumi Fuyō's words, Zenitsu suddenly ceased his tears. Over the years, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Everyone had deemed him useless, a nuisance, and believed he would amount to nothing. He gazed at the three figures vanishing into the distance, gritting his teeth. It was all because of Nezuko. He simply couldn't bear the thought of leaving Nezuko behind on the mountain. How could such a lovely girl meet her demise because of this? With that thought, Zenitsu tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade and hurried up the mountain, not due to his brother's encouragement, but for Nezuko. Chapter 27. Descending from the Moon God. Towards Spider Mountain. To be candid, Izumi Fuyō would never have ventured into such a dreadful place if it weren't for necessity. He instinctively furrowed his brow. The atmosphere surrounding the mountain was dense and foreboding, shrouded in a gloomy green mist that obscured visibility beyond 10 meters. Various negative emotions pervaded the entire mountain. Ever since he adopted this body, he had become more sensitive to emotions. The mountain was eerily silent, with only their footsteps breaking the stillness. Devoid of any sounds from other creatures, he tilted his head to observe the equally grave-faced Tanjiro. Tanjiro, have you sensed anything? Tanjiro nodded, initially twitching his nose as if to catch a whiff of the surrounding scents, but he quickly covered it with his hand. An acrid odor permeated the entire mountain, making it impossible to ascertain the number of demons lurking within. Unable to determine, let me give it a try. Tanjiro, Inosuke, step aside. Izumi Fuyō decided to attempt demonization for the first time, feeling a peculiar itch on his back, his fingernails growing long. He reached up, even able to touch the horns sprouting from his forehead. He smiled at the astonished Tanjiro and the perplexed Inosuke, then soared into the air. Blood demon art, heavenly eye. However, his smile quickly faded. He was taken aback to discover that so many souls had perished in this mountain, their resentment and spirits coalescing into a tangible essence. Furthermore, he could sense a pervasive energy throughout the mountain, as if something was controlling everything within it. Gently, Izumi Fuyō descended to the ground, but before he could stabilize himself, he heard Inosuke, leaping in place, bellowing, Birdman, Birdman. He nearly lost his footing. You should learn to address others properly. Inosuke, don't be so rude. Tanjiro scolded, delivering a swift slap. What are you doing, you fishcake Hashira? Inosuke seemed ready to challenge Tanjiro to a duel. Izumi Fuyō, however, merely ruffled Tanjiro's hair, unconcerned. It's all right. This is just Inosuke's quirk. His expression turned serious. I've detected a total of 5 demons within the mountain, and one of them appears to possess lower moon strength. Moreover, during my sensing, I discovered that its presence seemed to envelop the entire mountain. I suspect it may be using something to control everything here, perhaps threads or something similar. Be cautious. Observing the abnormal spider webs throughout the forest, Izumi had already formulated a plan in his mind. He retracted his wings, but had no intention of dispelling his demonization. Instead, he retrieved the small cat mask he had been wearing and temporarily placed it on the left side of his head. What's this, senior brother? Tanjiro inquired, puzzled. Just in case, I sensed many Demon Slayer Corps members throughout the mountain. Although many have perished, quite a few still survive. If others misunderstand the situation, it could lead to complications. His words rang true. Not long after they entered, they indeed encountered a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, crouched beneath a large tree. Surveying the surroundings, seemingly on guard for something. We come to support you. I am the Mizunoto ranked Tanjiro Kamado. However, the team member did not relax upon hearing Tanjiro's introduction. Instead, his expression grew more tense. Mizunoto. Why isn't Hashira here? A Mizunoto is no different from any other. It's meaningless. He was soon met with a hefty blow from Inosuke, which was precisely what alerted the team member to the presence of others. His gaze, particularly fixated on the prominent horn on Izumi Toang's head, froze momentarily. Why, you are Lord Izumi. Thank goodness. You're safe. Yet, Izumi Tohyang stood frozen, realizing that this person recognized his former self. Moreover, in his current demonized state, he would undoubtedly be discovered. As expected, the team member's gaze lingered on the unmistakable horn atop Izumi Toang's head. A demon? You've become a demon? He gasped, freezing in place until he doubted whether he was suffocating himself. Finally, he patted his chest. It's all right. With Lord Izumi here, we will surely annihilate that demon. You trust me so readily. Is that truly all right? Izumi thought helplessly, suppressing a sigh of relief. At that moment, within the Kikuchi family, a gentle man, as warm as jade, reached out to catch a raven that had landed on his finger. After delivering its message, the bird lay still in his palm, evidently exhausted. You've returned. How arduous it must have been. Have my swordsmen, children, been nearly wiped out? There may be a 12 Kazuki involved. It appears the Hashira must make a visit. Is that child also there? He paused and spoke to the person outside the door. Shinobu Ju, at your command. If only humans and demons could coexist harmoniously. Don't you think so, Mr. Tomioka? Kneeling beside her, a girl adorned with an adorable butterfly hairpin spoke with a smile. It's futile, as long as demons continue to feast upon humans. The ominous command from the crows had summoned 10 of our comrades to this location. Shortly after entering the mountains, the team members turned upon one another in a frenzy of violence. As for me, it's all right. Murata felt a gentle weight pressing upon his shoulder. He looked up to see Izumi Fuyō with a soft smile, his expression calm and gentle. I'll leave this to you for now. I sense some survivors deeper in the mountains. I must rescue them quickly, lest they succumb to despair. Thank you, senior brother, Tanjiro called out loudly, watching as Izumi Fuyō walked away. Wait, you mean Lord Izumi is your senior brother? Murata exclaimed, gripping Tanjiro's sleeve with excitement. Yes, what of it? Is there a problem? Tanjiro replied, puzzled. But that's Lord Izumi. Murata shook Tanjiro fervently. Lord Izumi was renowned even within the Demon Slayer Corps. A senior to the current Water Hashira. It was said that he had perished while returning to headquarters, having already qualified as a Hashira after slaying 500 demons and 2 lower moons. His demise was attributed to an encounter with one of the upper moons while he was still recovering from injuries. They say he was both powerful and gentle. Murata was still caught up in the thrill of having seen Lord Izumi, while Tanjiro was perplexed by the mention of the term Hashira. What is that? Are you serious? You don't even know what a Hashira is? Murata's shock was palpable, disregarding the imminent danger around them as he began imparting knowledge to Tanjiro and the oblivious Inosuke. That's an existence above the A-rank members. There are only 9 Hashira in the entire Demon Slayer Corps. The criteria for becoming a Hashira are exceedingly stringent. As far as I know, aside from the current Water Hashira, many other Hashira are also familiar with Lord Izumi. But beyond that, I cannot say. Murata continued his enthusiastic discourse, while Izumi Fuyō, observing the recognition he still garnered after years, silently donned his mask. How could they recognize him? Perhaps even demons were unaware. Navigating through the forest, he paused, hearing the sounds of a scuffle nearby. With a sigh, he contemplated a troubling possibility. Could it be that Zenitsu has pursued me? Though he appears timid, he possesses a kind heart. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a girl echoed in the air. Izumi turned, but saw nothing. He gently closed his eyes, and before him materialized a scene reminiscent of past events. I'm sorry, I'll apologize, please forgive me, was the plea of a female demon before him. One hand covered her eyes, blood oozing from her sockets, staining her hands and face. She trembled in fear, tears soaking her garments, and she wept, neglecting her own wounds. What angers you? What discontent plagues you? He stood close to the demon, yet could not discern the forms of the others, though their voices reached his ears. It's your fault for not understanding his anger. Her desperate gaze fixated on Izumi, not truly seeing him, but rather the figure behind him. Hee. Mama has upset Papa again. Hee. Had this family all transformed into demons? His ability to perceive these events indicated that the female demon had indeed been slain. Those gentle eyes, reminiscent of a child's tenderness, evoked memories of someone who once looked upon him with such kindness. A soft voice wafted through the trees, unclear in its origin. Izumi remained silent, listening intently. Who was that? The voice became troubled, as if reminiscing. I can't recall how that person, who once valued me so dearly, is faring now. With a sigh, Izumi extended his hand, as if grasping someone's ass. If you cannot let go, perhaps it is worth seeing how it unfolds. After atoning for your sins, droplets of crystalline water fell upon his hand. You truly wish to meet them, don't you? You will, you will. As the sensation of a hand slipped away, he had not deceived the demon. Provided she repented for her transgressions in hell, she would undoubtedly reunite with the one she longed to see. Yet, the weight of negative emotions bore down upon him increasingly. Izumi reflected expressionlessly, weaving through the branches. It seemed the battle involving Zenitsu had concluded as he lay suspended from a rooftop, gasping for breath. The poison coursed through his veins, having cut into his arms. Blood dripping into his mouth. Someone would come to rescue him soon, but he needed to escape before they arrived. Remaining here would mean being struck down by the approaching Hashira. Do not give up, Zenitsu. Amidst his confusion, someone seemed to be instilling a message into him, urging him not to surrender. Who could it be? The moon shone beautifully, and the rustling of leaves in the wind was melodious. Gradually, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his limbs losing sensation. He vaguely perceived butterflies dancing around him. Who is it? Moshi Moshi, are you alright? A woman draped in a garment reminiscent of butterfly wings landed beside Zenitsu, her gaze fixed upon him. The blood at the corner of her mouth did not appear to be his own, and the manner in which she bandaged him felt strangely familiar. Had someone come to save him? The spread of poison slowed, as Shinobu crouched beside Zenitsu, tending to his wounds, her thoughts racing. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Izumi, maintaining a distance from the two, exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had sensed the approaching presence beforehand and had concealed himself, otherwise. But why had he hidden? Had he not yearned for a Hashira to deliver his end? It seemed that the anguish of returning was simply too painful. With a Hashira present, he could descend the mountain without worry. No, that scent belongs to Inosuke. He cannot hold on much longer, and there are two others approaching. Utilizing water-breathing techniques. Ju and Sabito? No. Why had those names slipped from his lips so easily? Who were they? His head throbbed, feeling as though it might split. No, he had to rush to rescue Inosuke. Gritting his teeth, Izumi Fuyō charged towards the colossal entity that appeared to be a demon. Moon-breathing, first form, dark moon, palace of the night. The beautiful crescent moon severed the massive demon's head, causing Inosuke to tumble to the side. Thick blood dripped from the blade's edge onto the ground. Stop. Water-breathing, first form, water surface slash. There was no time to evade, and the familiar presence brought no sense of danger. Thus, his arm was severed. Izumi Fuyō realized the awkwardness of his situation. A demon, unmistakably reeking of demonic essence, wielded a blade, while beside it lay an unconscious member of the Demon Slayer Corps, marked with distinct injuries. The demon he had just decapitated had vanished without a trace. However, gazing at the two individuals before him, who seemed strikingly familiar yet remained elusive in his memory, he felt an unsettling discomfort that persisted even through the masks they wore. In an unexpected turn, he abruptly turned and fled. He ran, acutely aware of the formidable strength of the demon before him, yet it was effortlessly severed at the arm, undoubtedly a conspiracy at play. Subsequently, both Ju and Sabito had assumed combat stances, only to witness the powerful demon retreating in fear. A shared glance between them conveyed an unspoken understanding. They must pursue. What was this madness? Why flee? Were those two not water Hashira? Surely, death at their hands would lead to a swift return. Izumi Fuyō regretted not being able to take matters into his own hands. Strangely, despite his arm being severed, an inexplicable pain radiated from his heart, compelling him to instinctively disregard it. How could a demon feel pain? It was absurd. Yet, a thought emerged. He absolutely did not wish to perish at the hands of these two. Nonetheless, he found himself turning and running instinctively, albeit in a direction that seemed misguided. Before him stood Lower Moon 5 and Tanjiro. It appeared that Nezuko's hand had been severed by this very Lower Moon 5. Yet thanks to the residual power of the moon god within her, she quickly healed. Behind him were Ju and Sabito, while in front lay the injured Tanjiro and Lower Moon 5. His feelings could only be described as a sorrowful yearning for tears. He resolved to pursue the female demon who had just fled. Simply sensing the aura of the two water Hashira made him aware of their identities. He was unaware of the source of his confidence, yet he believed fervently that they could vanquish Lower Moon 5. He must not reveal the breathing technique he employed. With a swift turn, he dashed into the depths of the forest. Ah, there it was. First, the dissolving liquid would eliminate the obstructive clothing. Then it would be your turn. Soon, you shall transform into a delectable feast for me. So, it was you who created that repulsive silkworm cocoon in the forest? Izumi frowned. Who? Moon breathing, fourth form, blood moon slice. The crimson crescent pierced through the demon's neck, an act that, if committed with the intent to slaughter, was utterly intolerable. Are you a demon? He coughed. Chapter 28. I, the moon god, am here to watch the show. perhaps due to his amiable demeanor. The hidden squad members did not harass him. Even upon entry, only a black cloth was bound over his eyes, although he wished to protest its futility. In pursuit of a more comfortable existence, Izumi Fuyō chose to remain silent. However, his umbrella and sword were confiscated, and he was given a black cloak, which he wrapped around himself obediently. Tanjiro lay unconscious, discarded like refuse below him. The sight of the cobblestones above made Izumi uncomfortable for him. 7 figures stood ahead. A few appeared somewhat familiar. The pink-haired girl looked adorably cute, and the creature beside her resembled a fluffy owl. Were those two with gradient blue hair twins? Why were Ju and Sabito standing so far away? Ah, they had all grown into good children. No, what a bizarre thought. Their maturation had little to do with him, as he recognized none of them. Kaneo Tsuyuri still wore her cheerful smile, seemingly oblivious to his fleeting glances. At the center of attention, Tanjiro finally began to awaken slowly, as if recovering from a daze. Before we commence the judgment, please state the crimes you have committed. Yet, before Butterfly Shinobu could finish, she was interrupted by someone nearby. There is no need for judgment. Sheltering a demon is a clear violation of squad regulations. We can handle this ourselves. We shall execute the demon together. Oh. The one speaking was the owl-like creature. Full of righteousness, its round eyes sparkled. How utterly adorable, saying such frightful things. How odd. It hardly seemed capable of growing into such a large figure in the past. Wait, had he known this owl before? The sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, bore 2 sword-like objects on his back, one hand propping up his forehead. The gem on his forehead gleamed, seemingly blinding. Then let me flamboyantly sever his head. I shall make the blood spray magnificently, more splendid than anyone else. The assessment concluded. This seemingly flamboyant individual was surely unknown to him. He was no socialite. However, the pink-haired girl beside him, blushing and looking both petite and adorable, was undeniably the type that attracted boys' affection. This must be the love Hashira mentioned by the hidden squad. Oh, what a pitiful child. The stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima, clasped his hands together, tears of sorrow streaming from the corners of his eyes. How lamentable. The mere act of being born was tragic enough. Takedo Machiro, what was the name of that cloud shape again? Machiro, you must listen attentively. His head throbbed as if it might split. What nonsense. He clearly did not recognize anyone. Fortunately, donning a mask that concealed him thoroughly, Izumi Fuyō longed to shrink into a corner. Simultaneously, he wished to sever the notion that following the protagonist would lead him to the Hashira. He sought the Hashira, yet unexpectedly found himself in a brawl. He had long been aware of their disdain for demons. Ignoring the pain emanating from his chest, was this not fortuitous? There would be no hesitation. According to Butterfly Shinobu, even Tomioka had violated the squad regulations. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, reclined lazily against a tree, yet his finger pointed accusingly at Ju Tomioka. What should be his punishment? How shall he take responsibility? What predicament must he face? Say something, Tomioka Sabito. The gravity of the situation suggested he was indeed disliked, was he not? Ju and Sabito stood together. Mr. Iguro was as serpentine as ever, coiling and unyielding. How troublesome, yet fascinating. Kanroji Mitsuri turned back to Ju and Sabito. Mr. Tomioka and Mr. Sabito looked so adorable standing afar. Ah, that's of little consequence. After all, he always accompanies them. We can deliberate on the punishment later. Butterfly Shinobu silently shifted the topic back. In contrast, I am more interested in hearing what this little one has to say. This little one, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet brought a demon to partake in a mission. I wish to hear the personal explanation regarding this matter, of course. You understand this is a violation of the Demon Slayer Corps regulations, correct? Butterfly Shinobu's tone was light, and even within her words, one could detect a hint of amusement. Hey, it seems something interesting is about to unfold. Upon hearing this, Izumi Fuyō instinctively shivered, sitting even more rigidly, quietly clutching his cloak tighter. Was the foolish squad member who brought a demon this one? The newcomer donned a white top and green trousers, holding the very box that contained Nezuko. His body marred with scars. How could that child have ended up so wounded? Through the mask, he bit down hard on his lip. This intense malice directed at demons was palpable even from such a distance. Indeed, he was now a flesh-eating demon, that grotesque creature. Nibutani Masami thrust his Nichiren blade into the fray. Izumi Toyoharu did not prevent him. Instead, he summoned the power of the moon deity residing within Nezuko, transferring the pain to himself in hopes that this suffering might awaken his senses. After all, he was no longer the person they remembered, and he possessed not a single fragment of the memories shared with them. Yet, the agony was overwhelming. Izumi clutched the cloak at his chest tightly, his head throbbing painfully. It felt as though the Nichiren blade had pierced not just his chest, but had also burrowed into his mind, stirring chaos within. He longed to alleviate the torment. But what could he possibly do? Could he obstruct Kyogai? What authority did he possess to stop him? As for aiding Nezuko, that would only deepen their mistrust. Your Excellency has arrived. You are here, my beloved children. Ubuyashiki Yoya emerged slowly from behind the door. Izumi Toyoharu sensed a gentle moonlight power within him. Even the warmth of the sun deity, swirling softly. His voice conveyed a soothing essence. It was a joy to witness the biannual Hashira meeting without any change among the members. Izumi gazed at the two children following him, identical in appearance. Save for their hair ornaments, one on the left, the other on the right. The figures walking behind them were ones he knew all too well. Sister, Izumi Mitsuki. The Hashira knelt before Ubuyashiki. Even Tanjiro found himself forcefully pressed to the ground by Kyogai. It is wonderful that your Excellency remains in good health. I sincerely wish for your continued well-being, Kyogai remarked, his tone calm, devoid of the earlier arrogance. Thank you, Kyogai. So, that child is named Kyogai? Izumi Toyoharu could not help but direct his gaze toward him. Upon looking, his thoughts drifted away, as if lost in a distant reverie. Truth be told, he only felt a sense of familiarity. These children seemed merely recognizable to him. Nothing mattered more than returning with his sister. Even at your Excellency's request. I find it difficult to comply. What was I thinking? There was no way to earn their acceptance. I oppose it with grandeur. A demon-slaying squad comprised of those possessed by demons is indeed hard to acknowledge. Having transformed into a demon, how could they possibly accept him? Toyoharu, cease your thoughts. Simply return obediently. Now is the time to unravel fate. Distrust loomed large. Mistrust was pervasive. Ultimately, demons were despised the most. Although I sincerely respected your Excellency, I found it impossible to comprehend this notion. I vehemently oppose it. Slaying demons is the essence of the Demon Slayer core. The suffocating sensation combined with the overwhelming weariness that screamed through his body during daylight was excruciating. What was he persisting for? In essence, the one accompanying them was his former self, not the current version devoid of any memories. The headache dissuaded him from further contemplation. As the little girl finished reading the letter, Izumi Toyoharu hazily seemed to hear his masteress name. What could seppuku possibly signify? If one wishes to die, then let them go ahead. It was no guarantee whatsoever. He stared blankly at Kyogai, an inexplicable feeling that this child was someone of great significance to him. His words pierced his heart like a blade, even more acutely than the earlier wound inflicted by the Nichiren blade, as if his heart were being grasped tightly in a fist. In a corner, Izumi Toyoharu trembled, clutching his cloak in a desperate bid for solace. Just as Kyogai had stated, if one were to kill to consume, there would be no turning back. The slain would never return. Rengoku Kaijiro? Was that the child's voice? Indeed. It was ultimately his fault for having transformed into a demon. It was all his fault. If he were not to return, the person they remembered would surely remain unblemished, rather than the grotesque figure he had become. Thus, this must be what he ought to do now. Chapter 29. The Moon, the first day of reunion attempts. Kyogai remained steadfast in his disbelief that demons would refrain from consuming humans, and the atmosphere turned tense. Ubuyashiki Yoya continued, moreover, I have something to share with my swordsmen, children. This Tanjiro has encountered Kabutsuji Musen. This revelation evidently astonished them further, and Yuzui Tenjin could not contain himself, being the first to speak. How could it be? No Hashira has ever interacted with him. He slightly shifted, unintentionally knocking Kanroji down. What does he look like? What are his abilities? Where is his lair? Have you fought him? Takedo Machiro was the first to ask the questions that piqued his interest the most. Kyogai was almost shaking Tanjiro's head off. What is Kabutsuji doing? Have you found his stronghold? Answer me quickly. Be quiet. I asked first. Let us begin with Kabutsuji's abilities. Ubuyashiki Yoya immediately placed a finger to his lips, and the crowd fell silent. Kabutsuji is currently dispatching individuals to hunt Tanjiro. Although his motives may be singular, merely to silence him, I have caught a glimpse of Kabutsuji's tail for the first time and have no intention of letting go. It is likely that something unexpected has transpired with Nezuko as well. Do you understand? I do not comprehend, Your Excellency. Kochu Shinobu turned her gaze, realizing it was Kyogai who spoke, visibly trembling with rage. If he were human, perhaps he could be spared, but demons cannot be forgiven. Our Demon Slayer Corps has fought with immense conviction until now. How many have sacrificed their lives for this cause? Thus, I cannot agree. In an instant, he drew his blade and carved a line across his arm. Your Excellency, I shall now demonstrate the loathsome nature of demons. He stood atop Nezuko's box, his palm hovering just above it. Blood from the wound he had just inflicted dripped into the box. Kneeling behind Ubuyashiki Yoya, as a sun deity far superior to the current moon deity, and also as his sister, she naturally felt her brother's pain. Yet, was it not more intriguing this way? As a deity, one must descend to experience human suffering firsthand to fulfill their divine duties. She could hardly contain her eagerness to witness her brother's choice. As for Nezuko's playful antics, despite her abilities having diminished considerably, she still wielded the power of the moon deity. Currently, Nezuko did not require blood to grow. Simply bathing in moonlight would suffice. Moreover, walking in sunlight would merely be a matter of time. Indeed, as Izumi Mitsuki had anticipated, they had taken into account the demon's fear of sunlight and had moved the box into darkness. They even stabbed Nezuko a few more times. However, Izumi Mitsuki observed her brother, whose expression was concealed beneath a mask. Every action would come at a cost. Nezuko's injuries had surely been transferred to Izumi Toyoru. Nezuko crawled out of the box. To everyone's astonishment, her body bore no wounds, and her demeanor was calm and untroubled. She glanced at Kyogai's injury with a tranquil gaze. Yet, in the next moment, she shifted her focus to the corner, where a demon draped in a black cloak had remained motionless since the beginning. Everyone followed Nezuko's gaze. Hey, why is there still a demon in the corner? The aura emanating from that demon was exceedingly faint. It seemed as though he had sustained injuries. And had it not been for Nezuko's gaze directed towards that spot, they might not have even noticed his presence, mistakenly believing it to be merely an object left behind by someone else. What took everyone by surprise was Nezuko's subsequent action. Within her, the power of Izumi Tohiyasu resided, allowing her to sense his emotions to a certain extent. Thus, Nezuko extended her hand, gently resting it upon the hand of Shinazugawa Sanemi, without even extending her slender nails. And a soft white light illuminated slightly. To their astonishment, the wound that Sanemi had just inflicted vanished. After performing this act, Nezuko did not even glance at the stunned Sanemi standing beside her. She simply shrank down and dove back into the box, slamming the lid shut with a resounding thud. The mocking exclamation of "Ah, she's back," came from Shinobu Kocho, laced with a hint of playful malice. Surely this would suffice to prove that Nezuko posed no threat to others? Tanjiro, upon hearing his name called, paused momentarily. Nevertheless, there would undoubtedly still be those who could not accept Nezuko. He had to demonstrate that henceforth, he and Nezuko could fight as part of the Demon Slayer Corps, that they were capable of contributing. Kneeling before Ubuyashiki Kagaya, Tanjiro clasped his hands together. Let us vanquish the 12 Kazuki. If we do so, everyone will come to recognize you. The weight of Tanjiro's words reverberated throughout the courtyard as Kagaya's gentle voice spread across the space. Tanjiro expressed his unwavering loyalty, his flushed face eliciting amused smiles from those present. Tanjiro descended first, followed by Nezuko, who was escorted down as well. Then came the question. Could someone explain the presence of that demon who has been standing by all this time? Are we to leave one demon behind and keep another? Ihei Koibuchi remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, my lord, we cannot trust demons. The mere existence of Nezuko is already an unfathomable anomaly. It was Taketo Michiro who spoke up this time. It is indeed best to eliminate all demons. Sanemi strode towards Izumi Tohiyasu, his blade still stained with the latter's blood. Just as Kagaya was about to offer an explanation, he was interrupted by Tohiyasu himself. I am no one, my lord. Since earlier, his head had felt as though it were being cleaved, causing him immense pain. Unbeknownst to him, he had dug his nails into his flesh, remaining in a state of anxious disquiet, so much so that he had bitten his own lip, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. Just like this would be fine. The demons whose heads had been severed by the Nichiren blade would not remember him. Yet, despite the comfort of such thoughts, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. He desired to curl himself into a corner, but the gazes of those around him held him back. Oh, if only the agonizing beating of my heart could cease. He felt so weary. Never before had he sensed the sun so distant from him. Despite being so close to his sister, I want to go back. Though the others could not discern Tohiyasu's features through his mask, they were astonished to see the glistening tear stains on his chin. The droplets that fell onto his cloak evoked a sense of sorrow in some present, as if they had fallen upon their very hearts. Kill me. I am merely an ordinary, loathsome demon. Do not blame me. Tohiyasu closed his eyes as Sanemi raised the Nichiren blade high, yet his hand trembled. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Tohiyasu, wait. Brother Tohiyasu. He is also a good demon. He has never harmed a human. Tanjiro, who had already departed, rushed back, nearly forgetting his brother. Forced to discard his disguise, Tohiyasu had to evade the blow. He wished to be slain, true, but that did not mean he desired to die at the hands of a child he cherished. Child? No, they are Hashira. Suddenly reminded that he was but a step away from home, Tohiyasu halted. However, Sanemi, who had been slow to react, suddenly realized. And the tip of his blade grazed Tohiyasu's long hair, severing a small section, and with it fell the mask from his face. A chilling silence enveloped the air as the mask clattered to the ground. Brother? Ju Tomioka and Kaneo Tsuyuri. Izumi? Taketo brothers. Brother? Shinazugawa Sanemi and Rengoku Kyujiro. Lord Izumi, Kocho Shinobu, and Kanroji Mitsuri. Additionally, there were those present who were bewildered, Iguro Abanai, Kanamori Yamagumo, and Yuzui Tenjin. This cannot continue. How could he still be alive under these circumstances? Tohiyasu felt as though his breath was stilled. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he pushed against the ground and snatched the Nichiren blade from Sanemi's grasp, aiming it at his own neck, disregarding the alarmed cries echoing in his ears. I'm sorry. No matter what, I cannot allow this version of myself to face them. Yet, his hand was struck by a force that compelled him to relinquish the Nichiren blade, and he stumbled, collapsing into someone else's embrace. It's over. I cannot die now. The panic in his voice was overwhelming, but he could not concern himself with that. Darkness engulfed him as he succumbed to sleep. I'm sorry for worrying you all. Chapter 30. The Moon, the attempt to reunite on the following day. Faintly, he sensed someone calling out to him, prompting Izumi Tohiyasu to open his eyes. He could not discern whether it was morning or evening. This room, situated towards the outer side, yet deeper within, resembled a former storage area, possibly modified by them. There were no windows, making it impossible to tell the time. But an oil lamp hung within, floating like a willow, the wisp in the air. At the side of his bed sat a girl, not very tall, yet undeniably beautiful. Supporting herself against the bedside table, she held a book in her left hand, which was positioned too low for him to read the title. Sensing that Izumi Tohiyasu had awakened, she gently lifted her gaze, resting the book on her lap and propping her chin on her hands as she regarded him. Why do you do that, sister? Izumi Akatsuki pondered before asking. Which ones are you referring to? If you mean stopping you from slitting your throat with the blade, then yes, that was my doing. My condition was for the Hashira to slay you, not for you to use the Hashira's Nichiren blade to take your own life. What difference does it make? Tohiyasu inquired with a calm demeanor. Of course, there is a distinction. The difference between homicide and suicide is substantial. Izumi Akatsuki smiled at him. Her features, already exquisite like a doll, lit up with a smile that was a significant impact to anyone. Yet before her sat the brother who had watched her for millennia. Izumi Tohiyasu found himself unable to discern whether his sister's tone bore genuine warmth or not. In truth, he was at a loss regarding the purpose of her actions. I do not comprehend the significance of what you are doing, sister. Although I found it odd before, I refrained from questioning it. Yet your behavior leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy. Akatsuki interrupted him directly. Uneasy? Tohiyasu paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, sister. Your initial message to me was peculiar. Lost. Such a primitive excuse could not possibly originate from you. Even as a deity, the sun god who guides and stands out among all beings, how could you possibly lose your way amidst mere dimensions? Moreover, I cannot fathom how my sister remains utterly unperturbed by my arrival here. Even if she appears indifferent, I should still possess the ability to sense her presence. Thus, it must be that she has deliberately shielded me from her aura. Izumi Mitsuki did not respond immediately, and a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the pair of siblings. This uncanny ambience instilled a sense of unease within Izumi Fuyō, to the extent that he found himself reluctant to gaze upon the expression adorning his sister's face. It was not until a golden fan pressed against his chest that he snapped back to reality. I expected you wouldn't inquire. Dear brother, Izumi Mitsuki leaned in, the fan resting against Fuyo's heart. From his vantage point, he discerned that her eyes harbored none of the warmth one might associate with a deity, much less that of the sun god. Do you wonder why the 6 principal deities of the divine realm are embroiled in a relentless struggle, vying for each other's destruction? While we, by contrast, remain siblings. All things in existence are destined to decay. Even gods are not exempt from this fate. Yet, our decline transpires over a significantly protracted period compared to ordinary mortals or the mundane world. However, this does not imply that we are immune to demise. Even gods face the specter of calamity. To other deities, perhaps the 4 antagonistic gods yearn fervently to obliterate one another. Yet, they are also each other's tribulation. Thus, even in their fiercest conflicts, true annihilation eludes them. Our circumstances, however, are entirely different. Izumi Mitsuki grasped Fuyo's now frigid hand and placed it against her breast, tilting her head slightly. My divine essence is deteriorating far more severely than yours. You must comprehend the grave cost of such decay. I risk forgetting everything. My very existence as a deity, my responsibilities as the sun god, and even you, my beloved brother. Fuyō recoiled as though scalded, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. He understood that Mitsuki spoke the truth, prompting him to seek distractions to quell his rising panic. No, it's impossible. Sister, you are the sun god. You are infinitely stronger than I am. If anyone were to vanish, it should be me first. Leaning forward, Izumi Mitsuki pressed a gentle kiss to Fuyo's forehead. I have traversed many worlds and encountered countless beings. I have possessed much. Yet what I have lost far outweighs it all. Even in my decay, I cannot avert your demise. She tenderly wiped away the tears pooling in the corners of Fuyō's eyes, her fingers gliding through his hair, just as they had when they first came into existence as siblings. With a calm demeanor, she continued, "When I realized my own disappearance could not prevent yours, I devised a plan. This place shall serve as your calamity." Fuyō gazed at her in shock. "No, sister. You know that our existence cannot withstand the forces of my own annihilation. I will. After tonight, no one shall remember my existence." Izumi Mitsuki spoke with an urgency that left little room for Fuyō's contemplation. "You will not recall me. The other principal deities will also forget me. They will only know that, from this moment forth, one deity has inherited the power of two, unburdened by the fear of obliteration. My decaying divine essence increasingly influences my emotions. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, my dear brother, after having lost all others who held significance in my life." "No, sister, wait." Fuyō, growing increasingly anxious, attempted to halt Mitsuki's words, but before he could act, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Izumi Mitsuki gazed at her brother with an almost obsessive intensity. "Why must you suffer?" A voice echoed from the darkness, moved by the anguish reflected in her eyes. "Because he is my only brother, and if I allow my divine essence to deteriorate at this rate, I fear that one day I shall forget everything. And I would do anything to harm Fuyō." She spoke with a tone of desperation to the voice that had emerged. "Sometimes I wish we were merely an ordinary pair of siblings so that I could live with my beloved and ensure my brother's happiness for eternity. You are the only one who has accompanied me for so long in this world. I simply hope, in the end, you can aid my brother." Izumi Mitsuki's form gradually disintegrated into golden luminescence. Yet, perhaps driven by an obsession, she fixated on a particular spot in the room, specifically on the figure standing within it. Aside from the slumbering Izumi Fuyō, the vanishing deity finally heard the answer she longed for. "I will. Farewell, dear friend. Thank you, and farewell." Chapter 31. The Moon, the third day of attempted reunion. Awakening in a drowsy haze, Fuyō found himself in a remarkably familiar setting. It seemed he had slept for an inordinate length of time. Curling his legs up, he wrapped his arms around his knees. A nagging sensation of having forgotten something significant gnawed at him, a matter of utmost importance, yet it eluded his memory. He reached up to touch his face, as if remnants of tears lingered there. Bewildered, he lifted his gaze, uncertain whether it was day or night. Dressed only in a thin garment, he suddenly felt a chill. While Fuyō appeared calm outwardly, he could not conceal the inner tumult that burned within him. As he rose and curled inward, the loose fabric of his attire gaped even wider at his chest. In silence, Fuyō retrieved a hairband from the bedside table, methodically tying his hair back. Memories surfaced of someone who had cherished his hair, yet he could not recall who that person was. This disorienting sensation of groping through a fog, unable to discern the path ahead, left him feeling quite vexed. Ironically, he found it amusing that he had nurtured his hair for what felt like an eternity. Possibly for someone significant, or perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Regardless, a mere farce had resulted in it being cut short, though its current length, reaching just to his back, was considerably more manageable. Beside his bed lay a kimono of his favorite style, simple yet elegant, and his red umbrella was neatly stored nearby. After grooming himself to a presentable state, he took his umbrella and stepped outside. How long had he been asleep? A day? 2? 3? The moon hung high above, its gentle radiance unobscured by the wisps of thin clouds. Contemplating this, he grasped the eaves for leverage and leapt onto the rooftop. This place seemed rather distant from the town. At least from afar, he could not discern any lights of habitation. The moonlight melded seamlessly with the distant blue hills. Settling himself on the rooftop, he remained blissfully unaware that, while he admired the beauty of the night, he too was a picturesque sight to others. "Izumi-dono, are you in such high spirits?" Fuyō did not need to turn his head to know that someone had joined him. Kaneo Tsuyuri moved with a grace surpassing that of a butterfly, making it difficult for an average person to detect her footsteps. Yet, for Fuyō, sensing her presence was effortless. He had discerned her arrival almost as soon as she reached the rooftop. However, in this moment of haziness, he felt a sense of uncertainty. "Miss Tsuyuri, you seldom seek me out without purpose." Kaneo remained silent for a moment, observing his profile before turning her gaze back to the exquisite moon. She could not fathom how he had sensed her presence, nor could she grasp the certainty with which he spoke, as if he were convinced she had come to him with an intention. "Indeed, Lord Izumi." Butterfly Shinobu's feelings of guilt and sorrow compelled Izumi Fuyō to cast his gaze upon the young girl, whose features appeared even softer under the moonlight. It suddenly occurred to him that she seemed rather youthful. Ultimately, each of the Hashira was relatively young. He vaguely recalled that this child had once sported short hair, which she may have subsequently allowed to grow long, her smile having become more frequent. Yet, He could distinctly sense the underlying sadness behind those smiles. Much like the present moment, this beautiful girl bore a sorrow unbefitting her age, seemingly wishing to curl up and shield herself from the harshness of the world. Izumi Fuyō acutely sensed her trembling, yet he refrained from speaking first. After all, it was only courteous to allow her some time to respond. I apologize, Lord Izumi. If I had not uttered those disrespectful words back then, perhaps you would not have. Butterfly Shinobu's voice quivered as she recalled that dawn when she held her bloodied sister, a maelstrom of anger and regret swirling in her mind, leading her to draw her blade against that gentle boy. The sharp tip of her sword had rested against his chest. To this day, she remembered that tender smile, his expression seemingly on the verge of tears, as if he were questioning himself or her. Why not smile? I successfully rescued Miss Kane. How helpless his voice had sounded in that moment. It's all right, Miss Shinobu. I bear you no grudge, even now. The demons were indeed a grotesque presence in this world, and you were not at fault. Although Butterfly Shinobu had never expressed it to anyone, the feelings she experienced then, along with the lingering remorse, had entwined themselves around her heart. She buried her head in her arms. The fear and regret she had never shown before her sister erupting at that moment, enveloped by the warmth of that boy's gentle voice. Then, a comforting presence enveloped her, a man's coat, still retaining a hint of warmth, shielding the girl who cried inconsolably in the corner. I have never blamed anyone, Miss Shinobu. Although I may not recall the details, I know you acted in accordance with your convictions. You have always fought valiantly for your beliefs. And you are both gentle and strong. There is no need for you to apologize to anyone. Izumi Fuyō's calm voice reached Butterfly Shinobu's ears as she lifted her gaze to meet his gentle yet earnest eyes. I can sense a toxin within you. A chronic affliction, yet as a healer, you must be aware of this. Izumi Fuyō leaned closer, and Butterfly Shinobu had never observed anyone from such an angle. The evening breeze caressed them, causing her hair to dance lightly across her chest. His serious demeanor compelled trust in every word he spoke. Miss Shinobu, while you have your own plans, I must convey this. Although the existence of this world may evoke despair, it is also filled with family, friends, and comrades we strive to protect. Even without resorting to such obsessive methods, you can achieve what you desire. Izumi Fuyō extended his hand to help Butterfly Shinobu rise, the image of young, yet resolute Hashira lingering in his mind. At the very least, live this time in your own way. I sincerely wish for the world you envision to one day come to fruition. I vow this in the name of the divine. Chapter 32. The Moon. The fourth day of attempted reunion, Izumi Fuyō waited atop the roof until the moon set, having persuaded Butterfly Shinobu to return. Truthfully, he was still processing why he had uttered such words. He struggled to comprehend her profound sorrow and grief. After all, was it not a common occurrence for demons to be slain? To be frank, he had considered asking Butterfly Shinobu if she could strike a blow to his own neck. But he held back, seeing how heartbroken she was. Although he could not recall who had caused him to stumble and collide with Tamayo, this did not deter him from courting danger. Perhaps he could test how long he could survive under the sun? However, it was a pity that before the first rays could touch him, he was whisked away. The crux of the matter was that he had been carried off. Had it not been for his upbringing, which kept his precarious boundaries in check, he would have certainly cursed. Could he not just let himself drift away with the wind? Little did he know how he appeared to others at that moment. His expression bore the bewilderment of having just been rescued. With eyes that had not closed all night shimmering with moisture, a hint of reproach directed at the one still holding him. Yet, that glare lacked any real threat, instead evoking sympathy from those whose hearts had momentarily stopped at his reckless behavior. Not wishing to speak or confront the reality of his situation, Izumi Fuyō nestled into the embrace of Shinazugawa Sanemi. Though demons were not averse to the cold, it did not prevent him from seeking a warm refuge to curl up in. The Shinazugawa brothers had witnessed Izumi Fuyō vanish beneath the sunlight, making them more sensitive to its presence. Sanemi had even flown up to the roof to rescue him, while Rengoku Kaijiro, albeit a moment late, shielded him from the sun with his towering frame. Izumi must be tired. Perhaps he should just return to sleep. Izumi he did not wish to respond, and merely shot a glare at the back of Kaijiro's head. Kaijiro had been called away by their master, reportedly for a new mission. As for Kanroji and Ubuyashiki, they remained preoccupied with the bizarre notion that they had severely injured their senior brother and were still grappling with the aftermath. Meanwhile, Shinazugawa Sanemi found himself conflicted. Having nearly killed Izumi Fuyō, carried back to the windowless room, as soon as he neared the bed, Izumi wrapped himself in the quilt, cocooning himself like a silkworm. Reflecting in silence, the Shinazugawa brothers paid no mind to his ostrich-like behavior. I'm sorry, brother. A voice that seemed to belong to the still teenaged and recently matured Ubuyashiki broke through the silence. Although he appeared indifferent, he was deeply sensitive and sincere regarding his feelings. Had I been stronger, Perhaps you wouldn't have Izumi Fuyō's body stiffened for a moment. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of anger. None of this was anyone's fault. Yet, he could not fathom why these children insisted on bearing the weight of all the blame themselves. If one were to be more responsible, weren't these errors primarily the result of his and Izumi's actions? Had he been stronger? Or had his heart not been so fragile at that moment, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Izumi Fuyō felt as though he had been struck mute, as if under some silencing spell. On the other hand, he also sensed that he might not be worthy of voicing such thoughts, for he currently lacked shared memories with these individuals. His hands clutched the blanket tightly, compelled to endure the monologue of the youth behind him. I have always strived. Yet no matter how hard I try, I cannot find you, Izumi and I, not even in my dreams. I keep wondering if Izumi and I is angry with me. The boy's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Fuyō inexplicably pondered whether, at that very moment, another boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Michiro, stood beside him, harboring similar thoughts. He had placed all the blame squarely upon himself. With a sigh, Fuyō could no longer resist the urge to throw off the covers. He grasped the hand of the nearest Michiro, pulling him into his warm cocoon, even removing his wooden sandals. Then he turned to the other, Yukaru, whose expression was equally ambiguous, the meaning unmistakable. Should I pull you in, or will you come willingly? A slight smile graced Yukaru's lips as he removed his own sandals and joined them in the inviting warmth of the blanket. Just like long ago, the two brothers embraced Fuyō's arms, one on the left, the other on the right. Despite being Hashira, they still exhibited such childlike vulnerability. Fuyō chose to ignore how Michiro wiped away his tears on his sleeve. Is this not Izumi and I's fault? After all, you have finally returned. Yet you show no inclination to acknowledge us. The actions of those two foolish Hashira, the one who was overly playful and the one who resorted to violence, had inflicted harm upon Izumi and I. Michiro, whether amused or sympathetic, merely shook his head. You must remember their names. Sabito, Tomioka-ju, and Takeda Michiru, he added, gritting his teeth. Indeed, they are foolish Hashira. Michiro had always been a remarkably mature child, crying quietly rather than throwing tantrums like other children, resembling a porcelain doll that silently shed tears in the corner. Yet it was precisely this demeanor that tugged at Fuyō's heartstrings. Even before their master, these two rarely engaged in childish complaints. Some words lodged in his throat, refusing to be spoken, but the previously oppressive atmosphere allowed the two brothers to shed their sadness, leaving it to dissipate into the ether. He contemplated a more tactful expression. It is not Yukaru and Michiro's fault, for I have returned, have I not? I bear no resentment towards you. However, there may have been some misunderstanding, as I cannot recall certain memories, but I know that Yukaru and Michiro are good boys. As for the three names you mentioned, they remain unfamiliar to me. He gently kissed both brothers' cheeks. But I shall endeavor to remember. Just then, the door creaked open. Igarashi Yakina beheld a scene that was difficult to articulate. The twin siblings had reddened eyes, appearing as if they had been wronged, and Fuyō was in disarray. Excuse me. Yakina murmured softly, stepping back to close the door, scrutinizing the scene for a moment. Ah, yes, this is indeed the place. She opened the door once more, only to find the three still frozen in the prior tableau. Fuyō. Upon seeing his sparkling eyes, Yakina exclaimed, Fuyō? The brothers momentarily lowered their guards. After all, Fuyuki's entry into the Demon Slayer Corps had been to find his sister. Although the woman at the door was undeniably beautiful, she bore no resemblance to Fuyuki. Thus they could only suppress their questions for the time being, allowing Fuyuki to adjust his clothing and exit with the woman. Chapter 32, Serpent's Sweet Delight. The timeline aligns with the reality of Demon Slayer. Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies. Shortly after his birth, Iguro Abanai was confined within a prison cell. The cell contained nothing but himself, and he could only glimpse the blue sky and the occasional birds flitting by through the solitary vent window high on the wall of the corridor. The cherry blossom branches swayed in the wind. As he stretched out his fingers to catch the rays of sunlight streaming through, the sky felt so close. Close enough to inhale the fresh air outside, as if he could touch that expanse of blue. Yet, in stark contrast, his reality was quite the opposite. As the only boy in the entire clan, Abanai felt no warmth or affection from anyone, though his mother, sisters, and other relatives brought him sumptuous meals daily. Their hypocritical smiles and saccharine words made him feel utterly repulsed. Had Abanai not overheard their intentions to sacrifice him, perhaps he would have been grateful to his so-called family, indifferent to the fact that they had stripped him of his freedom and imprisoned him in this small space. The window was far too high and distant, separated by a corridor. The entire cell was perpetually filled with the stench of oil and blood. Nausea overwhelmed him, yet he was powerless to change his circumstances. Moreover, at night, he would hear the sounds of some enormous creature crawling on the ceiling of his cell, clinging to a sliver of hope. He mentioned this to the relatives who came to visit him, but they dismissed him as delusional, insisting that this place was the safest for him. They did not believe him, even deeming him sick. Day after day, his life continued, with that small window offering the only solace as he remained confined in that cell until one fateful day. At 12 years old, Abanai believed he would live this way forever. But that day was different. He speculated that just beyond that tiny window stood a magnificent cherry blossom tree, and he could almost envision the petals dancing in the breeze through the occasionally swaying branches. In reality, however, the branches that occasionally appeared in his sight were too far away to truly see. Yet that day, it seemed as though someone had finally heard his prayers. He received a special gift, a delicate pink cherry blossom, gently blown into his cell by the wind. In truth, he had never encountered such beauty before. That blossom had never graced his memories in the past 12 years. Yet on that day, the little flower drifted through the gap in the window and the corridor, landing softly before him. Abanai believed that perhaps this day marked his salvation. But indeed, that day was special, though not in the way he had hoped. Rather than receiving redemption, he was thrust into the abyss. He was drawn out of the cell, and before he could relish the prospect of embracing a world he had never seen, he was taken to an opulent chamber. In his terror, Abanai discerned that sprawled in the center of the room was a half-human, half-snake female demon. The demon's long tongue even dragged on the ground, glistening with saliva that dripped onto the floor, forming a puddle. In that moment, Abanai realized that the source of the sound he had heard at night was indeed this serpent demon before him. He wanted to cry, to flee. Yet overwhelming fear rendered him paralyzed, unable to move. Perhaps it was his appearance that captivated the female specter. Instead of immediately revealing her fangs to sever his slender neck, she unveiled the truth that had eluded him for so many years. It turned out that the Ihei clan had survived for over 3 centuries by relying on this serpent demon to procure wealth through murder. In return, they would offer their own children as live sacrifices to this demon, who had an insatiable appetite for infants. As a young boy with heterochromatic eyes, he naturally piqued the serpent demon's interest. It remained uncertain whether the specter had already feasted on others to satiate her hunger prior to that fateful day. Unexpectedly, she spared Ihei Kobane's life, mockingly suggesting to the trembling Ihei clansman awaiting outside that he was too small and should be allowed to grow before being claimed. Although Kobane's life was preserved due to the demon's cruel whims, he was, in turn, forced to undergo a grotesque transformation to resemble a serpent, resulting in his family mutilating his mouth, utterly disfiguring him. He did not weep. Upon being cast back into his cell, he resolved to survive. Using a hairpin stolen from his kin, he successfully unlocked his prison. He ran with fervor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His body, unaccustomed to exertion, was ill-suited for such prolonged physical strain. Yet, it was only through this obsessive pain that he felt truly alive. Perhaps that day was indeed extraordinary, for he was rescued. That individual effortlessly dispatched the serpent demon, and upon returning to the clan, he learned that, in his escape, the demon had unleashed her wrath upon the Ihei clan, annihilating them all save for one little girl, his nominal cousin. It's all your fault. Because you fled, everyone was slaughtered. Would it not have been better to have been devoured as a compliant offering? As a descendant of a despicable lineage, he regarded himself as equally contemptible. From that moment onward, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, accompanied by the sole living creature he had glimpsed in his cell, a small white snake named Tamamura. His life was burdened with sin. Yet, those demons were equally unforgivable. With this conviction, he fought through countless battles, ultimately attaining his current position as the Serpent Hashira. His life, his entire existence, seemed destined to continue in a state akin to a living corpse. While Serpent Hashira acknowledged his prowess, he perceived it as a shackle, a constant reminder of the torment he had endured. If there was anything in this world that could provide him with a semblance of light, it was the cherry blossoms. Under their ethereal beauty, he felt he had encountered the sole light of his life. The girl appeared exceedingly adorable, seated atop a grand cherry blossom tree. It seemed the tree had stood for many years, its clusters of blossoms enveloping him entirely. He leaned against the trunk, silently observing the girl as she strolled beneath. Her hair was peculiar, predominantly pink, yet the tips bore a faint mint-green hue. She hummed an unfamiliar melody, brimming with curiosity and a fervent desire to immerse herself in her surroundings, gazing in awe at the cherry blossoms, as if enchanted by their beauty. With his keen hearing, Ihei Kobane even caught snippets of her murmured thoughts. This is incredible. It's so beautiful. He felt as though what he beheld was merely a figment of his imagination when suddenly a mysterious breeze rustled the cherry blossom tree, causing a cascade of petals that obscured his vision. He lost his footing and tumbled from the tree. In that unexpected moment, even Ihei Kobane could not land safely. Yet, remarkably, he felt no pain, as if he had been caught by someone. The girl looked up at him, her eyes still reflecting the shock of the moment. But she quickly regained her composure, flashing him a broad smile, and he discerned a note of joy in her voice. "Are you Mr. Ehei? You're so handsome. Would you like to share some sakura mochi with me?" He heard a heart-wrenching cry, and upon discerning the voice, he realized it belonged to Kanroji. "Mr. Ehei, don't die." He couldn't help but sigh. In such circumstances, his thoughts drifted back to the past. Fortunately, although a momentary lapse in concentration on the battlefield could cost one their life, the demon before him, evidently injured, did not immediately rend his flesh. "Mr. Ehei, would you join me for a meal? Your skills are truly remarkable. Mr. Ehei, that little white snake on your neck looks adorable. May I touch it?" I mean no offense. I just find it so cute, almost dashing. If one day all the demons are vanquished, I hope to find my ideal partner, someone who can rival me, like Mr. Ehei. No, I mean, someone as powerful as you would be ideal. If that day ever comes, I shall treat you to a grand feast. But if it doesn't, I would still gladly invite you. Mr. Ehei, don't die. How blissful it was. His final encounter was with Kanroji, yet occasionally he wished to indulge a little greed. As he charged toward Muzan, Ehei Kobain utilized this fleeting moment of contemplation to fantasize how wonderful it would be to meet Mitsuri in a world free of demons. In the realm of the moon god. Mr. Ehei, why are you sleeping here? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill?" It seemed someone was gently shaking him, the sweet voice of a girl echoing in his ear. In an instant, Ehei Kobain jolted awake, rubbing his head, still aching from the effects of intoxication. He then met a pair of beautifully worried eyes, reminiscent of rippling waters. "Mr. Ehei, you were incredible just now, defeating most of the Demon Slayer Corps. But are you really alright? I noticed you don't often drink. Surely, after defeating Muzan, Mr. Ehei must be elated." The girl observed Ehei Kobain, who was staring at her, seemingly entranced, and she inquired, "By the way, I once learned how to make a hangover remedy. Shall I help you back?" Ehei Kobain felt an overwhelming impulse to share all his thoughts with this girl. He placed his hands on Kanroji's shoulders. "Kanroji, there is something I must tell you. Miss Kanroji, come quick. There are delicious sweets. I like you." Kanroji Mitsuri froze, the overlapping voices causing her to momentarily miss what Ehei Kobain had said. She looked at the man before her with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Ehei, what were you saying?" "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." Ehei Kobain, exasperated, pressed a hand to his forehead. It had all transpired in an instant. However, upon realizing she hadn't understood, his courage waned, and he pondered how someone so steeped in sin could ever be worthy of Kanroji. As Ehei Kobain gazed into the unwavering eyes of the other party, he lowered his head, stammering a response. "And nothing. Someone is calling us. Let us hurry." With a strained effort to suppress the impending explosion within his head, Ehei Kobain steadied himself against a tree and made his way toward the bustling voices. Feeling somewhat guilty, he refrained from glancing back at Kanroji, inadvertently missing the sight of her flushed face, her beautiful eyes resembling delicate spirals of incense. At last, it seemed the girl had made up her mind. She clenched her fists before her chest and waved them as if to muster courage. Then, with a loud voice directed at Ehei Kobain, she proclaimed, "Mr. Ehei, I like you." Instantly, she turned back, completely disregarding the stunned figure of Ehei Kobain, who was momentarily frozen in disbelief, his expression a mixture of incredulity and joy that was impossible to overlook. However, the volume of her declaration resonated so powerfully that it silenced the distant, lively crowd. Apart from the occasional chirping of insects, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Realizing her voice had been too loud, Kanroji hastily covered her crimson face, which seemed to radiate with embarrassment, and dashed back to her room. Ehei Kobain, unable to concern himself with anything else, promptly pursued the direction in which Kanroji had fled. Perhaps this was for the best, was it not? In the end, they may not have encountered each other in a world devoid of demons, but they would ultimately embrace in a realm freed from their scourge. Chapter 33. The Moon. The fifth day of attempted reunion. Opposite the butterfly mansion lay a grove of trees, where Izumi Fuyō held an umbrella, quietly trailing behind Iguro Abanai. It must be said, today was a splendid day. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the sky, and a gentle breeze caressed the face, bestowing an exquisite sense of comfort. "Isn't it strange that I am here?" Iguro Abanai mused aloud as she admired the surrounding scenery. Amidst the vibrant forest, she felt her spirits lift. Indeed, Sister Yakina, as Izumi Fuyō calculated, was the youngest among the main deities and also their brother. Hence, the address of sister was entirely appropriate. "I am here to assist you. After all, you have delayed far too long and have formed bonds with certain individuals in this world." As a goddess of life, Iguro was more attuned to the essence of existence than other deities. Aside from being slain by the Nichiren blade, there remained another means to sever these ties. Eliminating Muzan Kibutsuji was not a daunting task. Forming connections with these individuals was proof of one's acknowledgement by this world, thereby amplifying one's power. Yakina turned back and smiled at him before sidestepping to brush away a few obstructing branches. Ahead lay a training ground where two individuals were honing their skills, Sabito and Ju. Upon hearing the commotion, the two shifted their gaze toward the forest, spotting the pair beneath the shadows of the trees. Izumi Fuyō maintained a tranquil demeanor, observing them with indifference, merely adjusting the position of his red umbrella to better discern their features. Standing beside his senior brother was a woman of exquisite beauty, reminiscent of an aristocratic lady. As Sabito drew closer to the woman, he felt an inexplicable comfort. Those who had long maintained focused breathing were acutely aware of their surroundings. He could even sense that the closer he got to her, the more the moisture in the air seemed to dance in delight. This is my sister, Iguro Yakina. They are my junior disciples, Sabito and Ju. Since Yakina had stated that she shared a bond with these individuals, it assured Sabito that they were not deceiving him. Yakina greeted them warmly. I am Iguro Yakina. You may call me Yakina. I am also Izumi Fuyō's sister. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sabito. Pleased to meet you. Ju. No need for pleasantries. You cannot defeat me. Yakina. While that may be true, you need not be so brazen in stating it. Izumi quietly concealed his face with the red umbrella. He resolved to retract the perilous thought he had entertained moments ago. This iron-headed fool was certainly not his junior disciple. Ahem, Sabito interjected, pressing down on Ju's head. I apologize, Miss Yakina. Ju's demeanor is rather blunt. It's quite all right, Yakina reassured, feeling no inclination to impose difficulty on the two youths. As one of the main deities, the goddess of life, Yakina harbored a profound disdain for the existence of demons in this world. Though every realm operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, demons must resort to consuming humans to survive. This does not grant them the right to wantonly take lives. Especially Muzan Kabutsuji, the Demon King. One could assert without hesitation that the majority of tragedies concerning demons in this world were instigated by him. While she lacked the means to slay demons, she could certainly save lives. In truth, ordinary demons posed little threat to her. Ever since her encounter with Izumi Fuyō and his two junior disciples, he had been avoiding interactions with those Hashira. Strangely, he had been dragged by Tanjiro Kamado to partake in basic training alongside them. Upon spotting Yakina, Tanjiro was filled with excitement, promptly grasping Izumi Fuyō's sleeve to inquire, Brother, is this the sister you have been searching for? I haven't, Izumi Fuyō replied, slightly furrowing his brow. What do you mean by searching for a sister? Among the 5 main deities, only 2 are female. It is improbable that I would utter such a reason in this world. Could it be a pretext from before his amnesia? Yakina, unperturbed, deftly shifted the conversation. Ah yes, I am Izumi Fuyō's sister. Fuyō mentioned your sister has turned into a demon. I believe I may have a way to help. What? Upon hearing this shocking revelation, Inosuke Hashira and Zenitsu Agatsuma, who had been seemingly training but were now fully alert, ceased their pretense and hurried over. Even Zenitsu stumbled while trying to embrace Tanjiro. Sister Yakina, can you really bring Nezuko back? Yakina reached out to gently stroke Zenitsu's hair. Yes, I can. You know Fuyō is different, right? Each member of our clan possesses unique abilities, and I happen to specialize in healing. As long as I can alter certain genes in Nezuko's blood, it should be feasible. Izumi Fuyō grasped Yukina's sleeve, pulling her away from the group of children. You all should return to training now. I can handle this matter. I know where Nezuko is. He turned to address Tanjiro, who was anxiously at a loss for words. Tanjiro as well. Continue your training. Do not let this distract you. But Tanjiro began, his eagerness palpable. After all, this woman before him could potentially restore his sister, and he wished to remain by her side. Yet before he could finish, Izumi Fuyō interrupted him, speaking with unwavering resolve and a hint of coldness. You cannot assist here. You would do better to train, preparing for the future battle against the Demon King. Understand that your upcoming task is formidable. Aside from myself, only your sister can withstand sunlight in this world. Izumi Fuyō regarded Tanjiro's unease, softening his tone to offer reassurance. You must grow stronger to protect your sister from the Demon King. Rest assured, Sister Yakina is exceptionally skilled in healing. If she says there is no serious issue, then there truly is no cause for alarm. Once your sister is healed, you shall see her tonight, able to grasp the bamboo tube once more. Tanjiro, swayed by Izumi Fuyō's words, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Rousing myself with fervor, I declared, I shall strive even harder. I will surely vanquish the Demon King and avenge our family. I gaze upon Ju Tomioka, whose fiery spirit ignites the atmosphere, alongside Inosuke Hashira, who, despite his lack of comprehension, is inexplicably filled with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zenitsu Agatsuma, who understands yet is reluctant to confront the reality, trembles in the corner, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. All right, down, lead me forth. Down Izumi nodded, grasping the crimson umbrella from the indoor training ground, unfurling it as he stepped into the sunlight. After guiding me to Nezuko's room, he withdrew, for his knowledge of healing is but superficial. Since remaining there would serve no purpose, he preferred to step outside. It wasn't long before Michiro and Yurichi returned to their own domains, as it was impractical for all the Hashira to linger after the Hashira meeting concluded. Sabito and Ju, having conversed with Down Izumi that day, also took their leave, informing him that Mitsuri had received word, confirming he was alive. Thus, they resolved to return to the Butterfly Mansion upon completing their task. From that day forth, Down had yet to encounter Sanemi Shinazugawa. He did not seek him out, and Sanemi did not come to him, leaving Mitsuri anxious, while both remained unperturbed. Kanawa Tsuyuri, the former flower Hashira, was equally untroubled, pulling Shinobu Tsuyuri away to concoct medicines. Upon careful reflection, the only one left waiting outside Nezuko's door was Down Izumi, who was growing drowsy. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that the door creaked open. Ju Tomioka smiled down at Down Izumi, who leaned against the doorframe, nearly asleep. Well, from this day forth, Nezuko not only fears the sun no longer, but can also survive without consuming humans. Chapter 34, The Moon. The first day of attempting to slay demons. Down Izumi often found himself watching Tanjiro's training out of sheer boredom. Ju Tomioka had an extensive knowledge of herbs, and being in her presence was quite comforting. Before long, she was whisked away by Kanawa Tsuyuri and Shinobu Tsuyuri to delve into herbal studies. Meanwhile, Mitsuri and Tanjiro were practicing speed and concentration, exchanging blows. Initially, Tanjiro found himself at a disadvantage, but gradually, he began to hold his own against Mitsuri. Today was yet another day of being doused in medicinal concoctions by Mitsuri. Tanjiro gently sat beside Down Izumi, crossing his legs. If only I could be as strong as my senior. Last time, when Down accompanied Mitsuri in practice, they won every match, their hands moving so swiftly that they became a blur. Down Izumi did not splash the concoction on Mitsuri's face. Instead, he placed it atop her head. Stronger than me. Down pondered, a smile forming on his lips. Tanjiro's progress had indeed been remarkable. Today he had yet to see Zenitsu and Inosuke. Had they not arrived? It seemed that Zenitsu and Inosuke might have been disheartened by Mitsuri's prowess, as they had never once triumphed over her. If they were boys, it might have been easier to accept, but considering she appeared younger and more delicate, it was a bitter pill to swallow. My apologies, senior. Next time, they will certainly come. Tanjiro, a bit sheepish, scratched his head. Why apologize to me? This is not Tanjiro's fault, is it? In truth, Zenitsu and Inosuke are good kids. They simply lack confidence. Down rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing. He decided to entrust this arduous task to Tanjiro. He must continue to persevere. Perhaps once Tanjiro bested Mitsuri, Zenitsu and Inosuke could reclaim their self-assurance. All right, senior. Leave it to me. After receiving Down's encouragement, Tanjiro felt a renewed vigor propelling him to train on. Observing Tanjiro resume his practice, Down chose not to linger any longer. As he opened his umbrella and approached the entrance to take a stroll, he noticed someone standing there, a figure clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, wearing a familiar floral-patterned haori with a fox mask tucked into their waist. Senior, it's Mitsuri, the girl called out, spotting Down from a distance. And she dashed into his embrace with practiced familiarity. Long time no see, senior. Down stood stiffly, unsure whether to embrace her back or to continue as is. Ultimately, he merely tightened his grip on the umbrella's handle. Unsure of what to say, he fell silent. Mitsuri looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When I last visited the master, I sensed he was hiding something from us. Ju and Sabito, oblivious to the master's thoughts, had never contemplated that he would conceal from them that their senior was still alive. Releasing her hold, Mitsuri placed her hands behind her back, tilting her head forward with a relieved smile. Thank goodness you have returned, even if you don't remember us. There will come a day when you surely will. The joy in her eyes lingered, and the slight upturn of her lips indicated her current elation. Mitsuri. The name felt familiar, reminiscent of the first time he heard Ju and Sabito's names. The girl continued to speak beside him, the words being the first he had heard from anyone in some time. After we descended the mountain that day, she paused for a moment before continuing. The master told us you were gone. How could we believe it? We all thought he was jesting. Her eyes reflected memories as if recounting events that were not their own, her tone flat, as if stating a simple fact. In those days, Ju and Sabito had tirelessly hunted demons for nights on end, dedicating nearly all their time to slaying demons and seeking them out. Within just a year, they had qualified to become Hashira. Mitsuri did not mention her own efforts, but Down knew she too was among those who fought tirelessly against demons. I decline the position of Hashira. Each Hashira governs their own territory and cannot roam freely except for critical missions. I thought of the time you promised to bring me beautiful trinkets upon your return, so I decided to seek you out. Mitsuri's demeanor was like a placid lake, devoid of tumult. Her quest for him was not as simple as she made it sound. Down observed as Mitsuri toyed with the tassel of her sword. After Ju and Sabito became Hashira, we learned that you had connections with many among them. The flame Hashira once drunkenly rambled about how you still owe him candies, indicating he has known you for quite some time. I have never seen him eat sweets. The wind Hashira mentioned that you promised to come pick him up. It is said he often gazes vacantly outside his estate after completing his missions. The mist Hashira is not one for conversation. Yet many in the Demon Slayer Corps occasionally speak of you. Whenever your name is mentioned, their expressions soften considerably. The love Hashira, upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps, immediately inquired about your whereabouts, claiming you promised to teach her personally. This, however, came to the attention of the flame Hashira, who then took her under his wing. The insect Hashira once remarked that perhaps it was because of her you found yourself in such circumstances. After you asked her why she didn't smile, she adopted a demeanor increasingly resembling that of Kanao Tsuyuri. As Shixiang Jinzong raised his head, he observed the bewildered expression on Izumi Fuyō's face, a flicker of anguish passing through his eyes. Izumi Fuyō felt as if his mind were a muddled mass of confusion. Every fragment of what Jinzong had said seemed to resonate within him, yet remained elusive. The threads of memory had been severed, leaving him grappling to stitch them back together, only to discover the futility of his efforts. He gestured dismissively to Jinzong and traversed the corridor back to his chamber alone. The moment he stepped into his room, he sensed the presence of another. Izumi Fuyō hesitated, casting a reluctant glance at the individual within the room. Nezuko? Chapter 35, The Moon. The day after attempting to confront the demon, Shixiang, the breathing technique you employ is the moon breathing technique. Do you possess any knowledge of the fire breathing technique? Tanjiro Kamado had departed from the butterfly mansion some time ago, and before his departure, the boy had approached him with this inquiry, leaning against a pillar. Izumi Fuyō recalled his own demeanor and words at that moment. I am uncertain. I have merely had some exposure to it. The sun breathing is the most primitive of all breathing techniques, while others are merely derivatives of it. However, among all the breathing techniques I have encountered, I have yet to hear of the fire breathing technique. Nevertheless, I suspect that, in contrast to the flame Hashira's flame breathing, your technique may lean more towards the sun breathing. That day was marked by splendid weather, starkly contrasting with today's overcast gloom. A gentle drizzle had commenced in the afternoon, obscuring much of the sunlight. Peculiarly, Izumi Fuyō found himself disliking this dreary weather, particularly disheartened by the sight of the sun being veiled. Yet, he could not allow such sentiments to incite anger towards others. With eyes closed and heart at peace, he relaxed his body, leaning against the pillar while holding the herbal book left behind by Igarashi Yakaina over his face, feigning slumber. It must be said that while the weather dampened his spirits, he found solace in the rhythmic patter of raindrops upon the eaves and the cool stone below, accompanied by the fragrant air imbued with the scent of earth and blossoms. The soft sound of footsteps reached his ears, yet he remained still. The other person paid no heed to his presence, instead kneeling beside him and pouring hot tea into a cup, creating yet another pleasing sound. You seem troubled, Igarashi Yakaina remarked, her hand gathering the sleeves of her long robe, gently pushing the tea towards him. She gazed up at the sun, now thoroughly obscured, realizing that it had set, leaving the sky shared by both sun and moon. I sense that it is not merely the weather affecting your mood. Your thoughts appear to be clouded. Is there something that weighs on your mind, perhaps a source of unease? A muffled voice emerged from behind the book covering his face. I do not know. Logically speaking, Tanjiro and the others have been gone for some time now. At the time of their departure, all seemed well. Yet now I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. With a sigh, he maintained his position, continuing. I have a vague sense that perhaps the one in danger is not Tanjiro, but rather someone he is destined to encounter. His tone held a hint of uncertainty, and he resolved not to deceive himself further, reclining once more. He lifted the teacup to his lips and took a gentle sip. Sister, you are aware of the bond one share with these individuals. However, it feels as though there is a connection that transcends them. It is as if I am linked to another reality that is in close proximity to this one. I believe that my ties with others are becoming increasingly apparent over time. For instance, today I sense that something significant may transpire, though not in this place. It may pertain to the individual Tanjiro is destined to meet. Yakaina paused momentarily, her expression unchanged, as if she were merely offering a suggestion. Would you like to pursue them? With your speed, you could catch up in merely 4 to 5 hours, after all. I could accompany you, if you wish. Izumi Fuyō responded with a hint of resignation. It seems I may indeed need to trouble you this time, Sister Yakaina. If what Jinzong indicated holds true, I fear I owe a great deal to these children. Yakaina remained silent, yet mentally noted the name. It appeared to belong to the little girl she had seen previously, adorned with a fox mask at her waist. Izumi Fuyō's concerns were well-founded, for at that very moment, Tanjiro Kamado and his companions were indeed facing peril. No one anticipated that their seemingly ordinary train journey would lead them to encounter the flame Hashira, whose mission happened to unfold aboard that very train. The terrifying reality was that they had all succumbed to a deep slumber, with Tanjiro being the first to awaken, aided by the encouragement of his family. He roused his companions, only to discover that all the passengers on the train had become hostages to a demon. Rengoku Kyujiro had already confronted the demon. But it was not merely one. He had distinctly perceived the number 3 reflected in the demon's eyes. He had previously been rendered helpless against the lower moon 5. And despite his growth in recent days, witnessing the battle between the demon and Rengoku Kyujiro illuminated the chasm that separated him from these warriors. Now, not only was he unable to assist Rengoku Kyujiro, but he also needed to collaborate with his comrades to rescue the passengers trapped within the train. The demon, despite appearing youthful, sported short, peach-colored hair, its body adorned with deep blue tattoos. Its eyes remained fixated on Rengoku Kyujiro, acknowledging him as its sole adversary. Time continued to slip away. Dawn was less than an hour away, yet Rengoku Kyujiro's limits were fast approaching. Rengoku and I. The voice, nearly a wail, caught in his throat. Moon breathing, 6th form, moonlit fragment, a stunning technique that thwarted the demon's attempt to flee. The cold, resonant voice, although employing the same breathing technique as his Shixiao, exuded a calmness that was markedly more composed. Tanjiro had never encountered this formidable man within the Demon Slayer Corps, and he was certain that he was not one of the Hashira. Brother. 2 individuals approached, both with fiery red hair. One exuded an air of calm authority, reminiscent of a leader, while the other appeared far more subdued. Yurichi Tsujikuni gazed upon his younger brother's youthful countenance, noticing a hint of dazed confusion. Before he too felt a lightness within himself. Decades had passed since their elder brother's departure, and they had assumed they would meet their end in that realm. Unexpectedly, upon closing their eyes and then reopening them, they found themselves in an entirely different world. Before they could fully comprehend their situation, the piercing scream of a child startled them. Upon grasping the circumstances, Iwakatsu unsheathed his blade without hesitation, preventing the demon from escaping. Since his brother's departure, no demon had ever evaded his sword. However, he was taken aback to see the demon's astonishment, as if it recognized him. Lord Muzan. No, wait. You are not a demon. Iwakatsu furrowed his brow upon hearing the designation. He was certainly not a demon. Ever since his brother had perished, he had harbored a profound hatred for those loathsome beings. In that previous world, he had successfully allied with Yurichi to slay Kabutsuji Muzan. He let out a soft snort. In this new world, if hope were to exist, it would be to reunite with his brother. Naturally, the demons of this realm would not be spared either. Brother? As Yuan cast a glance at the esteemed Kaguya Yashiro, the latter nodded in acknowledgement. The 5th form of moon breathing, lunar catastrophe. The 1st form of sun breathing, divine dance of Kagura. Akaza was swiftly vanquished beneath the blade. The arriving Izumi Fuyō beheld this dramatic scene unfold. Brother. Brother. Upon hearing these appellations, Iguro Shinazugawa's expression turned sardonic, oscillating between Fuyō and the 2 unfamiliar figures. 2 more have arrived. Chapter 36, The Moon. On the 3rd day of attempting to conquer the demon. Do not bully girls. This voice belonged to Tanjiro Kamado. Curiosity piqued, Izumi opened the door. Yuzui Tenjin stood in opposition to Tanjiro. 3 months of training had greatly enhanced their strength, from a state of initial confusion. They gradually found their place within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. During their training, the Kaguya brothers had been of considerable assistance, though it would have been preferable if they had not been so incessantly attached to their side. As for Takedo and Shinazugawa, they had long since received the Lord's orders to return to their territories the day following their rescue of the flame Hashira. Yuzui Tenjin continued to argue with Tanjiro, only to notice Kanawa Tsuyuri, who was usually elusive, was present as well. What is happening? I've awakened my senior brother. Tanjiro, feeling helpless, attempted to persuade Izumi to rest, but was gently halted. With no other choice, he recounted the events. In that case, why not include me? Izumi adjusted the haori draped over his shoulders, speaking as casually as if discussing the pleasant weather. With that, he took an umbrella and followed Yuzui outside, leaving Tanjiro and Zenitsu Agatsuma exchanging bewildered glances. Miss Butterfly expressly instructed that senior brother not go out. The 2 were unable to prevent him, nor did they know how to persuade him, ultimately ending up bewildered as they accompanied the 2 to the wisteria house. Upon infiltrating the flower district, you shall first seek my wife. Meanwhile, I will gather information regarding the demons. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu's fury ignited. His tone dripped with incredulity. Surely this could not be the Lord's command. What is this? Please do not jest with such dark humor, sending members to find one's wife. This is clearly an abuse of authority. Inosuke Hashira remained oblivious to their discourse, devouring a plate of fruits. Tanjiro, evidently unperturbed by the situation, savored a cup of tea while Izumi propped his umbrella against the wall. Let alone finding a wife. If you asked me to help find a child at this moment, I would have no objections. Over the past 3 months, while the 3 youngsters were still able to undertake missions, the Kaguya brothers trained and vanquished demons, leaving him alone confined under the guise of recuperation by the butterfly, nearly suffocating him. Uzui Tenjin wore a rather malicious grin. Do you have an objection? I am well aware that a peculiar individual like you, with such outlandish ideas, would hardly attract any female's affection. Nevertheless, even if we were to take a step back, you cannot unilaterally mobilize the Demon Slayer Corps members to assist you in courting a wife. Izumi was clearly in a spectator's stance. Others might not know, but he had heard from the butterfly that Uzui Tenjin had 3 wives. Has your mind been struck by a mule? My wife has long since infiltrated the flower district to gather information on the demons. I came because our regular communication suddenly ceased. Uzui Tenjin was evidently enraged, whether by Zenitsu's accusation of impropriety or by the comment about him not being favored by women. That is merely your delusion. Zenitsu suddenly stood with a comical expression, and Tanjiro quickly tugged at his Haori. You little rascal. It seems someone can no longer contain themselves, throwing a pile of letters towards Zenitsu. These letters fluttered about, some even reddening Zenitsu's face. 1 or 2 landed at Izumi's feet, and he bent down to examine their contents. Indeed, they contained information regarding demons, evidently compiled with great effort. Quite substantial. It seems she has been lurking there for quite some time, Tanjiro lamented. After all, I have 3 wives. Uzui Tenjin appeared remarkably nonchalant, yet a hint of mockery flickered in his gaze towards Zenitsu. 3 wives, you say? Just by you? Why on earth would you have 3 wives? Do not jest. Zenitsu was visibly incensed, for women had always seemed an unattainable realm to him. Izumi displayed no other reaction. Though his curiosity was piqued, Zenitsu was not unappealing in appearance, even possessing a degree of charm, yet he remained unfavored by women. Surely it was due to his personality. Tanjiro continued to confirm the mission with the sound Hashira when the door swung open to reveal 3 strikingly beautiful women. My lord, we have prepared everything. The 3 youngsters were ushered out, devoid of their makeup kits, one of the women borrowing some tools to do their makeup themselves. At such a time, he had to express gratitude to Sister Iguro, for among his many sisters, only she excelled in such skills. However, the mere thought of the 3 young ones in women's attire filled Izumi with an inexplicable sense of anticipation, of voyeuristic delight, for all 3 were quite fair of face. Surely, after makeup, they would not appear ugly. Yet, when the 3 emerged, Izumi felt he had been hasty in his expectations. What is that makeup? Are they going to the flower district to be courtesans? Surely they cannot be demons. The thick layers of makeup on their faces were astounding, with even blush applied in bold splotches, and their lipstick seemed as if it were meant to devour children. The Shirajima house immediately set its sights on Izumi, joking that he himself possessed an ethereal grace, often referred to as the radiant moon of heaven. He had merely applied a light touch of makeup and donned a kimono of muted elegance. What is your name? I am called Tsukihime. Not waiting for the surrounding children to bestow upon him some absurd moniker, he introduced himself. Actually, we are just short one person. Tsukihime will suffice. However, Izumi feigned hesitance. I am unaccustomed to being alone at home. I have always lived alongside Tanjiro. May I bring him as well? Beautiful individuals possess their privileges. And the woman readily nodded in agreement, jesting that with Tsukihime, they would have another Kyoka, and perhaps this Tsukihime would outshine Kyoka. Having one more like her would not be an issue. Moreover, they were in need of another person. Izumi had scarcely been at the Shirajima house for a few days when he became the center of attention. Not only was he handsome, but his mastery of the shamisen and tea ceremony was commendable, requiring no guidance, making him a qualified courtesan. Regardless of the topic, Izumi could seamlessly engage in conversation, and his demeanor was noble and graceful, far removed from that of a courtesan, resembling more a noble lady. Even Tanjiro adapted effortlessly, thanks to his strength and diligence, earning him much favor. Thus, he navigated the dual roles of adapting to being a courtesan while discreetly investigating the situation within the Shirajima house. Lately, many sisters had gone missing due to escape. It was indeed terrifying. On that day, when Izumi was just about to return, he paused involuntarily upon overhearing a conversation emanating from a nearby room. Escape? Chapter 37. The Moon, Day 4 of attempting to confront the demon. It was rumored that the proprietress of the Kayagako house had tragically fallen from a window to her demise. How terrifying. We must be cautious, whispered 2 young girls. What does escape mean? Tanjiro Kamadu stood at the door, burdened with 3 large bundles, leaving the 2 girls awestruck by his strength. Momentarily taken aback, they hesitated to inquire about his presence, instinctively murmuring, "So much stuff." Tanjiro carefully placed the stack beside him. "These are all gifts for the courtesan Koinatsu." "Little Tanjiro, you didn't know?" the first girl asked, her face adorned with palpable anxiety. Escape refers to running away without paying off one's debts. If they find you, it's dire. The second girl shivered. "I see," Tanjiro mused, having lived in the mountains where life was simple and unadorned. He had never encountered such a bustling place, and was hearing this term for the first time. Indeed, some do manage to elope with the man they love. The girl continued, noticing Tanjiro's earnestness. Like before, with the courtesan Suma. Suma? Tanjiro's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. He recognized the name as one his mentor, Yuzu, had once shown him. It belonged to his wife. "May I ask?" Tanjiro began, eager to pursue this lead, but was abruptly interrupted. "Let us not dwell on such rumors. No one knows if she truly escaped." A beautiful woman at the door interjected gently. "Understood," Tanjiro noted, realizing the girls were quite obedient to this lovely woman. "Thank you for helping me carry these," she said, stepping closer and producing a small package from her flowing sleeves, placing it in Tanjiro's hands. "Here are some snacks for you." She unveiled a white handkerchief containing a few pieces of golden sugar. "Just don't let anyone catch you eating them." Tanjiro blushed, gazing at the candy in his hands, feeling a bit flustered. "I want some too." The 2 girls tugged at the woman's sleeve, calling out, "Sister courtesan, sister courtesan." It was at that moment Tanjiro realized that the gentle and beautiful woman before him was none other than the renowned courtesan Koinatsu. "Not now. Didn't you just have some?" Koinatsu replied tenderly. "Has courtesan Suma already eloped?" Tanjiro inquired, sensing Koinatsu might have more knowledge. "Why do you ask?" Koinatsu's demeanor shifted, her vigilance piqued by his question. "Because Miss Suma, she is my sister," Tanjiro implored, finding it harder to lie than to face death itself. "She is your sister?" Izumi had appeared behind them unannounced, stepping forward to pat Tanjiro's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Koinatsu was taken aback. "So, all 3 of you sisters were sold here?" "Yes," Izumi replied. "My sister and I used to correspond regularly. Our family relied on the money she sent back to support our lives. We cannot believe she would be the type to elope." Winter's son raised a hand to cover his mouth, feigning sadness. The sleeves of his garment slid slightly down, revealing his delicate, pale wrist, enhancing his delicate beauty. "We truly had no other choice. Even if we stayed home, what could 2 women do?" He lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, leaving Tanjiro spellbound. Compared to his seemingly sudden illness, Izumi appeared remarkably composed. "We willingly came here to find my sister." "I see." Koinatsu's heart softened further for them. "Indeed. I previously could not believe Suma would elope. She is such a strong and independent person, and her demeanor does not suggest she would be swept away by a man." Koinatsu reflected. However, someone discovered a diary claiming she intended to escape. Izumi and Tanjiro exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Suma, as an insider, could never have fled. This was clearly a demoness ruse. The notion of escape served as an excellent cover, and the so-called diary was likely a mere distraction. "I absolutely refuse to believe my sister would elope," Izumi exclaimed, suddenly feigning extreme agitation. Her delicate frame seemed on the verge of fainting from the dreadful news. "I will definitely find evidence that she did not escape." Koinatsu was struck by her fragile beauty. Having already known that the newly arrived Tsukihime was unlike any ordinary person. Yet, witnessing her tears and unwavering spirit only intensified the urge to protect and cherish her. "Tsukihime, do not fret. We all believe that Miss Suma would never elope," Koinatsu urged. "Quick, someone fetch Tsukihime a glass of water." Tanjiro stood there, petrified, marveling at his senioress prowess. "Tsukihime, are you all right?" The brothel madam, originally smiling as she approached Tsukihime, immediately grew serious upon seeing her delicate demeanor. "What is the matter, Tsukihime? Are you unwell?" Winter's son waved his hand gently. "I'm fine. There is no need to trouble yourself. Is there something you need?" The madam appeared conflicted. "It's nothing, really. However, 2 young gentlemen have arrived today, expressly requesting to see Tsukihime. It's quite a lot to refuse." "But you see," Izumi understood, nodding as he straightened his posture, his slightly pale visage lending him an air of fragile beauty. "If that is the case, it would be unkind to refuse. I shall go to meet them." As Izumi spoke, he prepared to descend the stairs, hoping to leverage his sickly yet strong-willed persona to garner sympathy and glean information. He believed his actions might endear him to the madam, thus making it easier to extract intelligence from her. He glanced at Tanjiro, who comprehended Izumi's intent and promptly stepped forward to support him. Winter's son seemed burdened, softly coughing a few times before proceeding down the staircase. Suddenly, He appeared to recall something and asked. I haven't tea yet inquired. Who are the two young gentlemen that specifically requested to see me? The madam watched him with a mix of appreciation and bewilderment. How peculiar, today. It's a pair of brothers, identical in appearance and quite handsome, though their names are not particularly renowned. They likely aren't from any prominent family, something like Tsunekuni. Izumi nearly stumbled down the stairs, shocked by the surname, turning back to stare incredulously at the seemingly innocent madam. What? Chapter 38. The Moon, Day 5 of attempting to confront the demon. Embarrassment washed over Izumi Winter's son as he gazed at the two brothers across from him. Their expressions innocent, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Being seen in women's attire was truly mortifying. Thankfully, Tanjiro and the others were still just children, which alleviated some of his discomfort. Yuzu, fixated on rescuing his wife, had stolen a few glances, yet his gaze remained composed. Well, to be precise, it was because he was not familiar with Yuzu that he felt no need to worry. However, he simply wished to unwind through this task. What are you two doing here? Izumi Winter's son initially felt somewhat guilty, but as he sat down, he instinctively began to play the zither that the madam had given him. The brothers sat quietly, their demeanor earnest as they listened to his playing. Suddenly, his guilt dissipated. Where he chose to go was his prerogative. He was certainly not avoiding anyone out of shame. Absolutely not. Once he concluded his performance, he believed that the two brothers would refrain from speaking, yet suddenly, Tsujikuni Yorichi broke the silence. May I request that others step aside? We wish to converse privately with this moon princess. As he spoke, he produced a substantial sum of currency. Izumi Fuyō watched tearfully as they withdrew. Tanjiro, please don't leave. Izumi Fuyō silently implored. Tanjiro Kamado could only return a helpless gaze to Izumi Fuyō. I'm sorry, brother. It's not that I do not wish to assist you, but the looks that Mr. Tsujikuni and his brother are giving me truly seem as if they are about to devour me. Moreover, I came here without uttering a word, even neglecting my own red umbrella. Perhaps it is you, brother, who has been too reckless. Izumi Fuyō's eyes widened. Could he truly be blamed? Was it not because they were watching too closely? Dear brother, a chill coursed down his spine. Both Tsujikuni Yorichi and Izumi Fuyō were uncertain of their emotions at that moment. He stiffly fixed his gaze upon the two brothers, attempting to assert the dignity of an older sibling. Surely, he should be regarded as such. Izumi Fuyō was not entirely convinced. Your skills, dear brother, remain as exceptional as ever. It has simply been too long since I last heard them, and hearing them again evokes a sense of nostalgia. Tsujikuni Yorichi calmly sipped his tea, while Tsujikuni Yuikaru nodded fervently. Is that so? I must admit, it has indeed been quite some time since I last played. Izumi Fuyō cautiously responded. These two brothers had said nothing, let alone questioned him. So why did he feel so guilty? We do not intend to blame you, dear brother. Remaining in one place does not quite align with your identity, Tsujikuni Yorichi remarked. However, your silent departure without informing anyone and neglecting your protective umbrella causes us great concern. Although Tsujikuni Yukaru's tone was rather neutral, polite, and respectful, it nonetheless stirred discomfort within him. He was a complete stranger to these individuals, perhaps once familiar or even related. Izumi Fuyō's expression darkened, and Tsujikuni Yorichi immediately noticed. Yuikaru, do not speak disrespectfully to our elder brother. This statement bore no effect, ignoring his feelings entirely. They spoke as if it was for his own good. Izumi Fuyō clenched his fists, striving to remain composed, devoid of any emotion. What difference does it make? I have no recollection of being your brother. Do not impose your feelings upon me. I should not need to inform you of my desire to go elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, Izumi Fuyō said, in truth, I find it unnecessary. I believe our relationship has not reached that level. So please refrain from addressing me as dear brother in the future. He raised his gaze, resolutely meeting their eyes. Simply call me Izumi. Tsujikuni Yorichi and Tsujikuni Yuikaru exchanged glances before bowing in unison. Forgive us, dear brother. It has merely been so long since we last beheld you that we are somewhat skittish. If our actions have caused you any distress, we shall amend our ways. However, for the matter of address, we beg your indulgence for our obstinacy. Their words were sincere. I apologize, Izumi Fuyō sighed wearily. I was in a rather foul mood earlier, and my tone may have been a bit harsh. We shall discuss this matter later. What is paramount now is the matter of lives at stake. Let us exchange information. Indeed, dear brother. 2 days prior, at the Kayagako house, a strange red hue emanated from Waraheim's room. The increasingly exasperated proprietress finally expressed her grievance to the cold-faced woman before her. Please, restrain yourself. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow. What do you mean? Waraheim knelt at the center of the room, speaking softly and gently. Yet the proprietress was all too aware of just how ruthless this woman could be. Stop allowing the girls in the establishment to suffer, whether through escape or even suicide. Those who have taken their lives could be said to have perished due to your mistreatment, Waraheim. Waraheim, initially gazing at the light, suddenly shot a glare at the proprietress. Seemingly bewildered by her accusation, as if it were the most venomous of slanders. What a harsh thing to say, proprietress. Are you not on my side? Should you not blame them for continually provoking my ire? Waraheim remarked indifferently. The proprietress clenched her fists. Unable to comprehend why this woman could so easily utter such callous words, her demeanor suggesting that her actions were entirely justified. I have turned a blind eye in the past, but you have crossed too many lines, making it impossible for me to cover for you. Angered by the proprietress's words, Waraheim suddenly tilted her head in a manner that no human could ever achieve. Her fury contorted her previously attractive features into something somewhat ferocious, veins bulging on her face. And a hint of disdain curled at the corners of her mouth. Do you think it is not my money that has brought this establishment to its current stature? You old hag. Waraheim's voice was icy, her gaze unmasking the fear in the proprietress's eyes. The proprietress swallowed hard. Long ago, when I was young, the elderly woman at the tea house told me stories of certain courtesans. Though they were extraordinarily beautiful, their tempers were frightfully vicious. The old woman recounted having encountered such courtesans in both her youth and middle age, all of whom favored incorporating the character Heim into their names. The proprietress was now thoroughly terrified. Yet she continued, they would tilt their heads and glare askance when displeased. Who do you think you are? Are you not human? Chapter 39, The Moon. On the 6th day of the attempt to confront the demon. What happened? No way. Someone has fallen. Below, a crowd gathered. And the death of the Kayagaku house proprietress sent shockwaves throughout the street. Yet, this was of no concern to Waraheim, who elegantly strode upon the rooftop. Her sash fluttering in the air, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She returned to her room, where an elegantly dressed gentleman awaited her. How have you been of late? The refined gentleman inquired. Lord Musen. A sickly blush crept across Waraheim's face. The opportunity to see him filled her with surprise and excitement. The gentleman raised his gaze, revealing his pink eyes. It seems you have feasted quite well. Your strength appears to have increased significantly compared to before. Excellent. In contrast to her usual disdainful demeanor, Waraheim suddenly knelt, her tone respectful. But do not let your guard down. Musen was quite pleased with Waraheim, hence he benevolently cautioned her that the more smoothly things progressed, the more susceptible one became to underhanded schemes. Understood. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, there were indeed formidable opponents, such as the Hashira, who could easily discern our true identities. However, to the humans we observed, aside from those of exceptional strength like the Hashira, none could detect any differences. Daki. Yes, Lord Musen, Daki replied reverently. I hold great expectations for you. Musen gently caressed Daki's face. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. You are more beautiful and powerful than anyone. You have claimed the lives of 7 Hashira. Musen narrowed his eyes in satisfaction as he scrutinized the woman before him, ultimately nodding in approval. Although Daki's abilities were not particularly strong, her beauty was unparalleled, and the admiration of such a stunning demon brought him immense joy. Yet, the most significant factor was that Daki had a powerful brother. You shall become an even more beautiful and formidable demon. A young girl has slipped from my grasp. Only you can endure Musen's incessant ramblings, and Daki finds herself momentarily adrift in thought. Daki. My apologies, Lord Musen. I became overly excited. Daki returns to her senses. Her expression impeccable as she naturally leans against Musen Kabutsuji's knee. I shall clear all obstacles for you. Then I entrust this to you, Nakeim. In an instant, Musen vanishes from sight. The room belonging to Daki falls into silence. Morning dawns. Izumi Doyu lifts his head, perceiving the faint sounds of breathing before he rises from his bed, feeling a disoriented haze as his nightgown slips from his shoulder. Ruffling his hair, he glances at the figures on either side of him. He should not have allowed them to sleep here last night. Initially, the two brothers intended to take their leave, but upon reflection, Doyu realized they had spent all their money to see him. Having spent so much, he felt a pang of regret, since they were already there. He thought it best to let them stay the night. And what was the result? The two brothers slept quite comfortably. Yet, why must they confine him in the middle? This left him too apprehensive to move, awakening with a slight ache in his back. Brother? Tsujikuni Yorichi naturally gathers Doyu's long hair. His actions so instinctive that Doyu momentarily forgets to protest. How did you sleep, Yorichi? Doyu feels the strangeness of his own inquiry, unable to pinpoint what feels off. Yorichi chuckles softly. It was fine, though the bed was a tad small. Tsujikuni Yujiro, overhearing the conversation between the two brothers, fetches clothing to wear. After Yorichi has fashioned a simple hairstyle for Doyu, he assists him in dressing. Doyu hesitates. No, it's fine, I can manage myself. This feels exceedingly peculiar. Why are they both so at ease? Do not be shy, brother. You ought to accept such attentions. I find it hard to accept. Why does it feel as though he is being treated like a little wife serving her husband? Yurichi gazes at Doyu, as if he has been startled, clutching his nightgown tightly, while his earnest younger brother insists on helping him dress. Chuckling softly, Doyu remarks, "Brother, there's no need to refuse. It was always like this when we were young." The thought of Yujiro, as a small child, earnestly lifting clothing that could nearly bury him, brings back fond memories. Is that so? Doyu gazes at Yujiro's serious expression, pondering if perhaps he had overthought things. Indeed, Yurichi, it is only natural. Besides, didn't you say you have no memories of us interacting? Perhaps this way, they could gradually rekindle past memories. Nodding in agreement, Doyu finds the situation still a bit awkward, but ultimately concedes to Yujiro's assistance. If they were closer brothers, such interactions would seem entirely appropriate. By the way, Yurichi, Doyu recalls, shifting his focus away from Yujiro's actions, the Hashira mentioned gathering to share information. The thought of that flamboyant individual, who adorned himself like a Christmas tree, gives him a headache. He wonders how even swordsmen from his era lacked such eccentricity. However, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps seem to have gathered an assortment of peculiar individuals. We have already arranged to split up. Yujiro and I will team up with you, while the Hashira will accompany the three newcomers. Doyu ponders this, noticing that Yujiro has finished dressing Yurichi. Yurichi seizes the opportunity to lead Doyu to the vanity mirror, naturally beginning to apply makeup. Though Yurichi cannot recall their past, the small habits remain. He becomes exceptionally obedient when lost in thought. Yurichi's gaze darkens. Can such an obedient brother truly avoid bullying within the Demon Slayer Corps? Suddenly, Doyu recalls that Yurichi and Yujiro have never really acknowledged the three younger ones. Indeed, upon regaining his focus, Doyu senses something is amiss. If these two brothers had noticed the younger trio's talents, they would not maintain such a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, perhaps Doyu is overthinking it. Even if they did recognize their abilities, they would likely not dwell on it. Doyu, alive and present, occupies their every thought. What time or energy would they have to concern themselves with unrelated individuals? Yurichi nods in agreement. Doyu beams with pride. I told you so. However, Tanjiro and the others are genuinely remarkable. They are my juniors. When you have the chance, train with them. Though they are gifted, they require more experience. Feeling pleased with his choice of mentors for the younger trio, Doyu adds, "Yes, brother. We shall ensure they train rigorously." The brothers respond with expressions devoid of emotion. Danger. The younger trio is in peril. To prevent anyone from missing his presence, Doyu casually mentions, "As of now, my potential romantic partners include the Tsujikuni brothers, Takadu Muichiro, Rengoku Kyujiro, and Shinazugawa Sanemi. Others, such as the Butterfly Sisters and the younger trio, regard me with familial affection." Chapter 40. The Moon. The seventh day of the attempted shark demon. Isn't it rather peculiar? Izumi Doyu unconsciously tilts his head. Last night was tolerable. Although somewhat awkward, it was not particularly scandalous, as their initial goal was infiltration. Yet, having his younger brother apply makeup feels distinctly strange. Tsujikuni Yurichi senses Doyu's evasiveness and instinctively furrows his brow, only to quickly relax. Speaking with a calm demeanor, "Brother, do not shy away, it will be uneven. But this truly feels odd. Let me do it myself." Doyu retreats slightly, unaware that Tsujikuni Yujiro has knelt behind him. In his retreat, he inadvertently leans against Yujiro. Yujiro? Seizing the moment when Yurichi's focus shifts to his younger brother, Yurichi naturally pinches Doyu's chin. "Brother, you only need a lip tint now. Do not shy away." Doyu freezes, watching as Yurichi's hand lingers on the blush paper before he opens his lip balm and picks up a brush from the vanity mirror, applying it. So close. Yet, Yurichi seems oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on Doyu's lips. After a brief pause, he applies the tinted brush to Doyu's mouth. Doyu remains unaware of the pause, his attention entirely on Yurichi's increasingly handsome face, which feels oddly familiar. "Brother?" Doyu is taken aback. Why did he just hear a woman's voice? A memory surfaces. Someone had once held his face with such care, painting it with abandon. The woman's light and cheerful voice resonates in his ears, causing a spontaneous response of joy from his chest. "Wow, brother, you look splendid. Speaking of which, you would make a beautiful girl. Next time, transform and play with me. You look wonderful, brother." Tsujikuni Yurichi observes Doyu, seemingly momentarily taken aback, before his brow furrows in a troubled expression. Initially, Doyu was kneeling between the two brothers, leaning slightly against Yujiro, but he feels embarrassed to rest all his weight on him. Thus, he propped himself upright on the floor with both hands. Yet his other hand unconsciously rested upon his chest. Kirigakure Yashiro assumed that he had inadvertently pinched Dongyang, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he released his grip. Indeed, a slight flush had emerged from beneath his chin. "Brother, what is the matter? Did I inadvertently apply too much pressure just now?" "No, not at all. Izumi Donyang seemed to regain his senses, spreading his palm wide as though nothing had transpired. What had just occurred? It felt as if he had momentarily reclaimed a fragment of his past memories, though they remained elusive. Ah, well, since I am here, I shall make peace with it. A hollow sensation lingered at his heart. Izumi Donyang felt a profound sense of loss. He had an instinct that the woman whose face he had failed to discern was of immense significance to him, yet he could not recall a single detail. I still have some tasks to complete. The investigation will be entrusted to both of you. As Izumi Donyang stepped toward the door, he exited and closed it behind him. What on earth was happening? What had he truly forgotten? Izumi Donyang methodically engaged in his work. Displaying a commendable diligence that only those familiar with him could discern, was driven purely by instinct. This disconcerting feeling persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon. Brother, are you all right? Tanjiro Kemidu observed Izumi Donyang, who had been pacing frantically at the entrance of his room, spinning like a top before finally speaking. No, I am perfectly fine. What brings you here, Tanjiro? Izumi Donyang halted, realizing that night had fallen without his notice. I intend to bid farewell to the courtesan Kayashika. Inosuke mentioned he has found a lead on the demon, and we plan to act tonight to prevent its escape. Tanjiro had donned his demon slayer attire once more, carrying his sister Nezuko on his back, with his sword secured at his waist. Brother, what truly transpired? Masters Kirigakure have not overstepped their bounds, have they? Even if you did not carry your red umbrella, though it seemed that his brother was rather careless about his safety and appeared to disregard advice. Yet, they ought not to torment you like this. However, it seemed that his brother was not angered. Tanjiro detected a strange aroma in the air, a feeling that was sorrow or despondence. I see. Izumi Donyang replied absent-mindedly. Are you alone? He shook his head, striving to focus on Tanjiro, realizing that neglecting to engage earnestly was quite impolite. No, there is also Mr. Yuzui. I received word that the Masters Kirigakure have seemingly located the whereabouts of the living. You need not worry, we shall handle everything. Seeing Izumi Donyang suddenly grasp the doorframe, Tanjiro hurriedly approached to support him. Brother, what is wrong? No, it's nothing. The presence of demons nearby is quite strong. I suspect there is more than one. Either there are 2 or more demons gathered here, or one of them is an upper rank. You should rendezvous with the sound Hashira. I will manage the rest. Izumi Donyang endeavored to regain his composure, having sensed a familiar aura for just a fleeting moment. Although he could not pinpoint its origin, it vanished swiftly, eluding his grasp. Noticing the worried expression on Tanjiro's face, Izumi Donyang recognized that his own malaise seemed to have affected Tanjiro. He ruffled Tanjiro's hair, assuring him, it's nothing. I merely recalled some memories from the past, which is why I seem this way. A brief moment of respite will suffice. The priority now is to locate the demon's whereabouts. Understood, Tanjiro affirmed, turning to leave, intending to bid farewell to the courtesan. As for his brother, once the 2 masters Kirigakure rescued the hostages, they would likely come to tend to him. As for the grievances against those who had bullied his brother, that could wait until after their mission was complete. Tanjiro arrived at the entrance of the courtesan's chamber, where 2 charming little attendants had already departed. Kayashika watched the 2 girls depart hand in hand, exclaiming, "Oh, how adorable." As she spoke, she examined herself in the mirror, ensuring that her hairpin was properly positioned. Miss Kayashika. Kayashika was startled, turning around. Little Tanji? Chapter 41. I am Tsukigami, attempting to reclaim my memories. Bang. The resounding noise startled Izumi Donyang, jolting him from his stupor and momentarily leaving him disoriented. Tanjiro, he must be going to say goodbye, right? Surely. He would not be demolishing a house. Such actions could only be performed by Inosuke. No, wait. Izumi Donyang's expression turned serious. This feeling was a demon. Meanwhile, Tanjiro Kamidu, having been flung by Daki's silk, began to cough violently. He stared at the gaping hole in the window, astonished at her speed. Her movements were nearly imperceptible. An upper rank. Under the intense pressure of murderous intent, he found himself unable to summon any strength in his limbs. Straining to move his fingers and grip the hilt of his sword, his body felt numb. Tanjiro forced himself to remain calm, striving to mobilize his body, compelling himself to rise. If all went well, that demon wielded a weapon made of silk, possessing supernatural abilities to ensnare humans. No wonder he could not find any secret passages within the establishment. Earlier, he had even discussed this with Inosuke, how that demon could make someone vanish in an instant. Even if demons consumed humans, how did she manage the aftermath? Now, everything seemed to fall into place. As long as her silk could ensnare, she could capture anyone. You are still alive. The haughty yet indifferent voice interrupted Tanjiro's analysis. The striking demon perched on the shattered window, her geta high, yet she crouched with remarkable steadiness, her silk swirling and poised to tear Tanjiro apart at any moment. You possess more fortitude than I anticipated, Daki remarked appreciatively. Your eyes are quite lovely. She deliberately emphasized the word lovely in a light and ambiguous manner. Then I shall feast upon your eyeballs. Daki excitedly extended her tongue, licking her lips. Tanjiro, who had firmly gripped the hilt of his sword in preparation for battle, suddenly felt the strap of his box snap. Although the box remained intact, further attacks would surely damage it. Tanjiro adjusted the box, shielding it behind him. Nezuko, I apologize. The strap has broken, and I can no longer carry you into battle. Nezuko, still digesting the power of Tsukigami, Zzz. Do not emerge unless your life is in peril. Nezuko, Zzz. Daki sneered. Water breathing, fourth form. Tanjiro leaped, launching a torrent of water against Daki. The tip of his blade, raised above his head, shimmered with a pale blue glow under the moonlight. Water surged in accordance with Tanjiro's breath, evading the 2 silk threads Daki had unleashed. Although the silken strands floated gracefully in the air, their true hardness was only felt upon contact with the blade's tip. The flowing water in the air disrupted Daki's attack, yet this was merely the beginning. Daki converged all her threads to strike at Tanjiro. He had no choice but to stabilize himself in midair, meeting Daki's silk with the tip of his blade. The ribbons, soaring high, propelled Tanjiro to the apex, abruptly thrusting him away before dispersing in all directions. The air, thick with murderous intent, bore witness to the ribbon's agility. Proving to be more nimble than Tanjiro, who was occupied with maintaining balance while fending off their relentless attacks. In that moment, however, Tanjiro seized a fleeting opportunity, severing one of the ribbons, sending a spray of crimson blossoms into the air. Yet, he was met with a punishing blow from the nearby Daki, sending him crashing to the ground. The wooden clogs he wore landed softly, producing a sound akin to wood striking wood. Not bad in the air, Daki remarked coolly, precisely slicing through the restraint that held Kaneo captive. Tanjiro cast a gentle glance at Kaneo behind him, then quietly readied his breath. So adorable, yet utterly grotesque. Witnessing Tanjiro's continuous rhythmic breathing, Daki grew increasingly exhilarated, preparing for her assault. You evoke a sense of pity within me, like a dying rat. Upper 6. Triumphing over the upper moons while all others were absent. No, it was not merely a question of victory. Tanjiro Kamado raised his blade, its tip directed at Daki. I must prevail. Daki scoffed. Her ribbons, though appearing delicate, sliced through the air with formidable force, hurtling toward Tanjiro. Wait, Miss Kaneo is still behind. Just as Tanjiro prepared to make a desperate stand, wielding his sword to fend off the ribbons, a chime echoed. An enigmatic red umbrella, drifting in from the void, gracefully interposed itself before Tanjiro, not only thwarting Daki's ribbons, but also spinning to strike and mar Daki's cheek. It's my senior. In an instant, Tanjiro's fear dissipated. Is it truly fair to bully a child? Daki's gaze was entranced by the figure standing atop the roof. How could such perfection exist in this world? So beautiful. Izuka Fuyō, clad in his heavy garments, stood before the moon, the gentle luminescence casting a regal aura about him. Daki's face flushed with excitement, undeterred by the cut adorning her cheek, knowing such trivial wounds would heal in due time. Yet, the 2 figures on the street, a human and a demon, stared in astonishment at Izuka's visage. At the same spot where Daki was injured, a strikingly severe wound suddenly appeared, tenfold more grievous than Daki's. Izuka was momentarily taken aback. Pain was present, though not from a grievous wound. His divine lunar power would mend it in an instant. But why? Izuka leapt down, realizing that only one possibility could explain this phenomenon. Daki was his devotee? Yet how could that be? Becoming a devotee was not a mere whim. It required immense talent and unwavering devotion to the deity to receive the corresponding blessings. The sole devotee he was aware of was Nezuko, yet the sensation felt unmistakable. Wait, Lord Izuka, let us explain. Izuka, defying the odds, possessed no recollection of such a connection, nor could he fathom lending his lunar power to a man-eating demon. He grasped his red umbrella. While it would have been more convenient as a blade, for his safety, his actual sword had been confiscated. Wait, Daki panicked. Inflicting harm upon her own devotee would result in a tenfold backlash, a fact she was acutely aware of. Moreover, such retaliatory wounds were not easily healed. Izuka's cut, under normal circumstances, would have mended within seconds, yet now it seemed to merely be on the cusp of healing. Please, my lord, wait. In her frenzy, Daki acted preemptively. Her ribbons, imbued with sentience, launched an assault. Daki covered her face. Chapter 42. I am the moon god, attempting to recollect. Brother, little moon. Who called out to him? Why did the voice sound so familiar? Izuka Fuyō opened his eyes, standing amidst a verdant glade. He shifted his feet slightly, feeling a chill. Was this by the lakeside? He looked down at the crystalline water, where a grand moon was reflected upon the surface, obscuring any signs of life beneath. In the distance lay a misty expanse. Yet nearby, Butterflies fluttered incessantly, landing upon his fingertips. A gentle breeze, carrying the fresh scent of grass and foliage, delivered the words to his ears, word for word. You are doing wonderfully. Continue onward, little moon. Gradually, a faint mist seemed to envelop Izuka, as if with one more step, he might glimpse that person. Almost instinctively, he inquired, where are you going? Will you abandon me too? All things in the world adhere to their own laws. We merely follow the natural course of events and pursue what we desire. The girl's voice was soft and soothing. I refuse. Izuka Fuyuki's protest halted abruptly, as a sudden surge of memories overwhelmed him. It was not mist he beheld, but tears blurring his vision. Why? He merely wished to improve, whether divine or mortal. Upon his birth, no one had imparted to him the knowledge of right and wrong. It was his beloved sister who had guided him, hand in hand. Why was it that he lacked the omniscience of other deities? The incomplete god. So it was about him. Why am I here? What am I meant to do? A fierce gale swept through, tugging at his garments. In his daze, he felt as though someone was comforting him nearby, yet he felt as if he were being choked. Unable to draw even a breath, though he cared not. Why? Was it because of my incompleteness? Must my imperfections come at the cost of my sister's everything? In an instant, Izuka understood why his sister sought to lure him into this world. Because every world possesses a consciousness that does not permit the existence of forces surpassing its own. Why must he forge bonds with the people of this world? Excessive divinity leads to a lack of empathy. What purpose does that serve? If a deity merely listens to the wishes of mortals from a high pedestal and fulfills them, how does that differ from being a mere tool? Such a god might as well not exist. Why was their divinity fading, their power diminishing? While his sister had lingered far longer than he. Why did she remain? It is for you, brother. Forge your own bonds and live joyfully. Izuka Akatsuki infused her divine power into Izuka Fuyuki's being. Deities may fade, yet the supreme god would not. Brother, Izuka Fuyuki, ensnared by exquisite, colorful ribbons, found his limbs bound, his head bowed, appearing to have lost consciousness, with his flowing hair obscuring his face. Daki was in a state of turmoil. Her instinctive urge had been to thwart the actions of Izumi Fuyuki, yet deep down, she harbored the belief that Lord Izumi would not be easily ensnared by her. Consequently, she involuntarily intensified her grip. To her astonishment, after being ensnared by the vibrant ribbons, Izumi Fuyuki appeared to lose consciousness as if struck down by an unseen force. Suspended in midair, utterly motionless. Wait, allow me to clarify. I truly have done nothing. Daki was baffled as to how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. While Warabaheim exhibited a somewhat capricious nature, she had always been a good child. The Tsujikuni brothers neither expressed belief nor disbelief. Yet they had indeed refrained from any aggressive actions towards Daki. The entire debacle stemmed from the landlady. Daki exclaimed with fervor, her enchanting demeanor belied by a childlike innocence. Right? Although I am unaware of how this has transpired, I assure you, Lord Izumi was not harmed by my hand. What on earth is going on? Tanjiro Kamadu was utterly perplexed, glancing around before ultimately directing his gaze towards the three wives of the sound Hashira, who had seemingly vanished. Although it may sound peculiar, she merely bound us and did not consume us. We have already located the missing girls, spoke one woman with a ponytail. Oh, my foolish sister, you ought to articulate your thoughts more clearly. Just as the others remained wary of Daki's actions, a voice unexpectedly emerged from her shadow. A male figure gradually materialized within the shadows. Daki, with a hint of discontent, pouted, then brother, why not step forth and elucidate? What do you mean by leaving everything to me? The emerging male first affectionately ruffled Daki's hair before shifting his attention to the vigilant members of the Demon Slayer Corps before him. We bear no ill will. After Muzan Kabutsuji's departure that day, silence enveloped Daki's chamber. Brother, is my acting prowess not becoming increasingly refined? Daki declared with pride, convinced of her innate talent in this regard. By the way, should I inform Lord Izumi about Muzan's arrival? The previously dormant figure of Muzan suddenly manifested within the room, gazing at Daki with eyes full of affection. Do not disturb Lord Izumi over such trivial matters. He requires rest to recuperate his strength. No, it has been far too long since I last saw Lord Izumi. Daki pouted. If you are truly lonely, you may seek out Lord Doma. Jotaro patiently consoled his sister. Never mind. Lord Doma has been quite busy of late. Daki, childlike in her demeanor, nestled into her brother's embrace. Lord Doma has been in a rather foul mood lately. I have encountered him several times curled up in his room. However, his chamber is off limits to all, yet I once inadvertently glimpsed within, and it was filled with resplendent fans. He truly adores fans. Jotaro fell silent. They owed their survival to Lord Izumi's divine power, willingly becoming spies as a result. Although their powers had fully consumed the constraints imposed by the Demon King over the years, they were yet unable to discern Muzan Kibutsuji's whereabouts, which rendered them cautious in their actions. The so-called slain Hashira and humans were merely illusions conjured by the siblings. Daki, transformed into a demon at the age of 14. Although her form and appearance matured, her heart remained that of a child. Thus, certain matters were left unspoken between her and Lord Izumi, who indulged her whims. Jotaro sighed. If you do not believe the words of my sister and me, then await the arrival of the sun and witness if we possess the power of that divine being. Chapter 43, The Sixth Upper Moon, a recollection unfolds. Hanging their elder brother was hardly a solution. Tsujikuni Yurichi gazed at Daki, observing that they had merely restrained their brother without further actions, begrudgingly accepting their words. However, what truly eased his vigilance was their demeanor towards Izumi Fuyō. They understood well the nature of their brother. That he could captivate demons was not an unfathomable concept. Yet, did they truly refer to their own brother as Lord Izumi? Or were they speaking of the sister of the brother they had never encountered? How stunning! Daki, with that infatuated expression, just look at her skin, her exquisite features, and her alluring figure. Slurp. Sister, did you just make a peculiar sound? Jotaro remarked. I understand your fascination with Lord Tsukiyomi's beauty, but do refrain from becoming too enamored. Those two identical brothers are drawing their swords. Despite his words, even Jotaro found himself irresistibly drawn to the visage of the Lord Tsukiyomi they had never met. She appeared less imposing than Lord Akaza, yet possessed a gentle charm that set her apart. Jotaro let out a long sigh. It was hardly Daki's fault, for he too could not help but be entranced by the lady's beauty. Both siblings were indeed captivated by appearances. Jotaro and Daki were born on the banks of the Rashomon River, at the very bottom of the Pleasure District. In that desolate place, children deemed unworthy of sustenance were considered a burden. Jotaro, even while still in his mother's womb, had narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions for this very reason. His birth was not a result of maternal affection, but rather the acknowledgement that a beautiful child could fetch a high price in that environment. Unfortunately, the unfortunate Jotaro was merely a nuisance, nearly falling victim to his mother's wrath multiple times. Yet he survived, though his body grew frail from years of hunger. Akin to a withered branch, he persevered against all odds. Filthy vermin, foolish imbecile, spineless wretch, worthless creature. The beautiful children born in that place mocked his unattractive voice and hideous visage, hurling stones at him while deriding his filth. It seemed as though he was born solely to endure ridicule, insult, and scorn. From the moment Jotaro entered the world, his face bore large dark patches and blemishes, leaving him no time, money, or energy to maintain cleanliness. He remained perpetually repugnant, his body marred by dirt and flakes of skin. Approaching him elicited an ever-present stench. Being scorned by all was, perhaps, his destined fate. After all, in the Pleasure District, beauty was the sole measure of worth. He resembled a stray dog wandering the streets, with passers-by covering their noses, hastily stepping away while uttering curses, questioning why such an ugly being continued to exist. If they encountered a discontented individual, they might even kick him for good measure. To survive, he resorted to eating rats, even insects, and his toys consisted of sickles forgotten by guests. He believed he would endure in this manner until that fateful day. His mother cradled the beautiful Daki and presented her to him, declaring her their only hope for survival. How exquisite! That child, Daki, at that time, was Jotaro's pride, possessing a beauty that even adults could scarcely rival, despite her tender age. Though her name derived from the ailment that had claimed their mother, it was a name imbued with hope. But what difference does it make? The two of them have already discovered hope and means for survival. Kibutsuji Muzan realized his formidable strength. Thus he began engaging in debt collection. Despite being detested and feared by all, as long as he could live alongside Nezuko, what did it matter? Even if people derided his appearance, it no longer caused him shame, for the presence of such a beautiful sister dispelled his insecurities, just as he felt content with his life. Believing that he and Nezuko would share a blissful existence together, the harshness of life seemed intent on reminding him of its cruelty. At the age of 13, Nezuko had stabbed a samurai customer in the eye with a hairpin. In retaliation, they bound her and burned her alive. He was not present at that moment, but upon returning home, he stumbled upon the charred, unrecognizable form of Nezuko, barely clinging to life, as if she could perish at any moment. Why? Why would these people not relent? Why would they not spare his sister? Why was he destined to endure mockery, insults, and violence from the moment of his birth? Why did fate seek to strip him of his only possession? Why? You have bestowed nothing upon me, yet now you demand Nezuko as well? Driven by rage, Muzan failed to notice the samurai approaching from behind. It was him, that man arrogantly declared. Indeed, it was he, as the innkeeper's wife displayed a satisfied smile, subtly praising the samurai who had resolved her significant dilemma. Thank you very much. At last, one less problem, she remarked, completely disregarding the fact that each time a debt was collected, Muzan received a little extra money. Unbeknownst to her, his methods had grown increasingly brutal, ultimately spiraling out of control. The innkeeper's wife felt a tinge of regret. After all, finding another girl as beautiful as Nezuko would be exceedingly difficult. Her brother was quite useful, but his notorious reputation for ruthlessness had negatively impacted her business. It is a pity Nezuko has died, the innkeeper's wife sincerely lamented. But I shall find another beautiful child to introduce to you, so regarding this payment. Thus, Muzan's fury became unbearable. Was his sister's life truly worth so little? Enduring his wounds, he swiftly plunged his weapon into the innkeeper's wife's eyes. Just as he was about to dispose of the samurai, a divine being appeared. Standing at the crossroads, a woman adorned in exquisite garments, her fabric intricately embroidered with golden threads, shimmered under the moonlight, resembling rippling waters disturbed by a gentle breeze. Although it was night, with neither wind nor rain, she wielded a crimson umbrella. The arrogant samurai lay at her feet, and she cast a cold glance at the blood oozing from his wound. Upon meeting his gaze, she suddenly broke into a radiant smile, extending her pristine hand. What a sorrowful child, she exclaimed. Pray to the gods. The woman caressed his grotesque visage, a look of profound tenderness and sorrow gracing her features, an expression he had never encountered on any other face. It was an embodiment of exquisite gentleness and profound sadness. She gently offered everything to the divine, granting them both the chance to survive. In that moment, at long last, a deity was willing to cast their gaze upon them, finally showing them compassion. Chapter 44. The Moon God returns online. Dawn broke. Before Kamado Tanjiro awoke, there was a brief exchange with Muzan. The matters concerning the siblings would have to wait until Kamado Tanjiro awakened. The Pleasure District could no longer exist. If they were to deceive the Demon King, every action must be executed with utmost caution. The innkeeper prepared a quiet room for Daki. In truth, the innkeeper had been startled by Daki's performance that day. Daki had nonchalantly admitted her non-human identity and earnestly explained the implications to the innkeeper. Taken aback, the innkeeper expressed her dismay at not being informed sooner of such a significant matter, which would have allowed her to brace herself. She had assumed Daki was merely a type of demon or monster. Daki, oblivious to the fact that her actions had frightened others, pondered why the innkeeper had been so serious during their previous conversation. Witnessing everything, Muzan thought, my stubborn sister, what must I do to save you? Yet, the innkeeper was indeed quite indulgent towards Daki, as her actions had significantly impacted the innkeeper's business. Since acquiring divine power, the siblings' perception of danger had reached a heightened state, especially regarding the Demon King. They had already sensed that the Demon King was watching them. Thus, they staged a dramatic scene of killing the innkeeper to confuse the Demon King's judgment. Despite the sound Hashira's skepticism about the truth of these demons, it remained an undeniable fact that they had not harmed the hostages. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall oversee your actions. Daki pouted, disliking the flamboyant Christmas tree among them, who boasted 3 beautiful wives. Such a waste. She too wished to be close to beautiful girls. However, she cast one last glance at the slumbering moon god, longing for the chance to be near him, albeit regretting that 2 fierce dragons guarded such a precious treasure. Fearing the sunlight, Yorichi drew the curtains, though they could still see clearly. Time passed, and Tanjiro called for them to eat, but both refused, concerned for the still unconscious Tanjiro. Kamado Tanjiro silently rose from the futon, overwhelmed by the influx of information, struggling to process it all. His clenched fists relaxed as he gazed at his hands, pondering whether the surging power within him stemmed from his sister's support. Brother? Michikatsu and Yorichi watched him cautiously, noting the troubled expression on Tanjiro's face. They observed their elder brother rise and sit on the futon, lost in thought, his demeanor shifting from seriousness to a hint of sorrow. It's nothing, Tanjiro replied. Realizing that self-pity served no purpose, rather than wallowing, he should find a way to harness his sister's strength before the timeline converged. Tanjiro smiled at them, pulling his 2 brothers into an embrace, noticing how much they had grown. How have you 2 fared in that world? Have you communicated well and worked together? Brother. The 2 siblings, overwhelmed with excitement, inadvertently squeezed him tighter, completely unprepared for such a delightful surprise. Tanjiro, caught in their embrace, gasped for breath. Yet, he affectionately stroked their fluffy hair. It is truly wonderful to see you again. My previous cold demeanor was uncalled for. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. While he had been harsh towards the Michikatsu brothers, he had not been particularly kind to anyone else either. Returning home, the thought of having to tend to a whole bunch of little bunnies left him feeling quite disheartened, almost akin to a sweet burden. The mere fact that his brother could remember them filled him with a sense of contentment. Both siblings shook their heads, unable to refute the words of Izumi Fuyō. Although the elder brother, even after his amnesia, exhibited a gentle demeanor, there remained an undeniable sense of distance when interacting with them. It was as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them, while Tsujikuni Yashiro constantly reassured his younger brother that the elder would surely remember. He himself could not ascertain the truth of the matter. Yorichi nodded slightly, acknowledging that, despite being older than his brother in actual years, he still felt a childlike desire to capture his brother's attention. The relationship between myself and Yashiro has always been harmonious. Yorichi clung tightly to Izumi Fuyō's hand, unwilling to let go. Fuyō feigned ignorance, directing his gaze towards the composed Yashiro. In truth, Yashiro yearned for an intimate moment with his elder brother, but hesitated to be seen as merely a child. Fuyō had many younger siblings, yet he did not wish to be relegated to just being the good little brother. He nodded, stating that Yorichi had worked diligently. Although the Demon King was timid as a mouse, they had still managed to find an opportunity to vanquish him thoroughly. Thanks to Yashiro, he had been able to seize that chance. Yorichi was reluctant to claim all the credit for their success, knowing full well that it was his brother's strategy that had made it achievable. They were both good children. Izumi felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it was their combined efforts that could yield the best outcome, for the Demon King was no match for these two brothers. If it weren't for the eventual fallout between them, which allowed the Demon King to seize an opportunity, Muzan Kibutsuji would not have survived to this day. I must return and communicate effectively with my lord, Izumi contemplated. His previous amnesia had left him feeling distant from these individuals, even leading him to utter hurtful words to the children. His attitude towards his lord had been one of avoidance, unwilling to confront the reality. Now that his memories had returned, Muzan Kibutsuji must die, not just for his sister, but also for this group of children who had been striving tirelessly. Izumi Fuyō fixed his gaze on the red umbrella placed not far from him. He was determined to secure a chance for his sister's survival. Approaching the window, Yorichi instinctively tried to halt Fuyuki's actions, but was prevented by Yashiro. The curtains were drawn open, allowing warm sunlight to flood the room. "Brother?" he said. "It's all right now. As your sister's brother, fearing the sunlight is rather unbecoming." He picked up the umbrella from the ground. "Let us go meet the upper six. I wish to see my followers." Chapter 45, Moon and Haze. Even if you claim that your efforts were made to confound the Demon King, is it not somewhat exaggerated? The view around was one of desolation, a landscape littered with ruins, some buildings still emitting sparks from where they had been damaged. Izumi Fuyō surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the house where he had rested, the rest was a wasteland. He had reason to suspect that the Upper Moon siblings were settling personal scores. "You follow Izumi Akizuki, not me. I am certain my sister has conveyed this to you," Izumi Fuyō remarked earnestly. "Akizuki-sama instructed us not to act rashly. She has already communicated with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. We shall heed your commands." Fuyō sighed deeply. "Who else among my sister's followers remains? There was another power granted, yet I cannot feel it." Daki chimed in cheerfully. "It's Lord Doma." Kibutsuji Taro placed a hand on his forehead. The atmosphere grew tense. With his current strength, eliminating Doma would pose no challenge. However, during the period when his power had been diminished, Doma had managed to kill him once. If he were to express anger, it was clear that Doma had been treated merely as a tool by his sister. He had no reason to be angry with a tool. Kibutsuji Taro found himself at a loss for words regarding his sister. How did she manage to step on landmines with such precision every time? "Lord Fuyō, Akizuki-sama has not informed Doma that you are Fuyuki's younger brother. Doma does not even know that Akizuki-sama is a deity," Kibutsuji Taro lamented, realizing that Doma had been thoroughly used. Even his usually oblivious sister had picked up on Doma's feelings towards Akizuki. He observed Fuyō, who had lowered his head, lost in thought. While the Tsujikuni brothers remained silent, their crimson eyes fixated solely on Fuyō. Doma regarded Akizuki with a similar gaze. Fuyō, in anguish, placed a hand on his forehead, questioning why he had to handle matters of the heart. He was utterly unskilled in such matters. The situation with Doma could wait. The threat posed by Muzan Kibutsuji was far more pressing. "Do not alert the enemy. Continue to remain hidden until the moment for counterattack arrives. I will inform you." The siblings nodded in acknowledgement before taking their leave. Others entered the room, including the two Tsutomu brothers. "Brother!" Tsutomu Michiro exclaimed, deftly evading Tsujikuni Yashiro's obstruction. "Brother has regained his memories." Izumi Fuyō ruffled Michiro's fluffy hair, the striking azure strands slipping through his fingers. Indeed, Michiro stood there, composed yet with fervent eyes. Fuyō beckoned him. "Why don't you come over, Michiro?" Michiro's tightly clenched fists betrayed his earlier resolve to present a calm demeanor before his brother. That moment had long since evaporated. Tsujikuni Yashiro could only watch helplessly as his elder brother embraced this one and that one. Patience. He was no longer a child. He ought to exhibit greater maturity. The sound Hashira watched the Tsujikuni brothers with a sense of trepidation, as if invisible flames burned behind them. The Tsutomu brothers, seemingly oblivious to the danger, were genuinely unaware of Izumi Fuyō's presence. The three younger ones, ever sensitive to peril, clung to the corner, frozen in place. Our patrol area is quite close. Originally, it was supposed to be Shiba who came, but upon hearing that you were nearby, we took the initiative to come, Michiro explained. Brother, why did you suddenly regain your memories? Were you injured? Though Tsutomu Michiro was not well versed in such matters, he had inquired of the Butterfly Sisters regarding his brother's unusual situation, recalling instances in the Demon Slayer Corps where members had lost their memories. Some had even retired because of it, yet others persisted in their convictions, fighting until the end, eventually recovering their memories. However, those who regained their memories had all undergone significant trauma, most often recovering during battle. As a twin, Michiro instantly grasped his brother's meaning, anxiously clutching the hem of Fuyō's clothing. I am not injured. Although my memory returning was rather sudden, it could be considered fortunate. Fuyō reassured him with a pat on the back. Well then, let us discuss the specifics upon our return. As Izumi Fuyō prepared to rise, he remained unaware of the Tsutomu brothers quietly attempting to gauge the Tsujikuni brothers. His focus was entirely on the three younger ones skirting along the wall. What was the matter with these three children? In a place where Fuyō could not see, the two older brothers exchanged glances, silently conceding the opportunity to their younger sibling. As a result, the two younger brothers, unwilling to compete for their brother's attention, silently stepped aside. A peculiar vacuum appeared around Izumi Fuyō, his pupils trembling. He observed the four individuals, who, in a surprisingly synchronized manner, distanced themselves from him. Am I not your most beloved elder brother? The sound Hashira, having comprehended the situation, nearly burst into laughter. As a man fortunate enough to have 3 wives, he deemed it time to move forward. Previously, this individual named Fuyō, having lost his memories, naturally felt a certain distance from those around him, including the Tsuguko brothers and the owl. However, now he instinctively expressed a desire for closeness. And these individuals could not suppress their genuine emotions. He was merely curious about where Fuyō would eventually belong. In his private musings, he certainly leaned towards the owl. After all, he had effortlessly distributed his love among his 3 wives. He laughed heartily as he exited. A perplexed Fuyō exclaimed, "Huh?" He waved his hand dismissively, concluding that it was no great matter. The little sprouts who once trailed behind him had now matured, developing their own thoughts. It was only natural that they would not be as close to their elder brother. They must be shy. Convinced of his reasoning, Fuyō approached the trio, asking, "What are you 3 doing over there? Playing at being geckos?" Tanjiro attempted to ignore the 4 pairs of eyes radiating menace. We were just admiring the lovely weather today." Tanjiro's expression resembled that of a predator, and though he had not posed any peculiar questions, it was astonishing how a mere human could adopt such a fearsome countenance. How forthright this child is, incapable of weaving a single lie. He then glanced at Zenitsu, who, with his golden hair, could not bear to meet his gaze. Inosuke, wearing his mask, concealed his expression entirely. Fuyō felt a twinge of sadness. Could it be that the trio now harbored secrets they could not share with their elder brother? Chapter 46, Moon and Wisteria. Before nightfall, they finally returned to the Butterfly Mansion. Shinobu was in the courtyard watering her medicinal herb garden, having just returned moments ago. As a Hashira who had long served alongside the master, Butterfly Shinobu, despite her lack of strength, excelled in all other aspects. Thus, entrusting the master to her care, while the others attended to their duties, was not met with any objections. "We are back, Miss Shinobu." The watering can fell from Butterfly Shinobu's hands, and a familiar smile graced her face, a stark contrast to the cold indifference she had displayed in recent days. "Mr. Izumi, you have regained your memories," Butterfly Shinobu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed to inspect him, ensuring he bore no new wounds. "Yes, it has been a while, Miss Shinobu." Fuyō allowed her to examine him. "What about Miss Kane? I have matters I wish to discuss with the master personally." "Sister?" Butterfly Shinobu hesitated. The curse afflicting the master had always been managed by her sister. Previously, when the master's condition had suddenly deteriorated, a striking young lady had visited them unannounced. Neither her sister nor the master had ever explained the lady's origins, but after she treated the master for a time, his condition had indeed improved. Yet, one fateful day, that mysterious lady had vanished, and the master's health began to decline once more. To prevent any complications, her sister had remained by the master's side. Butterfly Shinobu glanced at the large group behind Fuyō. "Everyone, please come in and wait. I need to speak with my sister about this." After allowing the others to enter, she picked up the fallen watering can and placed it in the toolbox beside the herb garden. Yoya Kanroji lay in bed, The mysterious lady who had treated him was none other than Izumi Fuyō's sister, Izumi Akatsuki. The memory of their encounter still felt surreal to him. She had appeared suddenly in his room, just as he thought he was about to follow in his ancestors' footsteps towards death. The beautiful lady, though petite, moved with an elegance that exuded an air of authority. She sat before Yoya as if pitying the suffering he endured. Her golden hair shimmered in the dim room. "It must be quite difficult for you," she spoke softly. No one entered. Her beauty transcended that of any mortal. Indeed, she could not be human. For how else could she have entered without disturbing the hidden? "It is a pleasure to meet you, Yoya." She extended her hand, her porcelain-like fingers resting on his head, leaving no room for refusal. Though such an approach was rather impolite, her hand remained, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him as her voice resonated. "No, I am truly grateful for your assistance," Yoya finally spoke, the first words he had managed since her arrival. "What brings you here?" he began, but Izumi Akatsuki interrupted him. "Let us make a deal. Master of the Demon Slayer Corps." Yoya remained on the futon, while Izumi Akatsuki stood, looking down at him. Her eyes were devoid of emotion. "You are even more tedious than someone else, yet there is truly no better partner than you. I will fulfill the long-held wish of the Kenroji clan, to assist you in vanquishing Muzan Kabutsuji and breaking the curse that has plagued you." Izumi Akatsuki crouched down, her golden fan lifting Yoya chin as she admired his handsome face that emerged after the curse's retreat. "Now, tell me your choice." It was thus, a prayer for victory and a plea for divine mercy. To offer everything one possesses, risking it all. "Master," Butterfly Kane entered, interrupting Yoya reverie. "What is it, Master?" Kane replied softly. "Mr. Izumi wishes to see you." "Let him in." Yoya nodded at Kane, who was about to exit when he suddenly recalled something and asked, "Is there any news lately?" Butterfly Kane hesitated. "Indeed, there is one matter, Master. There has been a problem with the Sound Hashira's mission. It is said they encountered Upper Rank 6, and we have not received any news of Upper Rank 6 being slain. The Sound Hashira returned unharmed." "All right, I understand." Yoya said nothing further, recalling Butterfly Kane's wish for harmony between demons and humans. Such a noble aspiration. Yoya mused, as the master. He believed in his heart that it was an impossible endeavor, yet if it could be achieved, it would be splendid. If everything truly unfolded as that beautiful woman had proclaimed, perhaps this news would serve as an opportunity. Izumi Fuyō opened the door and entered. During his time as a demon, Yoya appeared to be in decent spirits. The curse seemed to have been quelled. However, now the curse had crept across much of his face. Fuyō took a seat. Although Yoya did not rise, he bore no ill will towards this, for he understood that Yoya might no longer be able to stand. "It has been a while, Master." There was no reverence, nor the wide-eyed curiosity that had characterized their first meeting. "It has been a long time, Izumi-kun. Our last meeting was indeed rather hasty. Have you found the person you were seeking?" Arata Ayashiki inquired. Though they were siblings, their demeanors were strikingly dissimilar. "I have found them. And although I am already aware of the answer, for me, this is not the conclusion." Izumi Fuyō stated directly. "The identity I await, I believe, is something that the esteemed Lord has already sensed. Even if you may not fully comprehend, I trust your wife, that elegant lady, must have spoken of it to you. Has she not? Now it does bear some resemblance." Arata Ayashiki chuckled bitterly. "Indeed, however, it appears that you and that esteemed individual do not wish for those around you to be privy to your affairs. That is not the crux of the matter." Izumi Fuyō replied with a light laugh. "Simply call me Izumi-kun, for we share a common goal. Kaneo Tsuyuri is a devotee of my sister, and with their presence, we can ascertain the whereabouts of Kabutsuji Muzan. The opportunity to eradicate the demons must not be squandered. It is a fleeting chance, and should it slip away, it may never return. I implore you to deliberate carefully, esteemed Lord." Izumi Fuyō casually surveyed his form. The curse that afflicted him was a bloodline curse, one that could only be undone by vanquishing its source, Kabutsuji Muzan. Once you eliminate the source of the curse, your affliction will naturally dissipate. It would be wise for you to abandon the notion of perishing alongside the Demon King. Allow me to assist you in suppressing the curse for now. Chapter 47, The Moon and the Butterfly. Once the treatment concluded, Arata Ayashiki had succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Izumi Fuyō withdrew his hand. It was evident he was nearing his limits. He had treated Arata Ayashiki several years prior, and at that time, his strength had been insufficient, making the process arduous. The second instance seemed to have benefited from his sister's intervention, as the suppression had been quite thorough. However, with her power waning, the curse retaliated fiercely. Although his strength had returned for this treatment, caution was still paramount, for Arata Ayashiki was frail and had long existed in a state of depletion. Unable to withstand the burden of his own power, He could indeed confine those curses to a single location, but should he do so, it was likely that Arata Ayashiki would not survive. Izumi Fuyō covered him with a blanket to shield him from the night's chill, and upon opening the door, he found Kaneo Tsuyuri and Arata Amanai awaiting him. Upon seeing Izumi Fuyō emerge, Arata Amanai, despite her inner urgency, refrained from bypassing him to enter the room behind. Izumi-san, how is Ayashiki? She inquired, striving to maintain decorum. His condition has stabilized. Thus far, all I can do is contain his curse in one place. To entirely eradicate it, we must confront its root cause. Kabutsuji Musen, Izumi Fuyō responded, leaving the door ajar as he slightly turned to the side. If you are concerned, you may enter and take a look. The current curse is no longer sufficient to claim his life. Nevertheless, he still requires careful attention. Arata Amanai nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Please, follow me. Izumi-san, Kaneo Tsuyuri led the way, and after traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived at a courtyard. I have heard that you have regained your memories. Congratulations. Kaneo Tsuyuri halted. The night was clear and serene, allowing them to gaze upon the moon suspended in the sky. Today is a fortuitous day for you, akin to the day you rescued me, Kaneo Tsuyuri remarked, her long hair swaying in the gentle breeze, enveloped in silence. Izumi Fuyō, unaware of her intentions, had limited exchanges with the Tsuyuri sisters compared to his numerous brothers. I apologize, she murmured. Had it not been for the tranquility of their surroundings, he might have overlooked her barely audible whisper. He glanced at her. Previously, my younger sister acted impulsively, leading to irrevocable consequences. Now, expressing apologies feels too late. However, I hope you can refrain from holding it against her, Kaneo Tsuyuri articulated with difficulty. As one of the few who understood Izumi Fuyō's identity, she grasped the gravity of their actions after witnessing the power of Izumi Akatsuki. Even though Izumi did not appear inclined to dwell on the matter, it was requisite to acknowledge one's transgressions. Izumi Akatsuki was a petty deity. She could bully her brother, but it did not permit others to do so. Even if she found amusement in teasing Doma, it seemed that if anyone were to earn her affection, it would be solely Doma. Yet, what could be done about it? Though it was a misunderstanding, they had still inflicted harm upon Izumi Fuyō. Thus, Izumi Akatsuki had never shared her plans with him. Consequently, until now, Doma had continued to believe that Izumi Akatsuki had perished. For a deity, bestowing suffering upon another was also a form of grace. As for the Tsuyuri sisters, although Izumi Akatsuki had said nothing, she had not spared Kaneo Tsuyuri during her treatment of Arata Ayashiki. Each individual has a predetermined fate to fulfill. I trust you understand this clearly. Izumi Akatsuki had conveyed this to Kaneo Tsuyuri on a similarly tranquil night. My brother entrusted his faith to humanity, yet you have betrayed that trust. This is a fate that cannot be blamed on others, but rather one he rightfully earned. However, due to his sister, I cannot turn a blind eye to such betrayal. Did Fuyō not indeed save you? Yet how has your sister repaid him? Izumi Akatsuki stated coldly. With the weight of her words, Kaneo Tsuyuri felt as though her very soul was submerged in icy waters, rendering her breathless. The suffocating sensation compelled her to kneel before Izumi Akatsuki. Humans should not be excessively arrogant. You have long desired peaceful coexistence between humans and demons, yet have taken no tangible action. You do not believe in miracles, yet you continuously pray for them to grace you. Izumi Akatsuki gazed disapprovingly at Kaneo Tsuyuri kneeling before her. From her vantage point, she could only see the butterfly ornaments adorning Kaneo Tsuyuri's head. Unable to discern her expression, yet she was indifferent. She even issued a rather cruel threat. I know that, in truth, you have never truly cared for your life. You have long wished to devote everything to the Demon Slayer core, have you not? Kaneo Tsuyuri's body trembled as Izumi Akatsuki continued. You do not care what your sister endures, do you? No, Lady Akatsuki, it is all my fault. Please do not hold my sister accountable. Had she not been blinded by rage, Izumi Fuyō would not have voluntarily vanished beneath the sun. There would have been opportunities for redemption. You have betrayed him at the time when his humanity was at its peak. However, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. For it is true that Fuyō harbors a unique affection for humanity. Izumi Akatsuki's tone shifted to one of tranquility, as if the earlier chill and murderous intent had never been hers. Yet, I hope such occurrences do not happen again. In truth, I cannot interfere too much. I could effortlessly obliterate a soul. Miss Tsuyuri? Izumi Fuyō was bewildered by her suddenly respectful demeanor. He had never seemed particularly fearsome, had he? I harbor no grievances. Be it Miss Shinobu or yourself, all my actions stemmed from my decisions, and thus I hold no regrets. Izumi Fuyō spoke gently. If Miss Tsuyuri has become aware of my identity, please do not let it trouble you. There is still much for me to learn. If you truly feel remorse, then let us strive to coexist harmoniously in the days to come. Izumi Fuyō had never imagined that his gentle sister could engage in actions threatening humanity. To her, humans were inherently insignificant, and her feelings towards them were merely a reflection of the affection a deity should possess for mortals. Miss Kene hoped that one day, you would indeed live as freely as a butterfly, unbound by the shackles that constrained your movements. Fuyō spoke softly. I see. The butterfly Kane was taken aback. Lord Izumi Fuyō was truly such a tender-hearted person that it made one want to weep. After a long silence, she finally nodded, wondering if that day would ever come. There is another matter. I wonder if I can become your disciple. Chapter 48, Moon and Dawn. Brother. After bidding farewell to Butterfly Kane, Izumi Fuyō finally returned to his room, only to be surprised to find everyone gathered there. The Kanroji brothers and the Takadu brothers were seated opposite each other at the table, while the three younger ones huddled together on the other side, clutching their teacups and trembling like little quails soaked by the rain. It was Takatu Michiru who spoke first. Previously, none of them knew each other well, with only Izumi Fuyō serving as their common acquaintance. However, Fuyō had already forgotten them, treating them all with indifference. The Takatu brothers were somewhat better, as Michiru seemed to retain some memory of them. The brothers had a gentler appearance, their delicate features lacking in aggression. Despite being taller than Fuyō, he still regarded them as children. On the other hand, he had always maintained a distance from the Kanroji brothers, whose imposing presence suggested they were accustomed to commanding authority. Their mannerisms were rigid and formal, making it difficult for him to grow close to them. Takatu Michiru had initially dismissed the Kanroji brothers as insignificant, considering them less of a threat than the owl next door. However, that perception had dramatically changed. Kanroji Ubuyashiki, though silent and serious, naturally assisted Fuyō in removing his coat, while Kanroji Yurichi effortlessly offered his teacup to Fuyō. Fuyō took a sip of the hot tea. Why are you still awake? He set the cup down on the table. I wanted to hear your plans for the future. Kanroji Yurichi spoke earnestly, though inwardly, he merely wished not to pressure his elder brother too much. He had intended to return to his room to sleep. But upon noticing that the Takatu brothers had yet to leave and the three younger ones were still huddled in the corner, he changed his mind. I see. Izumi Fuyō nodded. Indeed, it was crucial for them to determine their path moving forward. Kanroji was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. As the former head of the family, it seemed rather inappropriate for them to simply follow the orders of the corps leader. What about Michiru and Michiru? Fuyō inquired, observing the usually quiet brothers. Takatu Michiru, who had maintained a neutral expression, suddenly displayed an air of grievance. We want to sleep with you, brother. Ignoring Kanroji Yurichi's expression that seemed to say, how could you steal from the family? Takatu Michiru's tone was gentle, laced with an imperceptible hint of fear. During your absence, we have missed you greatly, feeling as if the brother who has returned now is merely a figment of our imagination. Such a pitiful demeanor stirred deep sympathy within Izumi Fuyō. After all, in his recollection, Takatu Michiru had always been rather blunt and unguarded. Seeing him now, so sincere and vulnerable, made Fuyō realize that his earlier choices had likely cast a long shadow over the two brothers. You can sleep with me tonight, Fuyō reassured them. You can stay as long as you like. Kanroji Yurichi appeared somewhat inclined to draw his sword, while Kanroji Yurichi maintained a serious demeanor. Michiru obediently sat beside his brother. And as his brother's tone shifted, his expression transformed from neutral to one of despondence, while Michiru gazed at Izumi Fuyō with a heart-wrenching look. When Fuyō mentioned sleeping together, their eyes sparkled with joy. As for Michiru, being tsundere with brother is futile, it could lead to a fiery demise. Observing his brother's expression, Michiru let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the romance guide he had read had some merit after all. Fortunately, while in his territory, he had practiced a few expressions with his younger brother. Tanjiro, you all are. Tanjiro watched in disbelief as Takatu Michiru, who had previously appeared so innocent, exchanged a provocative glance with the Kanroji brothers when Izumi Fuyō turned to them. Ah, this. Tanjiro, noticing the odd expressions of the three younger ones. Fuyō turned back, finding Michiru blinking innocently. It's nothing. Tanjiro stammered. We were just a bit worried about our senior brother. If he is well, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave now. Tanjiro pulled Zenitsu along with one hand and held Inosuke with the other as they departed. Hey, Hachiru, weren't we supposed to ask Fuyō to train us? Inosuke suddenly remarked. It's Tanjiro and Fuyō. As for me, that's fine. But don't mess with our senior brother's name. Tanjiro replied helplessly. I'm afraid your pig-headed mask will end up on display somewhere. Zenitsu added, equally perplexed. Indeed. What kind of ruffians has senior brother attracted? He is so handsome, yet why does no girl seem to fancy him? Hearing Zenitsu's words, Tanjiro suddenly recalled that Butterfly Shinobu had originally left with senior brother Fuyō, but after a couple of remarks from Takatu Michiru, she had fallen behind. It's not necessarily that there are no girls who like him, Tanjiro sighed. Well then, watching the three younger ones retreating like frightened prey, Fuyuki shifted his gaze. It's getting late. We've traveled a long way today. We should rest well tonight and discuss these matters tomorrow. Estimating the time, Izumi Fuyuki realized that if he didn't sleep soon, it would be morning. He could manage to stay awake, but for his younger brothers, who had finally escaped their nighttime missions, it would be better to get some rest. Indeed, we have not been considerate. Kanroji Yorichi managed to smile, albeit strained. We shall take our leave then. May you have sweet dreams tonight, elder brother. The Takatu brothers had already begun to prepare their beds. Izumi Fuyuki rose to accompany the Kanroji brothers to the door. You too, make sure to get plenty of rest tonight. Takatu Muichiro helped Izumi Fuyuki untangle his long hair. Although he looked lovely in women's attire, they were more accustomed to Fuyuki's current appearance. With the Kanroji brothers leading the way, Fuyuki did not notice whether Muichiro's actions were perhaps too intimate. He merely felt a slight discomfort as it brushed against his earlobe, but it was likely unintentional. Fuyuki brushed aside his thoughts as he sat on the bed, with Takatu Muichiro climbing in beside him. Fuyuki blinked and lifted his covers, meeting a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. We haven't slept like this in a long time, brother. We used to curl up completely in your embrace. Takatu Muichiro diverted Fuyuki's attention. Takatu Muichiro also nestled in beside Fuyuki on the other side. You smell so nice, brother. Fuyuki felt a bit awkward. The fragrance of the perfume he had applied earlier still lingered. Muichiro's sudden remark left him at a loss for words. It must be the scent of the perfume I had on before. Muichiro sniffed at Fuyuki's neck like a puppy, chuckling. No, it's just your scent, brother. Chapter 48, Moon and Dawn 20. The sleeping posture of the Tsutomu brothers is decidedly more relaxed than that of the Takatu brothers, coupled with a less oppressive presence. Upon awakening, Izumi Toyo found himself nestled in the embrace of Tsutomu Yukaru, who had wrapped his arms around him from behind. In their childhood, the two brothers had a penchant for cocooning him in their slumber, and it seems that this affection persisted into adulthood. With utmost care, Toyo extricated himself, gently pulling his hair free. Fortunately, he managed to do so without any abrupt movements. Otherwise, the tug could have been quite painful. He secured his hair with a tie that he had left on the cabinet, but it was just out of reach. Thus, he stealthily traversed over Yukaru, who stirred slightly in his sleep, instinctively wrapping his arms around Toyo's waist. Toyo froze momentarily, feeling the sensitivity of his waist, while the embrace was reassuring. The fingertips brushed lightly over his skin, causing him to nearly lose his balance and fall onto Yukaru. Quickly, Toyo maneuvered past him and sat on the edge of the bed, placing the hand that had rested on his waist atop the blanket. He exhaled in relief, grateful not to have disturbed Yukaru, and retrieved his clothes from the side rack, folding them neatly before placing them on the cabinet. Observing the creases in the fabric, he pondered whether the butterfly mansion had any spare garments belonging to the brothers. Perhaps he would summon Shin to fetch a fresh set later on. After changing out of his sleepwear and donning his own attire, he settled at the table, where he caught sight of Yukaru rising from his slumber. Did I wake you? Toyo inquired softly, turning his head. Uncertain of where his hair tie had ended up the previous night, he hastily grabbed another to secure his hair. Given their striking resemblance, they had designed their hair ties with slight variations to distinguish one another. Yukaru's hair tie featured a small crescent moon charm on the left side, while Muichiro's was entirely in shades of teal, adorned with moon charms on both ends. Toyo had merely fashioned a low ponytail, and upon inspecting the tie he was using, he realized it was Yukaru's. Yukaru sat up and casually donned the neatly folded clothes beside him. No, I actually woke up rather late today. Usually, Muichiro and I rise before dawn, he remarked, kneeling beside Toyo. Your hair tie is right here, he said, opening his palm to reveal Toyo's hair tie, which he effortlessly placed atop his own head. Do I look good with it, brother? Yukaru smiled, tying his hair into a low ponytail reminiscent of Toyo's. You look splendid, Toyo replied, not overly concerned with the details of their hair ties. He had an abundance of them, as Shin would prepare their clothes at the butterfly mansion, washing their daytime attire each evening and placing the garments they would wear the following day on the cabinet. Most of the hair ties were in lighter hues, predominantly silver. The one Yukaru tied atop his head was a simple silver band, devoid of any extravagant embellishments. Perhaps shorter hair would be more manageable, Toyo mused, reflecting on his promise to let his hair grow. He hadn't realized how lengthy it had become. Gazing at his long locks, he often felt they were unnecessarily cumbersome. Yet he acknowledged that Yukaru looked quite attractive with longer hair, a sentiment shared by Muichiro. Catching a glimpse of Muichiro, who had unknowingly awoken, Toyo wondered, did we speak too loudly? No, Muichiro replied, shaking his head, appearing slightly dazed, akin to a kitten shaking off sleep. Toyo chuckled, come here, brother. Let me tie your hair. Obediently, Muichiro bounced over, nuzzling against Toyo before looking up with a smile. Toyo adjusted his position to allow Michiru to sit where he had been, offering him a wooden comb to untangle his hair. Your hair has grown quite a bit. You've matured in ways unseen to me, Toyo commented, gathering Michiru's hair and abandoning his usual style in favor of a simple low ponytail, mirroring his own. Satisfied, Michiru stroked his hair, knowing they had grown it long to share a likeness with their brother. Observing the harmonious scene, Michiru reminisced about the morning when their locks had entwined, affirming that allowing their hair to grow long had indeed been a fine choice. What will you have for breakfast? Brother? Shall we eat together? I suspect Yanagisawa and Inichi will be joining us shortly, Toyo inquired, draping a garment over Michiru's shoulders. Takata-san. Yuakira's tone was ambiguous. What about Yanagisawa and Inichi? Toyo asked, oblivious to the subtle change in his tone, as he opened the window to let fresh air into the room. I just think highly of the Takatu brothers, Yuakaru replied. Indeed, while many claimed that Takatu Inichi possessed exceptional prowess, Yanagisawa's talent was undeniable. Toyo recalled the past. The Takatu name held great weight, and their family was quite strict, leaving little room for the existence of twins. As the eldest son, Yanagisawa bore significant responsibilities beyond his training. Inichi was focused and displayed his natural aptitude in swordsmanship, yet struggled with interpersonal relationships. Had he lived a more ordinary life, Yanagisawa's potential may have flourished without the burdens he currently faced, perhaps even surpassing Inichi. Such thoughts were not mere conjecture. They stemmed from Toyo's observations. Had Yanagisawa received a nurturing upbringing, he would likely have turned out quite well. Silence enveloped the room, as Toyo mused that even in a typical household, Yanagisawa would likely maintain his forthright demeanor. Are they discussing us, brother? Yanagisawa inquired as he stepped into the courtyard, catching sight of Toyo, who remained oblivious to the presence of the Takatu brothers. Indeed, Toyo affirmed, unperturbed by being overheard, as his words were grounded in truth and devoid of malice. He suspected Inichi would not take offense to his remarks. As expected, Inichi nodded in agreement behind Yanagisawa, looking rather endearing. Why are you both awake so early? Preparing for training? Toyo asked. We've just returned from training, and we're about to invite you to breakfast. The Hashira have also completed their training, Yanagisawa said. A hint of implication in his tone regarding the Tsutomu brothers, who had long risen and likely entangled themselves with their brother. Yuakira chuckled, having indeed awakened early and spent time admiring Toyo's sleeping visage. And what of it? Michiru shot a glance at Yanagisawa, who met his gaze. Chapter 49, Moon and Flame. Toyo remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents of tension swirling around him, his attention captured by the entrance of an owl. Is Toyo and Aizen awake? The voice preceded the figure, whose striking, fiery locks shone brilliantly, draped in a haori adorned with flame motifs over his demon slayer uniform. Years had passed, yet the memory of Rengoku Kyujiro, ever smiling, came flooding back, reminiscent of a moving owl coming to greet him. Kyujiro, it has been too long, Toyo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as the vibrant figure approached. Kyujiro lowered his head in greeting. Toyo was momentarily taken aback before reaching out to ruffle Kyujiro's hair, noting how much taller he had grown. It's been a while, hasn't he, brother? Kaijiro's eyes gleamed with a fervent intensity, framed by thick, dark eyebrows that, combined with his overall appearance, made Izumi feel he was chiseled from the same mold as Rengoku Kanjuro. As for his hair, Izumi distinctly recalled that Kaijiro's hair had predominantly been yellow with only a hint of red, yet now the edges were entirely crimson. After a moment of contemplation, Kaijiro cheerfully remarked, our Rengoku lineage has always possessed such hair. I suspect our ancestors indulged in too many shrimp. Izumi was somewhat astonished. He had previously thought the love Hashira's hair was already quite unique, but this revelation of hereditary traits was unexpected. Would her future children also inherit hair of a pink and green hue? Would they resemble the serpent Hashira more, or the love Hashira? Such thoughts wandered far afield. The Tsuguko brothers observed Kaijiro Rengoku, surprised to learn that the color of his hair was linked to lineage, as they had assumed that each person's hair color was merely a natural variation. No one had pondered this matter before. Let us dine together, brother. After our meal, I must ask you to visit my home. My father has long missed you and wishes to see you once more. Kaijiro Rengoku looked at the varied expressions of everyone and happily made the decision. Initially, it was the Tsuguko brothers who had come to summon Izumi, but seeing their prolonged absence, others began to wonder if something was amiss. Kenjiro, it has indeed been a long time. A visit is in order. Although much time has passed, we ought to honor the promises made back then, Izumi reflected. Recalling how the Demon Slayer Corps members had not been nearly as formidable as they were now, he could single-handedly match 10 of them. Although he had often spoken of visiting, duties had kept him from doing so. By the way, Kaijiro, how is your mother? Is her health well? Izumi inquired as he naturally walked alongside Kaijiro. Thanks to your kindness, my mother is in good health. However, She has been quite worried about you. Ever since learning of your return, she has wished to visit you, but I have dissuaded her. Kaijiro Rengoku proclaimed loudly, and Shitoru Ichiro, already familiar with Kaijiro's personality, was not surprised. At that time, your condition was uncertain, and we could not allow anyone to know the whereabouts of the butterfly mansion, Izumi acknowledged. Recalling that he had once appeared in a ghastly state, though he harbored no desire to consume flesh, his demeanor had been indistinguishable from that of a demon. What of Sanjuro? As Izumi strolled along the narrow path in the backyard, gently brushing aside the branches that obstructed his way, the path was just wide enough for two to pass comfortably. A third person would render it cramped. The Tsuguko brothers lingered behind, silently observing their elder brother's past interactions. Your younger brother? He regards you as the pinnacle of his aspirations. Kaijiro reminisced. Though he possesses great talent, he pales in comparison to you. And he has been eating well. I believe he will soon catch up to your height. You need not add that last part, Izumi sighed. Recalling that when he first arrived in this world, he had been in a juvenile form, and upon reaching the Tsuguko brothers, he was in his teenage years. Now, having returned as a young adult, his height seemed frozen at a fixed number, stubbornly refusing to grow even a centimeter. Those who had once been shorter than him were now all surpassing him in height. Lord Donyang, Kenroji Mitsuri exclaimed with delight. Iguro Abanai scrutinized Donyang, pondering his thoughts. Due to the number of people dining together, they moved to a larger room, and when Izumi opened the door, he was taken aback to find nearly all the current Hashira present. Such a gathering was indeed rare. The love Hashira, Kenroji Mitsuri, sat in the middle at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, with the serpent Hashira beside her and the butterfly sisters across from them. Yuzui Tenjin and his three wives occupied the farthest corner from him. The stone Hashira sat adjacent to the butterfly sisters. The main seat and the 5 closest seats to it remained vacant. This. Izumi hesitated for a moment, then chose to sit in the main seat, as it seemed only fitting for him to do so in the current circumstances. Where are Ju, Kaneo, and Shinobu? The 2 water Hashira are stationed far from here. They should arrive by noon. The wind Hashira is expected to return after completing his mission, likely by tomorrow morning, Kanai replied. Butterfly Shinobu sensed her sister's behavior was somewhat peculiar, yet with everyone gathered, she felt reluctant to inquire directly. Kaijiro Rengoku naturally took his place at Izumi's left and remarked, Kaneo's strength is formidable. I am not concerned for his life. My only worry is his reckless fighting style. Shitoru Ichiro lagged slightly behind, opting to sit beside Kaijiro rather than next to the bothersome Tsuguko brother across the table. The wind Hashira's combat style was indeed the most brutish. Ichiro found himself in agreement with Donyang's assessment. After Izumi's disappearance, the 2 brothers who had initially planned to head straight to the Demon Slayer Court changed their minds, and instead went to see the trainers. It was only after they had ascended to the rank of Hashira that they encountered the legendary younger brothers of Izumi Donyang. The 2 water Hashira, who had spent the most time with Donyang, reflected, one of us is unlike you, while the other must continue to strive. Communication was indeed arduous. Upon their first encounter with Kaijiro, the latter appeared as fierce as a beast ready to devour them. Communication was impossible. As for Kaijiro Rengoku, his demeanor was so unlike Donyang's that, in comparison to the previous 3, he was relatively easy to get along with. In summary, none were suitable. Chapter 49. Moon and flame. During the meal, no one spoke. Izumi Donyang quietly finished his food, savoring the delicious flavors that enveloped his palate with each bite. Having regained his sense of taste, his appetite flourished. This was the most enjoyable meal he had had since returning to the living world. The attendants moved swiftly, quietly clearing everything away as they noticed the adults had finished their meals. After Kaijiro finished his tea and discerned that no one intended to speak, he looked around and slowly said, I will be visiting the Rengoku household for a time, but before that, I must inform you of something quite significant. Firstly, the Upper Moon 6 is an undercover agent planted within the ranks of the Demon King. Last night, we received word that the Demon King is preparing for a full-scale assault. Before this attack, to ensure his own strength, he will temporarily halt the actions of demons across the land. Therefore, during this period, our primary task is to enhance our individual strengths as much as possible. The Master is unwell and requires rest. All operations of the Demon Slayer Corps will be directed and supervised by me. Izumi Donyang sat in the main seat, dressed not in extravagant attire but in the standard uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, with only his haori distinguishing him, its white base embroidered with silver thread. His silver eyes seemed to sparkle with mirth, yet upon closer inspection, they revealed an absence of emotion. Are there any questions? Butterfly Kanai was the first to shake her head. The bashful Kenroji Mitsuri raised her hand quietly, her cheeks flushed under the scrutiny of all present. Are demons undercover? Indeed. Their powers are rather unique, as they do not derive from Kibutsuji Musen's strength, which renders them trustworthy. After listening to Izumi Fuyō's explanation, although the others hesitated momentarily, they eventually nodded in agreement. The second matter is that the specifics of Kibutsuji Musen's plans remain unclear. However, it is evident that the Hashira, as the elite force of the Demon Slayer Corps, will undoubtedly be tested, thus everyone must ensure their own safety. To avoid alarming the enemy, it would be prudent for everyone to return to their respective territories for training. Sound Hashira, mentioned Izumi Tenjin, who was called upon, straightened his posture silently. Given the current exceptional circumstances, it may not be feasible for you to return to your own territory immediately. Therefore, I am entrusting you and Tsujikuni Yorichi with the task of training the Demon Slayer Corps members, if you can. Izumi Fuyō's voice was consistently gentle as he issued orders. Yet his tone lacked severity. I shall magnificently fulfill your splendid command, declared Izumi Tenjin with a hearty slap to his thigh. Fuyō almost found himself bewildered by the exuberance. The atmosphere momentarily froze as Tsujikuni Yorichi slowly diverted his gaze from the Christmas tree. Yes, my elder brother. Fuyō coughed softly into his hand. All right. Despite the looming battle, he hoped everyone would remain calm and trust in their abilities. As Izumi Fuyō rose, he proclaimed, "Victory shall be ours." To which the crowd responded in unison. Your brother possesses quite the commanding presence. Rengoku Kaijiro marveled. Oh, does he? Fuyō replied, observing the departure of others, sensing that someone among them seemed inclined to speak with him. However, after scrutinizing his face for an extended moment, they ultimately chose to leave. Two individuals exited side by side. The Rengoku residence was conveniently located adjacent to the main estate, with a door carved into the wall for easy access. I recall it being rather close to the main estate before. Unsure of what to bring for a visit, he was fortuitously presented with a box of Sakura Machi by Kochu Kane, which he promptly accepted. Indeed, the Rengoku family predominantly employs the Breath of Flames, and some gifted children, after rigorous training, manage to attain the rank of Hashira. The Flame Hashira typically hails from the Rengoku lineage. For the purpose of better safeguarding the main estate, their territory is generally situated not far from it, Rengoku Kaijiro elucidated. How did Kaijiro become a Hashira? Fuyō inquired, curious, as he initially presumed that Kaijiro had ascended to the position of Flame Hashira after Kanjiro's retirement. However, he later learned from Izumi Tenjin that the reality was somewhat different. I defeated the lower moon 2 of the 12 Kazuki. My father had previously failed to slay him, but after I succeeded, he declared that I had surpassed him, thus voluntarily relinquishing his title and allowing me to assume the role of Flame Hashira. Kaijiro paused, taking a step closer to Fuyō. The distance that had once been comfortably social now felt charged, leaving Fuyō momentarily taken aback. Kaijiro's piercing gaze earnestly scrutinized Fuyō. I have always strived to follow in my brother's footsteps, hoping that one day I may become as formidable as he. The proximity rendered Fuyō's breath momentarily stifled. Kaijiro's intense demeanor exuded a sense of overwhelming warmth, akin to being engulfed in flames. At present, I still feel quite distant from that goal. Kaijiro pondered in disbelief at the immense strength that must reside within such a slender figure. What appeared to be an easily attainable reflection in water was, in truth, more akin to the elusive moon in the sky, visible yet untouchable. To assist the weak is an inherent duty of the truly strong, and my mission is to shoulder that responsibility. But what is your brother's duty? Fuyō found himself caught off guard by the inquiry, having never contemplated such matters. After a moment's reflection, he realized that everything he had done in this world had been in accordance with nature, devoid of any subjective desires. Yet, that felt incorrect. I genuinely enjoy spending time with these children. If I must articulate my desire, it is to remain with you all. The moment Fuyō uttered those words, he locked eyes with Kaijiro, whose expression brightened with enthusiasm. No, wait. Fuyō was startled at his own inadvertent confession, as though bewitched. I understand now. The owl nodded, completely disregarding Fuyō's subsequent clarification. No, what did you come to understand? Fuyō thought to himself, feeling as though Kaijiro had misunderstood entirely. He wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Although he truly felt that way, the feasibility of such a commitment remained a different matter entirely. Fuyō did not believe he could remain with them indefinitely. His mouth opened and closed. The words he wished to convey lodged in his throat. With a resigned sigh, he thought, never mind. Such disheartening sentiments were best left unspoken. Chapter 49, Moon and Flame 30. Although he claimed to be visiting, Rengoku Kaijiro had rushed over to the Butterfly Mansion upon completing his task, and thus he was unaware that Rengoku Kenjiro and Rengoku Ruka were not at home. The little owl set the tea down on the table. Rengoku Senjuro was somewhat aware of Fuyō's situation, though not in great detail. as his impressions of Fuyuki were limited. When Fuyuki had arrived, he was too young, and all he recalled was that he was a very gentle older brother. Father has gone to meet the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, and mother has gone to the Butterfly Mansion to have her health checked by Kochikane. She should return shortly. Senjuro noted that his brother's arrival was rather sudden. He had been unaware that Fuyuki had returned so hastily. Kanjuro had previously mentioned Fuyuki, describing him as a kind yet powerful swordsman, and Senjuro had been curious about him for quite some time. Only today did he finally meet him in person. If he hadn't known that Fuyuki was his brother, he might have thought he belonged to some noble family, exuding an innate elegance with every movement. Please wait a moment, Lord Fuyuki. I have already informed father of your presence. Senjuro had always admired his older brother, aspiring to become someone like him one day. As someone who had once trained his brother, he was filled with curiosity but dared not approach too closely, even though he appeared quite approachable. It's no trouble. I can wait a while, Fuyuki replied, his attention focused on Kaijuro, a hint of surprise evident in his expression. Did you return overnight? You should rest first. I can wait here, it's no bother. Aware of their family's emphasis on etiquette, he added, please do not feel obliged to cater to me. Take care of your own matters first. Kaijuro had initially intended to refuse. He never felt fatigued in his brother's presence, but upon reflection, he realized that he was indeed weary and had not properly refreshed himself. If not for his eagerness to see his brother overcoming his usual meticulousness about his appearance, he would have ensured he was presentable before meeting the leader. My brother is correct. I shall excuse myself for a moment. Fuyuki nodded. Exactly. Don't rush next time. Your health is paramount. Considering why Kaijuro had been in such a hurry, he added, I won't be going anywhere. Kaijuro responded loudly, yes. Once Kaijuro departed, Fuyuki sipped his tea, surveying the surroundings that seemed unchanged from his previous impressions. It struck him that the main estate had also remained exactly the same since his last visit. Is it truly the case that their entire family constructs houses with an emphasis on meticulous replication? Without his older brother by his side, Senjuro felt a sense of ease in their interactions, yet his training for the day remained incomplete. What's the matter, little cat? Is something troubling you, Senjuro? The child's evident restlessness was unmistakable. I can manage alone. There is no need for company. If you have matters to attend to, then by all means, pursue them. Yet, Senjuro instinctively declined. However, upon observing the gentle smile on the face of Izumi Fuyō, which radiated warmth yet maintained an air of tranquility, he felt that this older brother from the neighborhood was nothing like the formidable figure the rumors suggested. There was no sense of distance between them. After a moment of hesitation, he confessed, it's nothing of great importance, merely a training task that my father assigned to me before his departure, which I have yet to complete. Oh, Fuyō set down his cup, recalling that Makijuru's approach to teaching children was rather liberal. During his time instructing Kyujuru, he mostly encouraged self-discovery. Why then, has Senjuro been given homework? If it wouldn't be an imposition, might I observe your training? Fuyō inquired, suspecting that the child might be facing some challenges in his practice. Really? Senjuro's surprise was palpable. Typically, mentors focus on guiding those who are compatible or share a similar breathing technique, while the most effective method to enhance one's abilities is through combat. However, for Senjuro, engaging in battle felt premature. Their family had historically mastered the breath of flames. Once a suitable technique was identified, practice would become second nature. Yet, despite countless attempts and experiences, he was unable to wield the breath of flames. Without this ability, joining the Demon Slayer Corps would be impossible, let alone catching up to his brother. This was the reason Kyujuru had not seen his brother since finishing his ablutions. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. He had already heard sounds emanating from the backyard and followed the noise. Do not grip the blade too tightly. Fuyō encircled the child from behind, placing his hands gently over Senjuro's grasp on the sword's hilt. Fuyō's fingertips were icy, causing Senjuro to flinch slightly. Yet that brief reaction was enough for Fuyō to take note. The older boy's expression shifted momentarily, and he instinctively released his hold. The child's stance was impeccable, though tinged with tension. The sounds reaching his ears indicated that Senjuro was ill-suited for the breath of flames. In my estimation, you are not suited for the breath of flames, and thus cannot harness its power, Fuyō remarked. Observing the child's pallor, he realized he had misjudged the situation entirely. Though your family has a lineage of mastering the breath of flames, there must be exceptions, and you happen to be one of them. Fuyō added, the techniques we study require one to attune themselves to the presence of the sword, and listen intently to the whispers of nature to discover the breathing technique that best suits them. This was the training method I had previously imparted to your brother. Kyujuru had established a connection with the breath of flames, enabling him to effortlessly wield it upon recognizing their bond. What is fitting for you is not this. Thus you must invest considerable effort. Fuyō mused. instinctively seeking an appropriate tool for demonstration. A sword appeared before them. The Nichiren blade before him was black, adorned with crimson patterns along its edge, and inscribed with the characters for Demon Slayer on its side. The hilt was white, and the scabbard bore a grayish-white hue, while the tsuba was shaped like a flame. Tohyu suddenly realized that it belonged to Kyujiro. Is your brother searching for his sword? Please, use mine for now, Kyujiro cheerfully offered. Although it was customary for them to treat broken blades as a mere inconvenience, it was nonetheless a cherished partner, and each demon slayer held their weapon in high regard. Kyujiro was particularly protective. Watching Tohyu guide his younger brother evoked memories of his own past teachings. He recalled every word and gesture of his brother with vivid clarity. Tohyu's expression remained earnest as he instructed Sanjuro, his features largely unchanged over the years. Were it not for Tohyu searching for the sword, Kyujiro might have lost himself in nostalgia for much longer. Truth be told, I am not particularly adept at teaching children. The role of a mentor is not one everyone can fulfill. If it were left to me, I would likely repeat the same few phrases. Your brother is truly remarkable. Not everyone can discern our training flaws merely by observation. Most mentors cannot ascertain whether their disciples are genuinely suited to their respective breathing techniques. Kyujiro countered, his disagreement evident. It is not as grand as you suggest. I simply happen to be more familiar with this technique. I have previously instructed 2 children you know, the Tsujikuni brothers. One utilizes the same breathing technique as mine, while the other employs the one I just demonstrated, Tohyu recounted. He felt that even without teaching Yurichi, the latter would inevitably grasp the moon breathing technique. It was merely a matter of time. Yurichi was less troublesome, having shared similar insights with him. He recognized his breathing technique as the progenitor of all others. Let us not dwell on that. Sanjuro, I will entrust your training to Yurichi. With his guidance, your progress should be swift. But didn't you mention needing a break? How is it that you have returned so soon? Tohyu observed droplets of water still clinging to Kyujiro's hair, evident that he had just washed up and had come out without drying his hair. Grasping Kyujiro's wrist, Tohyu pulled him inside and positioned him before a mirror. Where's the towel? Kyujiro pointed out its location, and Tohyu promptly retrieved it, lightly patting it atop Kyujiro's head. Do not neglect your health in your youth. You will regret it when you are older. Well, as a Hashira, one must shoulder the responsibilities that come with the title. For us, very few Hashira live to see old age. Most either retire prematurely or lose their lives. I have long made preparations for that. Tohyu paused, uncertain of how to respond. Caught off guard by Kyujiro's unexpected insight, he diverted his gaze. Your brother must have already prepared himself for departure from us, hadn't he? Tohyu was taken aback. He had never spoken of such matters to anyone, though he had never concealed them either. How did you come to that conclusion? He initially believed that the first to notice would likely be Shido Hachiro, who always focused on him, or the observant Tsujikuni Yurichi. To his surprise, it was Kyujiro Rengoku. His brother showed no pretense at all. It was as if he no longer wished to forge bonds with anyone else. Kyujiro Rengoku, avert your gaze, he exclaimed. Because I truly adore you, brother. I hope you can become my spouse. Rengoku declared loudly. Doyo froze, unable to believe his ears. Had he misheard? Did Kyujiro perhaps mean he hoped to find a spouse akin to himself? Kyujiro turned back, his large hand enveloping Doyo's icy one. He patiently reiterated, what I mean is, I genuinely like you and wish to be with you. Is it really that direct? Doyo thought, taken aback. You have gone too far, brother. You've returned and spent considerable time with us. Yet you have been evading the truth, haven't you? You do not wish to remain here. Yet you refuse to share your feelings. Kyujiro's expression was righteous, devoid of any hint of reproach, as if he were merely stating the most ordinary of truths. Startled by the warmth of Kyujiro's grip, Doyo hastily withdrew his hand. I truly. He struggled to find the right words. Kyujiro was relentless in his pursuit. Kyujiro's disposition was such that he spoke his mind without reservation. However, such directness had never crossed Doyo's thoughts before. Ignoring Doyo's retreat, Kyujiro firmly grasped his frigid hand once more, his voice unwavering. The work we undertake is perilous. Without Mr. Tsujikuni's assistance last time, I might have perished on that train. Perhaps I shouldn't burden you with such feelings, but if life is to be lived in evasion, only to be filled with regret at the end, then what is the point? Kyujiro stood, towering over Doyo, casting him entirely within his shadow. It is better to express my feelings directly to you, allowing you to decide. Even Doyo, despite his emotional naivety, could sense the gravity in Kyujiro's tone. Kyujiro, he began, at times, you are overly sensitive. To be frank, I am uncertain how to respond to your feelings. If I were to consider you and Tsujikuni as mere passers-by, that would be too harsh. For me, you and Tsujikuni, along with the others, are invaluable family. Our kin are often indifferent to emotions. Had I not experienced death and gained a deeper understanding of such feelings, I would never have realized how significant you are to me. The intensity of such emotions clashed with another force within him, leaving him bewildered. Doyo was at a loss, unable to make a decision. I do not comprehend the nature of the liking you speak of, so I cannot provide you with an answer right now. Kaijiro blinked, then executed an action that Doyo had not anticipated. He leaned down and kissed Doyo's cheek. Watching his brother's face flush, Kaijiro noted the surprise widened Doyo's eyes to resemble those of a startled cat. Do you dislike it? He inquired. Doyo shook his head, since he did not reject it. It indicated that at the very least, he did not abhor Kaijiro's closeness. They could ponder the future later. Kaijiro squatted down to meet Doyo's lowered gaze. Is that all right? Chapter 50, Moon and Water. Whether it was good or bad, Doyo was uncertain how to respond. Those beautiful eyes sparkled like the blazing sun, captivating him. Brother, Lord Doyo. 2 water pillars have come to visit. Chojiro's voice jolted him back to reality. Realizing he needed to respond, Doyo felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. As a unique being, the promises they made carried weighty obligations. If he agreed but failed to deliver, the consequences would be severe. It wasn't that he was unwilling. But what if he promised his sister? The path he must tread was fraught with thorns. How could he drag the precious children along on such an adventure? Doyo covered his face, lamenting how he had been beguiled by the allure of the owl. Yet, it was undeniably beautiful, dazzlingly so. Understood. Kaijiro straightened up, his face revealing no displeasure at being interrupted, though his hand gripped the hilt of his sword with sudden intensity, indicating his dissatisfaction with Doyo's reaction. Doyo, oblivious, gently pushed Kaijiro aside. The force was mild, yet Kaijiro willingly stepped aside, allowing Doyo to escape. Once Kaijiro saw his brother leave the room, he rubbed his lips with his fingers. Had Doyo remained and observed Kaijiro's expression, he would have noticed Kaijiro was not as composed as he appeared. The telltale flush of his ears and nearly smoldering hair revealed his own nervousness. How soft. Doyo's skin was pale and delicate, with barely any pressure. Markings could be left on his face. The sensation of their touch was akin to tasting a frozen sweet. Although Doyo had not immediately acquiesced to his request, Kaijiro felt no disappointment. Given Doyo's reaction, it was evident he was inclined to agree, only interrupted by others. Kaijiro's expression darkened. Among the junior members, they were indeed less endearing than Tanjiro Kamado. Nevertheless, it was permissible for the Hashira to engage in friendly sparring. The interactions between Kanroji Mitsuri and Ju Tomioka had not gone unnoticed by others, yet the two remained oblivious to their feelings for one another. Initially, they had no intention of intervening, but if it meant disrupting Kaijiro and Doyo's interaction, perhaps a gentle push would be helpful. All right, Kaijiro joyfully resolved, removing the towel from his head and hanging it back in its place. After ensuring his appearance was satisfactory, he traversed the corridor and arrived at the reception room door. The door was ajar, and he could clearly see Ju Tomioka leaping into Doyo's embrace, while Kanroji playfully pulled him away. How old are you? Still acting like a little one seeking comfort in your senior's arms? Regardless of age, he remained a dutiful junior. Doyo seemed unfazed by Ju's antics. Rather, it was Kanroji's lack of an affectionate leap that left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Observing Kanroji effortlessly tidying Ju's disheveled haori, Ju naturally raised his head, allowing his actions to continue uninterrupted. Oh, their bond is truly splendid, Doyo mused as he watched them sit together, hands intertwined. Even after being confessed to, the oblivious Doyo failed to sense anything amiss between them. Meanwhile, Kaijiro, leaning against the doorframe, continued to focus his gaze intently on Doyo after casting a glance at the two oblivious fools. Now regaining his composure, Doyo seemed to forget their earlier interaction, maintaining a gentle demeanor as he sat at the table. It was preferable that only he witnessed his brother's blush. In my hurried arrival, I was informed that you would not be here until noon. Kanroji Mitsuri, with a touch of exasperation, patted Ju Tomioka on the head, explaining that the original plan was to come when Shinjiro Akaza was leaving the Rengoku household. However, this fellow insisted on meeting his brother. Ju looked at Kanroji with a puzzled expression, as if questioning whether she did not wish to see her brother sooner. I do yearn to see him, but it would be rather impolite to pay an unannounced visit in Lord Rengoku's absence, he replied, awkwardly averting his gaze. He then rose and sat beside Izumi Fuyō, leaning against his shoulder as in their childhood. Although Kanroji said nothing, her expression momentarily stiffened. Akaza found the situation amusing, remarking to himself that it was quite inappropriate for the two of them to visit at an inopportune time. Ju had grown significantly stronger, and even if he occasionally displayed a childlike affection towards his brother, it was hardly a matter of concern. Izumi Fuyō felt delighted, noting that the actions of the siblings, Takedo and Tsujikuni, were endearing and familiar to him. However, such intimacy was different, as he had never engaged in similar displays of affection. Kanroji laughed lightly. acknowledging that they had indeed matured in their brother's absence, and that consistently seeking his approval might undermine their strength. Only Ju seems to believe he is less capable than others, she added, glancing at him with a gentle expression. That fellow has put in immense effort. If only brother would commend him, he would surely be over the moon. Izumi Fuyō pondered whether it was not due to the care he and Kanroji provided that Ju had developed such a demeanor. However, upon reflection, he realized he too was particularly indulgent towards Ju, and thus fell silent, feeling a tinge of regret. And what of our sister? He inquired, stroking Ju's soft hair. Ju nuzzled like a small animal. Akaza and Kanroji resisted the urge to pull him up, while Kanroji, despite not understanding the source of her peculiar thoughts, adjusted her expression slightly. She has gone to the butterfly mansion. They have been conducting research on the toxicity of wisteria flowers and should have made new discoveries. Primarily, since Kanamori has never visited the Rengoku household, she would surely have joined us otherwise. Izumi Fuyō nodded in understanding. I wonder when Lord Rengoku will return. The hour grows late. While he likely does not mind our presence here, I feel somewhat awkward, especially considering what Akaza said. In that case, we shall return to the butterfly mansion for now. We can visit again at another time, Kanroji suggested. It was indeed wise to afford their brother some time to contemplate. Rengoku Akaza, who wished for his brother to remain, nodded in agreement. He escorted everyone to the door, casting a meaningful glance at Izumi Fuyō, urging him to remember his promise to his brother. I will, Izumi Fuyō replied, oblivious to the significance of the moment, as he affectionately ruffled the heads of his two juniors. See you tomorrow. Chapter 51, The Moon and the Sword. It is indeed inconvenient to be without one's own sword, Izumi Fuyō lamented, acknowledging the peculiarity of his situation. As he was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and his identity was rather unique, it was understandable that no one would think to forge a sword for him. Speaking of which, I believe Tanjiro's sword is also unusable now, isn't it? He mused aloud. Kanroji and Ju fell silent, as neither had considered visiting Tanjiro. Mr. Kanmori is quite an idiosyncratic individual, Ju remarked, observing the gazes of his brother and Kanroji upon him. What is it? He inquired. Kanroji shook her head and exchanged a glance with her brother, finding it hard to believe that the term idiosyncratic had escaped Ju's lips. Ju huffed lightly, perplexed that even Kanroji would join in. Ha ha ha, Kanroji chuckled heartily, naturally drawing Ju into an embrace, her intentions far from negative. Shall we visit the village? She suggested, shifting the topic. Is that permissible? Izumi Fuyō questioned, astonished that he could freely visit such a significant place for crafting weapons. It is perfectly fine. Both Ju and I will accompany you. We merely wish to request a swordsmith to forge a blade for our brother. We shall be in and out. Kanroji reassured him with a smile, releasing Ju as the two of them flanked Izumi Fuyō. But wait, if we go at noon, Shinazugawa will undoubtedly return. Izumi Fuyō voiced his concerns, though he made no effort to resist. Not at all. Besides, it would be quite easy for Shinazugawa to find our brother there. Wouldn't he? But, come on, let us go? The two urged, ushering Izumi Fuyō along, initially brimming with excitement as he returned to the butterfly mansion. Eager to see his esteemed brother, he was soon informed that he had been taken to the swordsmith village by the two water pillars. He was furious. At that moment, he and the flame pillar shared an unprecedented alignment of thought, hastily confronting the two of them about their burgeoning relationship. Let those two awkward fellows deal with their own awkwardness. What a detestable pair, he exclaimed in frustration. In the swordsmith village, Ju and Kanroji simultaneously sneezed. What's wrong? Are you catching a cold? Izumi Fuyō inquired, offering hot tea to his two brothers. Not at all, Kanroji replied, shaking her head. As Izumi Fuyō prepared to probe further, the door swung open, revealing a diminutive figure adorned with a peculiar mask. He walked to the center of the room and took a seat, flanked by two similarly masked individuals. Greetings. I am the village chief, Tetsujikawa Hara Kanatetsu. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I may be the smallest in stature, but I am also the most remarkable. Izumi Fuyō was not the first to seek a sword in this village, though it was a humble abode. They were well informed and always delivered swords to those Demon Slayer Corps members who had broken theirs. Izumi Fuyō, a man as gentle as the moon, carried himself with an elegance that rivaled that of the head of the Kamadu family. He regarded the newcomer with admiration but felt compelled to treat the man before him with the utmost respect. Might I inquire if you seek a sword to be forged for yourself? Indeed, Izumi Fuyō affirmed with a nod. As it is for your sword, we shall take the utmost care in our preparations. We will utilize only the finest materials and the most skilled smiths to craft a blade suited to you. Tetsujikawa Hara Kanatetsu declared. I appreciate it, Izumi Fuyō replied nonchalantly. Had it been in the past, his demeanor might have been more deferential, but now, Such arrogance is not a commendable trait. A swordsmith must possess an understanding of the sword, although this man exudes a gentle aura. The two smiths by his side were oblivious to any disquiet. Only Tetsujikawa Hara Kanatetsu perceived the faint, ominous presence emanating from the man before him. While a sword can be a swordsman's greatest companion, the finest swordsman can still kill without a good sword. Izumi Fuyō was evidently one such individual. The village's hot springs offered restorative benefits for weary bodies. Even without medical necessity, they served as a splendid remedy for dispelling fatigue. With that, Tetsujikawa Hara Kanatetsu prepared to rise and take his leave. Before your arrival, a child also visited this place, hoping someone could forge a blade for him. That child is called Tanjiro Kamado. I wonder if you are acquainted with him? Upon hearing the familiar name, Doyo Izumi's expression softened. I know him, he replied. The two water pillars, Tenjin and Ju, entered silently, their masks concealing any words they might have shared. They appeared indifferent to the two, but it mattered little. They had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. Both water pillars were aware of the path leading to the hot springs. So I shall not send anyone to guide you, he said with a dismissive wave. The door slammed shut with a definitive thud. Ju and Tenjin exchanged glances. Ju unsheathing his sword in indignation. How dare they treat my senior brother with such disdain? Doyo Izumi, flanking Ju on either side, attempted to restrain him. It's all right. It's all right. After all, he is the village chief. Besides, it wasn't too disrespectful. Doyo spoke soothingly, casting a glance at Tenjin, who nodded in agreement, encouraging Ju to calm down. To their surprise, Tenjin declared with righteous fervor, it's disrespectful to let blood spill before my senior brother. At the very least, it should wait until he has departed. Izumi, exasperated, gave each of them a light reprimand. Stop causing a ruckus. They quieted, exchanging glances before erupting into laughter. I never expected Tanjiro to be here. We should go look for him, Doyo suggested. Tenjin, with a hint of irony, remarked on Ju's behavior. Aren't you the same? Even as a pillar, you still act like a child, bickering and playing around. Their combined ages likely amounted to no more than 5 years. We do indeed know the location of the hot springs. Many pillars come here to rest after forging, Tenjin stated, rising to assist Ju to his feet. Just as he was about to help his senior brother, he noticed Ju had already brushed himself off and stood up. Is it? How marvelous that one can recuperate here. Doyo Izumi inhaled the air, detecting a sweet, syrupy scent, reminiscent of candy or perhaps sakura-machi. Could it be? With a hint of curiosity, he took a few steps up the mountain. What is it, brother? He inquired, sensing something familiar. He caught sight of a beautiful girl in the distance, pouring her heart out to Tanjiro. It was Mitsuri Kanroji. Chapter 52, The Moon and Cherry Blossoms. Listen to me, Mitsuri cried, launching herself into Tanjiro's embrace. Danger! Tanjiro, quick on his feet, caught her just in time, preventing her from meeting the ground. Watching from afar, Doyo Izumi let out a sigh of relief. Had Mitsuri fallen, he was certain that next time they met, Shinobu would have a blade ready to exact her revenge on him for it. I was just ignored. I greeted them, but they completely disregarded me. Mitsuri pouted in indignation, feeling wronged. By whom? Doyo asked, perplexed. By no one. Mitsuri continued her lament. I asked for their names, yet they ignored me. Don't you think that's outrageous? I am a pillar, after all. Ugh, she exclaimed, her voice breaking. That wasn't Tanjiro speaking. Mitsuri turned, her eyes brimming with tears as she noticed Doyo. Oh, Lord Doyo, she cried, reaching out to him. My cheerful mood is utterly ruined. Doyo caught her, gently patting her back to soothe her. Dinner should be ready soon. I heard it's matsutake rice, he reassured her. He produced a handful of sweets from his haori and placed them in her hands. A little candy should lift your spirits. Mitsuri accepted the sweets, her eyes sparkling. Really? Wow. So much candy. Thank you, Lord Doyo. She disregarded the gazes of the two water pillars, unwrapping a piece of candy and popping it into her mouth. Her mood instantly brightening as she hummed a tune on her way down the mountain. Watching her skip joyfully, Doyo felt a warmth in his heart. No wonder Shinobu has taken a liking to Mitsuri, he mused. Tenjin and Ju were taken aback. Even Tanjiro's mouth hung open in shock. Their expressions amused Doyo, who shook his head in resignation before continuing his ascent alone. The others soon caught up to him. Something arced through the air, landing at Doyo's feet. He looked down to find a tooth. What on earth? He followed the trajectory of the tooth, recognizing the familiar silhouette of a side-shaved head. Jinya. Oh, good thing I noticed who was calling me just in time to halt, he thought, feeling a sense of urgency. If he spoke that name, his brother would surely threaten to split his head open next time. Lord Doyo, Jinya addressed him without the privilege of calling him brother. I must take my leave. Lord Doyo. Without allowing Doyo a moment to inquire about his well-being, Jinya clutched his clothes and dashed off without a backward glance. Oh dear. That child gives off an unsettling vibe, Doyo mused. Brother? Nothing, Doyo replied, retracting his scrutinizing gaze as he naturally removed his clothing before the three of them. Shall we soak together? Isn't it said to be beneficial? Indeed, the three agreed, shedding their garments. They watched Nezuko swim playfully in the hot spring. Indeed, after soaking, they felt significantly rejuvenated. The group chatted and laughed as they approached the dining table, where a towering stack of empty bowls lay before Mitsuri. It seemed dinner had been delightful. Mitsuri, did you enjoy your meal? Doyo asked, taking a seat across from her. Ju and Tenjin quickly flanked him, while Tanjiro, slightly delayed, glanced around before settling beside Mitsuri. I didn't eat much today, she admitted. I need to eat more to grow stronger, Tanjiro declared earnestly. Truly, Tanjiro is such a kind-hearted child. Once they had eaten their fill, Mitsuri excused herself to play with Nezuko. By the way, I don't think I've seen that child at dinner. Perhaps he didn't come? The villagers said he hardly eats. Could he have brought his own food? Mitsuri pondered aloud, her face filled with concern. That child doesn't seem like the type to take care of himself, Doyo interjected. Do you know Shinazugawa Sanemi? Oh, and why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps, Miss Kanroji? Tanjiro asked, curiosity evident in his eyes. Mitsuri's cheeks flushed at the unexpected question. She covered her face, peeking at Doyo through her fingers. Doyo smiled gently at her. Oh, me? This is a bit embarrassing. She hesitated before summoning her courage to continue. What should I do? Would you like to hear it? Actually, it's to find a husband with whom I can grow old together. Girls prefer to find someone stronger than themselves. You know, we want to be protected. You understand, right? This feeling is something boys might not grasp. Tanjiro was left speechless, having just learned of the love that the serpent pillar harbored for Mitsuri. The three boys were at a loss for words. Doyo nodded knowingly, as if he had anticipated this revelation. Such an exceptional girl as Kanroji Mitsuri must surely have garnered admirers long ago. Pay attention to those around you. Huh. Kanroji Mitsuri felt her cheeks flush. Could it be true that someone harbored feelings for her? Yet, this assertion came from the ever-reliable Lord Izumi. Lady Kanroji. Suddenly, a figure emerged, cloaked so thoroughly that only a pair of sparkling eyes were visible. The blade is nearly sharpened. Please come to the workshop for the final adjustments. Oh dear. Kanroji Mitsuri felt a twinge of disappointment. She believed she had bonded quite well with Kamado Tanjiro, and she yearned for more conversations with Lord Winter Sunday. Oh, you're leaving already? Please, don't mind us. We'll see you off, Tanjiro said cheerfully. Mitsuri, who had been enjoying herself immensely, shook her head. It's quite all right. And I will likely be departing late at night. But Tanjiro hesitated. It's not safe for a girl to walk alone. Let us have you and Kanroji accompany you. Winter Sun interjected. Whether driven by an unsettling premonition or the rationale he voiced, he decided to send the two boys along with her. Very well. The two brothers, though reluctant, complied with their senior's request. Ah, really, it's unnecessary to trouble yourselves. Kanroji Mitsuri quickly shook her head, though she was a girl. She was far from weak. It's no trouble at all. Izumi Winter Sun smiled, gesturing for Mitsuri to come closer to him. When we meet next, I'll tell you who can protect your husband. How does that sound? Really? Mitsuri, her attention successfully diverted, no longer resisted the escort of the two water pillars. By the way, Tanjiro-kun, she called out to Kamado Tanjiro before departing, though I don't know if we will meet again. Let us both do our best. Kanroji Mitsuri will be cheering for the Kamado siblings. Thank you. Tanjiro responded loudly. Though I still have much to learn, I will continue striving to defeat Muzan Kabutsuji. Wow. So impressive. Kanroji Mitsuri glanced at the distant figure of Iguro, stepping closer to Tanjiro as Kanroji's concern for him arose while he faced the serpent pillar. Leaning in, she whispered to Tanjiro, it seems this village harbors a secret weapon for becoming stronger. You might want to look into it. Goodbye. Kanroji Mitsuri waved as she departed. Brother, we should take our leave as well. Though she had lowered her voice, the others, save for Iguro, heard her, yet they paid it no mind. After you and Kanroji left, Izumi Winter Sun observed Tanjiro, who seemed inexplicably invigorated. Though he mused on the vitality of youth, he felt compelled to inquire. Are you planning to seek out that secret to becoming stronger? Yes. Izumi Winter Sun ruffled his hair. Best of luck. Aren't you going? Tanjiro asked. Your strength is formidable. I'll remain here. I suspect Shinazugawa Sanemi will come looking for me soon. Shinazugawa? Isn't he the wind pillar? At the thought of that fierce pillar, Tanjiro felt it more prudent to search for the secret rather than stay and accompany his brother. Every time he was with his brother and the pillars, he felt superfluous. All right then, with his sister secured in a box, Tanjiro set forth on his quest for the secret weapon. Good luck. Thanks. Chapter 53, Moon and Windham. It seems a bit too quiet. Izumi Winter Sun cradled a steaming cup of tea. Since his return, he had been surrounded by a lively throng, and this sudden tranquility felt somewhat disconcerting. Damn it. Just as he lamented this, the door to his room was kicked open, revealing a familiar voice. Where have those two fools taken my brother now? Ah, brother. Shinazugawa Sanemi paused, realizing the person he had just encountered had mentioned that the two water pillars had left. Oh, right, your identity is a secret now. So they wouldn't recognize you, he thought. Sanemi. Izumi Winter's son, undeterred by his brother's tempestuous demeanor, waved him over. What are you standing there for? Come here. After a moment of hesitation, Sanemi complied and sat across from Izumi Winter's Sunday. He had assumed his brother had left with the two water pillars, so he hadn't thought about his appearance. After slaying a demon, he had rushed to the butterfly mansion, finding no trace of his brother. And upon arriving at the swordsmith village, he was informed the two water pillars had departed. Feeling quite drained, he sought a place to rest. As Izumi's gentle gaze scrutinized Sanemi inch by inch, his expression gradually turned serious. Sanemi, momentarily oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt an inexplicable tension and wondered what was amiss. What is wrong with this child? Brother, Sanemi replied, trembling slightly. What is the matter? Am I not all right? Instinctively, Sanemi lowered his head, following his brother's gaze to examine his own body. Oh no, he had come in such haste that he had neglected to bandage some injuries. Dismissing them as trivial, his body had long grown accustomed to pain, and he hadn't noticed anything amiss. As Izumi surveyed the myriad scars adorning his brother's body, many of which were fresh and still oozing, he furrowed his brow. Despite the torrent of words he wished to express, along with an anger that lingered in his heart, he found himself at a loss for words. He caught a faint scent of blood in the air, not merely a suggestion, but unmistakably present. You haven't bandaged your wounds. Sanemi, instinctively shaking, averted his gaze from Izumi Winter's son's penetrating eyes. His lips moved, but he faltered, unsure how to explain himself, and simply closed his eyes in resignation. Wait a moment. A soft voice drifted into Sanemi's ears, accompanied by the fragrant aromas of sweet rice cakes and matcha. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his brother rising to retrieve something from a nearby cabinet. He opened the cabinet and withdrew alcohol and bandages. Unscrewing the cap of the alcohol, he grasped a small cotton ball with tweezers, dipped it in the alcohol, and gently cleaned Sanemi's still bleeding wounds. His movements were tender, his expression earnest, as if he were handling a fragile glass doll that might shatter with the slightest pressure. Sanemi gazed at his brother's side profile, lost in thought. His gentle brother. He could not fathom why such a kind soul had to endure such suffering. After successfully honing his skills on the mountain, he had intended to inform his brother of his induction into the Demon Slayer Corps. Sanemi remembered that day's details vividly, as if etched into his very soul. Finally acquiring his blade, he had planned to inquire about his brother's whereabouts and join him in slaying demons. He was certain he could assist his brother. He knew that his master had been receiving letters from his brother, mostly inquiring about his well-being, and occasionally his brother's crow would bring various candies. He had not eaten a single one, as he received the letter from his elder brother, handed to him by his master. Yin conveyed the tragic news of his brother's sacrifice. How could this be? Why, his brother, endowed with such formidable strength. The Butterfly Sisters, arriving at his doorstep with expressions of deep remorse, offered their apologies. But what value did words of regret hold? His gentle and kind-hearted brother would never return. From that fateful day onward, his approach to battle became increasingly reckless. When confronting demons far more powerful than himself, he resorted to a life-for-a-life strategy. He understood that his blood held a fatal allure for these fiends, and thus he used his own blood as bait. Consequently, his body bore an ever-growing number of wounds, each deeper than the last. He recognized that his method of fighting diverged significantly from that of the Demon Slayer Corps members, yet he remained indifferent to this fact. Only in moments of pain did his attention momentarily shift. Does it hurt? A gentle voice brought his consciousness back. It was his brother. Yes, it hurt. The throat of Nakashira Mitsuri felt parched, and sensing the possibility of sounding petulant, he hastily added, just a little. Thus, the originally light touch became even lighter. As Izumi Fuyō leaned in to softly blow on the wound on Mitsuri's arm, the pain reflected in his eyes was nearly overwhelming. He understood Mitsuri's volatile temperament and the ferocity of his fighting style. Yet, it was this child who was riddled with injuries. His fingertips grazed several grievous scars, leading him to speculate about their origins, but he yearned to hear Mitsuri speak of them himself. Why were there so many wounds? The angles of these injuries clearly suggested they could only have been inflicted by his own blade. Mitsuri, entirely indifferent to his wounds, froze. His relationships with other members of the Demon Slayer Corps were strained, and he was aware of the dangers inherent in his combat style. Yet they were not close enough for him to feel justified in voicing any concerns. However, he also recognized that his actions were misguided, and thus, when faced with his brother's inquiry, he felt a twinge of discomfort regarding his own fighting. Izumi Toyo raised his voice, clearly dissatisfied with Mitsuri's response. The guilty Mitsuri fell silent, akin to a frightened bird. Fortunately, none of the other members were present, or they might have suspected that a demon had possessed Nakashira. Such a docile demeanor from him? Izumi Toyo felt a surge of anger. He rarely experienced such negative emotions. Taking a moment to steady himself, Toyo began, indeed. Mitsuri had grown up, and there were matters that his elder brother could no longer intervene in. Mitsuri was left even more bewildered. This was bad. His brother had even started addressing him by his surname. No, brother. Observing his brother rise to leave, Mitsuri dashed forward, grasping the hem of his brother's garment. I'm sorry. Brother, he blurted out. Chapter 53. Moon and Wind. Nakashira Mitsuri's blood was a rare variety among the thin-blooded, capable of intoxicating any demon that caught its scent. Initially, he was unaware of this fact, but it was discovered by chance, albeit a chance that might require air quotes. Through countless battles, he finally realized that his blood held a dangerously irresistible allure for these fiends. Whenever he was injured, regardless of how easily within reach lay the vibrant lives before him, the demons would suddenly redirect their attacks toward him. Once his blood flowed to a certain extent, they would become entranced, akin to being inebriated, resulting in a significant decline in their judgment and strength. What of being injured? Mitsuri gradually began to revel in the sensation of blood streaming from his body. He distanced himself from the butterfly sisters, who tended to him with excessive care. He avoided the seemingly carefree yet meticulously observant Rengoku Kaijiro. He steered clear of the Tsujikuni brothers, who invariably remarked on his irrationality, yet couldn't help but cast curious glances at his wounds. And he also evaded the two who could never comprehend human speech, yet were always eager to assist him, the water-dwelling fools. Indeed, everyone bore a semblance of his brother. Yet he did not. It mattered little. As long as he could slay demons, everything else became worthwhile. During his fierce battle with the former Lower Moon One, the Yatagarasu, he found himself on the brink of death. In a moment of disorientation, he fancied he saw his brother reaching out to him. Had it not been for Butterfly Kanai's timely rescue, he would surely have perished in that conflict. Mitsuri spoke lightly of his ordeal, hastily glossing over the pain he had endured. However, Toyo perceived it differently. His heart ached for Mitsuri's experiences over the years, leaving him at a loss for words. Mitsuri was undoubtedly the most extreme among these children. Otherwise, he would not have remained estranged from Nakashira Genya for so long. Trembling fingertips, warm as jade, gently traced the 3 long scars across Mitsuri's face. What can be done? Brother. Mitsuri was taken aback. Toyo's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he remained oblivious, his icy gaze revealing Mitsuri's visage. Toyo's appearance was naturally cool, but his perennial smile dulled the chill. Now, with tears streaming down, it shattered Mitsuri's heart. He had never witnessed his brother cry before. Please, don't cry. Mitsuri fumbled for a handkerchief to dry his brother's tears, but in his haste, he only managed to knock over a teacup. In that moment, he neglected everything else and gently wiped his brother's face with his own haori. Did I cry? Izumi Toyo, realizing belatedly, looked down, tears falling onto Mitsuri's hand. At last, Mitsuri found a handkerchief in the cabinet, carefully drying Toyo's tears. Brother, I'm fine. Mitsuri was entirely unaware of how soft his tone had become. His haori was now wrinkled, stained with his brother's tears. He removed it and, clad in his Demon Slayer uniform, embraced Toyo. However, his uniform was left unbuttoned, which meant that in this embrace, Toyo was pressed directly against Mitsuri's chest. With his keen hearing, Toyo could discern Mitsuri's irregular heartbeat from such close proximity. I'm sorry. Toyo remained still. Mitsuri's warmth enveloped him, making him feel a bit warmer. Instinctively, he leaned closer. Suddenly realizing his actions, Toyo's face flushed crimson. How had he become so attached to warmth? Uncontrollably, Mitsuri was left stunned. Initially, his hand was meant to gently pat his brother's back in comfort, but now it hung limply. He then heard his brother's words. It's all right, brother. As long as you return, that's enough. We ask for nothing more than for you to always be by our side. In this embrace, Mitsuri could not see the expression frozen on his brother's face, yet in a certain sense, he sensed something. As long as his brother could remain happy, Mitsuri pressed his lips together. As long as his brother's happiness was assured, all other matters could be set aside. Izumi Toyo lifted his head, his hair tie had loosened, and the sudden movement caused it to fall to the ground. Mitsuri's face flushed immediately. He lowered his head and gently placed a chaste kiss, devoid of desire, on Toyo's forehead, filled with tenderness. Toyo's eyelashes fluttered. Mitsuri? It's nothing. Mitsuri did not wish to linger on this topic. Is your brother here to forge a blade? Izumi Fuyō is the type of person easily distracted, and upon hearing Nishikawa Masami say this, he paused to ponder. Indeed, he came to forge a blade. Wielding a weapon without one would be rather inconvenient. As he spoke, he remained blissfully unaware that he was nestled in Nishikawa Masami's embrace. Fuyuki rarely experienced such profound emotional fluctuations. After returning, he had no opportunity to interact with others, so naturally. No one noticed that he had become much more emotionally reserved compared to before. He no longer focused on those unimportant individuals or the others around him. Emotional turbulence could easily exhaust him. He initially thought that even if these children could stir his emotions, they wouldn't affect him so deeply. Brother? Upon lowering his gaze, Nishikawa Masami noticed red marks on his brother's wrist. It turned out that in his earlier fluster, he had inadvertently spilled scalding tea all over his brother's hand. The tea had splattered onto the floor, which was why he had noticed it immediately. Brother, your wrist. At this moment, Nishikawa had no choice but to adjust Izumi Fuyō upright, reluctantly releasing his grip, and then began rummaging through cabinets until he finally found some ointment. I'm so sorry. Brother. Nishikawa Masami felt a pang of guilt, cursing himself for being so careless. It's nothing, Fuyuki replied, shaking his head obediently. It doesn't hurt. Seeing Nishikawa Masami's still troubled expression, he clumsily attempted to divert his attention. However, to be honest, I'm not particularly skilled with blades. Understanding his brother's insinuation, Nishikawa was willing to play along. But you're not proficient with blades? His tone was laced with surprise, and curiosity piqued. Ever since he had known his brother, Fuyuki had always wielded a blade. He had never seen him use any other weapon. What weapon was he actually skilled with? Bow. His true artifact was the bow, a companion artifact that resonated with him. By the way, I can retrieve my bow. It surely possesses the ability to slay demons. Overcome with excitement, Izumi Fuyuki sprang up, only to inadvertently collide headfirst with Nishikawa Masami's chin. My apologies. Chapter 54, Moon and Bow. What is that smell? So pungent. The door, facing away from Nishikawa Masami, suddenly swung open. A trembling hand gripped the door, adorned with a swollen forehead and 2 protruding horns. The visage of an elder reminiscent of a wrathful demon, tears streaming from his eyes. He crawled up slowly, emitting mournful sounds. The nauseating odor emanated from him. It seemed an unwelcome guest had arrived. Nishikawa Masami turned, questioning how a demon could appear in such a place. He sidestepped, gripping his sword, the blade slicing from its sheath. Breath of wind, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Nishikawa swiftly closed in on Hantengoku, the attack accompanied by a powerful shockwave. In an instant, he was upon Hantengoku's position, fiercely swinging his blade, sending the entire door flying. The space where it landed was barren, revealing a section of the floor that had been gouged away. Upon looking up, he found the demon clinging to the ceiling. Nishikawa's eyes widened momentarily. How swift! Please, stop! Hantengoku cried, covering his mouth, tears blurring his blood-red eyes. As Hantengoku's tears fell to the ground, one hand's sharp claws clung tightly to the ceiling while the other constantly wiped away his tears. Please don't bully me, it hurts. Izumi Fuyuki remained completely unfazed, feeling nauseated instead. How many lives had this demon consumed to have a soul so foul? If he had not devoured humans, how could he have evaded the pillar's attack so effortlessly? Instinctively, he reached for the weapon at his side. Oh no, his sword was still sheathed. TCH, breath of wind. Fourth form, rising dust storm. Realizing the demon had moved above his brother, Nishikawa Masami unhesitatingly unleashed a lethal attack. The entire blade glimmered with a faint azure light. A small whirlwind enveloped the blade, and 5 blades of wind surged forth from the tip, causing Hantengoku to tumble down. No, he hadn't struck him at all. This demon was rather troublesome. But why was there no counterattack? Wasn't he in upper rank? Brother, you have no weapon. You should leave here. Hantengoku crawled a couple of steps toward Izumi Fuyuki, inciting Nishikawa Masami's fury. How dare you? He rushed forward, aiming to sever Hantengoku's head with a single, precise strike. Wait. Izumi Fuyuki sensed an even more potent, nauseating presence emanating from this demon. A frown creased his brow. Be careful. Sure enough, as his words fell, the severed head began to coalesce back into a complete form at an unfathomable speed, sprouting bones, flesh, and skin until an entire corporeal body was restored. Understanding that the power of the upper ranks was far beyond mere decapitation, he realized that severing the head wouldn't guarantee death. The body that had lost its head had now reformed one. The newly formed body stretched its arms and executed a backflip, landing gracefully. Nishikawa Masami wasted no time, gripping his sword tightly and charging toward this freshly materialized entity. At the moment of proximity, the demon inexplicably produced a fan from somewhere and gently waved it. Nishikawa's eyes widened, and in the next instant, a fierce wind sent him flying, crashing through the ceiling and vanishing into the tempest. Izumi Fuyuki's attention shifted to the demon behind Nishikawa, prepared for a potential ambush, only to be taken aback when Masami was blown away. Without a weapon and feeling utterly defenseless, Fuyuki remained oblivious to his precarious situation. Though the wind was strong enough to send Masami flying, it posed no threat to Nishikawa Masami, who was adept in the breath of wind. The two demons stood side by side. The formerly hunchbacked elder transformed into two robust young men. As the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing their features, the one crouched on the ground erupted into wild laughter. Ha! How amusing! Once the smoke cleared, Izumi Fuyuki finally discerned the face of the maniacally laughing demon. His eyes were green, and he wore a half-naked mountain priest's garb. The two seemed to regard Fuyuki with disdain. The one who spoke of amusement was none other than the embodiment of Hantengoku's joy, the joy demon, Karaku. Inhaling the intoxicating scent of blood that filled the air, he licked his lips with a tongue inscribed with the character for joy, as if he could hardly wait to indulge in the flesh before him. Izumi Fuyuki noted the character's joy etched on his forehead and mouth. That kid really flew far, didn't he? Said the anger demon, the embodiment of Hantengoku's wrath, who replied to Karaku. With fiery red eyes, dressed in the attire of Hantengoku, inscribed with the character for anger on his tongue, and wielding a staff, he expressed his frustration. I just find it infuriating. Being around you is equally vexing. Is that so? How wonderful it is to be separate. Karaku remained indifferent to the anger demon's irritated tone. Izumi Fuyuki couldn't fathom how long they would continue this charade, especially without his umbrella or sword by his side. Oh, he had just mentioned it to Masami. The anger demon ceased conversing with Karaku and slammed his staff heavily onto the ground. The current struck Izumi Fuyuki. No time for carelessness. That mundane tin staff. Paralyzed by the electric shock, Izumi Fuyuki gazed at the seemingly ordinary staff in Akun's hand, astonished that he possessed the power of lightning. His awareness began to blur. Determined to forcibly summon the strength within him, he noticed a familiar figure atop the building. It was Jinya. With his gun aimed at Akun, Jinya fired twice, cleanly severing Akun's head. Finally freed from the control of the lightning, power began to coalesce behind Izumi, manifesting as a pair of enormous, pristine white wings that materialized out of thin air. Jinya, preoccupied with the two demons below, failed to notice Izumi's transformation. Wielding his drawn blade, Jinya was momentarily distracted by a bullet that struck a demon, yet failed to sever its head. The demon, drawn to the descending Jinya, exclaimed with delight, "How amusing! This sensation of being attacked is a first for me." Unfazed by the taunting words, Jinya accurately decapitated the demon. This demon possessed the ability to split its body. Izumi Fuyuki spoke up. Startled by the absence of Izumi's figure, Jinya was momentarily taken aback. However, he had no time to dwell on Izumi. Realizing that he should have split into four, or was the fourth? With only 3 demons surrounding him, Jinya felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could prepare a defense, an arrow whizzed past his ear, impaling the demon that had been poised to ambush him into the ground. In midair, Neikaim Shimizu glanced upward and beheld the ethereal figure suspended above, massive white wings unfurling behind him, supporting his body in the air. The bow in his hands glimmered with a faint blue light. He did not lower it, but instead conjured 3 arrows aimed at the 3 demons beside Jinya. A chilling voice resonated in his ears. "You shall perish." Chapter 54. The Moon, the Bow, and Jinya. The arrows sliced through the air with an irresistible speed and intensity, accurately embedding themselves into the necks of the 3 demons, their immense force causing them to collapse to the ground, clutching their throats in agony. Remarkably, they were not dead. Izumi Fuyuki's toes touched the ground as he retracted his wings, standing before the 4 demons pinned to the earth. Their vitality was astonishing. "Upper Moon 4? Is your true form not present?" Izumi inquired. Neikaim Jinya cautiously observed him. The man's gaze deep and inscrutable, obscuring the emotions he harbored. His earlier demeanor of amiability now felt like a facade. A breeze stirred Izumi Fuyuki's long hair, a few strands brushing against Neikaim Jinya's face, carrying a faint fragrance. Izumi's focus was not on Jinya. He stepped upon the chest of the demon, drawing back the bowstring, the tip of his blade aimed at its head. "Let it be. This is not of paramount importance. It would be wise to keep your distance, Upper Moon 4. Do not let it find you." The demon's eyes narrowed, instinctively closing in fear, yet no pain came. Upon opening his eyes, he was engulfed by a searing, fiery agony. He had been found. Izumi Fuyuki chuckled lightly, and at the moment he released his grip, the taut bowstring propelled the arrow forward. However, the arrow did not strike the demon, but rather soared away as if possessing a will of its own. Hearing the demon's cries grow increasingly louder, Izumi remained unfazed, turning to meet Jinya's gaze. What kind of eyes were those, akin to a deep pool in a mountain ravine, alluring yet devoid of emotion? Jinya felt, as if his soul might drown in those unfeeling depths. So cold. He involuntarily exhaled, but the breath condensed into white mist in the frigid air. This mist restored his senses. It was not his soul that felt cold, but the temperature of the surroundings had indeed plummeted. Lord Izumi. Izumi slowly blinked. Salvation had arrived. Jinya sighed in relief as Izumi retracted the bow and arrows into his being, and the air around them began to warm once more. Jinya? Seemingly oblivious to the shift. Izumi Fuyō withdrew his wings, curious as to why the boy appeared rooted in place, seemingly dazed. Taking a step closer, the boy snapped back to reality, hurriedly sheathing his sword. That upper moon 4. Oh. Izumi approached Nakeheim Jinya, furrowing his brow in confusion, sensing something peculiar about the boy's power. He was already deceased. Upper moon 4 was called Hantengu, a troublesome entity with 8 distinct forms: the Old Man, Akun, Kola, Kukisaki, Ijaku, Zenkaku, Hen, and Kyo. The information he had acquired was immensely beneficial. Had he been unaware, he might have been led astray. The previous arrow had split into 4. His arrows possessed a tracking ability, ensuring that once tainted by a demon's essence, escape was impossible. More importantly, Izumi mused while stroking his chin. He finally discerned the anomaly within the boy. You are imbued with demon energy. The previously flustered Nakeheim Jinya, whose cheeks had flushed from Izumi's proximity, now turned pale. Lord Izumi. Izumi tilted his head, intrigued by the boy's reaction. What is it? Why do you look so ill? He reached out to caress Jinya's face. There seem to be no wounds. However, something feels amiss. The scent here is quite foul, possibly affecting your senses. Perhaps you have an injury. Izumi grasped Jinya's hand. Are you hurt? We must find your brother. No. The already anxious Jinya, caught off guard by the revelation of his most dreaded fear, jerked away from Izumi's grasp. Why? Izumi, genuinely curious and not at all angry, wondered why Jinya reacted so strongly. Nakeheim Shimizu was not fierce at all. Why are you so afraid? Jinya, fully aware that his brother would vehemently oppose his joining the Demon Slayer Corps, had been doing his utmost to avoid him. If Nakeheim Shimizu discovered how he had acquired his powers, he would surely beat him. While Jinya would not fear a mere beating, his brother would not hold back. As long as he did not endanger Jinya's life, he might even incapacitate him to prevent him from continuing down a misguided path. The mere thought plunged Jinya into a paralyzing dread of being discovered by his brother, leading him to assert, I do not require your assistance, Lord Izumi. You must not let my brother know. Do not be afraid. You must tell me why you possess demon energy. I require a reason if it endangers your well-being. Izumi Fuyō, though not articulating it, made his intent clear. Jinya, hindered by his lack of physical prowess, struggled to utilize the breathing techniques. Yet, he was unwilling to relent. The burden of vengeance should not rest solely upon his brother's shoulders. He longed to assist, certain that he could discover a method to eliminate demons without the need for breathing techniques. In a fortuitous encounter while battling a demon, flesh and blood from the creature inadvertently fell into his mouth. He discovered that his formidable bite force and unique digestive organs endowed him with an extraordinary taste perception, allowing him to temporarily transform his physicality into that of a demon after devouring one. The stronger the demon consumed, the greater his regenerative abilities and strength would become. Hence, in his pursuit to join the Demon Slayer Corps, he would compel himself to swallow demons, regardless of the repulsion it invoked. Izumi Fuyō remained silent. No wonder he sensed such a potent demonic aura emanating from Nakagawa Jinya. I shall discuss this matter with your brother. Observing the sudden pallor in the child's eyes, he found it somewhat endearing. Although your intentions are commendable, I must ascertain whether this course of action poses any risk to your health. If, as you assert, there are no adverse effects, I shall endeavor to persuade your brother. While Izumi Fuyō employed the term persuade to Nakagawa Jinya, it was clear that his brother was inclined to heed Izumi Fuyō's words, thereby ensuring the matter would be resolved favorably. Although he did not expect his brother to refrain from anger, he merely hoped that he would not obstruct his continued presence in the Demon Slayer Corps. His body had previously been examined at the Butterfly Mansion, and at that time, no issues were detected. However, he was uncertain if Izumi Fuyō would uncover any problems. Nervously swallowing hard. Chapter 55, Moon and Training. Izumi Fuyō grasped Nakagawa Jinya's wrist, and after a considerable pause, he released it, slightly astonished. Surprisingly, the child was indeed adept at harnessing the power of demons for his own use. Surely, there must be others aware of your unique ability? Izumi Fuyō pondered, believing that someone within the Demon Slayer Corps must know of Nakagawa Jinya's special talent. Otherwise, the child would not so brazenly utilize it. After all, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who lacked proficiency in the breathing techniques would surely leave a lasting impression. The stone Hashira, Himejima Jyomiai. Oh, this rationale seems somewhat predictable, Given his capabilities, it is necessary for someone of high stature to be aware of it. And it is evident that the leader cannot conveniently address this issue. Hence, only the Hashira could intervene. Yet among the Hashira, the one he was least familiar with was the often prayerful and tearful giant, Himejima Jiomei. Although Izumi Toyo unexpectedly felt that he might resonate well with that monk-like figure, he had little time to engage with him privately. Has he mentioned anything regarding the peculiarity of your body? Izumi Toyo inquired, glancing around appreciatively at the night. He could roughly determine the direction in which Nakagawa Shinya had been blown. No, he hasn't said anything, merely calling me to the Butterfly Mansion for health checkups. Though adopted as a son, Nakagawa Jinya felt a sense of ease. After all, the stone Hashira was not particularly skilled at instructing disciples. It seemed Izumi Toyo believed that Himejima Jiomei would likely be more accommodating than others, initially assuming he would be the most favored by the children. However, the thought of his Nichiren blade being a massive axe connected by a long chain and a meteor hammer was somewhat unsettling. Would this Hashira truly smash demons into the ground while weeping? Well then, little Jinya, would you like to accompany me to find Shinya? Izumi Toyo asked gently. He did not question why. Given that his brother was also a Hashira, he did not seek his assistance. It appeared there was still a significant rift between the two children. I wish to go, but my brother would not be pleased to see me. Nakagawa Jinya hesitated. The chance to converse peacefully with his brother was his fervent desire. Yet he was well aware that his brother had no wish to encounter him. Not necessarily, in truth. Shinya genuinely cares for you. If certain matters remain unaddressed, leaving regrets behind, it could haunt you for the rest of your life, Izumi Toyo counseled him, causing Nakagawa Jinya to lift his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is Jinya willing to live with regrets? Then I must implore you, Izumi-sama. Nakagawa Jinya promptly bowed, his anxious heartbeat audible to Izumi Toyo. There is no need for such formality. Let us seek Shinya. Izumi Toyo naturally took Nakagawa Jinya's hand. Jinya stared blankly at the slightly cool hand grasping his own, his emotions complex, yet predominantly joyful. Let me think. Should we go this way? Or perhaps the other direction? Jinya stifled his thoughts, but finally could not hold back. It should be to the left, Izumi-sama. My apologies. I seem to have lost my way. The woods here are too dense, obscuring the moonlight. Although he was uncertain of the connection between being lost and the moonlight, Nakagawa Jinya tightened his grip and pulled him in another direction. My brother should be this way. Izumi Toyo complied and followed him. Jinya was nearly of equal stature to Izumi Toyo, and indeed, they had not walked long before they heard the sounds of commotion ahead. It appears we have arrived late. Shinya's battle has already concluded. When they finally returned to the village, they witnessed the head of the Tamayo being severed by the hands of the gathered warriors. Oh, everyone is here. Izumi Toyo's initial joy waned upon seeing Nakagawa Shinya, Ju, Kaneo, Mitsuri Kanroji, and Tanjiro Kamadu, their faces marked with signs of distress. Brother? What troubles you? Nakagawa Shinya clearly observed the change in Izumi Toyo's expression, casting a discreet glance at his brother behind him, noting there were no visible injuries, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. Vanquishing the Tamayo was indeed a cause for celebration. So, what is your brother truly upset about? The marks, Izumi Toyo replied. Sword wielders who awaken these marks seldom survive beyond the age of 25. A sharp, piercing pain coursed through his heart and radiated throughout his body. Brother? No, it is nothing. Let us first report this matter to the leader, Izumi Toyo said, taking a deep breath to alleviate the pangs in his heart, forcing a semblance of composure onto his face. He was the first to depart from the scene. Anyone bearing the marks would resonate with those around them, potentially causing the same affliction to others. However, how did you all awaken your marks? It has come. Suddenly my heart raced, and my ears buzzed as everything became overwhelming. Very well, Mitsuri Kanroji's suggestion cannot be disregarded, the leader smiled. A body temperature exceeding 39 degrees and a pulse rate surpassing 200 beats per minute, Kaneo remarked, observing the dazed Nakagawa Shinya and the seemingly speechless Ju, expressing his exasperation. Why is Ju so dazed? What on earth is Nakagawa Shinya pondering? How unsurprising. No wonder my brother's countenance appeared so grim. Nakagawa Shinya surveyed the surroundings. No one seemed to regard the leader's assertion that those who awakened the marks rarely lived beyond 25 as a detriment. He himself did not perceive it as such. But what about my brother? Has he already contemplated these matters that day? Hence, he chose silence, knowing he could not deter those who were determined to drag demons into hell. Himejima Jiomei's voice jolted Nakagawa Shinya back to reality. The marks are of utmost significance to the Demon Slayer Corps. I propose we conduct specialized training for the lower ranks. What are your thoughts? The crowd shook their heads in agreement with the proposal put forth by Kanroji Mitsuri. After Kanroji Mitsuri departed, Shinazugawa Sanemi disregarded the fact that Ikaku Abanai had not left due to Kanroji's presence, just as the other Hashira, who were involuntarily yearning to see their elder brother, remained silent. With great difficulty, he finally spoke up. Have you all considered how you will address your brother? The group fell into a state of paralysis. Chapter 56, The Moon and Training 20. Ah, I see. The sound Hashira, Izumi Tenjin, engaged in intense combat training to enhance their fundamental physical abilities. Physical fitness is indeed paramount for a ninja, thought Izumi Tokiyaki. Next was the flexibility training conducted by the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. Flexibility? Absolutely essential, nodded Izumi Tokiyaki. Subsequently, the wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, led high-speed mobility training. Indeed, the swiftest techniques are often the most effective, Izumi Tokiyaki concurred. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, focused on blade technique refinement. This is indeed necessary. Izumi Tokiyaki considered the unique swordsmanship of the serpent Hashira. The wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, was engaged in relentless offensive training. Izumi Tokiyaki slowly raised a questioning brow. Wasn't this akin to brazenly assaulting someone? The stone Hashira, Kanamori Jyomiai, was undertaking muscle-strengthening exercises. Surely, this wouldn't turn him into a muscle-bound brute, would it? The flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuru, was in charge of imposing presence training. While it is true that confronting demons requires unwavering courage, this training seems rather excessive. Oh, it is a breathing exercise. Silence ensued. What about the water Hashira? Feeling the curious gazes of his senior comrades, Tomioka Ju straightened his posture. We are responsible for enhancing reaction training. Oh, I see. Random ambushes. While I comprehend and understand this, Izumi Tokiyaki felt a sense of helplessness. Were you all ostracized? The thought of enduring a day of training only to be ambushed on the way back for rest was troubling. Oh. The Butterfly sisters were prepared to administer medicine at any moment. Quite dependable, the Butterfly. Brother, what are your thoughts on the matter concerning the patterns? A gentle voice broke the silence of the space. The crowd turned to see Tomioka Ju. Well done. While the others sighed in relief. They were equally tense about what Izumi Tokiyaki would say next. It's all right, he replied with a light chuckle, observing the incredulous expressions of the crowd. Izumi Tokiyaki appeared equally astonished. What is it? Isn't this what everyone has hoped for? For me, I should not impede everyone from achieving their long-desired goals. So everyone, let us strive together. Yes. Izumi Tokiyaki proceeded to visit each of the Hashira for guidance. The first stop was the sound Hashira, Izumi Tenjin. Ah, it is Mr. Izumi. Oh, it seems you have come to visit me first. He appeared somewhat flustered. By the way, is there something you need? Izumi was quite surprised that Izumi Tokiyaki chose to come to him first. He had expected the first stop to be someone else. I heard from your wife that you haven't had breakfast. I happened to come by and brought you something. The sound Hashira accepted the food box from his hands and opened it to find fugu sashimi. I see. Thank you. He continued, by the way, Mr. Izumi. Have you eaten? Why don't we have a meal together? Izumi smiled and shook his head. No, I had breakfast earlier. I wouldn't want to waste your wife's thoughtful gesture. Indeed. Izumi nodded in agreement, clearly appreciating Izumi's sentiments. You too, Mr. Izumi. Do not take the affection of everyone for granted. Izumi paused for a moment, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. After witnessing Izumi finish all the sashimi, Izumi took his leave. Izumi Tenjin watched him depart, reminiscing about the flavor lingering in his mouth. Today's sashimi was exceptionally sweet, perhaps due to its freshness. The second stop was the Tsujikuni brothers of the Mist Hashira. It was already noon. Is brother looking for us to have lunch together? Indeed. Today's lunch is boiled radish with sauce. Izumi Tokiyaki shook the food box in his hand. The two brothers set aside their swords. With Kaname cheerfully turning to the other trainees. Everyone, hurry and have your lunch. All right. They had entirely transformed in demeanor, the Mist Hashira. No one dared to utter a word. They wished to preserve their lives. Observing the group quietly and swiftly depart, Kaname nodded in satisfaction, complaining to his elder brother. Honestly, it took Tanjiro only 5 days to complete the tasks assigned, while these members have yet to finish even after 2 weeks. Izumi patted the brothers' heads. Tanjiro is a diligent child. Everyone is doing their best. You too, Kaname, do not be too hard on yourselves. Okay, the two brothers replied obediently. The third stop was the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. Wow, what a delightful surprise, Sakura Machi. Without hesitation, Kanroji took a bite. Delicious. Mr. Izumi's culinary skills are as exceptional as ever. The small mountain of sweets before her vanished at an astonishing pace. Is this the main course? Oh no, it's just a dessert. She completely failed to realize that what she consumed was merely a sweet treat. The thought of being able to enjoy Izumi's culinary creations in the future made her heart race uncontrollably. Izumi Tokiyaki smiled, reminding Kanroji to cherish those around her. I will. Kanroji's cheeks flushed as she realized something significant. Remembering what Izumi had said to her after that day, Her eyes began to wander. Well then, I will take my leave. Alright, Mr. Izumi, goodbye. Wow. Today, both Mr. Izumi and the Sakura Machi are exceptionally delightful. The fourth stop was the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. I don't need it, he remarked, disinterested, as he gazed at the food box in Izumi Tokiyaki's hands. What a pity. This is kelp prepared specially by Kanroji Mitsuri. If you don't like it. The next moment, Izumi Tokiyaki found his hand empty. Thank you. Although his tone remained cool, his face had turned red. You're welcome, Izumi Tokiyaki replied with a bright smile, thinking of how Kanroji Mitsuri was also someone dear to him, just as Izumi was about to leave. Abanai's quiet voice reached his ears. Take care of yourself. Oh, they are all such good kids. The fifth stop was the wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi. Oh dear. It seems quite noisy here with little Sanemi. It's Zenitsu. And Tanjiro is here too. Seems like they are in a bit of trouble. Let me go? Please. I can't stand anymore. I barely managed to escape here. I crawled over the wall, hiding my presence like a gecko. My life is at stake. Was this child crying too pitifully? Brother? Sanemi, who initially intended to capture Zenitsu, unexpectedly spotted someone he wished to see. It's me. I brought some wagashi. Let us take a break together. Izumi Tokiyaki naturally produced a wagashi from the stone box and stuffed it into Tanjiro's mouth, who was about to speak. This is something I made specially. Give it a try. I added a secret ingredient to enhance its flavor. I see. Tanjiro's previously puzzled expression transformed into one of realization. So, it's due to the secret ingredient that it tastes so unique. Watching Sanemi now engaged in a tussle with the children over the wagashi was quite amusing. Out of fear of being ridiculed for indulging in soft and sweet treats, I have recently restrained myself from overeating, worried that others might discover my weakness. Brother, I heard that you visited the other Hashira recently. I apologize for being so preoccupied with my training that I haven't been able to check in on you. Slap. The rice cake in Zenitsu's mouth fell to the ground. What? Who is this strange person speaking so gently and apologetically? Has he been possessed? Unable to endure any longer, Shinazugawa Sanemi delivered a heavy punch to Zenitsu's head. Don't waste food. You fool. This was made by brother. Pick it up and eat it with gratitude. No, it's fine, haha. A hand, seemingly lacking in strength, effectively halted Sanemi's actions. There's no need to pick up what has fallen to the ground. It's covered in dirt and could upset your stomach, advised Iguro Abanai. This brat. Just wait until brother leaves. I'll teach him a lesson. It was already late. Mr. Shinazugawa, brother Iguro, we must take our leave. Kamado Tanjiro carried the completely unconscious Zenitsu on his back. Alright then. Farewell. Sanemi glared at them as they departed, but when he turned to face Iguro, a smile replaced his irritation. Brother, did you wait up this late to discuss something with me? Indeed, there is a matter at hand. Tomorrow, Jinya will come here for training, correct? Iguro picked up the empty lunchbox and walked alongside Sanemi back to his room. Yes, that brat never listens. I told him not to join the Demon Slayer Corps, yet he did. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Little Sanemi. This is something your sister taught me. What if the positions were reversed? If little Jinya were your brother and tried to prevent you from joining the Corps, would you heed his wishes? But Sanemi's hand clenched tightly. He understood the reasoning, but the thought of his younger brother facing life-threatening dangers made him furthermore. Little Jinya possesses a talent that you do not. He can gain power by consuming demons. What? How dare he? If Jinya were here, I might just punch him. Calm down. Sanemi. Although it sounds unbelievable, little Jinya's actions have not harmed his body. The previously furious Sanemi instinctively turned back upon hearing his brother's words, locking eyes with him. Under that steady gaze, he gradually regained his composure. What am I to do, brother? My heart aches. The myriad of complex emotions rendered Sanemi incapable of articulating his feelings. How about having a proper conversation with Jinya? Listen to his perspective calmly. Don't evade the issue through avoidance. After a lengthy silence, Sanemi finally nodded. All right. Chapter 57. The Moon, the Wind, and Jinya. Tonight, I shall sleep with my brother. How delightful. Tomorrow, I must speak with my younger brother. How agonizing. Sanemi? Iguro lay in bed, and after Sanemi had turned countless times, he finally spoke up, sensing a slight dizziness. Are you feeling uneasy about tomorrow's conversation with Jinya? Oh, brother, have I disturbed your rest? Although it was not overtly evident on Iguro's face, Sanemi could discern his weariness. Ever since the Hashira concentrated their training, brother had not shared living quarters with any of them. Indeed, his presence would attract their attention, and regardless of whom he rested with, someone would always object. Thus, they all tacitly accepted that brother would reside alone. No. Iguro sat up, adjusted his clothing, and turned on the light. You usually rest later than this. Are you worried about your conversation with Jinya tomorrow? Rest assured, he is a good child. As his elder brother, Iguro understood well what kind of child Jinya was. Yet his initial attitude towards him had been less than favorable. If he were to communicate with him, he genuinely did not know what to say. Sanemi sat on the bed next to his brother. I understand that Jinya has always lacked the ability to breathe. And I thought that someone who does not know the breathing techniques is merely toying with the idea of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Sanemi covered his face. Yet I never anticipated that he has been resorting to such extreme measures. Iguro patted his shoulder and yawned slightly. Well then, how about you speak to him honestly? Just tell him that you acknowledge him. This child has longed for your recognition and has persevered for this very reason. But I fear not. I am here. If you don't sleep now, it will soon be tomorrow, and you wouldn't want to meet little Jinya looking utterly fatigued. Would you? Besides, he is even more restless than you. With that, Iguro covered Sanemi's eyes, and the two collapsed onto the bed. With his eyes covered, his ears became more sensitive, and as he listened to his brother's increasingly drowsy voice, he inexplicably felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. He is asleep. Iguro finally could not resist turning over, succumbing to slumber as well. The next morning, as dawn broke, Sanemi had already tidied himself up by the time Iguro awoke. You look quite imposing, though his expression was perhaps a bit too fierce. Ah, is that so? Sanemi rushed to the mirror, making various expressions, yet still felt dissatisfied and despondently sank into a chair. Oh, it's all right, Iguro consoled him. Little Sanemi's fierce expressions are nothing new. He finds them quite endearing. Do not worry. A group of timid trainees awaited Sanemi, and upon seeing the gentle figure behind the white-haired man, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankful that the legendary figure had come along. Today should be a bit easier. Not quite. Under Sanemi's stern demeanor, the group of bruised trainees huddled together like quail, trembling in fear. Terrifying. He shows no mercy at all. Those who finish training may leave. As his words fell, only the last untrained Jinya remained. Initially, Tanjiro had been concerned, but Zenitsu managed to reassure him, saying, "They are brothers. Nothing will happen." Left behind, Jinya trembled slightly. Lord Iguro must have spoken with brother, right? I hope I won't be beaten too badly. Closing his eyes in anticipation of punishment, Jinya suddenly felt a gentle touch on his head. Looking up in disbelief, he saw his brother awkwardly turning away, yet still resting his hand on his head. Brother? He couldn't believe it. Was he still dreaming? Had he not even gotten out of bed? Cough. What is that strange expression you have? Although they had not exchanged many words, Sanemi could discern Jinya's thoughts merely by observing his expression and sighed. You've worked hard. Seeing his younger brother's incredulous face, Sanemi found the situation surprisingly manageable. You did well. Why are you crying? Fortunately, he was a Hashira. Otherwise, being tackled to the ground by his younger brother would have been quite embarrassing. Sanemi watched as his younger brother wept sorrowfully in his embrace, while he noticed Iguro leaning against a tree nearby, smiling but refusing to come over to help. With an awkward embrace, he patted his younger brother on the back, saying, "How old are you now? Still crying?" Natsugawa Jinya, knowing that he would be training with his brother the next day, spent a restless night filled with anxiety. Although few were aware of their fraternal bond, it was primarily because his brother was reluctant to acknowledge him as such. With a deep sigh, Natsugawa Jinya lamented his own weakness. His brother was already a Hashira, while he struggled even to master the basic breathing techniques. It was only natural for his brother to deny their relationship. Yet, there remained a flicker of disappointment within him. He forced himself to rest at least a little before dawn. Otherwise, if his brother noticed his distress the following day, it would be quite troublesome. He had initially expected to face reprimands, but if it hadn't been for Lord Izumi, he would surely have faced a beating. Once he finally finished crying and his emotions began to settle, he became acutely aware of his earlier embarrassing actions, wishing he could bury himself in a hole. Cautiously, Natsugawa Jinya lifted his gaze, only to find that Lord Izumi, who had been behind his brother, had vanished, leaving only his brother's gentle gaze upon him. This expression was one he had only seen directed at Lord Izumi before. It was the first time his brother had shown such a relaxed demeanor towards him. I consumed a demon. At the time, he felt no qualms about it, but now guilt gnawed at him. I understand. You've already assured me that your body is free of any issues, correct? Natsugawa Jinya fervently nodded. No burdens, just a bit difficult to swallow. Natsugawa Shinazugawa sighed heavily, feeling that his temperament was more suited to wielding a sword than to lamenting excessively, especially when this day's sighing seemed to eclipse his usual year's worth of sighs. Take a little more care of yourself. Izumi Doyo caught up with the already departing Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro, are you headed to the Stone Hashira's place next? Tanjiro nodded. Perfect. Please deliver this dessert to him. Kindly inform him that it is a gift from our Lord. Understood. Brother, you should rest a bit. You seem rather weary. I'll be back shortly. Izumi smiled, patting his head. Such a little rascal. Hurry along. All right. Farewell, brother. Izumi Doyo waved. Goodbye. Chapter 58. The Eve of Battle. Delicious. Watching Rengoku Kaijiro devour sweet potatoes at an astonishing pace, the tubers on the table seemed to vanish before his eyes. Observing Kaijiro eat stirred an appetite within Izumi Fuyō. He pushed the sweet potato miso soup closer to him, advising, "Drink some soup, don't choke." Rengoku Kaijiro nodded and promptly downed the entire bowl of soup. Was it truly that delectable? His eyes squinted in bliss. Eager to partake, Izumi Fuyō selected a piece, which, though small, proved too heavy for his stomach to accommodate. Yet, refraining from eating would render it unappetizing shortly. Consuming it would likely lead to regurgitation. Wasting food would be unseemly. Noticing Izumi Fuyō's predicament, Kaijiro nonchalantly took the sweet potato from his brother's hand and devoured it in 2 bites. "By the way, brother, what have you been so busy with lately? You always seem exhausted. You aren't unwell, are you?" After finishing the last bite of sweet potato, Rengoku Kaijiro inquired. Though he was only half full, he reassured himself that he would eat more later. "I sense that the day of the decisive battle is drawing near, so I've been engaging in some training. Perhaps I overdid it a bit, which explains my fatigue." Izumi Fuyō smiled, lifting a warm cup of tea to take a few sips. Speaking of which, what does Kaijiro wish to pursue after the final battle? Perhaps establishing a dojo. That sounds like a splendid idea. Izumi Fuyō nodded, though he appeared rather fatigued. Nearly resting his head on the teacup. "I shan't disturb you any longer. Thank you for your hospitality." He added, "By the way, you did consult with the Butterfly Sisters, right? Your health is indeed satisfactory? No issues whatsoever. Just a few days ago, I had a meal with the Butterfly Sisters." Izumi Fuyō stood, intending to accompany Rengoku Kaijiro, but was halted. The owl swiftly lifted him and placed him back on the bed. "Even with the impending battle, you must rest well, brother." "Very well." Izumi Fuyō complied and obediently shut his eyes, soon drifting into slumber. Rengoku Kaijiro quietly departed from the room. Brother still hasn't directly answered whether he will remain here. But that was all right. He could always ask again next time. When Izumi Fuyō awakened once more, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. He shook his head, feeling slightly dizzy. Fortunately, he had informed Butterfly Kanai beforehand. Otherwise, sleeping for such an extended period might have caused alarm. Glancing around, it seemed only his 2 junior disciples remained. He hoped for another smooth day. Carrying a food box, he walked to the 1,000-year bamboo forest, where the surrounding air lifted his spirits. The tall bamboo shielded him from the harsh sunlight, and in the distance, he could see a small house at the end of the path. As he meandered leisurely to the entrance, he spotted 2 figures facing off in the courtyard. Yuyu and Shinazugawa? This is quite a rarity. I've never seen them together before. The owl sat beneath the wind chimes, keenly observing the 2, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. Indeed, considering the time, their training should be coming to an end soon. Were they engaged in combat practice? Natsugawa Shinazugawa's movements were swift and agile, while Tomioka-ju exuded a composed yet graceful demeanor. After several exchanges, they remained evenly matched, only for their wooden swords to snap under the strain of their combined strength. The children had grown into exceptional individuals beyond his sight. It was somewhat regrettable. "Brother?" Izumi Fuyō turned, recognizing Tanjiro. "Ah, is my loud voice disturbing them?" Indeed. Upon turning, he met 3 pairs of eyes, each reflecting different emotions. "Brother, senior brother." Tanjiro, suddenly flustered, asked, "Am I interrupting?" "Not at all. I was just about to invite them for a meal." Tanjiro held up his offerings. "It's sweet rice cakes." Tanjiro replied cheerfully, having intended to treat his seniors to a meal. "That is splendid. I was worried I hadn't tea brought enough." Upon seeing Tanjiro's 7-layered food box, he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Everyone is so impressive, brother." The owl accepted the food box, the delightful aroma wafting out, clearly filled with dishes that he and Ju adored. As for Natsugawa, he naturally took Tanjiro's burden with ease. It was apparent that Natsugawa was much more agreeable in the presence of his senior brother. Knowing that Natsugawa and Ju don't quite mesh, it's only natural for him to share the sweet rice cakes. The owl mused with a smile. "By the way, where are Zenitsu and Inosuke?" Izumi Fuyō assisted in placing the food on the pavilion, as everyone enjoyed the gentle breeze while savoring the feast. With remnants of food still lingering at the corners of his mouth, Tanjiro hurriedly swallowed the morsel in his mouth. Zenitsu mentioned he still had tasks to complete, while Inosuke was engrossed in his training. Such diligent children they are. Alas, there remains a considerable gap between us, yet we shall continue our endeavors. Tanjiro replied with vibrant enthusiasm. "Today, I had intended to seek out my seniors for training. Once their training is complete, I wish to pay a visit to Lord Yorichi. To be on the safe side, I specifically asked Yorichi and Michikatsu to keep an eye on the mansion." Izumi, with a gentle nod, acknowledged this. Indeed, after mastering the water-breathing techniques better, Yorichi would guide Tanjiro in seamlessly merging the 2 styles. "Ah, at last. I understand why those two brothers are not by their elder brother's side. Michikatsu nodded in satisfaction. Wait, if even those two brothers are absent from their elder brother's side, has he been alone all this time? Finally grasping the crux of the matter, Michikatsu felt a twinge of regret. Had they known the two would be absent, he would have accompanied his elder brother. Matters concerning the Kanroji family were partially entrusted to Michikatsu due to concerns for the Lord's health, Izumi added. Unable to interject, Ju glanced around, uncertain whether he should eat while Tanjiro spoke. Kaneo found it amusing and playfully shoved a piece of radish into his mouth, whispering, "Hurry and eat. Don't leave any for Shinobu." Though he heard her, Shinobu felt it was childish. Had it not been for Tanjiro's presence, he surely would have retorted. Who would do such a thing? Ignoring the playful antics of Kaneo and Ju, had time not been so tight, they might have forgotten and left the two lovebirds to their own devices. Nonetheless, Kaneo knew precisely what her feelings were, while Ju remained oblivious. Perhaps it was best to let them figure it out gradually. So, where is my elder brother headed next? Michikatsu inquired after consuming his third rice cake. Though the question was voiced, he had already resolved that regardless of where Tanjiro intended to go, he would insist it was on his way. I wish to visit the Lord. Although his health has improved significantly, I fear there may be unforeseen circumstances. Izumi also heard this and finally sensed something amiss. However, observing Ju, who appeared unaffected yet had secretly flushed red at the tips of his ears, alongside Kaneo, who gazed at Ju with a gentle smile. This peaceful existence was rather delightful, was it not? Then I shall accompany my elder brother. All right, came the agreeable response. Chapter 59, The Moon in Wisteria. Ah, have you arrived? The previously empty courtyard suddenly echoed with footsteps. Anticipating this moment, Kanroji Yoya slowly raised his gaze to behold the striking figure of the man before him, the source of countless calamities across centuries of reincarnation. As a member of the Kanroji family, he had never encountered this man's visage, yet upon closer inspection, he noted a resemblance between them. He spoke slowly, his tone measured. Fortunately, he had foreseen this. In the evening, he had concocted an excuse to send Yurichi away. Beside him stood his wife, aware of his intentions yet steadfastly refusing to leave his side. Our first meeting, Kabutsuji Musen. Though his body had been healed, Kanroji Yoya remained somewhat frail, yet he stood tall before the formidable Demon King. It was truly laughable to continue existing in such a humble state. Though he was unaware of how Musen had evaded his curse, the young man with raven hair, appearing to be in his 20s, gradually formed a disdainful smile. His crimson eyes sharp and filled with contempt. It must be painful, persisting like this. You have finally come to me. So near, Kabutsuji Musen. The demon that our Demon Slayer Corps has relentlessly pursued for a millennium. Kanroji Yoya spoke to himself, grateful to Lord Izumi for finally laying eyes on this adversary. I had a premonition that you would come. You must harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Kanroji clan. Kanroji Yoya raised his head to meet the malicious gaze, enunciating each word clearly. Only you will undoubtedly come to kill personally. Although the atmosphere was charged with lethal intent, and the distance between human and demon was well understood, Kanroji Yoya remained unfazed. Even more audacious was Kabutsuji Musen, who declared, I have completely lost interest. Standing at the entrance, with the wind billowing his garments, he continued, oblivious to the heavens. The clan leader that has obstructed me for a millennium has met his demise in an obscure corner, unknown to anyone. Though Hantengu and Gyako fell by human blades, it mattered not. Gathering the upper moons was a trivial task for him, as long as the powerful remained at his side. Not to mention the erratic yet ruthlessly cunning Doma. No matter what, he would never betray his faithful companions, Daki and Jotaro. How grotesque, how utterly hideous. Humanity is inherently imperfect. Kabutsuji Musen regarded this couple with palpable impatience. Indeed, humanity is inherently weak. Kanroji Yoya lamented, placing a hand upon his cheek. Reminiscing about the time when this place was riddled with imperfections, utterly unpresentable. One might consider this a miracle. Just half a year ago, the doctor proclaimed I had but a few days left to live, yet perhaps the heavens desired me to confront you until the end. A miracle has befallen me. And thus, this battle is assuredly yours to lose. I have faith in my children. Humanity is such a paradoxically weak, yet potent existence. A demon like you will never comprehend this. Kanroji Yoya suddenly spoke in a fierce tone. I cannot fathom where you derive your confidence. You're ethereal. Hollow dreams shall shatter tonight, and you shall meet your demise at my hands. Kabutsuji Musen, rather than expressing anger, articulated the reality as he perceived it in a calm manner. You understand it is impossible. You and I share the same bloodline, as you were born a millennium ago. Our blood has undoubtedly diverged significantly. I harbor no emotions. What do you wish to convey? Kabutsuji Musen coldly inquired. No matter what Kanroji Yoya stated, it would never sway his determination. Because of a monster like you emerging from our lineage, our clan has been cursed. The children born are frail and sickly, passing away shortly after birth. As our bloodline neared extinction, we received divine instruction. Kanroji Yoya continued, seemingly unperturbed, his voice steady. When a demon emerges from the same bloodline, you must invest your utmost effort to defeat him. Thus, the clan shall not face extinction, and we would continue to marry into the priestly lineage, allowing our children to thrive beyond their tender years. Yet even so, none among us have lived past 30. While his tone remained calm, the underlying sorrow and hardship were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Yet all these words fell upon Kibutsuji Musen's ears as utterly ludicrous, utterly absurd, nauseating. Has your affliction reached your very pinnacle? There is no causation here. I have never been subjected to divine retribution. Even after slaying hundreds, if not thousands, of humans, I have received absolution. For a millennium, I have neither encountered gods nor witnessed Buddhas. Kibutsuji Musen regarded everything before him as exceedingly irksome, yet devoid of hatred. Rather, he felt an odd sense of nostalgia, a disconcerting sense of ease, and the entire estate housed but 4 humans. In the dimly lit abode, Tanjiro and his wife, along with their 2 children, stood alone, devoid of any other presence. I comprehend your heart, Tanjiro declared, rising to his feet, with his wife obediently trailing behind him. Your dreams remain an unquenchable yearning. Indeed, and they are on the brink of fruition, as long as Nezuko is secured. This was the very reason he exerted every ounce of his strength to arrive here, intent on slaying Tanjiro. Your aspirations shall not come to pass. Musen Kibutsuji chuckled softly, his visage reminiscent of the demonic Kibutsuji, yet exuding a markedly different aura. You harbor great confidence in the concealment of Nezuko, but unlike you, I possess an abundance of time. You are mistaken, Tanjiro interjected, cutting Musen's words short. He exhibited no concern for whether his adversary would end his life on the spot. Approaching him with measured calmness, I understand the essence of eternity. It is the enduring thoughts of humanity that constitute true permanence. However, I fear that no matter how clearly I articulate this, one such as you, who has never tasted forgiveness in a millennium, will remain incapable of grasping it. But once you perish, all demons shall be vanquished, will they not? As his words resonated, the entire estate succumbed to an explosive force, shattering into fragments. Evidently, Tanjiro had anticipated this day, for he had laid explosives throughout the room, sufficient to obliterate the entire manor, and he hoped that Musen Kibutsuji would ascend along with it. He would not perish in the blast. With no sensation of pain, Tanjiro gradually opened his eyes to behold an utterly unexpected figure, one who should not have appeared before him. Doma smiled, cradling Tanjiro in his arms, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, which he casually wiped away with his haori. I told you, this is not the end. Tanjiro could scarcely believe his eyes. Beneath the tree lay his wife, appearing to slumber yet still breathing, while their 2 children were held tenderly by Yorichi. Lord Yorichi, Doma said, gently setting Tanjiro down, pray to the gods. We shall emerge victorious. Chapter 60, Doma's Choice. The sound of the biwa pierced the air more swiftly than a piercing tone, reverberating within the ever-revolving tower. A place so familiar it incited revulsion. Oh, what an impudent thought, one mused. Surely, the Demon King Musen has summoned us for a significant matter. Perhaps one of the upper moons has met their demise. Who could it be? Could it be Tamayo or Kyogai? They pondered. Surely not. With the prowess bestowed by our lord, to be slain would be utterly disgraceful. As long as it's not those 2 children, everything would be fine. Their demise would surely sadden our lord. The murmur of the demons echoed, and amidst their ranks, 2 familiar figures emerged. No, they were demons. A sigh of relief washed over them. Since it wasn't the 2 children, then... Doma snapped his fan shut. Not a single one has been eliminated. How displeasing for a demon. Speaking of which, wasn't Akaza nearly dispatched last time? Had it not been for the quick thinking of Nakheim and that lower moon's assistance. However, it seemed that Musen was blissfully unaware of this. How pitiable. Isn't it splendid that Akaza has departed for the realm of bliss? Why linger in this sorrowful world? Such a shame. Lady Biwa, has Lord Musen yet to arrive? Akaza surveyed the gathered demons. The expressionless woman perched on the high platform replied, he has not yet graced us with his presence. Ah, he hasn't arrived yet? Perhaps, knowing Musen's nature, he might be discreetly observing us, another speculated. After all, the formidable Demon King is undoubtedly concerned about the upper moons uniting. Well, that is an impossibility, another interjected. Where is the upper moon one? Has he been eliminated? Doma raised his gaze, noting that throughout their lengthy discussion, the name had never been mentioned, which left him feeling rather disheartened. Though their relationship was less than pleasant, the absence of any mention was disheartening. How sad. Ha ha. It's a pity that Akaza hasn't perished. Oh dear, Wait a moment, Akaza. Are you not concerned for me? In a feigned despondence, Doma draped his arm around Akaza's shoulder, drawing him closer. Compared to the notoriously difficult Kokushibo and the grotesque Jotaro, who could barely utter a word before expressing terror and attempting to flee, he found Akaza to be his favored companion. I am worried sick about everyone. Doma whispered conspiratorially into Akaza's ear, their beautiful eyes nearly touching, his fingers caressing Akaza's thin garments as he affectionately stated, "You are all important allies. I wish for none to be absent." Yet, despite his words, his smile remained undiminished. As long as it wasn't those two children. The identity of the fallen demon mattered little to him. Jotaro emerged partially from his vessel, Lord Doma. Gazing at the striking countenance, Doma continued to smile, greeting Jotaro. "Ah. Long time no see, Jotaro." His vessel bore new patterns, indistinguishable from its previous form, but if he deemed it beautiful, then so it was. "Is that a new vessel? How lovely." Doma's eyes squinted in delight, his tone brimming with admiration. "The vessel you provided me now serves as a decoration in my room, adorned with the head of a freshly slain woman." In truth, that was not the case. Such an unsightly object did not deserve to share space with his cherished fan. He had long discarded it into the forest, lost in some forgotten corner. However, this was basic etiquette that any human should uphold, as Lady Mitsuki had taught. Even if one harbored disdain, it should not be uttered aloud. "That is not a decorative piece." Jotaro shivered at Doma's laughter, but upon reflection, he surmised that Doma had likely consumed numerous humans recently, thereby growing stronger. That was not without merit. Doma's murderous intent diminished. "By the way, do visit my home next time. Release me." Doma feigned confusion, fully aware of Akaza's meaning yet pretending to misunderstand. His tone was mildly lazy, and the scent of his perfume, as bothersome as he was, clung to Akaza. "Let go of your hand." Akaza's powerful fist struck Doma's jaw. Doma staggered back a step, blood and shattered flesh mingling and dripping, yet in mere moments, his head returned to its usual form. Oh, instead of anger, Doma genuinely marveled. That was a fine punch. "Lord Akaza, have you grown even stronger?" He withdrew his arm from Akaza's shoulder. Akaza's reactions were far more entertaining than the indifferent responses of others. Ignoring his furious glare, the Biwa lady on the platform seemed wholly oblivious to the commotion below as she remarked, "He has always been here. Upper Moon 1 is the earliest summoned." As her words faded, Kokushibo's voice drifted from the lower tower. "I am here." "Ah, Lord Kokushibo, have you been shunned? Why are you alone in that little corner? Let Lord Doma offer you warmth." Regrettably, before he could set forth, he found himself frozen in place by the unfinished words of Kokushibo. Muzan Kabutsuji had made his appearance. Kokushibo was known for his brevity, and although he had noticed Kokushibo's presence, he was oblivious to the tension emanating from Muzan, causing Tamayo's body to stiffen. Reluctantly, Tamayo followed the actions of the other demons and knelt down. Indeed, Muzan must be secretly observing them from some hidden corner. "Muzan-sama, do you summon us for some important matter?" Tamayo discreetly cast a glance at the kneeling Jotaro and Daki beside him. "I have no expectations of you." Although those words sounded rather cold, Tamayo felt indifferent, as he harbored no expectations of Muzan either. Yet, appearances had to be maintained. As a dutiful subordinate, even if he internally scoffed, he had to present a facade of respect. Sitting up straight, Tamayo said, "You utter such melancholic words. Have I ever let you down?" He pretended to ponder for a moment. "No, I haven't. I have been quite earnest in my feigned deference to Muzan Kabutsuji. There is no way he could catch me off guard." Believing himself entirely unproblematic, Tamayo beamed at Muzan. Muzan, picking up a vial, was already accustomed to Tamayo's antics and did not spare him a single glance. However, the liquid within the vial bubbled ominously, indicating that Muzan was currently in a state of fury. Why has the Tsuchigumo clan not been exterminated yet? Where is the blue spider lily? Why has it not been found after centuries? Muzan's tone was flat, but the other demons perceived it differently. "I am beginning to question your existence," Tamayo mused inwardly. Truly, the unpredictable Lord of Demons was in a foul mood. He pretended to blend in among the other demons and opened his mouth. "Please forgive us, show us mercy." Kokushibo replied in a low voice, "I am at a loss for words." The Tsuchigumo clan had cleverly concealed themselves. Upon hearing the response from the Upper Moon 1, Tamayo quickly retracted his smile, lowering his gaze to feign an apologetic demeanor, as Muzan exhibited unexpected patience and tolerance towards Kokushibo. However, that was not necessarily the case for him. "What should I do? I am not adept at gathering information or searching," Tamayo continued in a sticky sweet tone. After all, he was always like this. The Lord of Demons was well aware of it. So bothersome, so bothersome. What does this have to do with me? Forcing a poor demon, who is not skilled in this, to undertake such tasks is simply cruel. Furthermore, Kokushibo was also being evasive. Clearly, He preferred to remain holed up in his own abode, showing no inclination to seek out information. If it were not for Musen's favoritism, Kokushibo's head would have surely rolled countless times. Ah, how splendid. I too desire the favor of Lady Mitsuri. Tamayo drifted off into thought. I am different, Musen-sama. I have discovered information that brings me closer to fulfilling your desires. Tamayo's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the vigorous tone of Gyako, much to his annoyance. In the next moment, Gyako's head appeared in Musen's hand, while his body continued to writhe on the ground. Tamayo shifted aside with a hint of disdain. I detest change, emotional change, physical change, situational change. Most changes signify deterioration and weakness. Musen spoke with an expressionless face. I prefer constancy, to remain eternally in a state of perfection. As his words fell, veins bulged on his forehead, and his beautiful eyes grew even more crimson. I am exceedingly displeased. Do not exuberantly relay uncertain information to me. Musen released Gyako's head, allowing it to fall to the ground. The head bounced slightly upon impact. How rude. I hope his blood did not splatter on me. It seems I have underestimated you. Believing that upper moons were coddled too much. It would be best for you to exert yourselves more. Musen's gaze turned to the silent upper moon siblings. In a somewhat lighter tone, he remarked, you have done well. For you, Musen-sama. Recently, their actions had become more restrained. I can no longer endure the Tsuchigumo clan repeatedly ruining my endeavors. Prepare yourselves. Observing Daki's infatuated gaze, Tamayo marveled at how her acting had improved. Gyako, once the information is confirmed, go with Hantengu. The sound of the koto strings echoed as Musen vanished from sight. What information? I wish to accompany you. Could you tell me? Tamayo cheerfully inquired while cradling Gyako's head. Please, but before he could finish, he was met with a punch from Akaza that severed half of his head. Ugh. Also falling to the ground was Akaza's severed arm. He squinted, having sensed this outcome beforehand. Wow, how frightening. But Akaza-sama, you seem to have weakened significantly. You completely failed to notice Kokushibo's movement. Jotaro and Daki, who had initially intended to rise, hesitated and sat back down. Akaza, you have gone too far. Oh, never mind, Kokushibo-sama. A single glance halted the movements of the two siblings. Tamayo lifted his face, still sporting a cheerful demeanor. I am entirely unfazed. Akaza's expression was rather amusing. I am not speaking on your behalf. My concern lies with the chaos of order and the potential rifts within the hierarchy. Ah, I see. Tamayo exclaimed in realization. Akaza, if you are dissatisfied, why not request a blood battle for position? Kokushibo said casually as he approached Akaza. Although Akaza dared to strike Tamayo, he would not be foolish enough to request a blood battle for position. He was not that naive. Oh, but you see, Kokushibo-sama, even if Akaza-sama did that, he would still be unable to defeat us, Tamayo said cheerfully. Seemingly oblivious to the implications of his words, he subtly glanced at the silent Gyako, who was trembling in the corner, and the two siblings who were quietly preparing for battle continued to mock. I hardly need to mention it. Clearly, he turned into a demon later than Akaza-sama, yet possesses greater strength. He must feel quite unbalanced inside. You ought to be more understanding of him. Moreover, I was intentionally not dodging. It was all in jest, just gradually improving our relationship. Those in high positions ought not to treat their subordinates with hostility. A sense of ease is necessary. Before he could finish, Kokushibo interrupted him. Akaza, you understand what I wish to convey, do you not? He looked at Kokushibo, whose 6 eyes were wide open. Somewhat nauseating, Tamayo secretly scoffed. I understand. Huh. I will certainly kill you. Huh. Is that so? Then do your best. Kokushibo departed. Was he being ignored? Tamayo felt a twinge of displeasure. Although it had always been this way, he was genuinely feeling rather bored lately. Farewell. Yet he still maintained a cheerful demeanor, albeit with a tone that had noticeably dropped. It feels as though you all are conversing without acknowledging me. Am I overthinking it? Akaza paid him no mind and simply left. Perhaps he was angry, but what did it matter to him? It was just a bit irritating. Gyako's head had sprouted legs, finally able to escape from these terrifying beings. He loudly called out to Musen, please send me and Hantengu to the same location. After he finished speaking, Tamayo paused for a moment before realizing, pointing to himself, wait, then I also. Musen plucked the strings of the koto, but Mama has been left here. Miss Pipa, if it is convenient, would you care to join me? I must respectfully decline. She plucked the strings of her instrument once more, sending Tong Mao back to his temple. Gazing upon the serene yet deceptively empty grandeur of the temple, it appeared devoid of any inhabitant. The elegant walls were adorned with resplendent golden fans, shimmering under the light of the rising sun. Tong Mao shrank into the corner. Lord Ingwe, I was mistaken. Please do not disregard me. At long last, the final confrontation arrived amidst Tong Mao's prolonged anticipation and endless yearning. He beheld the youth who approached him, stepping into the moonlight. Tong Mao smiled, though his voice trembled with suppressed sorrow as he said, "Leave it to me. The lower moons, save for Kokushibo. Please, do not make things too difficult for Tongmao. Allow him to atone for all he has done." Chapter 61. The Moon and the First Upper Moon. Then, Lord Izumi. We shall accompany Lord Tongmao. Daki waved her hand, attempting to capture Izumi's attention. Is that acceptable? Izumi asked. Not a problem at all. Just leave it to us. However, the Demon King should remain unaware of our activities here for now, so we will refrain from engaging the other upper moons, but the remaining minions pose no issue. Daki. No, she should now be addressed as Mei. Cheerfully laughed as she pulled her brother away. By the way, Lord Izumi, I don't know if you are aware, but I must inform you that Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, bears a striking resemblance to the individual beside you, Tsujikuni Yorichi. I suspect they may be related by blood. Mei's figure vanished into the Infinity Castle. Yorichi? Izumi momentarily lost his focus before realizing that now was not the time for distractions. The sound of the biwa resonated. Was it mere coincidence or the hand of fate? Izumi let out a long sigh. The visage of the man before him had become entirely unrecognizable. He was markedly different from the other upper moons, steadfast, substantial, and even exuding a certain majesty. And then there was his sword, though its form was distorted. It was indeed a blade. This sword had been forged from the blood and bones of Kokushibo, and he could detect the scent of Kokushibo's blood. The blade, hilt, and guard were all adorned with eyes, while the scabbard bore a grotesque, tumor-like exterior. To be frank, it appeared somewhat repulsive. And Izumi found it hard to believe that this was the aesthetic of Yorichi after his transformation into a demon. After all, he was the head of the clan. Kokushibo's overall attire bore no difference from his human days, clad in garments identical to those worn by Yorichi. He possessed 6 eyes, their sclerae crimson, and the irises of brilliant gold. Etched into the irises of his left and right eyes were the characters for Upper Moon and 1, respectively. Despite the 6 eyes having entirely altered the positions of his facial features, it was hardly surprising that, as an elder brother, he could recognize his own sibling. What is your name? Kokushibo inquired, each syllable deliberate, his voice peculiar, as if his throat bore the scars of grievous injury, rendering his speech somewhat sluggish yet distinctly clear. Izumi Yorichi, he replied earnestly, attentively listening as Kokushibo continued. Have we met? Your expression is one of sorrow. Strangely, Kokushibo had no inclination to slay this man. The man's aura was not imposing, and his face seemed unfamiliar in Kokushibo's memory. Yet why did he manifest such a mournful countenance? Sorrow? Izumi was completely unaware of the anguish displayed upon his features. His brow furrowed slightly, and Kokushibo could hear the quickening rhythm of his breath. A sensation that stirred complex feelings within him. No, we have not met. With only a bow and arrow as his weapon, Izumi Yorichi was more suited for ranged combat. Yet the distance between him and Kokushibo was negligible. Then why? Kokushibo pondered. This human was curious. As one would expect those familiar with him to have perished long ago. Yet he sensed something within this man that bore a striking resemblance to himself. You are a user of moon breathing. Where is your sword? The realization that this human wielded the same breathing technique piqued Kokushibo's interest. For moon breathing was a rarity indeed. I have no sword. What if my kin were to become demons? No one could answer him. Personally, he felt that the Kokushibo before him was not the one he had known. Would it be easier to regard him as a stranger? I do not slay those without weapons. Was it a vow against slaying those unarmed? Or was it the inability to strike this cold man before him? Kokushibo could not discern. I can still kill you without a sword. Izumi Yorichi raised his left hand, and with his motion, a bow of pale blue materialized before him. Brother, Kokushibo had intended to slay this self-absorbed man before him, but was interrupted by a familiar voice, causing him to squint at the pair of brothers at the doorway. How is this possible? The figures standing at the entrance were none other than his human self and that bothersome younger brother, Tsujikuni Yorichi. It dawned on him that this man was not gazing at him, but rather through his form to observe another. As the eldest son of the Tsujikuni twins, Yorichi had aspired to become a formidable warrior. In his childhood, he could not comprehend why his father treated him and his brothers so differently. Out of pity for his younger sibling, he always looked after him, and gradually, that affection transformed into something else. Initially, he had intended to support his brother, but over time, it evolved into a relationship of benefactor and beneficiary. However, if only life could continue as it was, but upon realizing his brother's extraordinary abilities and understanding, Yorichi began to harbor hatred and jealousy towards Yorichi. Yorichi should not surpass me. No matter where he went, he could hear the admiration others expressed for his brother. This cannot be. It is absolutely unacceptable. If Yorichi were stronger than him, would their father regret not having chosen his brother to inherit the family headship? Ultimately desiring to cast him aside, Yorichi could not convince himself. Since his brother had become a swordsman of breath, he too would become a swordsman. determined to prove that their father's choice was not in vain. Later, after being saved by his brother, who was now a swordsman of breath, Yorichi was consumed with rage at this disgraceful incident. In pursuit of his brother, he abandoned everything he possessed and joined the Demon Slayer Corps. After joining, the relentless training led Yorichi to learn that as a Hashira of the Tsujikuni clan, he would perish by the age of 25. Yet how could this be? He had not yet surpassed his brother. In a desperate bid to escape the curse of his lineage, he transformed into a demon, adopting the name Kokushibo. At this moment, the fates of the two Tsujikuni Yuriakis seemed to intertwine. Nevertheless, Kokushibo's focus did not linger excessively on the other version of himself. To him, aside from his brother, all other humans were weak and pitiful beings unworthy of his consideration, even the past version of himself. Observing the somewhat bewildered Tsujikuni Yorichi, his very soul trembled. Yorichi could empathize with his brother's suffering and understood all too well that had it not been for his brother's guidance, he would have surely walked the same sorrowful path as the wretched demon before him. Brother, leave this to me. One's destiny should be wielded by oneself, Yoichi urged as he raised his blade against Kokushibo. How dare he display such a visage, causing my esteemed brother sorrow. This is utterly unforgivable. Yoichi harbored unwavering faith in his brother, convinced that he would triumph over Kokushibo. He grasped Toyo's hand tightly and departed without a glance back. His brother would surely emerge victorious, and he would hold accountable the architect of all this chaos. Chapter 62. The Moon and the Demon King. Whether one deems him incapable of taking action or considers him weak, he admits he cannot bring himself to confront Kokushibo. In a world unseen, this child too had yearned for rightful treatment. Ultimately, it is likely due to the influence of his origin family. Had he encountered that child sooner, perhaps this fate could have been averted. Yet even Toyo was aware that this was an impossibility, merely a fanciful notion. The scenery within Infinity Castle twisted incessantly, leaving Toyo, already lost, feeling increasingly disoriented. Just as he was about to express gratitude for Yoichi's presence by his side, a faint tremor rippled through the air. Snap! His compass was gone. Damn it! Toyo exclaimed. In the next moment, as the world spun chaotically, though he knew not which child had vanquished the demon that warped space, they had done well. Infinity Castle erupted from the ground, yet the location was within the city, eerily silent. Deserted streets felt unnaturally ominous. Only Muzan Kabutsuji could orchestrate such a mass evacuation. Muzan had long since shed his former elegance, his body now writhing with whip-like appendages. Thwarting the Hashira's approach. Love breathing, second form. Snake breathing, third form. Water breathing, eighth form, third form. Under the protection of Mitsuri Kanroji and the two water Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri successfully struck at the Demon King's neck, but the wound healed with alarming swiftness. The severed flesh closed at a visible pace. Decapitation would not bring death. The offensive was effective, if they could just obliterate his body, even slightly weaken him. To the astonishment of all, Muzan's wounds healed entirely. Although I struck, I did not sever. Mitsuri gasped in disbelief. Truly the Demon King. No, I did indeed strike. Ju Tomioka observed clearly. This monster. Inosuke Hashibara cursed under his breath. Muzan's neck regenerated at the instant it was severed. Decapitation was futile. Regeneration rendered severance impossible. In an instant, the Hashira grasped this truth. Seizing a momentary lull in their battle, Muzan launched an attack, his whips lashing out. Though they were whips, being struck would cleave a human in two. Each Hashira fought valiantly, determined to shield their comrades, especially those who could combat Muzan. At the pivotal moment when the whip was about to strike flesh, they unleashed their techniques. Insect breathing, first form. Dance of the butterfly. Flame breathing, third form. Blazing universe. Sound breathing, fourth form. Resonant slash. Mist breathing, second form. Eightfold mist, sixth form. Moonlit mist. Wind breathing, fifth form. Cold autumn mountain wind. Rock breathing, first form. Serpent rock duality. The Hashira had arrived. These blades deftly avoided striking their comrades, for they were familiar allies, untroubled by the risk of friendly fire. Witnessing those who had once perished, particularly a certain flamboyant Christmas tree, Muzan finally comprehended the source of his unease. They had betrayed him long ago. Even with the Hashira present, Muzan maintained an air of composure. After all, they were merely flesh and blood. Any strike would lead to immediate death, while he possessed boundless life. Contemplating this, Muzan's ire at the betrayal of Daki and the others lessened somewhat. Yet he was still furious. His attacks became swifter and more elusive. The others did their utmost to evade, yet they inevitably sustained varying degrees of injury. Nevertheless, these wounds would not deter their onslaught. Everything was worth it if it meant vanquishing Muzan. In the end, their strategy became one of exchanging injury for injury. Amidst the ruins, Toyo finally discerned Muzan's position. guided accurately by the moonlight. All the children gathered, each bearing the marks of battle. Fortunately, despite their grievous wounds, their teamwork had prevented Muzan from seizing any opportunity to slay one of them. Toyo let out a long sigh as immense wings unfurled behind him, lifting him into the air. From his elevated vantage point, he aimed at the Demon King's head. With this arrow, the Demon King would surely perish. A chilling sense of dread coursed through Muzan, compelling him to tremble. He could die. This terrifying thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. No, impossible. How could he die? Desperately scanning for the source of the threat, Muzan finally spotted Toyo suspended in the air, locked in a gaze of icy intensity. The certainty of his impending demise weighed heavily upon him. No, I must flee. The keen-eyed Hashira seized the moment, synchronously unleashing their most formidable techniques. Under the anxious scrutiny of their comrades, the Demon King had no choice but to confront the onslaught of blades and that icy arrow. Impossible. How could he die? He was but a step away from immortality. Bracing his frail body, he realized that if the Hashira fell, he would perish alongside the children. Conversely, should Muzan perish, he would witness the culmination of this millennia-old curse. With such thoughts, Ubuyashiki felt fortunate to witness the end. In Muzan's defiant glare, his head finally fell to the ground as desired. A momentary silence enveloped the air until that unyielding figure crumbled to dust. A tremendous cheer reverberated throughout the desolate cityscape. After resolving the situation with the formidable Kokushibo, the determined Yukaku Yorichi, who had been transported to his elder brother's side by Nezuko, exchanged a glance with his steadfast ally. We have triumphed. Chapter 63, A Beautiful Future. Standing atop a high-rise, the enigmatic Doma quietly departed, his body coursing with the blood of another. Though the agony within him intensified, it had not yet brought him to the brink of death. Daki and Jotaro followed him silently, as Doma closed his fan, his visage devoid of the usual feigned mirth. Have you not feasted upon humans before? Come, let us follow Lord Izumi into the light. Jotaro inquired, and what of you? My lord, I must atone for my past deeds, even if it takes a decade, a century, or a millennium. Once I have cleansed my sins, I shall seek her out. Doma clenched his fan tightly, harboring hope that they would reunite one day. Daki blinked playfully. No, we shall accompany Lord Doma. She affectionately tugged at his sleeve, yet with a measure of restraint. Jotaro chuckled. It was Lord Izumi and you who saved us siblings. With Lord Izumi now missing, we have no choice but to follow you. He approached Daki, ruffling her hair. We shall do as you command, and with our assistance, we will surely meet Miss Izumi sooner. Doma stared at them, momentarily taken aback. Very well. Despite their tremendous efforts for this battle, a sense of emptiness lingered as the reality of victory set in. Had Muzan Kabutsuji truly perished? The man had left an indelible mark of strength and terror in their hearts, and for a fleeting moment, amidst the celebratory cries, they sought confirmation of this truth in each other's eyes. Children, we have won, Yashiro proclaimed with a smile. How wonderful it is. The air was filled with even more fervent cheers as the Hashira were hoisted into the air by the jubilant crowd. The usually stoic adults, despite their initial reluctance, found themselves joyously tossed aloft, only to be safely caught once more. Only Izumi Doyo remained motionless. Do not betray the bonds of friendship. I wish to be with my brother forever. I long to savor Lord Izumi's culinary creations again. Take care of yourself, brother. Let us open a dojo together. Forgive me, he murmured, his face obscured by trembling hands as he summoned the strength within. It was Tanjiro Kamado who first sensed something amiss. He too bore grave wounds, and his status within the Demon Slayer Corps was not particularly elevated, leading others to perceive him merely as a fellow comrade. Standing not far from Izumi Doyo, he was struck with shock as a sorrowful aura wafted towards him. Izumi Doyo, who had appeared unscathed, was now visibly marred by cracks spreading across his form. It felt as if a once beautiful porcelain vase had been shattered by a mere bump, the fissures sprawling across him like a plague. Though not entirely shattered, it was evident that a gentle touch would render him into irreparable shards. Brother, a voice, laden with grief, pierced through the jubilant atmosphere. What is happening? The crowd halted in disbelief, gently lowering the Hashira to the ground. Upon recognizing Tanjiro's voice, a sense of foreboding enveloped them. They gazed in horror at the sudden wounds marring his body, emanating a golden glow. Izumi Doyo had always exuded a cool demeanor, yet his presence radiated warmth to all around him. He was a beacon of brilliance, but for the first time, it felt overwhelmingly blinding. No. Why? The first to react was the flame Hashira, rushing forward to embrace the faltering Izumi Doyo. Please, brother, I beg you stop. He could feel his own wounds beginning to heal, yet similar, glaring injuries appeared on his brother's once smooth skin. No, I implore you, Divine One, do not take my brother. Izumi Doyo, however, smiled as he raised his scarred hand. Let me be brave just this once. What does this bravery entail? He had long prepared himself. He could not lose the children who loved him, nor could he forsake his sister. He had always been timid, sheltered under the protection of others. Thus, he chose to bear the lightest burden among them. In the final moments of the timeline, he opened his body, releasing the power that rightfully belonged to his sister. His strength could manifest a new sun god and heal the wounds of the children. The second to rush forward was the indomitable Sanemi Shinazugawa. Please, brother, no. I cannot bear this. Why has it come to this? He extended his hand in a futile attempt to cover the gaping wound piercing his brother's chest. Yet, the golden blood trickled through the gaps between his fingers, dissipating into the air. A sudden realization struck him, and he turned to the astonished crowd, finally locating the one he had sought. That wound had originally belonged to Kene Kocho. How could this be? Lowering his gaze, he discovered that every new wound from this battle, as well as the old scars, were vanishing at a visible rate, only to manifest upon his brother's body. He understood, in a profound sense, the meaning of Rengoku Kyujiru's plea to stop. There must be a way to halt his brother's suffering. How had he managed to transfer all the injuries onto himself? Food. Finally arriving at the scene, Yukaku Yurichi and Yukaku Yinshing spoke in unison. The food consumed by the Hashira had been infused with Izumi Fuyō's blood. They realized they could not prevent their brother from succumbing to despair. The pain and sorrow immobilized them, and having witnessed their brother's demise, they could not bear to witness it again. Their wounds were the least severe. Yet it was too late. Every injury contributed to their brother's impending death. How resolute you remain, dear brother. Neither Sanemi nor Michiru approached Izumi Fuyō, grappling with their incomprehension. Would they truly lose their brother once more? No. Brother, please, do not vanish from our sight again. I know you must have a way, don't you? Michiru pushed aside Yukaku Yinshing, who stood beside Izumi Fuyō. Just as he reached for him, he grasped at nothingness. Mitsuri Kenroji, unable to bear the sight, turned and fell into the embrace of a nearby Kaneo, weeping uncontrollably. The three little ones were also rendered speechless by their tears. There is still hope for my brother. Amidst the pervasive despair, a cool, feminine voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Well then, perhaps this marks the conclusion. Chapter 64 narrates the unique conclusion following the amnesia of the Little Moon. Chapter 65 explores the lives of everyone post-amnesia. Chapter 66 delves into the Yukaku narrative. Chapter 67 focuses on the Michiru storyline. Chapter 68 centers on the Rengoku arc. Chapter 64. The moon god. The ambience this time appeared no different from the past. A transparent palace where one could gaze at the azure sky upon lifting their head while resting, occasionally catching glimpses of the starry expanse. Yet, such details bore little significance. The moon palace lacked divine attendance, and thus, the sanctum remained unmarred by neglect. The sensation within his being was particularly light and comfortable, akin to a state of slumber amidst a realm imbued with divine energy. Such a notion seemed improbable. Even in moments of spontaneity, resting beneath another's divine power was inconceivable. It appeared he had forgotten something of import. The moon god descended from his bed, ripples emanating from where he was touched. Yet his feet remained untouched by the water's embrace. How long had he slumbered? No wonder he felt so rejuvenated. It was evident he had been in a prolonged state of dormancy. Clad in the most unadorned white robe, with flowing, pale blue hair cascading to the ground, and silver blue eyes, his once fractured form was now flawlessly mended. He observed his hair for a considerable time before ultimately relinquishing the thought of trimming it. He settled upon his divine altar, a practice he engaged in day after day, year after year. There was no element of surprise, nor could one deem it tedious or wearisome. Sensing the presence of another divine essence before him, he raised his gaze without surprise. Sister, by nature. Deities are devoid of gender, their appearances manifesting as they please to the myriad of beings. The sun god and the moon god are twin deities. The sun god manifested as a female human from birth, while he took on a male form. How well does this vessel serve him? He pondered briefly. Had he not always inhabited this body? Perhaps the comfort he felt upon awakening was a consequence of his sister's divine power. Fortunately, the sun god stood before him, seemingly eager to hear alternative responses or perhaps to voice her own inquiries. Yet, silence enveloped them. Although anticipated, the absence of dialogue was still disappointing. She had hastily delivered a battered shell to the birthplace of the deities, utilizing the powers of world and fate, alongside her own divine energy, to reconstruct his form. Despite the differing flow of time, a century had elapsed in the world he once inhabited. To reminisce only served to brew discontent. Why not take a stroll outside? Take a stroll? He found this perplexing. The moon god's palace lay at the furthest remove from the center, entirely detached from the bustle and vibrancy of life. He required little in the way of human offerings. Rather, it was the more sentient beings who venerated him. The scenery surrounding his palace was quite pleasing, as the lack of attendants meant the area remained untamed and unkempt, yet he was reluctant to expend divine energy to tidy it. Nature had flourished in his domain, with green vines climbing the columns of the Moon Palace. After much contemplation, he could not conjure a compelling reason to venture forth. However, given that it was his sister who had suggested it, he acquiesced. Yet, this so-called stroll merely entailed traversing from one location to another. The center was a place where numerous beings resided. However, those who dwelled here were primarily divine attendants. Their emergence was particularly fortuitous, as the angels of the god of light carried exquisite fruit platters, flowers, and instruments, while the demons of the god of darkness brandished meat and weapons, their laughter resonating in the air. The small creatures of the god of life added to the spectacle. Indeed, each divine servant possessed a unique charm, and they all appeared quite jubilant. How swiftly we have reached this hour, mused the sun god. She had many attendants, each a diverse reflection of life itself, embodying the richness of species. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she queried the moon god, who remained unresponsive beside her. Will you not select some this year? As long as they could ascend to the temple, the selection process of the Moon Palace was straightforward. Yet, what was effortlessly accessible to the gods proved to be an arduous test of perseverance for ordinary beings. The reason his palace remained devoid of attendants to this day stemmed from his relative obscurity among the deities. His power was neither outstanding nor dazzling, and he lacked any semblance of approachability. Furthermore, his selection method was more direct and brutal, rendering it even more challenging than those of other divine abodes. Thus, he held no expectations for this year. The moonlight mirror displayed diverse images, striving to present every contender's trial to the gathered gods. Indifferent, the moon god settled into his position, intending to partake in the unfolding events unnoticed, only to be seized by an arm. Look, there are many participants for the moon god's trial this year. Following the tug, he first beheld two exquisitely beautiful girls, seemingly connected to him in some intangible way. As the figures surrounding them came into view, he sensed the essence of water, fire, wind, and even one with an aura reminiscent of his sister. Was there something amiss? Logically, one would think they should select corresponding deities to enhance their chances of success. Observing the water god, who appeared somewhat displeased with her pouting demeanor, clad in the essence of water, he wondered why she did not choose his palace. The fire goddess gaze lingered on a human form resembling an owl. What a pity. The wind god, equally displeased, allowed the wind to rustle his garments, only to gently settle them again under the sun god's watchful eyes. Those two children would be far better suited as my attendants. However, we agreed beforehand that if they fail your palace's trial, you must grant them their freedom. He cast a languid glance at these deities, feeling a rare twinge of surprise but not joy, convinced they would not succeed in their trials. Indifferent, the moon god declared before retreating to his palace. It was impossible for ordinary humans to reach his palace within the stipulated time, especially given the numerous traps he had set along the way. They appeared slightly stronger than the average human, yet they remained mere mortals. Thus, when he witnessed the figures traversing toward his palace through the moonlight mirror, one by one, he was taken aback. Why? The radiant smiles of these mortals and the fleeting memories from the depths of his mind answered him. It was because they had yearned to meet their elder brother. Though he had forgotten all of this, they were resolute in their intention to help him remember. Chapter 65. Extra. Concerning them the battle had long since passed. With the demise of the demon King Muzan Kibutsuji and the mingling of jubilation at his defeat with the sorrow of facing their elder brother's imminent departure, it was nonetheless the best outcome for them. No lives were lost, and the blessed children emerged unscathed. 3 months later, at Butterfly Mansion, the cherry blossoms in the garden have blossomed beautifully, their petals unfurling gracefully in the gentle breeze. Many overripe flowers have been dislodged and drift lazily down, ultimately landing upon the pristine white sheets. Although there is a tinge of sorrow and solitude at the departure of his elder brother, life must continue. Rengoku Kaijiro has returned to his family home, which has always been engaged in various enterprises. Though the demons have been vanquished, he remains steadfast in his training of his younger brother, believing that even if it is not for slaying demons, it serves well to hone one's physical prowess. How wonderful it would be if his brother could witness this scene. Speaking of which, it is time to visit our esteemed leader, isn't it? Thank you all for making the journey. This marks the final Hashira meeting. I hereby announce the formal dissolution of the Demon Slayer Corps today. Understood. The assembly replies in unison. With the demise of Muzan Kibutsuji, the curse afflicting the Kanroji family has been entirely lifted. At last, the pallor on their faces is less severe. We, the Kanroji clan, extend our sincerest gratitude for the lives you have sacrificed over the long years, battling malevolent demons with unwavering dedication. He bows deeply to those across from him. Please, raise your head. There is no need for such gratitude towards us. The survival of the Demon Slayer Corps owes the most to the Kanroji family. Indeed, please rise, leader. The assembled crowd hurriedly assists Kanroji Yoya to his feet. Furthermore, Kanroji Yoya, with a smile, gazes at the blushing Kanroji Mitsuri, who suddenly finds herself flustered by his attention. There is also the somewhat bashful, yet resolute Iguro Abanai, who boldly declares, "We are getting married. Congratulations." Though the announcement comes as a surprise, those familiar with their circumstances offer their heartfelt blessings. Reaching this juncture, culminating in such a moment, is certainly no small feat. Kanroji has already begun preparations for a series of arrangements following the dissolution of the Corps. The abrupt tranquility of life has not rendered anyone forlorn. Rather, familiar friends have begun to convene, engaging in activities they had not previously dared to pursue. Kanroji has also allocated a generous sum of wealth to each individual, ensuring that they will lead a life devoid of financial worries for the remainder of their days, in addition to receiving monthly stipends. Thus, even for those who have only ever engaged in demon slaying, a transitional period is sufficient for them to discover their passions or embark on new careers. This implies that soon enough, they will be bidding farewell to one another. Kanroji Yoya has heard various plans from the children regarding their futures, and it is evident that they have already mapped out their aspirations. Even in the absence of a definitive plan, having loved ones nearby and ample time to spend with them is an exceedingly joyous circumstance. The intention behind sharing this news is to ensure that, when the Demon Slayer Corps gathers together one last time, it is celebrated appropriately. Ultimately, the wedding is set to take place beneath the grand cherry blossom tree in the Butterfly Mansion garden. A tree reportedly planted by the first swordsman to wield the breath of flowers, who bestowed upon it a victorious name. How magnificent! Tanjiro exclaims in admiration. Today, they have chosen not to enlist the Hashira's assistance in decorating the surroundings. For them, this might be the last opportunity to do something for their comrades. The girls assist Kanroji Mitsuri, while others prepare food and decorations. The Hashira, typically adept at slaying demons, find themselves equally skilled at arranging the festivities. This leaves Zenitsu perplexed, wondering if they often engage in such tasks. Rengoku Kaijiro, having inadvertently overheard this inquiry, responds cheerfully, "Of course, we cannot impose on everyone for everything. However, some tasks do indeed require collective effort." Shinazugawa Sanemi, though silent, shares a background of hardship. He has labored on the family farm during his youth. Thus such tasks pose no challenge for him. The Tsujikuni brothers, who share a strong bond, are equally committed to managing their own affairs. How wonderful it is that the Tsujikuni brothers have departed. Otherwise, we would not have this final gathering, Tanjiro muses, recalling the two who left alongside his brother after the battle. No one knows what they are thinking, as it seems the connection between the Demon Slayer Corps and these two brothers is solely due to the presence of Izumi Fuyō. Perhaps they, having fulfilled their mission, have returned home. Kaneo, out of curiosity, recalls having inquired about the brothers' origins with his senior, and fortuitously, he is among the few who know of their past. Kaneo holds a tray of fruits, and Ju, having prepared to take it from him, notices that Kaneo seems lost in thought. He gently reminds him, "We must not miss the auspicious moment." "Apologies," Kaneo replies, handing the tray over while observing Ju, who diligently tends to his tasks, seemingly detached yet endearingly earnest. Speaking of which, did Ju wish to marry someone like his senior when he was younger? Though it seems unlikely he could be as versatile as his senior, striving for domesticity may indeed be within reach. Tanjiro stealthily distances himself, pondering his own thoughts, as the atmosphere around his senior grows increasingly sweet. At last, amidst the flurry of activity, the moment everyone has eagerly anticipated has arrived. Clad in a white wedding kimono, Kanroji Mitsuri walks gracefully beneath the cherry blossom tree, drawing the gaze of all present. They have invited only a few, aside from the Hashira, just the three little ones. After this parting, they may or may not meet again, but today appears to signify the culmination of their collective efforts, celebrated amidst the cheers of the crowd. Iguro Abanai kisses Kanroji Mitsuri, and the assembly raises their cups in unison, toasting to the newlyweds. Despite many harboring a shared thought, wishing that their senior brother could be present, the tale of demon slaying reaches its conclusion. They all possess bright and splendid futures ahead. Chapter 66, Side Story 1, Suki and Tsujikuni. Keywords for reference: medication. The woman who claims to be the elder sister has provided them with a means. She can save Izumi Fuyō, but the cost will be his original powers. Moreover, due to their alteration of the timeline, this world may not be conducive for Izumi Fuyō's recovery, necessitating their return to their original world, as long as their brother survives. These concerns are trivial. Although it is a difficult decision, the Hashira allow them to depart for the sake of their brother's safety. They return to a timeline where Tsujikuni Yorichi is on the verge of inheriting the Tsujikuni family and preparing to propose. Having discerned his feelings, Tsujikuni Yorichi unhesitatingly cancels the engagement, personally visiting the young lady to explain. The lady readily agrees, acknowledging the cost as the loss of several commercial ventures. Yet Tsujikuni Yorichi deems it worthwhile. Most importantly, his brother is worth it, resolving this significant matter weighing on his heart. He begins to prepare to express his feelings to his brother alongside his younger sibling. With everything else settled, he is ready to move forward. Though tasks that once posed a considerable challenge now seem to be approached with a sense of ease, Jikoku Yinshing finally stood up, ready to return home. Upon pushing the door open, he anticipated a warm welcome from his gentle elder brother and his adorable younger sibling. Yet, today felt markedly different. As Jikoku Yinshing entered, his kind brother did not greet him. Instead, he seemed to cower in a corner, trembling slightly, and retreated behind Yinshing the moment he stepped inside. The once strong brother now appeared to heavily rely on them both, leaving Yinshing bewildered as to why he would suddenly hide from Yuan Yi. His gaze fell upon the small jar in Yuan Yi's hands, which was likely sent by Izumi Akatsuki, intended to aid their elder brother's health. The messenger had repeatedly emphasized the necessity for Izumi Doyo to consume the entire contents at once to maximize its efficacy. Initially believing it to be a straightforward task, Yuan Yi handed the jar to their elder brother. Izumi Doyo, unsuspecting, opened it and took a sip, only to almost regurgitate it the next moment. What a bizarre concoction this was. How could it be so bitter? The bitterness overwhelmed him, making him feel as if he might lose his sense of taste, even his very soul threatening to depart from his body. He had always considered himself unafraid of bitterness, but this was an entirely new level. He resolutely vowed never to take another sip, absolutely not. Elder brother? Jikoku Yuan Yi questioned, puzzled by his brother's sudden immobility. It's too bitter, Yuan Yi. I can hardly swallow it. Izumi Doyo attempted to escape this torturous ordeal, yet he did not anticipate that Yuan Yi, who usually obeyed him, would this time firmly assert his stance. No, elder brother, good medicine is often bitter to the mouth. However, Izumi Doyo was in a state of panic. The potion he had just consumed had begun to upset his stomach, tears welling in his eyes. Although his elder brother's childlike demeanor was endearing, Yuan Yi could not afford to relent when it came to his brother's health. Before Jikoku Yinshing had arrived, Yuan Yi had already coaxed Izumi Doyo into drinking 2 bottles. Yet 7 remained. Please, Yinsheng, I truly cannot drink this. It is unbearably bitter. Moreover, my stomach feels uneasy. He had discerned the potent divine energy within the medicine. In the past, such a substance would have invigorated him without issue, his body capable of assimilating the divine power. Yet, he was no longer a deity. While it did possess some benefits for his current form, it was accompanied by an unbearable heat and discomfort. Elder brother, but Miss Akatsuki insisted you consume it all. Jikoku Yinsheng insisted, grasping his elder brother's wrist to prevent him from fleeing. Just moments ago, due to Yinsheng's entry, Izumi had seized the opportunity to escape Yuan Yi's embrace. Little did he realize that his actions had merely led him into a trap. Elder brother, bear with it. It will soon pass, Jikoku Yinsheng urged as he secured Izumi Doyo's hands behind him. Their eyes met, and they understood one another's intent. Yuan Yi swiftly grasped Izumi Doyo's chin, deftly pouring the liquid down his throat. Ugh, it's so hot and bloated. I can barely take it, he lamented, his body far weaker than before. The earlier struggle had drained his strength, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed onto the floor. Jikoku Yinsheng followed suit, one hand still firmly holding his elder brother's wrist, while the other encircled Izumi Doyo's slender waist, anchoring him in his embrace. To ensure that their elder brother consumed every last drop, and to prevent further resistance, Yuan Yi maneuvered a leg between Izumi Doyo's knees, his crimson eyes appearing particularly imposing in the dim light. Jikoku Yinsheng's breath was palpable in his ear, the proximity heightening the tension. Please, I beg you, he pleaded. The brother's solidarity seemed to amplify Yinsheng's authority. Yinsheng, I do not wish to drink this. It is far too much for me. Initially, he had not minded begging. But now, with his elder brother seeking assistance from Yinsheng, a strange pang of jealousy stirred within Yuan Yi, prompting him to assert, no. He again seized Izumi Doyo's chin, applying pressure with his fingers to pry open his jaw, golden liquid pouring into his mouth. Izumi Doyo found himself ensnared, his discomfort manifesting as he kicked his legs. Yet Yuan Yi was relentless, pouring another bottle without pause. Jikoku Yinsheng raised an eyebrow, aware of the unspoken thoughts between them, yet he refrained from intervening. Their elder brother had always regarded them as children, a perception that was challenging to alter, especially given that he had raised them since childhood. It would not be amiss to take this opportunity to shift his perspective. 2 bottles, 3 bottles. By the time the last of the medicine was consumed, Izumi Doyo wore a dazed expression, entirely at their mercy. That was excessive, Jikoku Yenshing remarked. Next time, let us see if you dare to neglect your safety and engage in perilous acts. However, his concluding remarks were lost on Izumi Doyo, who gazed up blankly. Yenshing bent down to kiss his eyes. I feel so bloated, Izumi Doyo complained, clutching his abdomen, a hint of grievance in his tone. Then allow me to massage it for you, Jikoku Yenshing offered, placing his hand gently on Izumi Doyo's belly. Don't fill it too much, it hurts. Let it digest on its own. Jikoku Yenshing's eyes shimmered with a profound depth before he finally uttered a single word. All right. Chapter 67. Side Story 2, Suki and Toru. Keywords: demonization. Kasabira Manor. Although Lord Kasabira had instructed that food should merely be placed at the door, the sounds emanating from within were decidedly unsettling. Breaths and whimpers echoed in the sealed room, and while there was a hint of concern, the Demon Slayer Corps had disbanded, leaving only the elderly who voluntarily remained at the residence of Oyakata. Despite his worries, he decided to leave. Should the troubling sounds persist in a few days, he might consider reporting to the master. In a dimly lit room where not a shred of light penetrated, a struggling figure lay bound tightly to the bed. His exquisitely crafted face remained unchanged, yet his open eyes bore slitted pupils resembling those of a cat, and his mouth revealed two adorable little fangs. Sweat trickled down his forehead, only to be gently wiped away before it could dampen the bedding beneath him. Just hold on a little longer, brother. 3 more days. In 3 days, it will all be over. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Miss Akatsuki had assisted in confining his brother within the room and explained the current situation. Devoid of divine power, his brother was unable to combat the blood of demons, but this state would not last long. Once his body adapted, he would be able to transform like Nezuko, walking under the sunlight as a normal human. However, before that, he would endure immense suffering, losing his sanity and having an insatiable hunger for flesh. Once he consumed blood and meat, there would be no returning to his former self. He would be condemned to survive solely by feasting upon blood and flesh. Although his brother had lost his mind, vestiges of instinct seemed to remain, hinting at a desperate urge to break free from all constraints and devour him. Shido Yuichiro felt a pang of sympathy for his brother, yet he remained resolute in his decision. Yesterday, while tidying up, he accidentally injured his wrist, and the expression on his brother's face at that moment could only be described as endearing. He gazed at Yuichiro with a longing in his eyes. If he were able to articulate his thoughts clearly, it would likely be a plea. With a sigh, Shido Yuichiro admitted that he had felt an overwhelming impulse to offer his blood to his brother. In that case, his brother's desire to survive would rest solely upon him. Confined to this perpetual darkness, yearning for his arrival each day, he felt a twinge of affection as he wiped away the drool that escaped his brother's lips. Yet he knew he could not act upon such impulses. His brother, so gentle, deserved to walk in the light. Darkness was unfit for him. Moreover, should he act on those urges, his brother would undoubtedly be furious upon regaining consciousness. However, to prevent Izumi Doyo from harming himself and to afford him a measure of comfort, Shido Yuichiro refrained from dressing his brother. The excessive struggles necessitated the use of ropes made from a particular material, which regrettably left tantalizing red marks upon his brother's pale skin. Fortunately, he had managed to send Shido Michiro away early on. That boy remained oblivious to Yuichiro's true feelings for their brother, believing it to be mere admiration from a younger sibling. Yet, he could not confess to his brother. I, Shido Yuichiro, have developed feelings for Izumi. He feared that Shido Michiro would think him mad, but perhaps he was indeed mad. Twice, as a child, he had witnessed his brother's disappearance before his very eyes. Yet, even after growing up to become a Hashira, he was powerless to prevent his brother from vanishing once more. Why? His brother had always effortlessly captivated attention, exuding both gentleness and strength. But why was it always his brother who suffered? Perhaps by keeping his brother confined to a realm visible only to him, he could protect him. Yuichiro, his brother's voice, though faint, seemed to call him back to reality. He hurriedly approached, finding his brother looking pitiable. Although his cute little fangs remained, his slitted pupils had returned to their normal form. What a shame. This brother resembled a little kitten. Is that so? Shido Yuichiro suddenly realized he had inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud. Yet, his brother's response was entirely unexpected. Upon lifting his gaze, he found those silver blue eyes had reverted to slitted pupils, playfully winking at him. Perhaps because Yuichiro had been staring for too long, Izumi Doyo felt a bit embarrassed and shifted back. With a newfound awareness of his situation, Izumi Doyo, although understanding, felt a tinge of embarrassment at his lack of clothing. Yuichiro, could you get me some clothes? However, as soon as he spoke, he seemed to deflate, closing his eyes in resignation. Forget it, I still can't quite control myself. If you untie me, it might lead to something unfortunate. His brother, blushing a deep red, was undeniably adorable. It's all right. Shido Yuichiro dismissed the dangerous thoughts swirling in his mind and stepped forward to gently untie the ropes binding his brother, explaining, "Brother, it's all right. Your strength is not what it once was, but I am a Hashira," as he restrained the now somewhat uncontrollable Izumi Fuyō, who was clearly flustered. Yuichiro couldn't help but chuckle softly. He carefully dressed his brother, ensuring that his teeth would not inadvertently catch him, as if he were handling a delicate doll. "All done. Brother, do you need me to tie you back up?" Although Izumi Fuyō found these remarks oddly amusing, he gave them little thought. While he wished to hold his brother for a moment, Yuichiro, respecting his brother's wishes, tied him back up. "So, brother, you have regained your senses. But you still cannot control your body, correct?" Shido Yuichiro inquired. Izumi Fuyō nodded. "Then do you wish to devour me?" Yuichiro asked with a smile. Noticing the teasing nature of the question, Izumi Fuyō chuckled softly. "I don't wish to eat you, but I do want to taste. I want to taste you too." Shido Yuichiro ventured, hoping for a response that resonated with his desires. If the answer did not align with his wishes, he would gently persuade his brother to rephrase it. "Then let us proceed." Izumi Fuyō's eyes widened for a moment, but with those words, he finally understood Shido Yuichiro's feelings for him. Why not give it a try? In the days that followed, they could live freely without overthinking things. While Izumi Fuyō entertained this notion, he had no inkling of how tempting his words were for Shido Yuichiro. The boy even leaned in before Izumi Fuyō had transformed his fangs back, prying open his mouth with his tongue while avoiding his sharp teeth. "I'm so happy, brother." After the kiss, Shido Yuichiro exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Izumi Fuyō, who struggled to breathe due to the kiss and was no longer in peak physical condition, found himself on the brink of asphyxiation. At least the boy remained vigilant, ensuring he did not bite him. Yet, could this first kiss be deemed a talent of sorts? Chapter 68. Side Story 3. Moon and Owl. Keywords for consumption. Cub. Brother is incredibly adorable. Rengoku Kaijiro exclaimed as he lifted his brother into his arms. Due to the need for recovery, his brother had reverted to a childlike state. Although he was merely a small bundle, his face bore a gentle expression that was irresistibly cute, tempting one to take a bite out of sheer affection. So adorable. "I love my brother." Despite possessing a strikingly righteous visage, he often uttered words that evoked shyness. "Is this today's affection?" Izumi Fuyō smiled, having heard Kaijiro express his fondness daily since they began living together. "Indeed." Rengoku Kaijiro replied eagerly, placing his brother atop the table. He then seized Izumi Fuyō's small arms, burying his face in his brother's embrace. "Stop snuggling." Izumi Fuyō protested, attempting to escape Kaijiro's playful grasp, but was firmly held in place. "I apologize. But you are just too adorable," Kaijiro said, though his expression held no semblance of regret, clearly indicating he would do it again in the future. Izumi Fuyō pushed against Kaijiro's approaching face, only to have his wrist captured, and under his brother's astonished gaze, Kaijiro brought his palm to his lips. He extended his tongue, licking the palm in a manner that seemed entirely innocent, oblivious to the embarrassment his actions might provoke. With half-lidded eyes, sparkling with mischief, Izumi Fuyō shivered as warmth surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He felt as if he were a crimson shrimp. "Wait, this is too much. Kaijiro." You and Izumi Fuyō pressed your lips together, casting your gaze downwards at yourself, which had not yet undergone any transformation. Your body felt slightly frail. Today was indeed a day of significance. "Brother?" Kaijiro tilted his head, seemingly perplexed as to why his mood had suddenly darkened. He grasped Fuyuki's hand and nuzzled his cheek against it. "Is there something troubling you? Do not worry. I am here for you. How is your health today? Feeling any better?" Fuyuki had not anticipated such matters. "I feel much improved. Do try the sweet potato I roasted. Is it to your liking?" He picked up the sweet potato, which, despite being the centerpiece, had been overlooked, and held it out before Kaijiro. Instead of taking it, Kaijiro bit into it directly, consuming it in 2 or 3 bites, towering over Fuyuki even while seated at the table. "Are you going to agree to my request today?" Kaijiro inquired after finishing the sweet potato. Fuyuki froze, unable to respond. He was uncertain when his body would return to its normal state. If he remained in this juvenile form, he could not bring himself to consider a relationship with Kaijiro. Is it still not possible today? That's all right. I can wait until you are ready to respond." Kaijiro appeared undeterred by disappointment, continuing to exclaim how delectable the sweet potato was while finishing the remaining pieces on the table. Aware of Kaijiro's extraordinary attentiveness and earnestness, Fuyuki knew he was not truly indifferent. "Kaijiro, do you still plan to go out today?" After finishing the sweet potato, Kaijiro wiped his mouth and nodded. "Yes. I must assist with matters concerning the Lord, but it is nearly complete. Brother, would you care to take a stroll with me this evening? I have heard there will be a fireworks display by the riverside." "Certainly," Fuyuki nodded. Though today was indeed a significant day, it did not seem to be a festive occasion. He escorted Kaijiro to the door and watched him depart. Fuyuki did not hesitate. He could afford to wait. But Kaijiro could not. He went inside to retrieve the item his sister had left for him before her departure. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to employ more drastic measures for restoration. Nightfall. As he arrived at the appointed place, the riverside was eerily quiet, devoid of people. Having regained his normal height, Fuyuki had dressed with particular care today, pondering whether Kaijiro might have misremembered or been deceived, when suddenly, fireworks burst forth in the sky. The sound drew his gaze upward, the fireworks radiating vibrant hues, captivating Fuyuki with their splendor. The brilliance illuminated the entire river surface, and he naturally spotted Kaijiro standing not far away. Kaijiro smiled broadly at him, holding a bouquet of flowers. No way, standing merely a few meters apart. Kaijiro could clearly see Fuyuki's appearance, his eyes reflecting unmasked astonishment. Soon, his expression softened, and he approached Fuyuki, extending the flowers towards him. What a delightful surprise. I had intended to say that regardless of the choice you make, I would always await your decision, but it appears you have beaten me to it. Kaijiro, now somewhat bashful, scratched his head, noting how remarkably beautiful Fuyuki appeared today. Clad in a simple yet exquisite kimono, it was not the style he typically favored. Instead, it was a vibrant red and floral-patterned furisuit. His long blue hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a hairpin that bore a hint of femininity, embellished with a blue jewel. Kaijiro recognized the hairpin he had gifted, and while he had assumed he would be the one feeling awkward, he hoped Fuyuki would change his mind and choose to be with him. To his surprise, Fuyuki was exceptionally stunning today, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint blush on his face, particularly enchanting against the backdrop of the fireworks. Such a display of emotion was rare. Fuyuki was typically forthright, only displaying shyness during their more intimate moments. Could it be that Fuyuki had something to express to him? Brother, is something the matter? Kaijiro asked candidly, unconcerned with the answer, knowing he could wait indefinitely. Fuyuki took a moment to steady himself, as if summoning courage. He tightened his grip on the fragrant bouquet and listened to the sounds of fireworks bursting in the air. Before him stood Kaijiro, patiently awaiting his reply. Suddenly, Fuyuki felt a sense of calm settle within him. Do you know what day it is today? What day? Kaijiro paused, pondering, his eyes blinking with confusion. Thankfully, Fuyuki was not concerned with his answer. Today is your birthday, Kaijiro. I realized I had not prepared anything, so may I be your birthday gift? When Fuyuki mentioned his birthday, Kaijiro felt an inkling that the words to follow would be the answer he had longed for. Yet, when Fuyuki finally spoke, Kaijiro's eyes widened in astonishment. Amidst Fuyuki's exclamations, Kaijiro bent down, lifting him and placing him atop the railing by the riverbank. With Fuyuki's arms still wrapped around Kaijiro's neck, he found himself slightly taller than Kaijiro. One hand cradled Fuyuki's head while the other gently encircled his slender waist as Kaijiro leaned in for a kiss. Behind them, the grand fireworks erupted, and before them stood their beloved. Chapter 69, Side Story 4, The Moon and the Gentle Breeze. In the tranquil afternoons, Mitsuri Kanroji cherished lying in a secluded expanse of grass, a habit that his brother had discovered. Ever since, his brother seemed to have developed an affinity for the same spot. Once again unable to find his brother within the manor, Mitsuri strolled through the woods. Upon encountering a clearing, he spotted a slumbering figure nestled within the grass, a pair of fluffy ears twitching occasionally, with a bushy tail visible from afar. This was the aftermath of his brother's recovery, and Mitsuri chose not to rouse Izumi Fuyuki. Instead, he settled down beside him. Following the fierce battle, Kanroji was now living with them, and together they had opened a dessert shop in the town. Thanks to Fuyuki's exceptional culinary skills and Kanroji's fierce appearance, which belied his culinary prowess, the shop was flourishing. However, they could not bear to overwork their brother, so they hired help. With some free time, Izumi Fuyuki preferred not to linger in the town, unable to retract his ears and tail, and seemingly having adopted certain animalistic traits, he found great joy in the outdoors. Mitsuri, feeling a gentle touch on his cheek, a sensation that was all too familiar, he called out the name of the visitor without opening his eyes. It is I. Mitsuri leaned down to plant a kiss on his brother's cheek. Are you finished with your tasks? Izumi Fuyuki, not even opening his eyes, extended his arms to encircle Mitsuri's neck. Yes, like a small creature, he nuzzled Mitsuri's neck and then opened his slightly drowsy eyes. What is that delightful scent clinging to you? Mitsuri, slightly puzzled, instinctively lowered his head to sniff his own scent. Nothing. It is the same as always, he replied, having rushed over from their shop, the aroma of pastries clinging to him. Yet, Izumi Fuyuki should have grown accustomed to it, as even he himself bore that sweet, delectable scent. Yet, his elder brother continued to nuzzle against him, seemingly in search of the source of a delightful fragrance. the frequency of his tail's wagging markedly heightened. Don't overheat yourself, thought Nishikawa Shimiya, sensing his brother's unusual behavior. He managed to push him away slightly, cradling his brother's face in his hands, and was met with the sight of Izumi Fuyō's face flushed with an abnormal hue, his gaze somewhat dazed. This was clearly not right. Uncertain of the underlying issue, Nishikawa Shimiya removed his coat, for although it was spring, the mountain air retained a damp chill. Wrapping his brother in the coat, he ensured that Fuyuki's ears and tail were concealed before scooping him up and hastening down the mountain. Fortunately, their residence was not far from the peak. Utilizing his breathing technique to quicken his pace, it wasn't long before he kicked open the door and locked eyes with Jinya, who was tidying up and preparing to close the door. Isn't Izumi-senpai perfectly fine when he left this noon? How come he is being carried back by his own brother this afternoon? Shimiya placed Fuyuki on the bed, with Jinya closely following, both observing the abnormal pallor of Fuyuki's complexion. Go find a doctor, he instructed, as Fuyuki, in a trance, began to fumble with his clothing, leaving Shimiya little room to tend to his younger brother. Jinya nodded, though as his foot crossed the threshold, he hesitated and turned back to ask his brother, is Izumi-senpai currently exhibiting the behaviors of a small animal? Uncertain as to why Jinya suddenly posed this question, Shimiya nonetheless nodded, attempting to restrain Fuyuki, who was nearly tumbling off the bed due to excessive movement. He turned to Fuyuki and inquired, yes, what of it? Jinya's unfinished thought lingered in the air, but Shimiya had already grasped his implication. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Fuyuki, dissatisfied with Shimiya's lack of action, decided to take matters into his own hands. Seizing the moment when Shimiya was caught off guard, he deftly tore open Shimiya's shirt. Shimiya, Jinya, you should step outside. When Jinya learned of his brother's relationship with Izumi-senpai, he was initially taken aback, but upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Yet, the two maintained a courteous distance, despite cohabiting. Shimiya's most intimate gestures towards Izumi were limited to playfully pinching his ears and tail, and even holding hands would leave him blushing. However, they were surprisingly unreserved when it came to kissing. He suspected his brother possessed a bold heart, yet lacked the courage to act on it. Jinya averted his gaze from Shimiya, fearing his brother might discern his inner thoughts, and hastily exited, ensuring to close the door behind him. Have you made up your mind? Shimiya's voice was heavy with emotion. Izumi Fuyō attempted to decipher Shimiya's intentions, and understanding his brother's subtle hints, he found himself frustrated by Shimiya's hesitation. In a bold move, he grasped Shimiya's head and pressed their lips together. I am willing, he declared, a fervent heat enveloping his mind, as tears welled in his eyes. Since this was his brother's desire, Shimiya resolved to fulfill it. Though it was his first experience, he gradually mastered the art. Observing his brother's instinctive desire to flee like a small creature, he deftly pulled him back. Brother, we have ample time. It is well known that a fox's mating season lasts between 2 to 3 days. When Izumi Fuyō finally managed to rise on the third morning, he found himself utterly devoid of energy, every muscle aching. Upon the door's opening, he could hardly muster a glance at the person standing there. It wasn't anger. He simply lacked the strength to move. Brother, have you awakened? Eat something, Shimiya implored, his actions more forceful than before, seemingly indifferent to whether Fuyuki would hold him accountable later. Yet, when Shimiya brought in a bowl of porridge, he felt a pang of guilt. Fuyuki, far more composed than he, remarked with a hint of levity, at least I can no longer feel my waist. Realizing his brother bore no anger, Shimiya sat by the bed and propped him up. I apologize, brother. There is no need for apologies. I am simply delighted to be together, though it does take a toll on me. Fuyuki swallowed the porridge Shimiya offered, concealing his face in his hands. Shimiya chuckled, I shall be more mindful next time. It's merely that you are too endearing. Fuyuki turned and planted a kiss on Shimiya's cheek. Are you still anxious? Shimiya was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he rested his head against his brother's shoulder, replying, Not anymore. There is nothing left to unsettle me, for you are always by my side. With renewed joy, Shimiya wrapped his arms around Izumi Fuyuki's waist. Brother, I still wish for more. Fuyuki, with an impassive expression, pushed his face away. Do not even think about it. I am barely hanging on. How can you still desire more? Chapter 70, Extra, Kanata. Kanata despises Jew. Get lost. Kanata initially believed that dispatching a mere lower-tier demon would be a trivial task, only to discover that this demon's blood demon art was unexpectedly peculiar. During their skirmish, he inadvertently fell victim to the demon's technique, but feeling no adverse effects, he brushed it off, ultimately succeeding in slaying the creature. He had arranged to dine with Ju at a renowned restaurant nearby. However, upon reaching the designated spot and catching sight of Ju, a wave of aversion surged within him, his brows furrowing tightly, and his icy gaze narrowing. What are you doing here? How irritating. Great. Just great. Seeing the disbelief etched on Kanata's face, he intended to clarify. But the words that tumbled out were, "What's with that disgusting look in your eyes?" Oh, a certain rabbit, who daily endeavored to devour fish, was now on the verge of a breakdown. To prevent himself from uttering anything further, he spun on his heel and departed. Noticing footsteps trailing behind him, he snapped, "Don't follow me." Once he could no longer hear the footsteps behind him, his state could best be described as one of frantic retreat. "What should I do? Please, Ju. Don't be angry," Kanata thought, his masculinity faltering. He could consult Shinobu for advice. He hurried back to the butterfly mansion, pushing open the door to find Shinobu seated in the center, meticulously concocting potions. With a hint of caution, Kanata addressed her, "Shinobu?" refraining from uttering anything inappropriate. Kanata's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Shinobu, I've been affected by a strange blood demon art." Seated before Shinobu, he recounted everything that had transpired. Indeed, such blood demon arts were rare, but there had been a past case of a member affected by a similar one, which should resolve itself in a few days. However, noticing Kanata's alarmed expression, Shinobu inquired, "Has something else happened?" "Oh, I'm about to lose my wife. Does that count as something else?" Shinobu blinked in surprise. After receiving confirmation that the effects of the blood demon art would fully dissipate within 3 days without further complications, Kanata politely took his leave. As he walked along the path, pondering how to evade Ju for the next 3 days, he unexpectedly encountered a figure standing serenely in the courtyard. "Kanata, how are you?" The moment Ju Tomioka laid eyes on Akaza emerging, his eyes sparkled with delight. He couldn't help but think how adorable Akaza was, yet in the next instant, Akaza wished he could erase his own mouth. "Stop being disgusting. I do not need someone as weak as you to concern myself with." The colors are fading. Deeply worried about Ju's despondent demeanor, he couldn't help but retort, "I've long thought that your presence is a hindrance. Without you, I would undoubtedly be far stronger." Akaza felt as though he too might lose his color. What nonsense was he spouting? Terrified to remain any longer and fearing his reckless words might further hurt Ju, he turned and left without a backward glance. The two had previously lived together, and it was likely they wouldn't return to that place again. Left with no alternative, Akaza had to rent a room at an inn. Upon returning to his chamber, he couldn't resist banging his head against the floor. Damn it. I should have torn that wretched demon to shreds. What am I to do? Ju, that foolish boy, will surely cry, won't he? Akaza sank to the floor. Ju, who had always believed his abilities were lacking, was perpetually anxious about being a burden to others. This past year, both Zenitsu and Inosuke had tirelessly encouraged him, showering him with compliments and hugs. They had finally managed to instill a semblance of confidence in him, only for it to be shattered today by that damned blood demon art, sending him back to square one. "Farewell, master. Tonight, I shall embark on a journey. Do not worry for me. I shall navigate with joy and wisdom as my oars. Please, please. I hope the butterfly can explain this to him." Wait, would you even think to ask the butterfly? 3 arduous and trying days passed for Akaza. During this time, he indeed did not see Ju even slightly cheerful. The boy did not approach, for he knew he would only be hurt. Yet, there lingered a subtle sense of loss. With a feeling of liberation, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the mansion, only to discover it utterly deserted. Grabbing hold of the fleeting figure of Shinobu, he inquired, "Where's Ju?" "Lord Akaza, you have finally returned." The excitement in Shinobu's voice sent a wave of unease through Akaza. "What has happened?" "Lord Tomioka encountered a formidable enemy. The master was just about to instruct me to notify you, for there are no Hashira station nearby, so please," before Shinobu could finish. Akaza turned and fled. Shinobu barely managed to shout a location after him. "Hurry, faster." Maintaining his focus and breath, Akaza finally arrived at the critical location, slicing through the claws that were reaching for Ju's neck. "Are you alright, Ju?" Receiving no response, Akaza turned briefly to see Ju's head bowed low. The rabbit, attuned to Ju's melancholy, understood his despondency. "Cheer up." Akaza felt pained, but the immediate threat was paramount. With the combined efforts of the 2 water Hashira, the lower moon too was ultimately defeated. Just as he was about to explain his unusual behavior, Akaza sheathed his sword, only to catch sight of Ju's retreating figure. Ju. Akaza had no choice but to follow, rambling explanations in tow. "I truly did not mean it. Ju, please don't be angry." As he watched the once swift-moving figure finally come to a halt, Akaza joyfully stepped in front of Ju, grasping his shoulder. He observed the expressionless face. Yet tears continued to cascade from Ju's eyes. "You don't dislike me, right? I'm not disgusting, am I?" Ju was bewildered, unsure of what he had done to earn Akaza's disdain. Akaza promptly embraced Ju. Don't cry. How could I ever dislike you, Ju? And as for being disgusting, it's all because of that cursed blood demon art. You are not disgusting at all." He held Ju tightly, declaring, "I like you the most. The kind of love that wishes to marry you." The sobbing abruptly ceased, and just when Akaza thought he had frightened Ju with his candor, he heard a muffled, timid voice from his embrace. I also like Akaza, the kind of love that wishes to marry Akaza. So why did everyone still think they were not together? Each gathering saw Akaza naturally pulling Ju into his embrace, much to the bemusement of those around them. Casually dropping a bombshell, he announced, next month, Ju and I will be getting married. Everyone is welcome to attend. Oh really? You're getting married. Congratulations. Chapter 70, Extra, Akaza and Ju. It remains Akaza and Ju. The water Hashira are collectively fond of Ju. Furthermore, Akaza and Zenitsu's powers received an extraordinary enhancement. The battle scenes will be glossed over. The ending will not be mentioned, but thankfully, there were no casualties in the final battle. If all is well, I wish everyone a pleasant experience. Akaza obtained memories of another version of himself from a different world, confirming that it was indeed another world's self. Despite not having passed the trials, this other self not only possessed an unrealistically wonderful senior brother, but also an exceptionally perfect ending, and even an unexpected wife. Ju. There was a mix of surprise and inevitability. Akaza sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. He thought that if he could survive, perhaps he too might eventually be with Ju. Nonetheless, he felt a hint of reluctance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Akaza suddenly noticed the formerly white expanse around him bursting into a myriad of colors. And beside him stood Zenitsu. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. Where are we? It seems like a courtyard. In front of them was a gathering of people. Akaza and Zenitsu were drawn to the distant figures amidst the lively crowd. It's Ju. He seems to have grown quite a bit and become stronger. However, the ensuing developments did not unfold as they had hoped, for they overheard the disdainful tones and unmistakable expressions of disgust from the crowd. Looking at Ju, who remained calm and unperturbed, only intensified their frustration. Faced with the accusations from the crowd, Ju remained silent, which ultimately provoked Shinazugawa Sanemi. The accusation of harboring demons came crashing down, and Sanemi landed a heavy punch on Ju. No one intervened. Only a ghostly silence prevailed, along with the voice of their junior brother, who was being restrained, defending Ju. Akaza attempted to shield Ju, while Zenitsu struggled to help him up. Yet, as incorporeal beings, they could not accomplish what they so desperately wished to do. Why, then, must they witness such a scene? Rage surged within them. That was their junior brother. Particularly for Akaza, his heart ached. He couldn't fathom how Ju, who had once been so innocent and expressive, had become this way. Ju had been a child who laughed and playfully pouted. Fortunately, fate did not intend to leave them as mere spectators. As the scene shifted once more, they were astonished to find they had gained physical forms. However, it seemed they had been transported to an unimaginable place. Even amidst their fury, slaying demons remained their foremost priority. Yahaba discovered that his strength had increased significantly, seemingly reaching parity with his counterpart from another realm. With such formidable power, defeating Lower Moon 1 was no longer a challenge. Upon successfully dispatching the demon, he turned to witness the astonished expressions of the onlookers, alongside the bright smile of the flame Hashira, who seemed lost in thought. Ah, Tanjiro, it has been quite some time. Yahaba greeted Tanjiro Kamado with an air of familiarity. Oh, you know Tanjiro? The others remarked, marveling at his prowess, which was now on par with the water-breathing techniques of Ju Tomioka. Thank you for the compliment. Yahaba replied, acknowledging the potential future colleague in the flame Hashira, who had evidently intended to intervene against Muzan Kabutsuji. Now let us cease reminiscing. Our battle is far from over. Although Makomo smiled, her mood was less than jubilant. From the mist emerged the silhouette of a demon. It was Upper Moon 3. Yahaba fixated on the demon's golden eyes and pink hair, distinct features that unequivocally revealed his identity. Sharing a glance with Makomo, who acknowledged their benefactor, Yahaba felt grateful for the strength they had received. It is Akaza, Makomo added. The demon across from them widened its eyes momentarily, astonished that members of the Demon Slayer Corps knew his name. But that was of little consequence. With his fighting spirit honed to near perfection, he addressed them. You three are Hashira, are you not? How about joining me as demons? Akaza's voice was slow, relishing in what he deemed a fortuitous encounter. Even though one of them was a girl, it did not deter him. Absolutely not. The three named individuals firmly rejected him, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. Yahaba and Makomo raised their blades, declaring, we would much prefer to slay you right here. The pent-up fury within them manifested solely against this demon. The perfect synergy of water-breathing techniques unfolded, while the flame Hashira, unfamiliar with the water arts, could not intervene recklessly. The skirmish did not last long. Yahaba and Makomo sheathed their swords. In the sky, the crow called out, Yahaba, Makomo, Kaijiro Rengoku, return to headquarters. Is there to be a Hashira meeting so soon? What for? It seems someone has slain Upper Moon too. What? Ju, lost in thought, did not partake in the conversation. Impressive. They are destined to become Hashira. No doubt. Indeed, they are quite different from myself. Everyone, I bear good news. 2 users of water breathing have successfully vanquished Upper Moon 3 and Lower Moon 1. As per tradition, they will be elevated to Hashira. The voice of their leader resonated. Upon lifting his gaze to see 2 familiar figures behind their leader, Ju was struck with disbelief, momentarily forgetting to bow. Yahaba, Makomo, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. To preempt any reprimand directed at his junior for neglecting his bow, Yahaba and Makomo simultaneously spoke up, capturing the attention of all. However, the presence of 3 current water Hashira compelled everyone to focus on the typically silent Ju Tomioka. Lord Leader, understanding the situation, Yashiro instructed, "You may take your leave now." Yahaba nodded, taking Ju's hand under the watchful eyes of the Hashira. "Then, we shall take our leave, my lord. It has been far too long since we've had a proper conversation." The leader expressed his concern for Ju's well-being. Yahaba led the seemingly unresponsive Ju away from the assembly. "Yahaba, let go of my hand." A young boy suddenly lunged at him. "Easy now." Yahaba gently ruffled the child's hair. One of the seniors mentioned that Ju's mental state is extremely precarious. There's a term for it, depression. This child is longing for death, hoping it will come upon him. He would not allow that. "Do you like me, Ju?" Yahaba queried, determined not to procrastinate any further. Though the question was abrupt, it was evident that neither of the 2 present found it surprising. Ju's body stiffened. How could you possibly know? Yahaba had discerned the truth. Ju was engulfed in self-loathing, spiraling into thoughts of contempt for his own actions and psyche. Then, Yahaba cupped Ju's face. "Is it you, Yahaba? Are you kissing me? I like you." "No, I love you, Ju. I returned for you." "So what is your answer?" Yahaba had already sensed the response through Ju's reaction, yet he yearned to hear it spoken aloud. "But I am unworthy." Ju's voice quivered, on the verge of tears. While Yahaba felt frustration, his heart ached for Ju, fully aware of the weight of his affliction. Thus, he responded with another kiss. Ju, overwhelmed by tears, remained bewildered by the inexplicable affection he was receiving. Although the sensation of kissing was warm and comforting, it left him feeling inexplicably aggrieved once clarity returned. In a fit of tears, he could not fathom why Yahaba harbored feelings for him, let alone spoke of love. "I will compel you to declare your love for me," Yahaba proclaimed loudly. They did not pressure Ju, for they understood that the days ahead were long, and he would eventually overcome his inner turmoil. Then, they would be together for eternity. Chapter 71. Extra, my only divine being, Doma. Upon his birth, Doma was bestowed with kaleidoscopic eyes and hair as pure as white oak, leading his parents and the religion they founded, the Eternal Paradise sect, to revere him as the Son of God. At the age of 20, he was transformed into a demon by the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kabutsuji, yet he continued to serve as the leader of the Eternal Paradise sect. Over a century ago, Doma had already ascended to Upper Moon 6 among the 12 Kazuki. Son of God. What a ludicrous title. He reveled in the offerings of humanity, listened to their woes, and provided them with what they desired. So, this is what it means to be divine. Surely, the role of a deity is rather simplistic. Moreover, Doma wore a subtle smile as he listened to a beautiful woman recount her sorrows. She lamented that her husband was a wonderful man, providing for her, allowing her to adorn herself in lavish garments and exquisite jewelry, yet she remained unhappy, for she bore no children. Her husband belonged to a prominent family that placed great importance on lineage. After many years of marriage, he had once been indifferent to her childlessness, but in recent years, he had begun to express a desire for a child. A child, Doma mused, how tragic. What purpose does one serve in this world? Each child, while in the womb, consumes the mother's nourishment. Perhaps once she bears a child, her beauty will fade, leading her husband to abandon her. If you wish for a child, I shall grant you one. Doma suddenly found himself bored, as this was his daily task. Of course, he lacked the power to genuinely provide her with a child. Rather, anything within her would suffice, regardless of its true nature. Thank you, thank you. The young lady appeared quite elated as she withdrew a substantial amount of gold from her sleeve, placing it upon the platter held by her attendant. I shall return to fulfill my vow once the child is born, she proclaimed. Tanmu, bored, observed her departure, waving his hand dismissively. Close for today. I wish to go out. The attendants, their eyes gleaming with fervor for Tanmu, obediently complied, not perceiving any fault in his demeanor. Yet Tanmu sensed a subtle shift. He approached the maid, donning a look of compassion. If one scrutinized closely, they might catch the glimmer of unshed tears in his exquisite eyes. My apologies, he lamented. For hearing the tales of such beautiful young ladies today has truly saddened me. But fret not. He grasped the maid's fingers, his face tenderly leaning against her hand. I shall undoubtedly alleviate the sufferings of these unfortunate souls, and for that, I would spare no effort. Under the gaze of those enchanting, almost ethereal eyes, The maid felt her cheeks flush. No, you have already done enough. The world is rife with sorrow. Please do not overburden yourself. She bowed deeply, her voice rising slightly. We have always been grateful to you. If there is anything we can do, please command us. How delightful that would be. Tama nodded. And the moment the maid turned away, he concealed his smile, adopting a blank expression as he watched her depart. Perhaps I shall wander elsewhere. He closed his fan. What day is it that there are so many people on the streets? Originally intending only a brief stroll down the mountain, Tanmu found himself inexplicably drawn into the human town, likely due to a unique festival. It appeared quite lively, with numerous young men and women carrying lanterns, meandering along a street lined with stalls selling trinkets and snacks. Though the air was filled with a cacophony of scents, Tanmu found himself lacking an appetite today. Rather, the amalgamation of odors was nauseating to him. His face bore a gentle smile. His already strikingly beautiful visage drew attention, especially with the warmth of his smile. So tender and intoxicating. Even amidst the throng, he stood out as the most resplendent and captivating presence. How tiresome, he mused, unable to endure the fleeting glances of those around him. With a sigh, he abandoned his smile. The noise below was unbearable. It would be more pleasant to ascend the mountain where the air was cleaner. What do humans signify to him? Sustenance? Perhaps not entirely. More often, they served as mere diversions in his existence. He nurtured them, listening to their trivial concerns regarding beauty, status, wealth, and love, none of which he deemed worthy of genuine consideration. The folly of being disgraced by desire was too simplistic for him to commit. He could not comprehend why humans appeared so insubstantial, investing their emotions into the void. They were utterly foolish, each one without exception. An adult lamenting to a child was profoundly absurd. The devotees hoping that the Son of God would lead them to paradise were equally misguided. Tamu wept, lamenting the pitiable, foolish, and minuscule nature of humanity. How could there be a paradise? What kind of world could possibly allow one to escape the harshness of reality? There were no divine beings or Buddhas. If such omnipotent deities existed, why could they not hear his prayers? Save me. Let me feel human emotions. Let me experience their suffering. Suddenly, Tamu burst into laughter, his kaleidoscopic eyes shimmering with a beguiling light that radiated from his fingertips. These unfortunate souls could not even grasp such a simple truth. If there were no deities, and if they all prayed to him, was it not his duty to rescue these humans? How pitiful these women were. He had descended into this world to aid the wretched in finding happiness. In that moment, Tanmu was acutely aware of his desires and responsibilities. Silence enveloped the mountainside, with only the sounds of small creatures echoing through the stillness. How dull. I shall return. An unexpected occurrence unfolded on a snowy night. When Tanmu first encountered Kanade, the woman appeared utterly disheveled, indistinguishable from his followers. Her garments barely concealed her form, and though it was a snowy day, she was dressed too lightly. She had stumbled into the courtyard, her wrists and knees bloodied from falls, yet the child she cradled remained peacefully swaddled. The infant seemed to sleep soundly, blissfully unaware. Tamu curiously observed Kanade's expression of sorrow. His heart, which had long lain dormant, fluttered at the sight. Kanade revealed that her husband beat her daily. While her mother-in-law relentlessly tormented her, she had suffered greatly, one eye now blinded from the abuse. But why? He gazed at the child in her arms with such tenderness and affection. Wasn't he this the offspring of the man who brutalized her? Driven by insatiable curiosity, Tamu permitted them to stay in his temple. However, this was merely a fleeting distraction in his otherwise mundane existence, and soon he had forgotten about the woman. Their next encounter occurred after Kanade had healed. Her beautiful face left a profound impression on Tanmu. She was undeniably a stunning woman, and after leaving that man, she could certainly lead a better life. If she chose to abandon the child, surely someone would be willing to marry such a lovely, kind-hearted woman. Tamu found comfort in Kanade's beauty and her melodious voice. Thus, he resolved not to consume her, intending to keep her by his side until the end of her days. Amused, he nestled with the seemingly unattractive child. His greatest joy each day was listening to Kanade tell stories to the child. Though the tales were excessively juvenile, he found them utterly captivating. If life could continue in such a manner, perhaps it would not be so bad. For her sake, Tanmu had long refrained from feasting on humans, yet his actions incited Muzan's discontent. While Muzan did not wish for these demons to possess power surpassing his own, he would not tolerate their decline. Thus, Tanmu began to secretly indulge in human flesh. Surely, such a gentle woman as Kanade would understand him. Though the gnawing hunger in his belly began to fade, a sense of unease lingered deep within. Until one day, Kanade discovered Tanmu's consumption of his followers. Regardless of his explanations, she could not comprehend his self-proclaimed benevolence. Why? She exclaimed, before fleeing the temple with Inasuk in her arms. Why? Tamu pursued her. But by the time he caught up, The child was nowhere to be found. He had not devoured Kanade. Why? No one could provide an answer. She remained as beautiful as ever, yet her face bore an expression of unwarranted sorrow. Perhaps it is as expected. Chapter 71, Extra, My Only Deity. Because of Kanoya's demise, Doma drifted through a period of numbness, though he would never admit it himself. He had not directly taken Kanoya's life. Perhaps if Kanoya had not felt such despair, believing hope had abandoned her, she would not have chosen to end her own existence. Doma pondered this seriously. He would have preferred for Kanoya to continue living. That inexplicable sorrow within him did not linger for long, as he soon beheld a stunning woman. So beautiful, despite the night's embrace. Her presence shone as brilliantly as the sun. Her hair flowed like liquid gold, and her eyes sparkled like translucent golden gems, devoid of any emotion. A delicate hand held a golden fan. How enchanting! His heart, long dormant, seemed to awaken to the vitality it once possessed in his human days. He must possess her. This fervent desire compelled Doma to abandon all pretense to draw nearer to her, though the outcome was disastrous, leaving him buried in the ground. Doma felt a premonition that even if he approached her as an ordinary person, he would likely meet the same fate. Such a powerful and beautiful being could no longer be considered human. She was not foolish like humanity, nor fragile like Kanoya. As he lay on the ground, he reached out to grasp the foot resting upon his chest, bearing his sharp fangs in invitation. She smiled. That smile rendered him utterly senseless. He could not help but reveal his infatuation. Look at me, he pleaded. And indeed, Mizuki Izumi turned her gaze towards him. Doma, I detest the scent of blood, she stated, yet before his eyes, she drew a knife across her own arm, forcefully inserting her pristine limb into his mouth. For the first time, he perceived the pungent aroma of blood. So, do not consume humans. What an audacious demand. She was asking a demon to forsake its sustenance. Doma initially believed he would refuse, but the words morphed into a barely audible agreement. Very well, if you promise to remain by my side. Step into the sunlight, she urged. Doma, it will not harm you. He stood at a short distance from the threshold, one step further leading into the searing sunlight. Unlike Muzan Kibutsuji, he did not yearn for the sun's rays, yet the hand she extended towards him, bathed in sunlight, appeared so resplendent. He grasped those hands. As the sunlight enveloped him, he flinched, his instincts urging him to retreat into darkness once more. He was halted. In the next moment, he found himself embraced. And after a moment of astonishment, he realized he had not vanished in the sunlight. How warm! In her embrace, he looked up, yearning to see her face. Alas, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Tears streaming down his face, he could not discern the expression upon her countenance at that moment. From that day forth, he longed to be beside her at all times. She permitted him to lie beside her and listen to her tales, but forbade him from drawing too near. The sunlight's smile seemed to envelop all in her presence in bliss. His maidens could not help but gather around her, singing together. Their crystalline voices, imbued with warmth, penetrated the heavy doors and windows, reaching his room. She was coaxing him out. For the first time, Doma regretted becoming a demon. The melodies made him feel as though he were basking in sunlight, feeling the warmth of the sun. Mizuki-san. She turned to him, her hair flowing gracefully in the air, the faint scent of an unidentifiable flower wafting into his nostrils. You have yet to tell me your full name. Doma playfully pouted, seemingly unaware of his own childishness. Didn't you already know? From the maiden's lips, the golden-haired woman observed him with indulgence, a hint of affection in her gaze. But I want to hear you say it yourself. How envious. If only he did not know that this woman before him held someone more significant in her heart. Her eyes, devoid of any emotion, seared his skin. His heart felt like an inanimate object. She did not respond. That silence seemed to be the last straw for his reason, particularly upon seeing a boy whose features closely resembled hers. Turn him into a demon. Such a terrifying thought filled his mind, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Look at me. He gazed at the boy, who was struggling and vehemently declaring he would never become a demon. Doma murmured, Please, look at me. By the time he regained his composure, he had already injected his blood into the boy's body. Curious, Doma wondered if Mizuki-san would resemble this form after becoming a demon. Unpleasant. Suddenly frustrated by the obstruction of his view, Doma felt irritable. Mizuki-san would never transform into such a horrifying visage. Hypocritical wings. Doma scoffed, preparing to end the boy's life, yet hesitated. After all, he would undoubtedly not survive the day. With a flick of his fan, he departed. When he encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, an unsettling feeling settled within him, unsure if Jotaro had sensed anything as he continued to draw the Demon King's attention. Doma breathed a sigh of relief. After sending Naki back, he hastily opened the door, eager to see her. No, she was nowhere to be found. How could this be? Doma stood at the doorway, disoriented. His heart ached. The temple was desolate, with only him remaining, and his original maidens were nowhere in sight. Was this how Heartache felt? He had been abandoned. Abandoned by Mizuki-san. But it was alright, just like Kanoya. Yet, despite this thought, he no longer harbored the desire to consume humans. Was I mistaken? After the Demon King was slain, he found himself free. But what should he do now? For Mizuki-san, he betrayed Muzan Kabutsuji, yet she refused to see him. Would she notice him if he accomplished more? This thought sustained him, and in the end, Doma transformed into a traditional good person. As time passed, with the assistance of Daki and Jotaro, his paradise cult became an organization recognized even by the authorities. Yet, he never once encountered Mizuki Izumi. Why? Do you still refuse to forgive me? With the footsteps of death echoing in his ears, Doma departed this world, clinging to his regrets. Wake up. Are you here to participate in the Sun Goddess divine trial? Do your best. Perhaps the Sun God is watching over you. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.